Chapter 701. Lord of Tyrone. Eisenhorn stood up and saluted Qin Mo. Qin Mo nodded to the legendary judge and continued to talk about what he had just heard. Even if the new humans are not a threat, I would like to take advantage of this golden expedition to visit Fabius's laboratory. Because there are clone Primarchs there, and these clone Primarchs are useful to us, especially the clone Sanguinius. Clone Primarch. Guilliman was horrified when he heard these words, and he turned to look at Eisenhorn, who had just escaped from Bloom. Eisenhorn had been shocked a few years ago, so he seemed very calm now. Fabius Bile did clone all the Primarchs, and he even wanted to clone the Emperor. According to Eisenhorn's investigation, the reason why Fabius had a grudge against the Black Legion was because this guy cloned Horus, and then the long-lost Abaddon had led people to kill the cloned Horus, and snatched the body of their gene father and buried it. Clone the Primarch. This kind of thing. It's better to destroy it. Guilliman felt a chill. He couldn't imagine his clone self standing in front of him, with the same thinking habits and memories as himself. Just thinking about this scene gave Guilliman goosebumps. Don't worry, I will destroy the clone Primarchs, including yours, but with the exception of the clone Sanguinius. Qin Mo said his plan. Eisenhorn frowned slightly. He couldn't understand why he had to keep a clone Primarch and a clone Sanguinius. Guilliman thought for a moment and immediately understood Qin Mo's idea. Sanguinius is now in a living metal container and can only move for a few dozen minutes a day. If we can get a clone Sanguinius and then clear the consciousness of the clone, then the clone will be a more perfect container. It is definitely not as good as the original body, but at least it is 100 times stronger than living metal. I just think so, but whether to let Sanguinius change his body depends on the results of my research on the clone after I get it. If the clone Sanguinius is contaminated, then forget it. Qin Mo would not make a rash decision, but he did think that this was possible. It was not just Qin Mo's sudden whim to let Sanguinius be resurrected with the help of clones. This was also the idea of the Emperor of Humanity. Moreover, the clone Primarch was most likely not contaminated. Even the clone Ferris refused to betray humanity and join chaos in the face of Fulgrim's temptation, and was eventually killed by Fulgrim. Those clones were more loyal than each other. That's settled then? Guilliman nodded. How many troops do you need? I can send my honor guard and Kalar and the others. No, the fewer the better. Qin Mo shook his head. Qin Mo had his own ideas about the personnel arrangements for the raid on Broom. You will be the guide. I, plus some people I bring, we will go together. The Phoenix Lord of the Ark World of Otansa will be responsible for sending us to Broom. Qin Mo and Eisenhorn walked in the corridor of the Glory of Humanity, passing by the rooms where the other 3 Primarchs were arranged on the Glory of Humanity. Ryan and Shagatai were squatting in the coffin, where Sanguinius lay, mumbling something. They didn't know yet that their brother would have the hope of walking again in the world in the upcoming raid. How many troops will we have? Eisenhorn asked. Not many. Qin Mo answered as he walked. Iron Man, 2 professional anti-subspace military operations teams, 1,000 new Thunder Warriors, and me, that's all. You know we don't actually have to smash Bloom into pieces, right? Eisenhorn stopped. The raid he envisioned was a large group of people rushing to Broom, and then smashing the laboratory in Fabius's lair. It was that simple. But according to Qin Mo's words, Iron Men, professional teams, that's nothing, but 1,000 new Thunder Warriors. Eisenhorn knew how strong these new Thunder Warriors were. When he came to the Glory Human to meet Guilliman, he heard Lion tell his descendants that the new Thunder Warriors cut all the traitors in a Black Legion team in half with one sword. Plus Qin Mo's own strategic force. This is to destroy the star. You don't know my style of doing things. Qin Mo also stopped. You Inquisitors should understand the combat style of the Talon Star region. We often achieve success in one battle. This is because we always use the strongest force, and the Ant Bull Bogalo beast also uses its full strength. Eisenhorn nodded. The two gradually walked to the position close to the assembly point on the upper deck of the Glory Human. The 2 Iron Commanders, who were still killing insects everywhere in the galaxy yesterday, had committed suicide on the battlefield, and then resurrected on the side of the Golden Expedition fleet. Scholars and Heat Death, as well as the Iron Man guest general named UR-025. In addition to the Iron Man, there are 2 professional anti-warp teams, the Hellwalker and the Demon Butcher. These 2 teams often go deep into the warp for reconnaissance activities, under the leadership of scholars. Most of them are psychics whose soul projections are protected by the Iron Man entity in the warp, and a small number are soulless people who are specially used to weaken demons. They wear equipment with the same principle as the helmet worn by the Prophet Uslan. Ghost Helmet. This arcane device can hide the user's projection in the warp, protecting it from predators there. As for the new Thunder Warriors, these superhuman warriors, who look like the originals, must also participate in this surprise attack on Bloom. How is begun? Eisenhorn hesitated for a long time before asking Qin Mo about the news of the person he cared about. Qin Mo paid close attention to Eisenhorn, and naturally paid attention to Bekun's affairs. Your beloved used the money you gave her to buy a transport ship and invested in a small logistics company. She will soon become a female shareholder of an interstellar logistics company. Qin Mo recalled the story of Baekuan. Eisenhorn had learned about the Tyrone sector through the Inquisitor named Chuck of the Inquisition, and he knew what shareholders and companies meant. She is not my beloved, but my colleague. Okay, your beloved colleague. I don't know how long it will take for this expedition to really start. Eisenhorn changed the subject. A mobilization of billions of people will take a year and a half just to wait for supplies, and for the troops to be in place. Qin Mo said, don't be impatient. It is foreseeable that this war will last for centuries. Centuries of war. Eisenhorn certainly expected it, and he could also expect that this war might be the last career in his life to serve the human empire. Perhaps this war will become a fuse and accelerate the progress of the war. Qin Mo suddenly said. At this time, the Phoenix Lord Morganla of the Otanza Ark came to the deck with his people, and nodded to Qin Mo. The help of Anad is ready to go. Chapter 702. Bloom. On a high tower on the surface of this old woman's world, a huge transfer movement has just begun. This old guy with sparse white hair, a large area of scalp exposed, and a layer of human skin attached to his armor is Fabius Bayer. The ruthless people in the Eye of Terror called him Spider. The reason why this nickname became Fabius's nickname is partly because of the subspace mechanical device behind Fabius. This device, like a spider leg, can not only help the owner recover quickly from injuries, but also give a good response to all enemies who come. The warship is ready. Don't forget who helped you transport your twisted creations. A space marine in red armor walked behind Fabius, and made a violent voice under his helmet. The black hand symbol on his chest indicated the identity of this space marine, a red corsair. You will leave the Eye of Terror, and serve the Lord of the Maelstrom. This is your value. Hearing this, Fabius looked up at the sky in silence. A fleet of 6 red corsair cruisers and 17 frigates docked in Bloom's orbit. Probably orbital. All the planets in the Eye of Terror are no longer bound by the laws of real physics, so it doesn't matter whether those warships are far away or close at hand. How is the Lord of your great vortex, who has succumbed to the ridiculous so-called gods? Fabius turned around and asked with a smile. Watch your words. The red pirate in front of him was trained by Huron himself. When he joined the Starclaws, Huron had taught him how to fight. This friendship made the Space Marines furious at Fabius's offense, but the problem was that it was the order of the chapter master to take Fabius back. This mad doctor must live, no matter what he said or did. Huron doesn't believe in the 4 gods, but he doesn't believe in the truth either, which is his fatal weakness. If I meet Huron, I will tell him that there is no so-called true god in the universe. The so-called gods and chaos gods in the mouths of those idiots are just a more powerful warp creature. Fabius Baal talked freely. The Red Corsair Space Marines listened in a daze. As he discovered, Fabius, a traitor hunted by all forces, did not believe in Nurgle like the Death Guard, nor did he believe in Slaanesh like his Gene Father and Battle Brothers, nor did he believe in chaos. Fabius was even more different from those who claimed that the 4 gods were just part of chaos, just like the relationship between the entire ocean and a few large drops of water in the ocean. He believed in the long bankrupt lie of the imperial truth. How is the situation in the Maelstrom? Fabius stopped discussing the gods and ghosts, and walked to the other side of the open-air platform, inputting a series of control commands on the operating consoles. Then the Deathclaw drop pod carrying Fabius's most proud children rose into the sky, and headed straight for the warship sent by the Blackheart King. Not very good, but much better than the Eye of Terror. The Red Corsair Space Marine replied. After the end of the Tyrone War, the Red Corsairs disappeared for a while. The Red Corsairs themselves suffered no losses, and even became more prosperous and larger because they absorbed many war bands that had lost more than half of their lives in the Tyrone War. However, the Blackheart King, the Lord of the Great Vortex, Huron's mental state became worse and worse. He set off a bloody storm in the Red Corsairs, and executed a large number of people for resisting orders in the Tyrone War. This undoubtedly angered other forces within the Red Corsairs. The entire Great Vortex was also full of storms. Huron hoped to help Fabius leave Bloom and move to the Great Vortex, while the Empire was besieging the Eye of Terror, so that he could get Fabius's help and find a possibility of getting rid of the influence of the 4 gods. Huron is a strong man, he shouldn't succumb to the so-called gods. I have never visited him, but I believe I would get along with him at first sight, if he is not stupid enough to think that those warp creatures are gods. What a pity. Fabius said 2 more words that made the Red Corsair warriors angry, and then continued to do things slowly. The child lurking in the Golden Expedition fleet reported many things to Fabius, the kind father. Lien's so-called Warmaster's gradual cannibalization strategy has not been fully implemented, and the expedition fleet is still in place. It would probably be 100 years before they reached the vicinity of Bloom, and Fabius thought he had plenty of time to move the laboratory. During this process, countless transformed monsters ran around on the surface of the planet. The laboratory was not as big as a room, but nearly half of the space on this old woman's world was Bayer's laboratory, because he was conducting biological experiments rather than theoretical scientific research. There were too many test subjects and experimental materials, all of which were biological, and there were a lot of things to eat. Naturally, more and more things need to be transported. I heard that the Black Legion will come to protect you. The Red Corsair Space Marine suddenly said. Who are you talking about? Fabius turned his head. I believe you if you say that the Death Guard will come to protect me. Although I stole their artifacts, at least I didn't clone their gene father and let them kill him again. The Black Legion has changed forever. Many of them hope to use your technology to resurrect Abaddon. The Red Corsair said. Then I advise them to forget it. Fabius turned back to his business. I don't cooperate with the warp creatures. The actual leader of the Black Legion is that half-flesh, half-machine warp freak. I hate it. It also calls itself a lesser god. Lesser god. It doesn't even dare to call itself a god. This kind of stuff is really ridiculous. The Red Corsair listened helplessly. Perhaps it's too long since I've been with a real human. During the conversation, or perhaps to get some advice, Fabius said a lot. Until the Red Corsair Space Marine could no longer bear it and threatened, if we don't hurry up, when the Black Legion arrives, you will be tied up and taken back to the crotch of the most hated warp creature in your mouth and serve it. Then that warp creature will urge you like me, hurry up, you bald old thing. Fabius laughed strangely twice, and shook his head indifferently. The Golden Expedition fleet has already reached the Eye of Terror, and is ready to launch an attack. The flames of war will soon spread to Bloom. Fabius also doesn't want his masterpieces to be burned by the flames of war, but he has been busy with the transfer work without sleep. How fast can he be? After all, there's a limit to human power. Hurry up, maybe the enemy will attack in the next second. The Space Marine decided to scare Fabius. Don't disbelieve me, I am a famous jinx in our country. Fruit mouth? No, no, no. Fabius stopped and looked at Huron's lackey slowly. It's just a coincidence of personal thinking and objective reality. Do you understand what I mean? It's just... Before he finished speaking, a roar suddenly came from the sky. Fabius and the Space Marines looked up at the sky at the same time. A battleship exploded. A giant whale just crashed through the cruiser and fell rapidly towards the surface, and a man stood on its head. Next to the whale, there were several warships that looked different from any other forces in the Eye of Terror. In the Eye of Terror, it would not be surprising to see a whale pierce through a warship and fall down, or even if the planet itself was a whale. But the scene in front of him was enough to shock Fabius. The invaders were coming. Chapter 703. According to the original plan, Chin Mo would take the Ark of Otansa and use the blessing of Anad to go to the place he wanted to go, Bloom. But the Ark world is now used as a mobile starport for the human fleet, and he can't get away for the time being. And Chin Mo also thinks that the blessing of Anad is too weird. Chin Mo even suspects that the blessing of Anad is a blessing that Cinch wants to cause trouble for its brothers and sisters, disguising its blessing as the blessing of the god of death Anad, just to let the Golden Expedition team cause more trouble for the other 3 gods. After all, 90% of the energy and force of the 4 gods were used for internal fighting, so it was not surprising that they betrayed each other to the point of becoming traitors in the warp. Without the blessing of Anad, how to navigate in the Eye of Terror where the dimensional engine cannot work? In order to solve this problem, Chin Mo took the scholars into the warp and found an old friend of his. That was the giant whale turtle that once carried him and Cardo to kill people in the warp. Led by the giant whale and followed by the other 3 iron warships, the group that raided Bloom arrived at Fabius's lair. On the scaly head of the giant whale, Chin Mo held a scepter that symbolized the power of Lord Tyrone, and slowly walked to the edge of the giant whale's head, looking at the twisted and mutated old woman world below. He, Death, Scholar, you are 025, 3 iron men, slowly walked behind the Iron Lord and stood side by side with him. On the back of the giant whale, the 2 teams of Hellwalker and Demon Butcher, and 1,000 new Thunder Warriors led by Bindis, were gathering for the upcoming battle. As the guide of the raid, Eisenhorn also came to the back of the giant whale, instead of attacking the Red Pirates' warships with those iron warships in what can probably be called outer space. I will let the evil offspring created by Bloom and Fabius burn in the flames of war. Qin Mo roared and raised his scepter. Thousands of kilometers away, the tower with two vague figures standing on it was suddenly struck by lightning from the sky. The tallest building in Bloom collapsed instantly and fell into ruins. This was just to show his military power. Qin Mo turned his head and looked at the Iron Men. This is the power of my father. The scholar and Heat Death immediately began to applaud. UR-025 stood there without any reaction. Eisenhorn paid no attention to Qin Mo. The judge curiously inspected the back of the giant whale. There was a temple on the back of the giant whale, which he had seen before. There was also a bonfire in the temple that never went out. What is this? Eisenhorn asked curiously. I am a creature wandering in the Sea of Souls. The voice of the giant whale echoed on its back. I am formed by the thoughts of intelligent creatures to successfully reach the end of the journey. So you are a demon? You can say that. But even if I am a demon without any part in chaos. The four gods are just a part of chaos. They can't even represent chaos. Eisenhorn nodded. At least it can be seen that the giant whale-like thing in front of him is a benevolent entity. In outer space, the Iron Man warship attacked the Red Pirate ship that somehow came from the maelstrom to the Eye of Terror. The giant whale pierced a warship and fell to the surface of Bloom. The shrill air defense alarm sounded throughout Bloom, and a large number of twisted monsters created by Fabius woke up from their slumber and rushed to the surface. Eisenhorn immediately became serious. The Inquisitor knew very well how powerful these monsters created by Fabius were. They might have been just ordinary humans, but through the transformation of a large number of blasphemous technologies, they became amazingly agile and powerful. Moreover, Fabius also studied the structure of the Tyranids and added those Zerg abilities that he valued to his creations. Among the various grotesque and twisted monsters, there were also warriors, who were completely brainwashed and controlled by Fabius. These warriors were no different from the Noise Warriors. The birth of the Noise Warriors is closely related to Fabius. Eidolon, who killed the White Scar Khan Qin Xia 10,000 years ago, is a typical Noise Warrior. We have to think of a way to deal with the special attacks of the Noise Warriors. Eisenhorn walked to Qin Mo and reminded him, trying his best to play the role of a guide. Qin Mo knows more about the Noise Warriors than Eisenhorn. He knows very well what these guys who can literally deafen people are capable of. That's why he brought the Iron Man here. Then let them sing and play for the Iron Man. The giant whale landed with a bang, and was immediately besieged by the twisted freaks on Bloom like a tsunami. The Iron Man warship in outer space has smashed the warship of the Red Pirates that came to pick up Fabius, and countless Iron Men were teleported to the surface of the planet. Heat Death and the scholars slaughtered Fabius's creations with psychic and material force. Eisenhorn joined the battle with a grenade launcher. Qin Mo took a big gulp of the Demon Soul Crystal. Although this is the Eye of Terror, and although the Star God's abilities are useless here, relying only on his own physical strength, the power of lightning and flames, it is enough to kill all the freaks on Bloom. Deep in Bloom, the clone culture tank was opened, and the naked Fabius fell out of the tank and hit the ground heavily. He gasped and adapted to this new clone body. It is not difficult to achieve immortality in the Eye of Terror, as proved by the warriors of the Black Legion, who often claim to be veterans of the Eternal War. But it is not easy to be immortal. Fabius is a person who can achieve immortality in a strict sense. He has created a rebirth process through a dark science and technology. Clone cultivation, mind implantation, clone resurrection. With such a system, Fabius can achieve countless resurrections. Even if this technology has flaws, Fabius finds that his body deteriorates very quickly after each rebirth, but he is not a transcendent existence after all. Being able to achieve this form of immortality is already a biological miracle. You're back, hurry up and make me some better medicine. A purple-armored space marine walked up to Fabius, squatted down and handed him the empty can. Fabius looked up, and he first saw a set of purple armor, with twisted faces on the armor, and a face that was already pale and distorted to horror. Lucius, the chosen of Slaanesh. The Red Corsairs are dead. Fabius pushed the can open. I and the Red Corsair officer stood on the high tower to send my masterpieces on the rocket, and we stood there, and saw the giant whale falling from the sky, and then we were killed by lightning. I don't care about that. Lucius didn't listen at all. He angrily slapped Fabius' face. Give me the medicine. I help you kill those invaders, quick! Fabius looked helpless, and got up to go to the potion laboratory. Lucius followed behind tremblingly. The desire for pleasure of the chosen of Slaanesh was so strong that he didn't realize that he just came to Bloom to ask an old acquaintance for something good, but he was included in a new calculation by Fabius. The Red Corsairs will not be able to enter the Eye of Terror in a short time. Fabius must find another way for himself and his masterpieces. Chapter 704. Inside the Potion Laboratory. Fabius had never spent all his life's learning and all his concentration on preparing potions like he did now. Lucius lay on the ground, choking. "Are you almost done? I feel so weak now." Tears flowed from the corners of the eyes of the chosen one of Slaanesh, and a large lump of sticky liquid flowed down his nostrils. His dry mouth took in the sticky liquid flowing from his nostrils, while spitting from the corners of his mouth. "I feel so weak now. So fragile," Lucius muttered while patting Fabius's legs weakly. Lucius quickly prepared a potion and injected it into the potion jar behind Lucius. At that moment, Lucius's senses and thinking became hundreds of times clearer, and the surging fighting spirit was active in every cell of his body. He clearly felt that he had become stronger, and this was not an illusion. The fighting potion brought him a real improvement, and he no longer felt the fragile and sluggish feeling just now. Just by looking at Fabius, Lucius had 1,000 ways to kill Fabius with swordsmanship in his mind, and each way would make Fabius die miserably. Starting from cutting off every joint, to cutting open Fabius' vitals, leaving him waiting for death in a weak twitch. But Lucius couldn't bear to do it. The chosen one jumped up from his chair, and in an instant he drew his sword, leaving dozens of sword marks on the wall of the laboratory. Fabius, who often enhanced himself, didn't even see clearly what Lucius was doing until his eyes slowly moved to the wall, and saw the sword marks left by Lucius. The mad doctor had to admit that if Lucius had just attacked him, he would probably not be able to react until he died. "I feel very powerful." Lucius tightly grasped the hilt of the sword and shouted hysterically, "This is why I came to you, ha 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 ha." Humph. Fabius nodded slowly with a blank expression. His eyes were fixed on Lucius. As a descendant of Fulgrim, Fabius still remembered what Lucius looked like before. He had white hair, was extremely handsome, and always had a smirk on his face. And now he has become a freak with pale skin, distorted face, and all kinds of religious weird symbols all over his body. Lucius is just a microcosm of Fulgrim and his descendants, and Fulgrim has become even more weird. Most of the people in the original Emperor's Children Legion now look disgusting, either hooking their loose face with hooks or wearing some weird things on their chests that can cause pain. This also made Fabius extremely determined to believe that the end of worshipping the so-called gods is to become a waste that is neither human nor ghost. If the gods are really gods, then they should make their believers close to perfection. "You go and kill the invaders," Fabius said in an imperative tone. "You are not qualified to order me." Lucius suddenly became hysterical. "I am a god's chosen one, champion, and you are just an unbeliever, a person who thinks his skills are better than God's. Don't come to me for combat potions in the future." "Got it, I go right away." Lucius' attitude changed drastically. Fabius had a smirk on his face, and he looked at this former combat brother with even more contempt. "Don't pretend to be a normal person in front of me, Lucius. You are just a pathetic maggot." Lucius smiled strangely and listened. "What will happen if I stop supplying you with combat potions? You will kneel down like a maggot, crawl to my feet, lick my shoes, and beg me to make you feel strong and agile again. No, no. At that time, you can only roll on the ground and cry, and you can't speak." Fabius had just finished his sarcastic words when a sword flashed in front of him. Blood splattered on the wall of the pharmacy laboratory. Fabius knelt down trembling, holding the wound on his throat, and looked at Lucius in disbelief. "I asked you to deal with the enemy. Did you hear me?" The words pulled Lucius back to reality from his fantasy. Fabius did not die, nor did he kneel down. He stood there intact, his eyes still so contemptuous. Lucius did not kill Fabius with a sword in anger. Just now it was just a fantasy. Even if he really wanted to do so. "When I come back, I will become stronger and sharper." Lucius walked out of the laboratory backwards, pointing his sword at Fabius. The chosen of Slaanesh left the laboratory to fight. This chosen was not that strong in terms of combat ability, which was why Fabius did not respect Lucius, and did not think that Lucius was really the so-called chosen of God. But Lucius had a very powerful characteristic, that is, he could be resurrected from the body of the person who killed him. Even if he stepped on a mine, and was blown to pieces in the battle with the Imperial army, he could be resurrected from the body of the worker who made the mine. This was the grace given to him by Slaanesh. The person who is parasitized by him or possessed by him will become a distorted face on his armor, forever becoming an ornament of the person who took his body, and then fighting with Lucius in infinite emptiness and torture. But even if Lucius has this ability, it is still wishful thinking to expect him to kill the invader. Fabius never expected Lucius to play a decisive role, and he also knew that the invasion faced by Bloom was not something that could be reversed by one or two people. There are still a series of things to do next. Fabius left the pharmacy laboratory and walked into the corridor of the research facility, activating a webway that he had studied and used. The new humans scattered throughout the Empire will follow this webway to Bloom and join the war to protect their fathers and brothers and sisters. But this is just the most common step in Fabius's plan. The Mad Doctor went to the secret room in the research facility that was protected by layers of security measures. There were 20 jars placed in this secret room. In the jars, there were superhuman beings 4 or 5 meters tall. They were the original bodies cloned by Fabius. The cloned Horus was among them. Abaddon once led the Black Legion to attack Broom, and personally killed the clone Gene father, who called him his son, but he didn't know that he didn't completely destroy every clone, and some of the substances he left behind in the battle even helped Fabius. For example, Abaddon used the claws of Horus to pierce a twisted freak in the battle, and then the body of the freak fell into Fabius' hands. Omron, Lion, Perturabo, Magnus, Mortarion, Gilliman. Fabius walked past the tanks one by one, counting the clone Primarchs he needed. After his eyes caught sight of Jagatai, he hesitated for a few seconds, then reached out his hand. The clone Jagatai was destroyed instantly. Chapter 705. On the battlefield on the surface of Bloom, Lucius was traveling at a very fast speed. The twisted monsters created by Fabius have all awakened, and they almost occupy the entire sky and the ground. These huge numbers of monsters obviously cannot be transformed by Fabius one by one. Most of the monsters have no traces of stitching and transformation, which means that most of them are bred. Lucius can still concentrate almost all his attention on thinking, while moving at a very fast speed. He recalled that Fabius had hired him to go to Baal to collect the corpses of the Tyranids. Perhaps those monsters that were born naturally were the results of Fabius's research on the Tyranids. Lucius looked forward again. His mind and vision were extremely clear at this time, and he could see very far away. The strange warships in the sky ahead were bombing the surface, but their orbital bombardment had no effect in the Eye of Terror, just like the orbital bombardment carried out by the strike cruisers of the Imperial Space Marines who rushed into the Eye of Terror during the previous Abyss expedition. After falling from outside the orbit, they became large fireworks exploding in the sky. This is the field advantage of the residents of the Eye of Terror. Under the sky, the strange giant whale that fell from the sky crawled on the ground without moving. Many warriors were scattered around the giant whale, slaughtering any enemies that approached the giant whale. Lightning and fire fell from the sky or gushed out from the ground from time to time. Every time that strange power appeared, it could devour a large number of Fabius's creations. Lucius realized that the enemy was obviously not in a hurry. Although they fell from the sky, they did not take any further actions. They just stood there and defended what they did not need to do. They are waiting. Lucius looked at the back of the figures above the giant whale again. A huge war machine firmly planted its 4 legs on the back of the giant whale, pouring artillery fire forward, but attacking was obviously not its full ability. There was a detector-like thing in the center of its several gun barrels, which was constantly releasing detection waves to the surroundings. Lucius could probably figure out the enemy's intention. That is to hold on for a while, wait for the detection wave to dig 3 feet into the entire Bloom, and then launch an attack on important facilities. The speed of the Chosen of Slaanesh was so fast that even Fabius's glandular hound found himself easily surpassed by Lucius, who rushed from far behind. The Chosen of Slaanesh's thinking was so sharp that his brain figured out how to approach the enemy and kill him in an instant. But there was one thing he didn't realize. That was that the masterpiece potion from Fabius gave him an illusion of omnipotence, which caused him to not think about whether he should really execute Fabius's kill the enemy's order. When they were still 2 kilometers away from the giant whale, Lucius saw the impenetrable fire defense line, and the Iron Warriors who maintained the fire defense line. Iron Men. Those Iron Men were covered with weapons, pouring out energy bullets while spreading mines to the places where the most enemies were. The mines were loaded in a small rocket-like weapon. The Iron Men had rocket launchers on their shoulders, and when they pressed down, they would fire dozens of rockets forward, which would rise into the sky and then explode. Countless black dots will appear from the flames of the rocket explosion and fall to the ground. Then a second later, the monsters rushed to the place where the black dots were scattered, and a series of violent explosions occurred. That's it. Lucius roared with ecstasy, quickened his pace, and rushed to the west, then jumped 3 meters high. Woohoo! The Chosen One landed. The explosion blew Lucius into a pool of mincemeat that flew into the sky. This scene was sensed by the scholar. "My lord, Lucius is dead." The scholar immediately reported, and then used psychic power to pull the Iron Man, who released the mine onto the back of the giant whale. Death immediately walked towards his fellow Iron Man, took out a weapon box made of black stone from the dimensional space, and prepared to use the weapon given by the blood god to kill the chosen of Slaanesh, who had not yet been completely resurrected. "Let him live," Chi Nemo said. Death took back the weapon. The Iron Man who threw the mine to kill Lucius stood in place, and then soon changed. A distorted face appeared on its armor, and its movements and behaviors became more and more similar to those of humans. Lucius was about to be resurrected in this Iron Man. When Lucius's consciousness appeared in the Iron Man, he was surprised. He was surprised that he was resurrected so quickly. After the surprise, he was ecstatic. The resurrection process was accelerated, which meant that the blessing given by the Dark Prince was getting stronger. Lucius also tried to pretend that he was an Iron Man to prevent himself from being killed in public, but he soon found that there was no need to do so. The two strange-looking Iron Men were staring at him. Eisenhorn had already raised his bolter. The man holding the scepter and War Master Sorrow turned his head to glance at Lucius, and then continued to look down at the top of the whale. Arrogant, arrogant, Lucius was ecstatic. Every enemy who didn't take him seriously would be killed by him, because arrogance and arrogance were the power of the Dark Prince. Rather than the enemy's unawareness of the resurrection process, Lucius still hoped that the enemy would have negative emotions of arrogance and arrogance, so that his battle would be extremely smooth. Gradually, the Iron Man possessed by Lucius turned into a human. Armor and weapons emerged automatically. If the Iron Man had a soul, then there would be another face on Lucius's armor. Even the jar filled with combat potion by Fabius grew out. "This is the blessing of Slaanesh. You just watched me come back to life?" Lucius glanced at Eisenhorn. "This Inquisitor has something that can delay my resurrection, but neither he nor you use it. Do you look down on me? We have plenty of ways to kill you." Death took a step forward and came to Lucius. The Blood God once gave this Iron Man a weapon, hoping that it could bring more killing to the galaxy. The Blood God has cast his eyes on Bloom, expecting the Iron Man to use his weapon to kill Lucius, the Slaanesh lackey, forever. But it was disappointed, because Death threw the Blood God's sword stored in the black stone weapon box into the dimensional space. "Because of your special ability." Chi Nemo turned around. "I will personally finish you off. Come on." Lucius drew his sword and lowered his body. However, it was not Chi Nemo who was dueling with the chosen one of Slaanesh. "I will turn you into a reptile first." Silence stretched out his arms, and a chainsaw sword and a power sword appeared at the same time. Lucius smiled evilly, rushed forward and swung his sword to test. Silence swung his sword and cut off Lucius's sword-holding arm. Then it was Lucius's other arm, and the last piece to be cut off was his legs. Finally, Silence sheathed his sword. Chapter 706. After falling to the ground with a thud, Lucius looked at Death in surprise. He was not so slow to react. After all, he had the combat potion of Fabius, and he reacted when Death swung his sword to cut off his two arms. But this reaction means realizing that he was finished. Death cut off Lucius, who was good at sword skills, with ease, but they both knew how complicated this process was. Lucius tried to use his usual probing moves, at least to find out the close combat strength and habits of the Iron Man in front of him. At the moment he made a move, Rigi analyzed his characteristics. He analyzed from the strength, angle, dominant hand, etc. Then he compared and deduced the data in the database to figure out the moves Lucius might use next. After the data comparison, he calculated his best move, strength, angle, and chose the one with the highest chance of killing the enemy in one blow. If Chi Nemo knew what kind of analysis Rigi had done, he would think it was unnecessary. Lucius's best skill was swordsmanship. But he is neither high nor low. He was killed repeatedly by a ruthless man nicknamed Western Sword Immortal. The reason why Lucius can survive until now is not because he is so powerful, but because of his unreasonable resurrection ability. My Iron Man saw you on the battlefield just now, and I didn't believe it. I thought you would not work for Fabius. But you gave me a surprise. Lucius's body floated up, passed by the Iron Man, who cut off his limbs, and came to Chi Nemo. "I think Fabius deserves death more than you do." Lucius gritted his teeth. "I didn't think so just now. But now that I calm down and think about it, Fabius must have added something to the combat potion. Similar to the ingredients Fabius added to his biochemical soldiers. People don't think about why, but only think about how to do it. Every face on this armor is someone who has defeated you." Chi Nemo reached out and gently stroked the distorted faces on Lucius's armor. As he said, every face on the armor is someone who has defeated Lucius. The whole armor was covered with him. I don't know if it was an illusion or real. Chi Nemo felt that those faces were staring at him, showing him a twisted smile. They were still alive in this weird and twisted form. They were happy for the eternal liberation that was about to come. Chi Nemo's hand moved up and grabbed Lucius' neck. Try to see if you can revive in me. As soon as the words fell, the lightning rushing out from Chi Nemo's arm poured into Lucius' body. Lucius' 7 orifices spewed out electric light, and his whole body quickly turned into a piece of charcoal. When Chi Nemo let go, the charcoal fell from the giant whale's head and broke into pieces on the ground. Of course, Lucius could not be resurrected. His soul, and the other souls bound by his soul, were even eaten by Chi Nemo. The entire tribunal has to thank you. Eisenhorn breathed a sigh of relief. This bastard is finally dead. The tribunal must thank me, because I not only killed Lucius, I will also kill those new humans. Chi Nemo turned around. How will the Inquisition thank me? Eisenhorn's expressionless face had no expression, but his tone was a bit joking. Please leave your name on the faces of the Lord Inquisitors to visit here. Ha, I thought you didn't decipher the words I left on the wall of the Inquisition. At the same time, in the research facility, Host died. The alarm on Fabius' way sounded a prompt. Hearing this prompt, Fabius knew that Lucius, who had been implanted with a tracker by him through the potion, was dead. Although Lucius was not expected to do anything big, his death so quickly still made Fabius regret adding ingredients to the potion. Because if he didn't add ingredients to the potion, at least Lucius would think about whether he should die after seeing the enemy, then he could at least live a little longer. The enemy would chase Lucius after discovering him, and he could delay a little longer. At this point, there was no point in saying anything. Fabius threw the alarm away. In the jars in front of him, where the Primarchs were sleeping, the clone Primarchs that he had decided to release were going through the last step before awakening. The tubes used to transport the nutrient solution were detached one by one. The 5 clone Primarchs that entered the awakening process awakened. After the jars broke, the 5 clone Primarchs fell to the ground, panting violently, but they quickly adapted to the discomfort of just waking up and regained their ability to move normally. Then Ryan suddenly jumped up, grabbed Fabius's neck and pushed him against the wall of the laboratory. I remember you. The young lion gnashed his teeth. I saw you during one of my awakenings. You used us as experiments. Seeing what Lion did, Perturabo, Magnus, and Mortarion all came over. The Primarch named Aron huddled in a corner, showing his cowardly side. Kill him! Lion! Gilliman roared. Fabius said nothing. He was thinking about how he should use these Primarchs. Although they were clone Primarchs, he still implanted memories into them, and even implanted memories and feelings according to the Emperor's ideas rather than his own ideas, because what he pursued was the ultimate craftsmanship, not to create some inferior knockoff weapons for himself. These Primarchs all knew about the relationship between each other and the Crimson Agreement, and their memories were all simulated to the moment when the Great Crusade was about to end. There was another measure. That was to change the image of Randon, Jing Yuan and other forces that were destroyed in the Great Crusade in the Primarch's brains. Tell us how to leave here! Ryan bared his teeth and roared. Goodbye. Fabius smiled evilly and bit his teeth hard. The mechanism installed inside the teeth was triggered, and the head exploded instantly. This time Fabius will not wake up in Bloom. He is going to carry out the next step of the Bloom defense plan. Damn it! Ryan shook the blood off his hands. Ongron, who was huddled in the corner, raised his head at this time and looked at Fabius' headless body with an uncomfortable expression. The clone Primarchs were confused. They didn't know why they woke up here, nor did they know why the bastard who experimented on them committed suicide without saying anything. They could only find a way to leave here and return to the Empire to continue commanding the Great Crusade. Where is Jagatai? Magnus walked past each tank, looking for his friend. Guys. Mortarion walked to the tank containing the clone Horus. Maybe we should find a way to get him out. No! Lien subconsciously scolded Mortarion, then softened his attitude and explained to Mortarion, we don't know the operating procedures of this equipment. What if we wake Horus rashly and cause him irreparable trauma? Mortarion looked meaningful, thought for a few seconds, and nodded with a raised eyebrow. Guys, where is Jagatai? Magnus asked again. Check this damn place carefully, we have to find a way out. Gilliman suggested to others. Shut up, bastard. Lion glared at Gilliman, I suspect you brought us here. Hearing this, Perturabo, who had always been very silent, looked at Gilliman, thought for a while, and looked away again. I know you don't like me, But now is not the time for us to fight each other, Lion. Shut up. I don't want to face all this with a guy with ulterior motives. Does anyone care which jar Jagatai is lying in? Chapter 707. I propose that we unite and leave here. Gilliman suddenly raised his hand to vote. Lion remained silent. Perturabo raised his hand. Mortarion raised his hand. Magnus also raised his hand, but I think we should find out where Jagatai went first. The only two who did not express their opinions were Lion and Anon. Seeing that the brothers all thought what Gilliman said made sense, Lion wanted to ask Gilliman for trouble, but considering the more far-reaching, had to raise his hand to show that he temporarily agreed with his brothers. Now only Aron was left. It's best that Jagatai is not here. Gilliman said to Magnus, this means he has not been killed. Magnus breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. After comforting Magnus, Gilliman found that Anon was very abnormal, and he immediately walked over to comfort Anon. What's wrong with you, brother? Lion looked at Anon coldly, and the other Primarchs had the same look. In their memory, Aron was an out-and-out madman. No one likes a madman. Gilliman doesn't like it either. But he is a politician. You should find a way to leave. Aron buried his head in his arms, unwilling to look at anyone. I should have died a long time ago. Gilliman suddenly saw extreme guilt in Angron's attitude. Why? I did those bad things to my descendants. I destroyed a legion. I led this legion to kill many innocent people. I should have died a long time ago. This is a confession. It's normal for confession to come out of anyone's mouth, but it's the weirdest when it comes from Angron's mouth. Gilliman tilted his head in confusion. His eyes fell on the back of Angron's head. There was something missing there. Gilliman thought about it carefully, and suddenly he was shocked. The butcher's nail is gone. Hearing this, Perturabo walked forward and grabbed Angron's long red hair, pulled his head roughly, and took a look, and found that the butcher's nail was indeed gone. How is this possible? Magnus glanced at the others. Even the Emperor couldn't remove the nail. It seems that you are the only one who got a blessing in disguise, waste. Lian sneered and said something cold. Amon raised his head, looked at Lion with tearful eyes, and then pressed his head between his arms. His body began to tremble. A faint cry came from between his arms. Gilliman crossed his hands on his chest, and looked at Lion with dissatisfaction. Amron began to sob, and the sobs became louder and louder, and finally turned into a loud cry. In the heart-wrenching cry, there was also hatred and curse against the Emperor. I was on Nikilia. My brothers and sisters and I were trapped in the cave. We were reduced to drinking my blood to survive. Then that bastard showed up and took me away. Why couldn't he take 2 more people with him? I shouldn't have vented my hatred on my children because of this. I shouldn't have slaughtered them because of this. Why did I lose my mind like crazy? My descendants had nothing to do with this matter. They should not be used as a punching bag by me. But I couldn't control myself at that time. They were willing. Still willing to follow me. Follow me to liberate Nikilia. But too many innocent people died in that war. Innocent people. They were oppressed just like my brothers and sisters. There was a silence in the laboratory. Even Ryan and Perturabo looked at Anon, who was crying with compassion. Perturabo felt his heart touched. He squatted down and gently patted Angron's back. Magnus and Gilliman also stepped forward to hug Anon. Lion wanted to persuade him, but he didn't know what to say. Only Mortarion was still standing there, looking at everything in front of him in confusion, feeling very strange. Mortarion's feeling was not without reason. Almost everyone present suddenly felt empathy for Angron's experience, which was a very strange thing in itself. The inexplicable empathy was spreading in the hearts of all the Primarchs. Mortarion was not unaffected, but he felt that something was wrong. It was the butcher's nails that affected you, brother. Perturabo shook his head helplessly. I'm sorry, not only my father, but even I can't do anything about that thing. It's indeed the problem of the butcher's nails. There are even anesthetics on Nikilia that can knock you out. What can you do? Magnus consoled. In this process, all the negative emotions in the Primarchs were sensed by Anon, and he began to sympathize with his brothers in return. Finally, the Primarchs felt an unprecedented sense of relief at the same time. Gilliman's anxiety about his brother's suspicion of his ulterior motives disappeared. Although it has not been resolved, it can no longer bother him for the time being. Perturabo's entanglement with killing his sister also disappeared. It has not been completely resolved, but it will no longer torment his heart. The same is true for others. Only Anon became more sad and desperate. A world without pain for no one except Anon was achieved. Lion, I know you are very dissatisfied with me, but the situation is special now. We have to work together to leave here. After comforting Anon, Gilliman stood up and walked to the lion, extending his hand to his elder brother. I don't want to admit it, but you were right. The lion held Gilliman's hand. The two reached a temporary reconciliation. You leave. I should die here. I should atone for my sins. Ron rolled on the ground in pain. Gilliman and the lion acted separately, and the two fumbled around in the laboratory, looking for a way to open the door. But he didn't find a way to open the door, but he accidentally touched a button. A holographic projection appeared. In the projection, Fabius Bile, the man who committed suicide, spoke to the Primarchs. I know you may not understand me, and you may be hostile to me, but I am a loyal person, as evidenced by Ron, who was stripped of his butcher's nail. I did experiment on each of you, but that was because you almost died at the hands of the enemy, and I had to find a way to save you. Before he could finish his words, Gilliman smashed the device that released the projection with a punch. This kind of nonsense, that is obviously a lie, is not even qualified to be a reference condition. Come here. Lian held up a data tablet he had just found. The Primarch stood up and gathered around Lion, except for Ron, who was still crying. A series of warnings were displayed on the data tablet. Invasion! 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 Below the warning was the screen of the monitoring equipment near the intruder. Seeing the intruder on the screen, Lion immediately searched for the corresponding information in his memory. It's the Randon. Chapter 708. Randon. One of the many forces that the human empire destroyed in the Great Crusade. They are very powerful, and the Space Marines suffered heavy casualties in the war against the Randon. The Randon are classified as an alien force, and their army looks the same as the aliens, but that is in the real Ryan's brain. Now seeing the image of the invader on the data board, the clone Ryan can remember that the Randon is a human heretic who uses Iron Men as the main combat force. There was even a warning from the Emperor in clone Ryan's brain. That was to completely destroy Randon, but some of the Iron Men used by the Randons could be kept as one of the trump cards of the First Legion. Then in clone Ryan's memory, he really did it. Not only Ryan, but all the clone Primarchs present had more or less some memories about Randon. That was a little bit of information they heard from others, all about Randon who used Iron Men. The Iron Man who was killing people on the data board reminded Lion of his descendants, who were slaughtered by the same Iron Man. Intruder detected. Pre-March protection protocol activated. A prompt sound suddenly sounded in the laboratory, and then the door of the entire laboratory, which was originally unopenable, was reinforced with layers of armor plates. Maybe the bastard who committed suicide just now really wanted to protect us. Lion put down the data board and looked at Gilliman in astonishment. Gilliman frowned and thought for a while, then slowly shook his head. No, it's unlikely. If he really wanted to protect us, why would he commit suicide instead of explaining the matter clearly? Besides, if you look at the things on the data board that fight against the Randon people, the owners of those things don't seem to be good people. Besides, the Randon should have been eliminated by you. Why would they attack? After listening to Gilliman's words, Lion decided to put these unimportant things aside for the time being. The most important thing now is to leave this laboratory and return to the Emperor. As for how to get out, Lian turned his head and looked at Magnus. He hated psychic power, but there was no way now. He could only find a way to let Magnus use his smart head to think of a solution. Without Lion's reminder, Magnus knew what he should do. As early as when Gilliman and Lion were looking for things, Magnus was ready to show off his psychic power. The Lord of Prospero was sitting cross-legged on the ground, using his psychic power to penetrate the gaps of every element of the gate. Then, when he opened his eyes, the entire gate collapsed and shattered into a pool of dust. Fortunately, the Nikkei conference only banned psychic power, not me. Magnus held his head high, his right hand on his chest, and walked past Lion and Gilliman with the arrogance of a scholar. Father should have imprisoned you too, Mortarion muttered softly. The Primarchs left the laboratory one after another. Before leaving, Lion walked to Ron, who had stopped crying but was still twitching from time to time, and forcibly carried him on his back. Let me stay here. I want to atone for my sins. Ron slapped Lion's back hard, trying to break free, but Lion's arms trapped him like an iron clamp, making it impossible for him to jump down. You'd better really atone for your sins, instead of leaving behind a mess you created. Lion carried Ron on his back, and caught up with the people who left first. As for the Primarchs in the jars, they could only come back to rescue them after finding a way to escape. My lord, I saw the clone Primarchs. The scholar, whose metal pupils were emitting dark purple light, suddenly returned to normal and looked at the Iron Lord standing beside him. Hearing this, Eisenhorn looked at the scholar with suspicion, then raised his head and looked up at the Iron Man battle body carrying the giant detection equipment on the back of the giant whale. Chin Mo believed the scholar's words very much. Although the detector on the giant war body is the equipment used to find the location of the cloned original bodies. But the scholar can use psychic energy. Perhaps one of the cloned original bodies has awakened, and the one who awakened happened to be Magnus. Perhaps by chance, Magnus used psychic energy. Then naturally, he was seen by the scholar. What is presented in the scholar's psychic vision is completely different from the material world that can be seen by human eyes. Where are they? Chin Mo asked. The scholar converted the place where the psychic waves he saw with his psychic vision were emitted into the coordinates of the material world, then raised his hand to take out a data tablet, and displayed the coordinates of the cloned original bodies on the data tablet. Bloom, Antarctica, 300 kilometers underground. Forward. Chin Mo raised the scepter. The giant whale under him spewed out several psychic torrents, which appeared in the form of visible purple flow in front of everyone's eyes. Then the giant whale took the wind. And together with the Iron Man and the new Thunder Warriors, who were protecting it but not on its back, they flew towards the south pole of the planet Bloom. If it was in the material world outside the Eye of Terror, Chin Mo could teleport everyone there with just a thought. But on Bloom inside the Eye of Terror, everyone could only rely on the giant whale that once carried Chin Mo to travel in the subspace for long-distance movement. This is not the material world. Chin Mo cannot sense where he wants to go. He can't even sense the laws of distance and space. If there was no giant whale under him, the entity gathered in the subspace by the traveler's wish, it would take 10 days or half a month to fly to the so-called Antarctic of Bloom. How do we deal with those clone Primarchs? Eisenhorn walked to Chin Mo and asked in a low voice. He was an inquisitor, the one Chin Mo respected the most. He did not need to ask for advice, and the matter of clone Primarchs had nothing to do with him. His mission was to help clean up the new humans. Eisenhorn asked because he had some ideas. What do you think? Chin Mo asked back. No matter who it is, all. Eisenhorn scratched his neck. Is this the opinion of the Inquisition? No, this is my personal opinion. The Inquisition wants to make a deal with the state religion, giving the clone Primarchs to the state religion, and then the state religion can use these Primarchs to consolidate the authority of the state religion. As he spoke, Eisenhorn took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, the reason why I suggest killing them all is that no matter what the Inquisition and the state religion think, I must consider it from the perspective of all mankind. What if those Primarchs really become religious leaders of the state religion and are corrupted? This is why Chin Mo admires Eisenhorn. Gilliman also wanted to kill the clone Primarch. Now it seems that this idea is not necessarily out of his disgust, but his rational thinking also believes that they should all be killed. The clone of Sanguinius must be left behind. Chin Mo said. The others? It depends on the situation. Chapter 709. Magnus. You ogren head. Ryan screamed hysterically at Magnus. On the way to escape from the laboratory, Ryan took out the data board and took a look. The perspective on the data board was that of an aerial unit, which showed that the enemy flew on a giant whale from 78,000 miles away to the top of the research facility. Think about the psychic power that Magnus just used. Ryan guessed that the psychic fluctuations were discovered by the enemy, and they came to kill, with a very clear goal and aggressive momentum. The flying unit was wiped out by lightning released by a man holding a scepter. It was obviously caused by psychic power, which means that there is also a powerful psychic among the enemies. It is not difficult to sense Magnus' psychic power. This made Ryan more certain of his guess. How can you leave the laboratory without psychic power? Magnus still acted like a proud scholar. Let you, a cat that always gets angry, bite through the iron door? Ryan still carried Onron on his back. As Onron became a little angry and more guilty, Ryan and Magnus gradually stopped arguing. But the troubles faced by the Primarchs are not just powerful enemies and internal strife. A strange rustling sound came from the corner of the corridor, which aroused the vigilance of all the Primarchs. The sound was getting closer and closer. Then it turned into sobbing and wailing. Until finally, a huge Stitch Freak led a large group of Gland Hounds appeared in front of the Primarchs. The Stitch Freak seemed to be rational and very smart. He picked up a data tablet and swiped it a few times. Then the Gland Hound seemed to sense the order in an instant and rushed towards the clone Primarchs at a very fast speed. Each clone Primarch now has no weapons or equipment. Some are even naked. The only way to deal with these enemies is to fight hand to hand. Perturabo and Mortarion took the lead, staring at the Gland Hounds calmly, looking for a way to smash the formation of these mutant monsters. But at this time, Gilliman ran quickly between the two and rushed towards the enemy with a loud roar. Gilliman was very angry because he had had enough. When he woke up, He found himself in a laboratory, and he didn't know how long he had been trapped here. Mysteries appeared one after another. Gilliman didn't know what was going on in the 500 worlds. He was more worried about his adoptive mother, Lady Uton. When Gilliman went to battle on Macridge, he could organize hundreds of intelligence networks to transmit information about the battle situation on the front lines to the capital at the same time, but he forgot to send someone to report his recent situation to his adoptive mother, Lady Uton. Then when he came back from the battle, he found that his adoptive mother was so exhausted that she was paralyzed on the bed, because she couldn't find any information about her son among the many frontline information. She was worried that Gilliman was injured, and that he would not tell her after being injured. After he disappeared, Gilliman no longer had the courage to think about what his adoptive mother would be like now. Accompanied by Gilliman's roar, a glandhound was torn to pieces. Gilliman pulled out the spine of this unfortunate guy and threw it to death on another glandhound, until the spine was used to strangle two hounds one after another before it broke. Finally, Gilliman rushed to the front of the Stitch Freak. He punched into the Stitch Freak's eyes, and his arm penetrated deep into the pupil to get the spine. Gilliman grabbed the broken rib fragments, pulled them out, and chopped the stitched monster into pieces. After Mortarion and Perturabo dealt with the remaining glandhounds, they looked at Gilliman at the same time with strange eyes. And Lion frowned, as if he was more determined. "Don't worry, Robert." Onron on Lion's back suddenly said, "Don't worry about Lady Uton, she will be fine. She must be with your heirs." "How do you know?" Gilliman was surprised that Onron knew what he was worried about, but he quickly covered it up, shook his head and said, "You are never good at comforting others, Onron." Onron did not comment. But he also had his own ideas. People will change. Although we are supermen created by the tyrant of Asia Minor, we are still individuals on a psychological level, even fragile people. Listening to Angren's reasoning, Gilliman did not agree. He wanted to refute, "Aren't all of you as mentally healthy as me?" But he couldn't say this. In a few breaths, the worry that was suffocating Gilliman quickly disappeared. Now it was Onron who was worried. "I don't know how I will meet my children after I leave here. If they want to kill me, I will accept it with pleasure." "So you want to leave here again now?" Lian looked back at Onron on his back. "Then why don't you get off my back quickly, you damn bastard? You are just not good at speaking, Lion. I know you care about each of us, otherwise you wouldn't have carried me away by force." Onron went down obediently. Liberated, Lian walked to the corpses and found the data board used by the Stitch Freaks to control the glandhounds in the dirty blood and mincemeat. The master control program was displayed on this data board. That was what Fabius Bayer used to control the entire army of freaks. If we want to leave here alive, we can't do it by ourselves. Ryan sat down cross-legged and put down the data board he found now, and the data board he found in the laboratory before. While checking the data board showing the battlefield situation, Ryan operated on the data board showing the master control program, and gradually figured out how to control the army of freaks. We have to create chaos. At least drive the random people out from above our heads first. Then we will take the opportunity to seize the weird giant turtle." As he said, Ryan looked up at Gilliman. After hesitating for a while, the clone Lion King slowly spoke. "I doubt you very much, but we are now in the same boat, and we must cooperate. You just realized this, brother." Gilliman sat down. "Can I help you with something?" Magnus also sat down. Mortarion stood against the wall with his arms crossed over his chest, still not in the group. "We are definitely not able to fight like this now." Onron looked at Perturabo. "Please help us get some weapons and equipment to build a defense." Perturabo felt very uncomfortable. He wanted to help his brothers, but he didn't want to do the hard work. But for some reason, Perturabo felt that his soul was healed when he was with Onron. He just wanted to listen to Onron, and he didn't know why. That's the mentality. "Leave it to me." Perturabo turned and left. Chapter 710. While Perturabo was making weapons and equipment for everyone, the remaining Primarchs began to use their talents to mobilize the twisted monsters created by Fabius. However, there was one more thing to do before conducting strategic command, which was to confirm their respective responsibilities. Perturabo. Perturabo has something to do. Gilliman was about to talk about Perturabo when he was interrupted by Lion, who had the same idea as him. As he spoke, Lion glanced at Gilliman, his eyes full of hostility and suspicion. But Gilliman could clearly sense that the hostility was not towards himself, the vassal king of the 500 worlds, who had worked hard to build his own territory and legion. It was another kind of hostility in terms of status. So Perturabo's duty is to manufacture weapons and equipment. As for me, I will lead the strategy, and Gilliman, you will handle all kinds of intelligence information on the battlefield for me. Magnus, You are responsible for using your psychic power in the best way. At this point, Magnus raised his hand. Ryan nodded. Go ahead. What is the best way you mentioned? Magnus asked. You use psychic power, don't you know? Ryan asked back. I should use my psychic power to crush your dog head first, Magnus said coldly. In Magnus' opinion, Ryan has been sneering at him since he woke up, with a condescending attitude, so he naturally feels very unhappy. At this moment, Cloline has not yet experienced the baptism of a 10,000-year-long sleep. He immediately stood up and confronted Magnus. Do you think you are so powerful? You are very dissatisfied with your father's decision at the Nikkei conference. I want to ask, what is the reason for your dissatisfaction? You use psychic power to cause us to be discovered. If it weren't for you, we would have at least had a certain initiative just now. Hearing this, the Lord of Prospero also stood up and looked at the Lion King. Since you think psychic power is not good, why do you let me use psychic power in the best way? Is there something wrong with your brain? We have been discovered. Ryan spread his hands. If your psychic power can't play a role at this time, then there is really no need for you to exist. The Lion King and the Lord of Prospero were silent and hostile to each other. A heavy footstep came, and Perturabo, wearing a pair of newly made steel boots, came over and put all the weapons he made for his brothers on the ground. Perturabo just bent down and suddenly smelled the smell of gunpowder in the air, then raised his eyes slightly and glanced at Ryan and Magnus. Seeing the Lord of Steel's reaction, Guilliman quickly looked at Lion, Magnus, and Perturabo at the same time. The Lord of Ultramar even pricked up his ears. Or I go wake up the War Master. Perturabo stood up. Horus is still in the laboratory. It should be no problem to release him directly. Lion took a deep breath and shook his head. I said, don't let them out easily, because we don't know what the standard release process is. Mortarion on the side agreed. Although Mortarion, who had been observing from the beginning to the end, felt that Lion just wanted to show off, he had to admit that Lion's reason was very reasonable. Mortarion was the first to wake up. He saw half of the awakening process of the other brothers, and nearly 100 potions were injected continuously under the operation of the purple-armored space warrior. If the other Primarchs were awakened rashly, it could be fatal if a potion injection process was wrong. If Mortarion didn't think that directly breaking the infusion and releasing the brothers would really cause trouble, he wouldn't care what Lion said. So do you want to take on the responsibility of leading the brothers like Horus did, or continue to bicker with Magnus here? The Lord of Steel asked. Faced with the question, Lion took a deep breath and remained silent, with an unhappy look on his face. Perturabo stared at Lion and waited. Magnus cast a kind look at Perturabo. He has always had special attention and kindness to Perturabo, and now this kindness has been rewarded. Lion? Perturabo continued to ask. Lion remained silent, staring at the two data boards, as if he was thinking about strategy. Like, ha! 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 You stepped on a nail. Lion! A burst of laughter suddenly broke the dull atmosphere. Everyone shifted their gaze from Lion to Guilliman. The one who laughed was Guilliman. In the eyes of the Lord of the 500 Worlds of Ultramar, Perturabo was actually quite interesting. He looked cold and indifferent, but it was just an appearance. Perturabo will never fail to show his emotional intelligence when it comes to it. Just like when he came back just now, he immediately saw the problem between Magnus and Lion, and then immediately thought of speaking up for Magnus. But Perturabo is easy to embarrass people. In any case, Guilliman's loud laughter broke the dullness. Lion turned to Perturabo and said, if you think I don't want the War Master to wake up and lead us, then you can just smash the jar directly, or find those colorful potions and inject them into him yourself. If I didn't think that we, who don't know the awakening process, would turn the War Master into a freak if we woke him up hastily, I would have woken him up long ago. Perturabo stretched out his finger and tapped Ryan's chest. Do you think I'm willing to listen to your arrangements? After saying that, the Lord of Steel left the brothers. Then he came back immediately with a simple long sword specially made for Ryan in his hand. Ryan took the long sword, leaned on the sword, half bent his waist, and looked down at the data board. Magnus said nothing more. Both of them felt strange. This anger came suddenly, but it also went away quickly. Mortarion, I hope you can stand by his warriors. When Lion looked at Onron and Mortarion stood against the wall and looked at him. Onron lay in the corner, talking about the World Eaters. He knew that Khan and the others were looking forward to the return of the Gene Father, but the one who returned was a tyrant like the Emperor. They must be very disappointed. I don't know what happened to Lyra. He was afraid that she died during my absence. This and that. He should just lie down. Ryan had a headache. For some reason, Ryan, who was not good at observing people's minds, could sense Angren's mentality. Onron went crazy until the Great Crusade was almost over, but he suddenly became a normal person. The cruel things he had done, the crazy decisions he had made that made the Legion and him fail. These things were enough to break Angren's mind. The fact that he hadn't collapsed and gone crazy was already a proof of his strong mind. Chapter 711. The clone Primarchs acted according to the strategy formulated by Ryan. Perturabo, who went to find raw materials to make weapons and equipment, found a lot of good things in the laboratory. A novel production equipment that seemed to be made in imitation of some production equipment, the size of a house, connected to a huge warehouse. The printing port of the production equipment was placed in a glass cover of 13 square meters, and then input the things you want to make. Provided that the diameter does not exceed 2 meters, it can be made quickly. Although a lot of materials were wasted, and every time it was printed, the lights in the lab flickered, and the speed was slow. But no matter what, this thing was convenient, and Perturabo was very interested in it. He even squatted down while printing weapons and equipment, staring at the novel equipment and thinking, if this thing could be improved and used to build a defense line, wouldn't it be great? Should I take this thing apart and take it with me when I run away? Perturabo was very serious. So much so that he didn't think that it was a bit inappropriate to let such a thing take up a huge space in a biochemical laboratory. While Perturabo was preparing weapons for the Primarch brothers, Guilliman and Lion were coordinating the overall situation. Guilliman integrated all the intelligence obtained on the battlefield, analyzed it, and then provided Lion with any suggestions that were most feasible. Lion listened to the suggestions, and used his lifelong learning to command those freaks created by biochemical technology. The situation was reversed almost in an instant. Although the number of those freaks was as large as the sea, and the number of them compared to the enemy was like the vast ocean and a leaf, they would just rush forward like a large group of Angrens. Very stupid. Ryan prepared tactics such as containment and detours for these freaks, and transmitted these tactics in real time through the master control terminal. However, this reversal of the situation does not mean turning defeat into victory. It means that at least the enemy needs to spend more time fighting, and the man who commands the Iron Men is the General Randon in the implanted memory of Clone Ryan. After the tactical arrangement was implemented, the man could not stand on the giant whale's head. Apart from making a cool gesture and snapping his fingers, he had to focus on bombing any freak strongmen who rushed up from the corners that were not noticed with the terrifying power that looked like psychic energy. Although it was impossible to turn defeat into victory and prevent the enemy from entering the laboratory, it could at least delay time for a while. As for Magnus, Prospero, the planet with the most bachelors in the galaxy, the palace of knowledge with the most knowledge stored. Its owner, Magnus, was sitting cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes, and using his psychic talents to detect every situation on the battlefield at the same time. He found that he didn't know why he felt a little powerless. And when using psychic powers, he felt that he was incomplete and missing something important. It was like a clone creature without essence. But Magnus was Magnus. Even if he was powerless and his psychic powers were obviously not as strong as before, he could still do a lot of things. 5 minutes later, the enemy discovered the base where the biochemical warriors were released in Area B4, and they went to destroy it. The enemy's giant war body will turn into a giant earth drilling instrument in 10 minutes. 7 minutes later, the golden warriors among the enemy will attack a test tower. Magnus can directly use his psychic talent to predict all kinds of possible actions of the enemy in the future. Then he found something embarrassing. This is useless. Because every step of the enemy was completely different from what was predicted. Ryan wanted to praise Magnus, but he was so angry at Magnus' prediction that he almost started to fight. Morarion on the side also mocked Magnus, telling him to stop playing with those magical spiritual powers, and accept that he was just a real creature. Magnus felt wronged. He clearly saw what the enemy would do next, and this method of prediction has always worked, so why is it unreliable this time? In order to make the prophecy more accurate, and not to hinder it, Magnus increased his psychic power, and observed it from the perspective of almost watching the enemy. Let's retreat. It seems that we really can't take this place. The old man who looked like Malkador's subordinate suddenly spoke. Another Iron Man also persuaded. The one they persuaded was the man standing on the head of the giant whale, with a scepter in his hand. They won. Magnus was so excited that he almost blurted out the future he saw, but then the man standing on the head of the giant whale with a scepter in his hand became more and more blurred, until a white shadow was formed. Finally, the whole picture began to tear apart. It was as if someone had turned a page in front of Magnus. The reality in the psychic vision just turned a page. In the strange and treacherous space, A roaring factory replaced the environment on the surface of Bloom. Then the Iron Man holding the scepter suddenly appeared. It was hundreds of meters tall. Magnus saw it reaching out to him. Not good. Only now did Magnus realize that the Iron Man had used psychic power to create a false future just to lure him to bite the hook with all his strength. But it was too late to open his eyes and return his consciousness to reality. The psychic Iron Man grabbed Magnus and held him up in front of his eyes. You are much weaker than the other you I met before. The psychic Iron Man's mouth made a sound that went straight into the depths of Magnus' soul. Magnus looked at the psychic Iron Man in surprise. He looked at him carefully, and then compared all the illusions he had seen since he studied psychic power, and all the enemies he encountered on the battlefield with him. He had to despairingly find that he had never met this Iron Man before, and could not find a way to deal with this Iron Man in his memory. Before? The other me? Magnus felt his soul burning. What does that mean? The Enigma boycott agreement is only effective against friendly targets. The Iron Man said another strange thing, and then the psychic flames ignited from his hands. But before Magnus was about to be burned to death, the psychic Iron Man seemed to have heard something and dispersed the psychic flames, just using force in his hands. Instantly, Magnus was crushed to pieces. The body of Magnus, who was underground, trembled for a while, and then fell to the ground. Magnus! Anran turned back at the sound of his brother falling to the ground. Seeing his brother fall, he immediately rushed over and picked up Magnus' body. Magnus' face was pale. Of course, others could not tell from this red-skinned pre-march that he was pale. But Magnus was indeed very weak. He looked at Gilliman and Lion who were also looking at him and warned, "Be careful." After that, he fainted. Chapter 712. Don't kill Clone Magnus. The lightning that fell from the sky killed a huge number of gland hounds that suddenly came from the direction of the weak defense line. Raising his hand, Chinemo, who was gradually dissipating the electric current wrapped around his hand, repeated again, "Don't kill Clone Magnus." I didn't kill him, I just made him unconscious. Although he didn't quite understand why the Iron Lord immediately said again not to kill Magnus, the scholar still did it, because it was an order from the Father of Creation. Eisenhorn on the side couldn't understand it either. But he thought about it based on the information he had, and was suddenly shocked, and then ecstatic. The clone Magnus can still sit on the throne for the Emperor, right? Eisenhorn asked. Chinemo was first surprised that Eisenhorn could think of this. Then he realized that Eisenhorn was not an ordinary face. Although he had not yet become a top judge, his adventures were enough to let him know more. For example, the Emperor once wanted Magnus to sit on the golden throne. But leaving aside the information, Chinemo faced Eisenhorn, who had no expression on his face, but was trembling with excitement. Facing the expectations of his most respected Inquisitor, Chinemo could only shake his head helplessly. Magnus may be able to sit on the same equipment as the throne, but the Emperor will never come down. Eisenhorn's enthusiasm and expectations were like being poured with a basin of cold water. Like a prairie fire suddenly encountering a rainstorm, it was extinguished in an instant. This hope that ignited and extinguished instantly made Eisenhorn extremely uncomfortable. It was even more uncomfortable than when he rewound Becon's consciousness to before the two met, and then regretted it so much that he wanted to stab himself twice, but felt that this was the right way to do it. Why? Eisenhorn asked. You are too radical. Chinemo shook his head helplessly. Although he knew that there were only radical judges, and those who were already radical, Eisenhorn was still too radical. Eisenhorn didn't say it, but Chinemo could guess how Eisenhorn planned to get the Emperor down. Give the Emperor a few stabs and kill him. Just like Lord Cypher's plan. This is not feasible. Chinemo didn't want to be a Riddler, but he was sure that he shouldn't let Eisenhorn know about the Dark Lord, so he could only explain it in another way. The human empire, the human species, has continuously provided faith to the Emperor for 10,000 years. You should know what the consequences will be if a person is worshipped to this extent. Even my sword and my scepter became holy objects after being worshipped by the Talon people for less than 100 years. As he spoke, Chinemo pointed at the chainsaw sword and the scepter. One of these two things was taken from the useless leader, who was so cowardly that he ran away when he saw the Genestealer, but ended up killing himself first. The other was taken from the blind psychic servant of the useless leader. The unlucky guy didn't accomplish anything, and was blown to pieces by a cannonball, just as he was talking. Of these two things, one made the Tyrone people worship him as the Warmaster's death, and the other became the proof of leadership that can prevent the holder from being hit by cannonballs and bullets as long as he holds it in his hand. Eisenhorn understood, and then realized that his idea of letting Clone Magnus sit on the throne, and then letting the Emperor come down, was indeed not appropriate. I understand what you mean. You mean that what the Emperor was 10,000 years ago, he has become a god 10,000 years later, right? Yes. So what will happen if the Emperor stands up? Qin Mo's face sank. He realized that Eisenhorn was asking for the price. Asking the price the Emperor would pay if he stood up, and then seeing if the current human race could afford it. If it was the young Eisenhorn, he would never ask this question. But the Inquisitors are only those who have gone insane or are about to go insane. This is the sadness of the necessary evil of the Inquisitors. The price may be that humans follow the footsteps of the Eldar. Qin Mo still answered Eisenhorn with the price. With Terra as the center, the subspace rift that exploded is enough to tear the galaxy into several pieces. I understand. The Inquisitor said these 4 words quickly, at a very fast speed. It's like a poor man facing an expensive luxury item, who quickly retracts his eager gaze and hand stretched out in the air after hearing the price of the item. Even if the price is just a casual remark by someone who thinks the poor can't afford it. Although Clone Magnus can't replace the Emperor, he can be used as a backup to sit on the Golden Throne when a second Golden Throne is necessary. Otherwise, where can we find a tough guy with psychic powers? Qin Mo said with a forced smile. The corners of Eisenhorn's mouth twitched a few times, and he seemed to be forcing a smile. But my lord, this Magnus is so fragile that it makes people helpless. The scholar stepped forward and said, he is too weak. Hearing this, Qin Mo had to admit that the scholar was right. But since he asked the scholar not to kill the clone Magnus, instead of killing him after a test, there was a reason. He just lacks the essence of the subspace, just like all clone Primarchs. If our plan to let the clone Sanguinius accommodate Sanguinius can be successfully realized, perhaps we can let the clone Magnus accommodate Magnus. After hearing the words of the Iron Lord, the scholar was speechless. It's not that he didn't think of this, but he doubted whether it was really feasible. The Iron Man didn't consider whether it was possible or not, but only considered the success and failure rates of the thing that needed to be done, and then compared them to draw a conclusion on how feasible it was. If the body of the clone Sanguinius could accommodate the real Sanguinius, it didn't mean that the idea of cloning Magnus to accommodate Magnus was 100% successful. Because there are variables. Sanguinius's essence is still loyal to humans, but Magnus, who has become the Red Devil, is definitely not. The former is willing, while the latter resists. Even if the Red Devil is willing to enter the clone body. For example, designing his broken souls to think that they are very smart and can get a good container, but the cleverness backfires. Even so, even if the clone Magnus only needs to be pressed on the Golden Throne after being possessed, the Red Devil's soul is not broken into slag. It still has a body. After thinking for a while, the scholar could only classify the matter of letting Magnus sit on the throne as a desperate move, that is, a necessary attempt when there was no other way, and the situation would be a dead end if it was not reversed. Qin Mo thought the same as the scholar. He did not really intend to choose a candidate for the backup throne that he might get in the future when he was not in a desperate situation. The entrance to the laboratory is open. Heat death suddenly drilled out from the ground, and then changed from a digging machine to its usual form. A tunnel was left behind him, and the end of the tunnel was the entrance to Fabius' laboratory. Heat death had cracked the entrance. Qin Mo's worry about whether forcibly breaking into the laboratory would cause the laboratory to self-destruct was no longer necessary. Guard the entrance. Qin Mo said to the scholar, and then looked at Heat Death. You come with me alone. Heat Death nodded, unfolded all his appendages, and took out all his weapons, ready to follow Qin Mo into the laboratory. Take me. Eisenhorn suddenly grabbed Qin Mo's hand. I am also a psychic. If we encounter those... Qin Mo looked at Eisenhorn meaningfully, then nodded. Okay. Chapter 713. The war fought by the clone Primarchs has changed from siege to defense. The giant whale is still lying on the entrance, and the Golden Warriors and Iron Troops are still guarding the giant whale and the entrance and exit. The entrance to the laboratory has been opened. The only benefit of only 3 people daring to enter the laboratory where countless more powerful twisted monsters are hidden is that there are more monitoring equipment in the laboratory corridor, and the clone Primarchs no longer need to rely on flying units and certain reconnaissance units to see the enemy's movements. Perturabo had already made a set of weapons and equipment for all the brothers. But the Lord of Steel's mission was not over yet, and he was assigned by the Lion to build defenses on the route to where everyone was. Perturabo went to work while cursing. At this time, the situation was critical, and Mortarion did not stand far away. Omron also calmed down. The two stood behind the Lion and Gilliman, who were sitting cross-legged, and observed the situation on the data board with them. Shall we go? Mortarion asked. Don't worry. Ryan held the master control data board and awakened all the Fabius creations left in the laboratory, whether they had been made or were being tested. Those freaks who were far more powerful than the Space Marines rushed from the awakening place to the narrow corridor full of traps. In a small place in the corner of the data board, you can see the three-dimensional route map of the laboratory. Dense red dots rushed to the entrance from several routes, and then gathered into a dazzling red light in the corridor where the entrance was located. Stop them. Stop them. Leon began to whisper, while his eyes kept shuttling back and forth between the data board in his hand and the data board with the screen in Gilliman's hand. The data board in Gilliman's hand was connected to the monitoring program, and the screen could be seen very intuitively. The dense corridors were filled with disgusting things. Through the previous battles on the surface, Lion was already familiar with the combat power of those things. Not every one of them was stronger than the Space Marines, but most of them were. For some reason, most of the creatures that can be controlled by the Master Control Protocol are combat creatures. Starting point, okay? Ryan breathed heavily. In the surveillance footage, the three who entered the laboratory were clearly enemies heading straight for the original body. They walked slowly, detecting the route as they hurried. Then, when the freaks who filled the corridor rushed over aggressively, the one holding the chainsaw sword and the scepter stepped forward and smashed the scepter heavily on the ground. The floor beneath his feet, the walls on both sides of him, and the ceiling above his head were instantly ignited by flames. Then, as the flames continued to devour the corridor, lightning burst out. These two attacks instantly turned the powerful monsters that filled the corridor into dust, regardless of whether they were combat or reconnaissance types, whether they were huge or the size of a fly. The man raised his scepter, raised his head, and scanned the surroundings, and his eyes suddenly fell on the surveillance screen. Cut off that surveillance device. Ryan roared and ordered. Before Lion roared, Gilliman had already shut down the monitoring equipment. Fabius was indeed a person who believed in the truth of the Empire. The laboratory monitoring equipment he used on the planet called Bloom in the Eye of Terror was not psychic-related technology, but used signals to transmit images. Before the signal was completely cut off, Chi Nemo sensed the end of the signal transmission. Those things, including the glandular hound, no matter why their owners developed it, I can only say that they are of limited use. Ryan put down the data pad, rubbed his golden hair vigorously, and then fell into distress. Ryan's judgment on Fabius's creations was simple. Better than the inferior, but not as good as the superior. Most of them are stronger than the Space Marines, but unfortunately they are really stupid. Ryan found that unless he could micromanage every combat unit in the past, present and future at the same time, he would not be able to use these guys to deal with such a strong enemy. It's not that those glandular hounds and the like can't do anything without command. It's better to be unable to do anything without command. At least the combat units that fully obey orders will not be delayed for a millisecond due to the outbreak of wildness after the retreat order is issued. But it's not over yet. Ryan picked up the data board and activated a new batch of experimental subjects in the Master Control Program. That thing was strange. It was an extension of the New Human project. This extension of the New Human had an appearance similar to that of humans, but they were colder, stronger, taller, more brutal and bloodthirsty. There was only one combat-type New Human, 3 meters tall, lying in a 4-meter-long jar, but the owner of this laboratory cloned a huge number of combat-type New Humans. After activating the clone army, Ryan looked back at Mortarion. Mortarion nodded, and left with Onron to lead the clone army in person. Chi Nemo and the other two walked into a huge space. 4 corridors formed the 4 sides of the space. There was a railing in front of the 3 people. Looking down, there was a bottomless abyss, and looking up, there was no top at all. However, there were not only 4 corridors and 4 forks, but layers upon layers, and it was unknown how many layers there were. Before moving on, Eisenhorn and Chi Nemo looked at each other and realized that this was an excellent ambush location. Then a flash appeared far in front of him, followed by a beam of light that came over a distance of 100 meters. When the beam was about to penetrate Eisenhorn, it suddenly deflected and hit the top of the 3 people's heads, dissolving a 1-meter-deep pit. Then more and more firepower covered the 3 people. Heat G flashed in front of Chi Nemo, intercepting the incoming firepower, and at the same time all the appendages holding long-range weapons on his body fired at various locations in the darkness. Every time he fired, there was a slight sound of flesh breaking. After detecting the largest number of enemies, or the location where heavy weapons are hidden, the heavy artillery extending from Heat Death's chest will fire, creating explosions with mushroom clouds in the layers of darkness. The enemy is very organized. They are changing positions. Heat Death reported. Fortunately, The battle situation is not particularly severe. No matter how strong the creature is in long-range shooting, it can't compare to the Iron Man. This is the cloned original. Shin Mo looked at Eisenhorn. Even if they don't have the essence, they are all supermen. I dare not think about what kind of trouble these guys will bring us if they fall into the hands of the enemy. It seems that he must be killed. Eisenhorn nodded. Indeed. Shin Mo also nodded, and raised his hand to the space in front of him that looked like a 1,000-layer pancake. Lightning burst out, sweeping from the top to the bottom, not sparing any layer. Whether it was a bunker or a fortress, whether it was a void shield or an ion shield, all were shattered or overloaded. Until a big hole was blown out of the darkness in front of the three people by lightning, the living metal on Heat Death's body turned into a gossamer, and slowly floated up. Most of the Iron Man's armor was stripped off, forming a walkable bridge on the abyss. Chapter 714. 2 seconds after the shock subsided, Ryan, who had put down the data board and stood behind the defense facility with Perturabo and Gilliman, saw Mortarion and Onron running back. Mortarion supported the injured Onron. Ryan didn't expect the two to come back so soon, but he said nothing. No praise, no scolding. The Lion King picked up the long sword printed by Perturabo for him, wearing armor that had no function other than blocking bullets, and slowly walked out of the defense facility and came to the center of the corridor. Mortarion raised his eyebrows. Then Perturabo and Gilliman carried the unconscious Magnus, waved to Mortarion and Onron, and then turned and left. What decision have you made? Mortarion followed without hesitation, but still asked. Perturabo said, Lion will find a chance to talk to the enemy, and then he will detonate all the hot melt bombs under his feet. We just leave him to die. Onron broke away from Mortarion's support, and limped back with 2 axes. This was the Lion's own idea. Perturabo said. He drew his sword and slashed Gilliman, just to make a splash before dying. Onron did not react, and limped to the Lion's side. Perturabo and Gilliman looked at each other. They looked at Mortarion again. Guys. Mortarion thought carefully for a moment, then said, if the enemy can release lightning that can instantly annihilate an army, then where can we hide? It is meaningless for the Lion to delay for any longer. Mortarion looked at Lion while speaking. Then Mortarion, Gilliman, and Perturabo walked back at the same time. They also carried Magnus along with them. For my father. Gilliman walked to Lion, raised his sword and said. Perturabo threw Magnus to the ground without saying anything. For my brothers and sisters. Onron raised his axe, holding up his body that had just been swept by the aftermath of the lightning. Mortarion glanced at Onron. We don't really have to say who it's for here. We just have to shout out a sentence before we die, otherwise we will die silently. The Primarchs all stared straight ahead. The atmosphere gradually became very heavy. The entire corridor was extremely quiet. Then, footsteps were heard. A tall silhouette with 6 arms appeared from the dim light at the corner. Then the Iron Man who appeared in the surveillance video walked out from the corner. Heat Death walked slowly, and all the arms holding swords stretched out, sparks flew, and the swords left scratches on the walls on both sides. How do we deal with it? One person against one hand, but Magnus is unconscious. Mortarion lowered his body, his eyes swept over each of Heat Death's arms. Maybe he cut himself after swinging the sword, Lion said. Heat Death seemed to have heard this, and responded. It danced a beautiful sword flower, and then continued to move forward. Lion held the sword more tightly. Ignore what I said. As Heat Death slowly approached, Lion, Onron and Gilliman looked ahead, and they left the back to Mortarion and Perturabo with confidence. Perturabo glanced behind him from time to time. Having paid attention to the front and back, Mortarion glanced from the front and back, and glanced to the left and right. Then he saw 2 people gradually emerging from the wall beside him. It was like 2 people emerging from the water. Before Mortarion could say a word to remind his brothers, the rushing lightning covered all the clone Primarchs, causing them to fall to the ground and twitch constantly. Why don't you just kill them? Eisenhorn savored the wonderful feeling of emerging from the wall, then took out the grenade launcher and pointed it at the clone Gilliman's forehead. Shin Mo said nothing and stood there in silence. His eyes fell on the face of the clone Gilliman. Gilliman was angry and surprised. Anyway, he struggled and tried to expel the current in every cell, and then got up to fight to the death. Don't blame me, Gilliman, you begged me to kill you. Shin Mo spoke with difficulty. Gilliman stared at Shin Mo. Decades ago, Shin Mo didn't feel any pain when the Demon Prince hit him on the top of his head with a hammer on the Russian moon, but this look made him feel pain. Many years ago, during Gilliman's countless trips to Tyrone, the Army Department shaped the Scan Pre-March into a training dummy, and then found the Lord of Tyrone, hoping to ask the Lord of Tyrone to use this dummy for training. Chi Nemo asked why. The Army Department said that although our relationship with the Empire has eased due to the intervention of the Regent, this does not mean that this harmony is permanent. Even for a 1 in 10,000 chance, the Army Department needs combat intelligence, because this is the meaning of the existence of all war departments in the Star Zone. Chi Nemo thought about it, and it was right. So he started fighting with Gilliman's dummy. The dummy was too real. He couldn't believe it when he was knocked down. He was terrified and kept asking why over and over again. Chi Nemo couldn't do it. Then the simulation battle ended. The Army Department collected information about the strength that Gilliman could exert in the most extreme state. Although the two Gillimans looked at each other differently, Chi Nemo still felt uncomfortable. Because this situation made him see what he didn't want to see the most. Two friends fighting for the same stage-by-stage cause, to let the members of the human species at least live like humans. But before this cause was completed, the two of them started fighting. Clone Gilliman didn't stare at Chi Nemo for long, and then he fell into a coma like his brothers. Some people in the Inquisition think that you are another emperor, or the emperor's brother, and the empire should follow you. But I don't think so, just like almost everyone except those few people. Just like I don't think you are an alien god, but a person who uses divine power. Eisenhorn slashed the clone Gilliman's forehead with a bolter, and cast a complicated look on Chi Nemo. Compared to the Lord of Humanity, who doesn't feel tired when doing 100 million trolley problems, you are still too humane. Click. The bolter made a light sound. The loaded bolter did not fire. Eisenhorn picked up the bolter, and looked at Chi Nemo with an inquiring look. Those in the Inquisition who think I am the second emperor think too much. Tell them you are right. Chi Nemo raised his hand, and the Inquisitor's grenade launcher turned into a pool of powder, and then gathered into a grenade launcher again at his waist. I will find an excuse to leave my residence in order to enjoy the feeling of being admired, even if this will cause the Internal Security Department of tens of thousands of people to work overtime overnight to provide me with protection that I don't need. I am a person with strong empathy. I feel the same way about other people's experiences. When I see the experiences of people who are oppressed and bullied, I will hate them with my teeth. When the Talon Unification War just ended and various rules were not yet perfected, it was inevitable that some evil people would take advantage of loopholes to escape punishment. You know, after all, AI was not widely popularized at that time. Then I would punish those evil people. The wanted lynch butcher in the Talon system was me. Eisenhorn didn't want to hear it anymore. He didn't want to be the second person who knew that the Lord of Talon, the master of a star zone, secretly ran out to punish those who took advantage of loopholes with lynching. But Chi Nemo didn't think he needed to explain or persuade Eisenhorn. He was persuading himself. I would even let one of my most admired guards register a game account in the name of his daughter, so that I wouldn't be recognized. When his daughter found out that she couldn't register a second account with her own identity, I would just laugh. But I never cover up or suppress my humanity. Because if an inhuman guy who uses transcendent material power becomes hungry for other people's souls because of the power he possesses, and doesn't even think about not eating him because he is my people and my kind, then it's over. As he spoke, Chi Nemo looked at the unconscious clone Primarchs. If these Primarchs have obvious chaos corruption, I will personally wipe them out, because only I can wipe them out thoroughly. But now? Even if it is to give the living Primarchs another container for resurrection. Even if it is to have more possibilities in certain aspects. After listening to Chi Nemo's words, Eisenhorn suddenly laughed. His face had long been paralyzed by torture, but the corners of his mouth could still twitch, and he could still laugh. It's just that this kind of smile looks very strange. Don't let your guard down against the Inquisition, Eisenhorn suddenly said. They still think you are a powerful enemy who is ready to eat all human souls, and are looking for all possible ways to target you. If the Inquisition makes any progress, let me enter your star zone alive and meet the guards. Chi Nemo was stunned for a moment, then nodded. The Inquisitor did not stay to take care of the clone Primarchs. He turned and left. I will tell others that the clone Primarchs are all dead. Chi Nemo nodded, and then glanced at each unconscious Primarch. He didn't kill them completely because he couldn't do it. He really saw many possibilities. But no matter what, at this moment it is still impossible to determine whether these clone Primarchs can survive completely. Low risk, high insurance, this is exactly Chi Nemo's style of doing things. Chapter 715. For Terra hours later. The timer carried by the Iron Man named Scholar, which works under the influence of the warp, has passed 14,400 seconds. Not that time in the Eye of Terror is really passing and being counted. This damn place is just like the warp. Even the laws of physics have become a joke here, let alone time. Heat Death and 025 are already searching the laboratory's information database, searching for information on all Fabius creations, including the new human plan. There are many places on this planet where armies led by new humans are gathering, but it doesn't matter. Once we crack the genes of the new humans, weapons targeting them can be manufactured and then spread among the stars in the real universe, until Fabius's abominable creation is completely annihilated among the stars. The scholar and the Iron Lord walked in the corridor of the laboratory. Qin Mo's purpose of coming to Bloom was not just to find those cloned originals. The matter of cloning the original body has been half solved, and there is still one thing that needs to be solved urgently in Bloom. That is the new human. So Qin Mo and his party cannot leave Bloom for the time being, and thoroughly investigate Fabius's laboratory, and then figure out the entire new human plan, as well as every detailed step of the plan and every detail of the implementation so far. As Scholar said, Heat Death and 025 are already doing this. You are 025, an Iron Man who has experienced the dark technological era and the golden age of mankind, is only an Iron Man guest general in the Talon Star Zone. Its responsibility to fulfill the orders of the Lord of Talon is not even comparable to that of the Burning Falcon, a war group that does not belong to the Star Zone army system. But it really tried its best. However, at this moment, Qin Mo was not going to do anything about the new humans. The genetic pollutants created by Fabius did not require him to work hard at all. The new humans are known to be cold-blooded and powerful. Let the Iron Man and the new Thunder Warrior teach them what is truly cold-blooded and powerful. They will not have the glory of bathing in thunder and raging flames for the time being. At least not for the time being. Those Primarchs. The clone Primarchs have been sent back to the place where they woke up, but I guess they should be awake now, and very angry. When Qin Mo asked about the clone Primarchs, the scholar immediately told him his arrangement. Qin Mo was also going to where the clone Primarchs were. But he had many doubts in his heart. Although he had saved these Primarchs from Eisenhorn, and even inexplicably aroused the favor of the old Inquisitor because of this incident, Qin Mo still felt worried. He didn't know how Guilliman would react if these clone Primarchs were taken back, and he learned that another one of him was alive. Was it rage? Surprised? Or did he rush over with the Emperor's sword and kill the clones? With your calculation ability as an Iron Man and your mastery of the subspace psychic power, do you think it was the right decision for me to let the clone Primarch survive? Qin Mo suddenly stopped and asked the scholar. The scholar also stopped. The slender Iron Man, who was wearing a black robe for some reason, touched his chin and gave an extremely affirmative answer. It is correct. Huh? I order you to tell the truth. Qin Mo looked doubtful. Qin Mo would not completely believe what the scholar, the Iron Man, said. It was not that the scholar would deceive him, but because there were some things that the scholar did not know or was unsure about. In order to make Qin Mo feel positive, the scholar would pick out the nice things to say. For example, once, Qin Mo asked the scholar if he could predict when he would have good luck, because he wanted to put aside everything on the day of good luck and spend a day climbing the leaderboard in a strategy game. Qin Mo asked several times, and the scholar answered several times. After finding out that the scholar was just comforting himself, Qin Mo stopped asking. But the current situation is different. Qin Mo just wants to hear other people's opinions. As you said before, the clone Magnus is a person who can sit on the throne when necessary. And the clone Sanguinius was originally used as a sole container for the real Sanguinius. As for the others, they all have their own uses, and there is always a place for them to play a role. That's what you think, isn't it? The scholar just repeated Qin Mo's plan to help him strengthen his determination. But after thinking about it, Qin Mo also said the biggest reason for his hesitation at this time. I am worried that they will eventually fall into the hands of the enemy. Maybe there is no need to worry. The scholar shook his head slowly. We have always had plans related to the Solus. For example, the final form of Heat Death is an Iron Solus. Maybe we can let these clone originals with survival value also. The plan to transform the Iron Solus was carried out a long time ago, even earlier than the Iron Psionic transformation. The Personality Matrix, a must-have for high-level Iron Men, is actually a semi-finished product. The real complete state will give high-level combat units the ability to counter psychic energy, like the Solus. But this plan has reached a bottleneck, because the technology used by the Star God the Trickster to make human Solus is like the webway technology of the Burner, and the mass production technology of the Forger. It is either a unique knowledge, or a unique skill involving the nature of the user. However, the Solus Matrix is not the only hope. The new Thunder Warriors created by the Star Gods are born with the ability to be immune to the influence of the warp. At worst, The clone Primarchs can be reborn with the ability to be immune to the influence of the warp. It is not impossible to take a second choice. Take a step back. Even if they cannot be turned into soulless beings, the clone Primarchs do not have the essence of the warp. To put it bluntly, aren't they just a group of replicants? If they are likely to betray humanity, or if they were restricted by the people who cloned them at birth, it is not difficult to wipe them out. Qin Emo nodded. The two quickened their pace and walked towards where the original bodies were. After entering the laboratory used to store clones, Qin Emo saw all the cloned original bodies, including those who were sleeping in the jars, and those who were awake, and the person who was checking the cloned original bodies. This person was not a scientist from the Talon Star region, and it was even less likely that he was a star god who came to the Eye of Terror. The person who used his knowledge to undertake this scientific research task was a warrior. Bindis, the commander of the new Thunder Warriors. All these Primarchs are normal. After saluting Qin Emo, Bindis began to talk about the clone Primarchs. He had checked every clone Primarch and finally came to a conclusion. Fabius created clone Primarchs not to make weapons for himself, but to pursue some achievements, or to show off his skills. Chapter 716. The new Thunder Warriors, improved by the Star Gods and the Emperor's human will, have stronger combat power. But stronger combat power is not the only thing the new Thunder Warriors have. Among the many races created by the ancient saints, there is a race called Space Apes. It does not refer to space humans, but monkeys in the literal sense. These monkeys are like green skins. Although their IQ is not particularly high, they can easily use what they find to create amazing technological creations. For example, a ring that can fire a killing laser. Among the gifts that Eisenhorn packed for Qin Emo decades ago, there was a laser ring. After being improved by the Star God, the new Thunder Warriors also have the ability of Space Apes. Bindis, the commander of the new Thunder Warrior army, used everything he could find in Fabius' laboratory to make a variety of equipment to conduct extremely detailed inspections of the clone Primarchs inside and out. The result of the inspection is that, in addition to memory, they're thinking. Bindis paused for a second in the middle of his words. He was not hiding in the laboratory to do things other than fighting, while his subordinates were fighting the twisted monsters and new humans on Bloom. During the pause just now, he processed the battlefield information provided by his subordinates and made corresponding deployments. Outside the underground laboratory, the new Thunder Warriors protected the entrances and exits, and the giant whale with the Iron Man with better defense deployment. Their thinking has not been affected by anything. Bindis continued. Normal intelligence, completely different from those monster warriors. But as I said, their memories have been altered. In their brains, we are enemies of the Empire named Randon. Hearing this, Qin Emo looked at the scholar beside him, and then his eyes fell on the 5 clone Primarchs, who were listless. The clone Primarchs raised their heads and looked at Qin Emo, and then continued to be in a depressed state. The Inquisition always said that Tyrone was Randon or Jingyuan after the 40th millennium, and Fabius helped them fulfill their wish. My lord, perhaps Fabius has heard the judgment of the Inquisition on us, or perhaps he has other plans. After talking to the scholar, Qin Emo stared at the clone Primarchs. The clone Primarchs didn't know that they were cloned by a bastard named Fabius. When Bindis used various precision instruments to check with his hands, the Primarchs thought that this guy just conducted an ordinary inspection. As for why this warrior is 5 meters tall, they have seen more outrageous things than this in the Great Crusade. Those aliens, the human forces that refused to join the Empire, didn't care about taboos or not, and used whatever they had. At most, Perturabo looked at Bindis twice, because it was hard for the Lord of Steel not to look at the way this guy rubbed the precision instrument. If Fabius didn't install something to control these guys, then what was his purpose in releasing them? Qin Emo asked. That's a guess. The scholar spread his hands. Maybe it's not installed yet? Bindis said, although these Primarchs have not been forcibly controlled, they also have some control measures in their bodies that have not been used, but I took all those things out of their bodies. After saying that, Bindis added, but those control measures, such as chips and implants, are too crude. What I found in those combat-type new human clones is 100 times more advanced than what was added to these original bodies. After listening, Qin Emo nodded slowly. The scholar motioned Bindis to leave with him, and when they left, they also closed the door that Bindis had just repaired. Qin Emo stayed alone with the cloned originals. You know, I'm not a Randon. Although I'm an invader, I can represent humanity because Bloom, where you are, is in the Eye of Terror. The clone Primarchs believed what Qin Emo said. Bindis had just changed their modified memories back. It was not memory implantation and replacement, which would not gain the trust of the Primarchs. Instead, Fabius was implanted in the Primarch's body to replace the thing seen in the memory. Fabius is not an atheist in words. In the Eye of Terror, he is unwilling to modify his memory by any means other than technology. But the clone Primarchs still have doubts about what Chi Nemo said. What is the Eye of Terror? The questioner is Magnus, a guy obsessed with knowledge. Oh yes, you don't know yet. Chi Nemo suddenly remembered something. The Eye of Terror is just a name. Before the Great Crusade ended and the Horus Heresy began, the Eye of Terror was only regarded as an abnormal astronomical phenomenon by imperial scholars. It was Perturabo who named the Eye of Terror, but the clone Perturabo's memory was still from the Great Crusade. A strange astronomical phenomenon produced when the real universe is eroded by the subspace. Chi Nemo explained what the Eye of Terror was to the clone Primarchs. The Primarchs were very surprised by the knowledge they had never heard of, and this knowledge even shook the solid position of the imperial truth in their minds. The Emperor resisted telling his descendants the truth of the universe, and a series of actions including this one were called Riddler by Chi Nemo. But this name is not entirely derogatory. After all, the Emperor concealed the truth of the universe not purely out of the motive of being a Riddler. For example, if that bastard Lorger had known the truth of the universe long ago, the consequences would be disastrous. In essence, the lie of the imperial truth is just a byproduct of the Webway project. By concealing the truth, the influence of the warp is reduced before the success of the Webway project. As long as the Webway project succeeds, it doesn't matter if the Four Gods' prayer is recited in the Webway. Chi Nemo didn't really explain everything about the Eye of Terror clearly. He just wanted to tell the clone Primarchs that there was a reason why he came to this hellhole. You said before that you killed me at my request. What do you mean? Guilliman suddenly asked. His mind was faster and more jumping than other brothers. He did not dwell on the Eye of Terror and the imperial truth. He just asked the most important questions in his opinion. I am not talking nonsense. Chi Nemo took a deep breath. Next to the jars where Horus and other Primarchs were sleeping. In front of all the awakened clone Primarchs. Chi Nemo slowly told the truth. It is no longer the Great Crusade. It is the 42nd millennium. You are not the Primarchs, who led their respective legions in the Great Crusade. You are the clones of those Primarchs. Chapter 717. As always, Chi Nemo told the truth directly to the people around him. He never concealed anything like the Emperor. He would tell those who could be told what the truth of this universe was, and what kind of ghost things were in the subspace. This was not a difference in style, but Chi Nemo realized that he could tell the truth. Characteristics are above all else. No matter how powerful the Emperor is, he cannot enhance the reality structure within a range of hundreds of light years, so that ordinary people within the affected range will not be disturbed by those disgusting beings who covet their souls. This is a privilege that comes from characteristics. Just like the reason why the people of Tyrone can know more rationally is not because they are noble and superior, but because there are several star gods in the place where they live who enhance the reality structure, so that they will not be unlucky if they know something. It is also because he knows that privileges come from characteristics that Chi Nemo never goes outside the star zone to preach what he knows to the people of the Empire. And the most severe punishment in the Tyrone star zone is to leak the knowledge of the subspace to the Imperial people. Every soldier who leaves the star zone to participate in every foreign support operation must learn the communication rules of never mentioning the knowledge of the subspace when talking to non-Tyrone people. The clone Primarchs in front of him were enough to bear the weight of knowledge, because their status and importance were not enough to cause terrible consequences when they could not bear the weight of knowledge. You are all cloned. Guilliman too, I don't want to say this, but I have to tell the truth, your adoptive mother is gone. Even if she is still here, she is not your adoptive mother. When Chi Nemo finished this sentence, the clone Guilliman hugged his head in pain. Chi Nemo was also very uncomfortable. He actually wanted to tell these Primarchs that you are the Primarchs, and then everyone laughed and left Bloom hand in hand. Of course, they will leave together after destroying the new humans. But the problem is that the clone originals are not real originals, and they will find out sooner or later. Rather than letting them indulge in shock and hatred and anger for lies after discovering it in the future, it is better to say it now, and it is better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. Fortunately, the reaction of these clone originals after knowing the truth was not as bad as Chi Nemo thought. They calmed down quickly, still in pain, but calm. But this is obviously not because these super problem children have strong psychological endurance, but because... Chi Nemo looked at Omron. Omron, who didn't drive the nail, had the psychic talent to influence other people's emotions. Why do you let us live? If you are right, then we, these inferior replicas, these defective products fakes, should have died long ago. Lien stood up and roared angrily. Qin Mo raised his hand. Lien's armor became extremely heavy, pulling him back to the corner. How fake, inferior, and defective can you be? Qin Mo looked at the Primarchs with a wry smile. Even inferior and defective than the original body that seriously injured the Emperor after the rebellion and slaughtered the people he had sworn to protect on a planetary scale. Qin Mo looked at Onran when he said this. Of course, not all of your original bodies are so inferior. Among the 6 awakened clone Primarchs, only Perturabo, Magnus, and Angren's original bodies are so inferior. Oh, and Mortarion. Killing mortals for fun, fighting against one's own clan. Qin Mo added 2 more sentences. The clone Primarchs were in a state of panic, and it took them half a minute to recover. Rebellion? Killing? Seriously injuring the Emperor? These news about the original body made the clones extremely terrified. You said I rebelled, that I killed mortals for fun? Perturabo stood up and stared at Qin Mo angrily. I hate many brothers, but I haven't fallen to the point of fighting against one's own clan. I have prejudices against mortals, but I won't kill them for fun. I'm talking about your original body. Qin Mo shook his head. I think there is no difference between my original body and my original body's thinking. If my original body is so inferior, then I should also. Perturabo realized halfway through his words that he was arguing that his clone was as inferior as his original body, and then he fell silent. I was too general. Although it is true that many of you have rebelled, it is not that you are so inferior and disgusting. The reason why most of the fallen Primarchs fell was not because they wanted to, but because they had to. No matter what the reason was, they had to. Qin Mo talked about the reasons for the rebellion in general, without going into details, because if these clone Primarchs could accept that they were cloned and continue to serve humans, they would know everything later. So, Lion said, Guilliman didn't rebel? No, he even took on the responsibility of the Primarch again after sleeping for 10,000 years, and dealt with a lot of messes. Qin Mo shook his head. What level of mess? Guilliman asked. Qin Mo looked at the ceiling, thought for a while, and decided to say, it's not a big mess, just that humans no longer believe in the truth of the Empire, and the Emperor is worshipped as a god. Kill me. Guilliman looked at Qin Mo's hand. Use your hand that can release lightning to kill me. The situation is not that serious. After all, Lion is back to help you now. Qin Mo persuaded. Guilliman looked at Lion, then looked away. Does Fabius have a suicide program or something? Anyway, this is the situation. Qin Mo spread his hands. I don't force you to live or die. You can make your own decision. If you really decide to die, I will help you in the fastest and most decent way. What is the meaning of our lives, except disgusting the original body? Lien asked. After all, you are the original body, with superhuman brains and superhuman thinking. There will always be a place where you can be useful. Qin Mo said. Lion nodded, obviously wanting to live. Guilliman didn't really want to die. Just when everyone thought they could survive and continue to do something for humanity, Perturabo suddenly pulled out a dagger and put it on Magnus' neck. Tell me, how many rebellious Primarchs are there, and who they are? Perturabo's voice was unusually cold and cruel. I will kill them, and then commit suicide. Magnus had no reaction to the knife on his neck. He was still in a daze. Onran stood up calmly and walked towards Perturabo. Take me with you. As a clone of the rebellious original, Mortarion suddenly pulled out his sickle from his back and roared at his clone brothers. Didn't you hear what this guy said? It was the original that rebelled, not us clones. What's the difference between a clone and the original? The personalities are the same. Perturabo roared while dragging Magnus towards the jar containing Horus and the others. The clones are also guilty. Guilty too. Guilliman looked at Qin Mo. Qin Mo helplessly spread his hands. It's true that they have the same personality, nothing wrong with it. Perturabo is mentally ill, and to be honest, Qin Mo is not surprised that he can do such a thing. What really surprised him was that Fabius didn't add any personal touches to his clone Primarchs, and these guys were all very loyal. If there is a chance, I really want you to go to your original descendants and confess to them that you made the 11 draw kill order. Qin Mo raised his hand. Perturabo was shocked to find himself in a sealed jar the next second. He slapped the glass and shouted, but no one paid attention to him. What do we do next? Guilliman asked. Wake up the remaining clones, and then I will repeat what I told you to them again. Finally, after I kill all the sources of gene pool pollution called new humans, we can leave. Qin Mo turned and walked towards the door. Don't make some extra plans? Maybe things won't go so smoothly. How bad can it be? Chapter 718. Inside the Eye of Terror. Demon World, Drakasi. An Imperial Navy Storm-class battleship came to the top of the demon world, rushed straight to the surface, and finally stopped 1,000 meters from the surface. This extremely reckless behavior would lead to terrible consequences in the real universe outside the Eye of Terror, but in the Eye of Terror, on this red demon world called Drakasi, this behavior is nothing. The battleship stopped 1,000 meters from the ground. This Imperial Navy frigate did not attract the attention of the military forces on the demon world. The Drakasi simply inspected the ship and then left, leaving the people inside the ship to do whatever they wanted. The captain of this frigate is Natalia. An ordinary name, a woman who seems to have no characteristics, but what she did is amazing. At the end of the Battle of Cadia, the predecessor of the Glory Human, also the first cruiser of the Tyrone Navy, destroyed the Black Legion's vengeful spirit with a suicide attack. The frigate that participated in the entire Void battle, and tried its best to stop the two cruisers was commanded by Natalia. But this Lady of the Void with great military achievements did not have much hostility towards the current demon world. Natalia flew out of her warship in a transport plane and flew towards the surface of Drakasi below. The soldiers guarding Natalia also had no expression on their faces, and did not feel anything wrong at all. Drakasi? The vicissitudes of life came from a compartment inside the cabin. Natalia, who had always been expressionless, finally reacted at this moment, and immediately turned to look in the direction of the sound. Then, a white-haired space marine wearing purple armor walked out of the compartment. It was Fabius Bile. After being hit in the head by the cloned original, Fabius did not die. He was not reborn in his old nest Bloom, but on Natalia's warship. It was also under Fabius's order that Natalia took a frigate to the demon world in the Eye of Terror. Father, Natalia said softly, this is not my first time in Drakasi. You don't have to come in person. Even if you don't help us identify us, we won't be attacked. Fabius chuckled and looked at his creation. This Imperial Navy captain named Natalia was the new human he created and spread to all parts of the Empire. Natalia was obviously the most outstanding one among the many new humans. She had become the captain of a frigate. I'm not here to help you with the certification. Fabius walked to the window of the transport plane and looked down at the demon world of Drakasi below. I have my own things to do. 99% of this absurd demon world is a red ocean, an ocean made of blood. There are scattered cities in the endless sea of blood. Those cities look like discs floating on the sea of blood in the air, floating above the sea of blood, without even a foundation, but can be stacked up to 1,000 meters high. Drakasi is such an absurd demon world, but in the Eye of Terror, even if this absurdity reaches its peak, there is something more absurd than it. Father, why don't you let me take you away from the Eye of Terror forever? Natalia suddenly asked. Fabius could have left the Eye of Terror forever long ago. He did not die completely on Bloom. For a mad doctor, who keeps technology in his head and lives alone, he does not need to defend a planet to the end, like those Chaos commanders in the Eye of Terror. If Fabius is willing to leave the Eye of Terror, he can go to the Maelstrom. Huron will certainly be willing to pay a high price to get Fabius. Facing the question of his creation, Fabius was silent for a moment, and finally spoke slowly. There are people I care about in Bloom. And people who care about me. The transport plane entered the tallest and largest city on the Sea of Blood, flew over many arenas where cruel duels were taking place, and finally entered the interior of the highest tower in the city, and landed on a solid plain made of blood. Fabius and Natalia walked out of the transport plane. At the moment the hatch was lowered, Fabius saw the person he wanted to see. A demon prince. Fabius Bayer. Woohoo! The demon prince looked very excited. He shouted Fabius' name excitedly, then raised his arms and cheered loudly. Fabius did not feel at home because of the enthusiasm of the demon prince. He just felt disgusted because he remembered that the demon prince was a very calm and normal person before he was promoted to a demon, but now he has become almost the same as Lucius and others. A Bondrak. Fabius introduced the demon prince to Natalia, Lord of Drakasi, a noble lord. Natalia listened carefully. Although she had come to Drakasi more than once, it was the first time she saw the master of Drakasi. As a world built on the Sea of Blood, Drakasi did not completely belong to Khorne or its followers. This demon world even had some order. The chiefs of various tribes, several demons, Chaos Space Marines, mortal slave owners, arena managers, and a demon prince, they constituted the ruling class. Although Chaos Space Marines often have bad relations, demons dislike each other, and mortal slave owners have constant infighting, at least they know that some things do not have to be solved by fighting each other. When the ruling class encounters a crisis of a large-scale civil war, they will go to the parliament, and the leaders nominated by various forces will sit down and talk. However, There is still a master on Dracasi who can make the final decision at the critical moment and make his will be implemented. That was the demon prince Lord Abonlak in front of Fabius. My slave predicted your coming. I am waiting here, and I know why you are here. Brum was attacked. You are here for help. Abindrak directly stated Fabius's purpose, and what he said was very correct. Seeing Fabius nodded, Abindrak continued, I will give you support, but you must let me get what I want from you. I know. Fabius nodded indifferently. You want the technology to create new humans, yes, but you must help me take back Bloom first. Abindrak agreed to Fabius's request without hesitation. Are you sure this is a deal? Sure. Fabius nodded. Abindrak nodded with satisfaction. Somehow, an agreement that could not be violated as long as either party survived came into effect. Chapter 719. After completing the transaction very neatly, Fabius boarded Natalia's frigate and left the demonic world of Dracasi with his creation. While sailing in the subspace, Natalia asked her creator about what she was most curious about. You seem to have made a deal with Abindrak a long time ago, so it went very smoothly just now. Did you expect Bloom to be invaded at the beginning of the Golden Expedition, and have you found reinforcements for this? Natalia responded with 2 laughs. Fabius shook his head. Of course I can't, but the first day I came to Bloom, I realized that one day this place would be attacked, whether the attacker is the Empire, or Typhons and others who were once provoked by me, or the Black Legion. So I have been prepared for a long time. There are many predators on Bloom that I created by myself. The invaders were overwhelmed as soon as they arrived in Bloom, but these are not enough, far from enough. They don't have much intelligence, so I released the clone Primarchs, and then let the clone Primarchs gradually discover that they can control those predators. I replaced their memories, making them really think that the invaders are their enemies. I did a lot. Fabius described his entire plan. Natalia looked at her creator in surprise, realizing that this was a set of defense procedures with a wide range of applications. No matter what enemy launched the attack, the clone Primarchs could command the predators to attack the opponent to delay time, or even directly reverse the situation. As for what to do next, it is to mediate between the various forces in the Eye of Terror, just like going to Dracasi just now, and then find reinforcements. In the end, rely on reinforcements to recapture Bloom. Natalia thought about this, and suddenly realized that Fabius might not think so. She asked curiously, can the Dracasi help us recapture Bloom? Why should we rely on the Dracasi? Fabius asked back. Natalia was confused, but we just... No, we don't really have to count on the Dracasi. Fabius shook his head repeatedly. No matter who attacks Bloom, it is completely unrealistic to want to take back Bloom. Hearing this, Natalia became even more confused. Do you really think I will fulfill my promise with Abonlak? Really give him my hard work? What a joke. Fabius continued. I can feel that the enemy attacking Bloom this time is extraordinary. We can't expect Abonlak to really drive the enemy out of Bloom. We need to let Abindrak go to Bloom, fight, and bleed with his servants, but we can't rely on them all. A pre-designed projection was projected from Fabius's staff of pain. The center of the image was Broom. Many names and labels of forces in the Eye of Terror were listed around Broom. The Dracasi and Abindrak were just one of them. The forces of the powerful followers of the other dark gods, and the current forces of the many legions that betrayed the Empire 10,000 years ago, were all listed in the image. In the image, these forces are connected to Bloom by many lines. We want all the forces that appear here to go to Bloom to fight like the Dracasi, Fabius explained. Natalia stared at the image for a while, and then suddenly realized what her creator had planned. That is to make Bloom a battlefield where forces join one after another, until a war broke out in Bloom, a world with no strategic value at all. As for Bloom itself, it is not important. What Fabius cares about is important. As long as Bloom can become the battlefield of a war as planned in the image, Fabius will have plenty of opportunities to secretly take away his hard work while all parties are fighting. But there is a very serious problem with this plan. But father, the Black Legion will not be as friendly as Abonlak, not to mention those plague pigs. Natalia frowned. Fabius shook his head slowly. The staff of pain touched the ground lightly, and another image was projected. We don't need to go to the Black Legion like we did to Dracasi, and I don't need to make any verbal deals with the leaders of the Black Legion and other forces. This image clearly shows the relationship between the various forces in the Eye of Terror, as well as what they value and care about, and what they will do at all costs. This information is enough to make the Inquisition greedy, and willing to obtain it at all costs. I just need to let them go to Bloom to fight and bleed. It's that simple. Fabius explained his plan in great detail. After listening and thinking carefully, Natalia suddenly realized that the whole plan was not impossible. For example, the Death Guard, although they have recently gathered their forces to protect important worlds including Anthrax and Plague planets, they will soon have a reason to go to Bloom to fight. Because Natalia once helped several other new humans to steal the Death Guard's holy relic Plague Ark. That thing is now in Bloom. For example, the Black Legion, what allows them to go to Bloom to fight is not only the existence of a clone of Horus, but also the clone of Abaddon. The Eye of Terror is full of news that Abaddon is not dead and will eventually return. For the sake of power ownership, the current leader of the Black Legion will definitely kill the clone of Abaddon at all costs. As for how to spread the news, that's even easier. Natalia knows a few Alphas who are willing to work for her. Then Natalia also realized why her creator explained the whole plan to her in such detail, that is, he needed her help. I won't let you down. Natalia bowed respectfully. Of course you won't. Fabius nodded. This is not a consolation. Natalia herself is not a common new human. She has consumed more of Fabius's efforts than her brothers and sisters, and naturally has more abilities. Intelligence and courage alone cannot make you a frigate owner from a naval warship worker. From now on, my Gladius-class frigate named Vesalius will also be under your command. Fabius said, and turned away, locking himself in a small narrow room. Natalia will be responsible for all the complicated affairs. Fabius only needs to think carefully about one thing, that is, if Bloom really becomes a battlefield for all parties to fight, how can he quietly take away all his hard work on Bloom? Chapter 720. The Golden Crusade is still in the preparation stage, because this military operation is too large. Because this military operation is too large, it is impossible to conduct secret operations. When the 4 fleets led by the 4 Primarchs have arrived at the edge of the Eye of Terror, and each fleet has established many operational bases and supply stations in several star regions, the news of the coming war has reached the ears of every inhabitant in the Eye of Terror. Even a little-known mortal slave in the most obscure demon world knows that the largest military operation in the real universe in 10,000 years is about to begin. The 4 loyal Primarchs and their powerful allies will lead the army and warships into the Eye of Terror to completely cleanse the stain of this real universe and all the disgusting things in this stain. In this case, even mortal slaves know that as people living in the Eye of Terror, at least when facing a big enemy, they should unite, even if it is just to form an alliance during this period of time to overcome the difficulties together. But even mortal slaves know that this is an impossible luxury. The Black Legion and the descendants of the fallen Primarch Fulgrim fought fiercely, and the 2 sides fought bloody battles over the ownership of mortal slaves on dozens of demon worlds. After Mortarian's death, the Death Guard and all the war bands that later joined the faith of Nurgle began to fight in a melee, just to compete for the ownership of the Plague planets. The followers of Khorne took advantage of this chaotic stage to declare war on all forces, and the home worlds of the Thousand Suns traitors were raided and slaughtered by many followers of the Blood God without reason. Only the truly wise can realize that the many forces in the Eye of Terror are still engaged in civil wars when facing a great enemy. The reason is not that they are all unaware of the importance of unity, but that the so-called chaos civil war they are engaged in is itself influenced by the fight between the 4 gods and the warp. Gods influence the will of believers. The civil war between the chaos forces in the Eye of Terror is just like the war between the dark gods and the warp. In such an extremely chaotic situation, there is still a peaceful and prosperous place in the Eye of Terror. That is Melum, the past and future home of the Black Legion. Several warships of the war band arrived at Melum and asked us for weapons and equipment. As usual, in the void port outside Melum, an old soldier wearing Terminator armor with fangs entered the main control station. The old soldier of the Eternal War bowed to Vashtor, who was standing in front of the observation screen. I know, take them to Melum and give them whatever they want. As always, Vashtor, the lesser god of the warp, showed his generosity. Any war band, no matter whether they had conflicts with the Black Legion or had unpleasant things happen, as long as they are willing to dedicate their strength to protect the Eye of Terror, they can receive weapons and equipment on Melhem. Even equipment painted in the style of their respective war bands. Although weapons and armor have mutations, those who are already in the Eye of Terror don't care about mutations. But this warband is the remnant of the Oathbreakers, who betrayed the Black Legion in the Battle of Cadia. Another veteran in the control station spoke up. If your War Master was still here, his choice would be the same as mine. Vashel turned around and looked at the veteran who questioned him. Did the Oathbreakers have a good relationship with you before the Battle of Cadia? The veteran was silent. It wasn't that he was speechless about what Vashel said, but he was choked by the word War Master. Most of the Black Legion is looking forward to the return of the War Master. The lieutenants of the War Master are searching the galaxy for a way to revive the War Master. The word-bearers, Thousand Sons, and other forces have offered olive branches and offered to help revive the War Master, but with the example of Horus, who would dare to let the followers of the Dark Gods treat Abaddon, the second War Master? In comparison, the Black Legion still believes that Vashtor can revive the War Master. This lesser god of the warp does not have so many strange powers and personalities, and he is very generous, especially to the Black Legion. Outside the Void Port where everyone was, the world called Melum was a gift from Vashtor. Melum, once the home of the Black Legion, was destroyed in the First Black Crusade, and its fragments were even used to attack the fleet of the Sons of Horus, the predecessor of the Black Legion at that time. But now Melum has been rebuilt. The huge fragments of the world were dragged and glued together by giant demon machines with hideous flesh and blood attached, and the subspace energy was guided to repair the cracks between the fragments of the world. Factories are rising from the ground on Melum, with a continuous roar of steel and strange and heart-wrenching roars between steam and heat waves. A steady stream of weapons and ammunition, new demon engines, and even warships are all born from the factories on Melum. Those Chaos Knights and Chaos Titan legions that cannot get supplies can get a steady stream of supplies and Titan or Knight accessories without going to Tamboria to lick the shoes of the Black Mechanicus bastards. The Black Legion is expanding, and many war bands are joining the Black Legion. The Black Legion's people don't have a big picture, but as long as Vashtor says that this is the decision whispered by Abaddon to him, those veterans of the Long War will not protest too much. Just like now, Vashtor mentioned Abaddon, and the veteran could obediently take the war band that had conflicts with the Black Legion to Melum to collect weapons and equipment. Don't limit yourself to the past is meaningless, only the present is meaningful. We need more manpower right now to deal with the trouble between us and Fulgrim, and to deal with the next attack that may completely destroy the entire Eye of Terror. Vashtor stared at the rebuilt Melum from beginning to end while speaking. Finally, the Forge Master said to the veteran, who had just questioned him behind him, "This is what your War Master meant, McCann. I don't care about the conflict between you and the other war band. Whether you choose revenge or acceptance, I don't care." Hearing this, the veteran named McCain nodded. "Compared to the War Master, I am short-sighted. I can understand his idea, because the Black Legion has indeed grown stronger because of you and his generosity, and we have better material conditions." McCain stared at Melum in front of him like Vashtor. A world where even if you are out of orbit, you can see the giant factories stacked on the planet. Its appearance is not a sphere, but more like a giant city built on a broken continent. McCain had heard that many people in the Eye of Terror would go to the Word-Bearer's homeland to make a pilgrimage, and feel the grace and power of the true gods in the universe. But McCain only had contempt for the Word-Bearers, because he knew that what was lacking in the Eye of Terror was not faith, but material. New Melum, which could produce countless weapons and equipment in every blink and breath, was the true holy city in the Eye of Terror, the true city that the world longed for. Chapter 721. Typhons and his party arrived at the Void Harbor. A mortal slave came to Vashtor and reported to it what it was most concerned about. Vashtor was not in the Void Harbor to see the scenery, but to welcome the distinguished guests from the Death Guard, Typhons, who took control of the ruling power of the Nurgle believers after Mordorion disappeared. Then Vashtor will discuss with the high-ranking officials of the Black Legion and Typhons, who represents the Death Guard, about jointly resisting the invasion. So after hearing the slave's report, Vashtor took McCain with him without hesitation and rushed to the parking place of the new terminus in the Void Port. A moment later, Vashtor and McCain met the current Typhons together. The captain of the Death Guard looked particularly strange and weird now. He was still wearing the heavy armor, and his head was still hidden in the armor, but this armor had become like his flesh, and various biological organs grew directly on the surface of the armor. A long digestive tract embedded in the surface of the armor forms the three holy emblems on the surface of the armor, which is the symbol of Nurgle's faith. On Typhon's neck, a tumor replaced the neck armor. On the fat tumor grew a Nurgling, who had no legs and whose entire upper body grew together with the tumor, looking as disgusting as it could be. But neither Vashtor nor McCain, the Eternal Soldier, were surprised by Typhon's current condition. Typhon's died too many times, and was resurrected too many times. He has completely lost himself. He is just a Nurgle creation named Typhons. If Nurgle wants, it can create countless freaks named Typhons. I heard that you cleaned up many high-ranking members of the Black Legion. The Nurgle spirit's eyes fell on McCain's face. Now it seems to be true. After all, every time I see you, the Black Legion veterans around you have different faces. Vashtor remained silent. As Typhon said, it cleaned up many people in the Black Legion. It doesn't like the Black Legion as much as it seems. If it weren't for fighting a fateful enemy, it wouldn't stay here. Let's talk business. Vastra raised his soul forge hammer, and a diagram of the external situation of the Eye of Terror immediately appeared in front of Typhon's. We must first finalize the joint defense, otherwise we will fight on our own when the enemy invades, and then be easily wiped out along with the Eye of Terror. McCain looked at Typhon's. He thought that since Typhon's had come, he had already agreed to join forces. However, Typhon's did not follow the words of the Forge Master. You are at least a lesser god. The nurgling on Typhon's tumor spoke again, but you are now fighting for interests with mortals in person. Even the great unclean ones, like the Black Death, are more like a transcendent existence than you. Yes. Vastra nodded. Just like your master, when the Blood God and the Dark Prince only sent their own bloodthirsty demons and secret keepers to invade the Crystal Demon realm, it personally led its own demon army to attack. What I am doing is no different from what it is doing. After a conversation, Typhon's fell silent. Vastra was right. In the Eternal War in the Warp, Nurgle personally led the demon army to fight against the Cinch demon army led by Carlos, and won. But Carlos said frankly that it was fear. Nurgle went into battle personally because he was afraid of a small failure that might come. I'm not good at talking, let's talk business. Typhon's reached out and touched the nurgling on the tumor. The master of the forge slammed the hammer heavily on the ground. You have become like this. A nurgling speaks for you, but you are still not good at talking. Then you should discuss things with me honestly instead of finding fault with me with nonsense. Typhon's remained silent. Then Vastra told Typhon's what he had planned for him. He asked Typhon's to send the Plague Planet directly to the outskirts of the Eye of Terror through a ritual. Once this important target was discovered, it would inevitably become the first major battlefield after the start of the war. Then he asked Typhon's to evacuate most of the Death Guard's troops on the Plague Planet, and use them to cooperate with the Black Legion to counterattack. Vastra gave orders to Typhon's, as if he was giving orders to his demons. If it had been arrogant, Typhon's would have thought that this guy was just looking for trouble, but Vastra was too calm, and his tone was slow and powerful, so it gave people a sense of rightness, as if now that Abaddon and Mortarion were gone, the two major forces in the Eye of Terror should belong to this inexplicably appearing secondary god. However, Vastra was not bossy. It really thought about the strategy carefully before saying these, but it didn't care what others would think after hearing what it said. It just pursued the best efficiency. If the Death Guard and the Black Legion obey it, it will have the confidence to fight the Golden Expedition fleet. Enough. Typhon suddenly interrupted Vastra's narration. We talk about whether your defense plan is feasible later. Right now, I have to do something more important, which is to take back the stolen plague artifact from Bloom. Did you find the stolen artifact? Vastra asked. It heard that the Death Guard had recently lost the artifact, and mortal warriors like McCain laughed at the stupidity of the Death Guard, but Vastra felt that there must be another hidden story behind this matter. Of course, it's on Bloom. I will organize people to take it back. If you still want us to join forces, and want us to face the invasion of powerful enemies together, then you have to show me your sincerity. Whether it's the demon engine, weapons, or anything else, we need it. How much you give us will directly reflect how much sincerity you have. Now it's Typhon's turn to give orders to Vastra. But Vastra felt helpless after hearing this. It felt that it was necessary for Typhon's to understand that it didn't have to protect the Eye of Terror. It could leave the Eye of Terror and go anywhere, but Typhon's and others couldn't. Losing their home in the Eye of Terror meant living under someone else's roof. And Typhon's actually used this as a bargaining chip to ask for benefits. I remind you that my Plague Warlock saw another thing. When Vastra was about to refute, Typhon's pointed to McCain beside him. His War Master appeared on Bloom. McCain's face suddenly changed, and he looked at Vastra in astonishment. This was different from what Vastra said. It said that the War Master was recovering in its domain. The prophecy is not reliable. Vastra refuted Typhon's, but after careful consideration, he agreed. Go to Bloom, I will give you whatever you need. But we will go with you. Chapter 722. In a branch research facility under Bloom. 3 death shrouds marched along a straight corridor. The person at the front of the team was responsible for breaking the traps and leading the way. The person at the back of the team was responsible for killing the gland hounds that emerged from everywhere. And the person in the middle held a book of disaster in his hand. In the lair of the Death Guard, there was a library on the Plague Planet, where Mortarion used to store various taboo books, including various theoretical archives of his research on the plague virus, and the forbidden books of numerology he studied, full of cursed and vicious spells. The most precious collection in the library is the 7 books of disaster, which Mortarion would occasionally take out and give to the champions he favored. The Death Shroud holding the Art of Disaster is obviously a champion of Mortarion. However, The champion is not serving water ion now. The three-person team moved forward for a while. When the person at the front of the team suddenly stopped and showed the bird auger covered with tumors and tentacles to the champion behind him, the champion realized that they were taking a meaningless detour in Fabius's laboratory. But the auspicious instrument has shown a new route. Go to the new route immediately. The order of Typhons rang in the ears of the three Death Shrouds. After leaving Melum, Typhons immediately busied himself looking for the holy artifact stolen by Fabius, and he already knew that the holy artifact was located in Bloom. But Typhons, who showed his attitude of going to Bloom to retrieve the holy artifact in front of Ashtar, became hesitant and cautious. Since Fabius could find a way to steal the holy artifact, he would never leak the news that he had obtained the holy artifact just after stealing it. He might be cheating. Typhons did not immediately assemble a large plague fleet to attack Bloom, but ordered 3 Death Shrouds to investigate Bloom to confirm whether the holy artifact is on Bloom. If it is, even if it is a trap set by Fabius, they must go and grab the holy artifact. And now, Typhons is waiting for the investigation results of the 3 Death Shrouds. Don't hesitate, find the holy artifact for me. When Typhons, who was far away on the plague planet, urged the order again, the champion in the Death Shroud had to take out the Book of Disaster. There is a twisted and painful face on the cover of this book. When the champion reaches out and turns the pages of the book with respect, the face on the cover will wail in pain. The champion finds the page he wants to see, which contains a spell that can save the steps of traveling. Saw Kansa. An obscure sound comes from the big mouth in the champion's abdomen. This sound cannot be made even by the Eldar, and can only be made by the mutant limbs that grow after accepting the faith of Nurgle. As the spells were uttered, a twisted crack appeared in front of the 3 Death Shrouds. When the crack appeared, a faint green light filled the corridor, and the walls, floors, and ceilings all underwent varying degrees of mutation. A 6-meter-high twisted head grew where the crack was, with its mouth wide open, as if ready to swallow everything. The Death Shroud champion closed the book in silence, and slowly walked towards the mouth of the twisted skull amid the wailing sound from the cover of the Book of Disaster. He disappeared first, and then appeared deeper in the laboratory. The other 2 Death Shrouds also entered the mouth of the skull, and were directly teleported to a new place, which was the new route shown on the auspicious instrument. These 3 Death Shrouds came to Bloom in the same way as before. Through the spell on the Book of Disaster, they crossed a long distance in an instant, and came directly from the plague planet to a laboratory in Bloom. For this spell, it was a waste of talent to just travel through different routes in the laboratory, but there was no other way. The Death Shrouds continued to move forward. Just like before, enemies appeared in the corridor, but this time, they were no longer Fabius creations such as the Gland Hounds, but some space marines wearing red armor, some Khorne demons, and some mortal slaves with blood and blasphemous symbols painted on their bodies. Strictly speaking, these people were not enemies, because they were all very confused when they saw the Death Shrouds that suddenly appeared. But the Death Shrouds easily used their sickles to make the enemies wither in confusion. Following the guidance of the auspicious instrument, they killed and advanced, and finally the auspicious instrument detected the location of the holy artifact. The location of the plague ark stolen by Fabius, the Horn of Infection, was at the end of the road ahead. The champion holding the Book of Disaster raised his head and looked forward. At the end of the field of vision was a huge metal gate. Forward! Forward! Typhons, who was far away in the plague planet, had seen all this through his psychic vision, and at the same time used psychic power to project his voice onto the bodies of the Death Shrouds. Without Typhon's nonsense, the Death Shrouds knew they should move forward, because the holy artifact belonged to all of their loyal servants of Nurgle, not just Typhons. But before the Death Shrouds decided to move forward, a gate on the right side of the road ahead opened. A Khorne demon prince came out with a red-armored space marine and a mortal slave who looked like a general. On the left side of the corridor, an alien came out with many legs and eyes. The champion of the Death Shroud immediately remembered that the alien was called the Hundred-Eyed Worm, a species of aliens that lived on Drakasi and had intelligence. The Hundred-Eyed Worm appeared here. The champion looked at the Khorne demon prince and suddenly realized that this guy might be Lord Abondrak of Drakasi. Because Abondrak was not a demon prince, who was promoted from a human to a demon prince, he was actually a member of the reptilian race of the Hundred-Eyed Worm. Even though it seems that there are few traces of the Hundred-Eyed Worm race on it now. Fabius actually called the Death Guard to help. Abondrak, like the people who were killed by the Death Shrouds before, was very surprised by the appearance of the Death Guard. As someone who had just been asked for help by Fabius, Abondrak appeared in a small branch laboratory on Bloom because Fabius told him that this laboratory was used to study teleportation technology rather than biotechnology. Abandrak entered this teleportation technology laboratory with the purpose of using it as a secret military camp to deal with the enemies on Bloom. Enemies in the main laboratory. It was hard not to be surprised by the appearance of the Death Shrouds, because he didn't know that Fabius had a way to invite Typhons. After a brief moment of daze, the Lord of Dracasi was ready to say a few words to welcome the new allies. He was not a cruel person who could not communicate, and the fact that he could share power with many individuals on Dracasi, including mortal slave owners, proved this. But before the words of welcome came out, Abandrak saw the corpses behind the Death Shrouds. Chapter 723. Those Space Marines in red armor. Mortal military commanders from the arena on Dracasi. They died in a very miserable way, with all kinds of disgusting things like tumors and flesh whiskers on their bodies, which were obviously caused by the plague of Nurgle. Abandrak became angry and glared at the Death Shrouds. The Death Shrouds also raised their sickles and books of disaster. Abandrak realized that no matter what the purpose of these plague dogs coming to this teleportation technology laboratory was, they were not here to help Fabius. The elite troops on Dracasi are continuously pouring out from the portal in the deepest part of the laboratory. This laboratory will soon become an important core of the battle to retake Bloom. And the portal connected to Dracasi made by Fabius is located at the end of the corridor. That is also the location where the Death Shrouds detected the holy artifact. Blood sacrifice to the blood god. The alien named Hundred-Eyed Worm let out a violent cry, and its body covered by a shell harder than a chitinous carapace crawled towards the Death Shrouds. Before the Hundred-Eyed Worms launched their attack, Abandrak had already taken his axe and attacked the Death Shrouds. The leading Death Shroud was chopped into pieces by the axe in the blink of an eye. The champion holding the Book of Disaster realized that he could not defeat a demon prince anyway, so he immediately cast the spell on the Book of Disaster to open the portal back to the Plague Planet. But Abandrak obviously did not want to give the champion a chance to leave, and spread his scarlet wings to take the champion directly. At the moment when the axe was about to hit the champion, the battle brother behind the champion stepped forward to block it with his sickle, but he and his sickle were split in half by Abandrak. Finally, when the Book of Disaster opened the portal and the champion had half of his body entered, Abandrak's compatriot before he ascended to the devil, the hundred-eyed insect, stepped forward and tore off half of the champion's body with his mouth. Damn you, the running dogs of the Plague God. Sooner or later, I will go to the Plague Planet and slaughter these disgusting running dogs of the Plague God. Abandrak wanted to chase into the portal, but the portal opened by the champion closed immediately, leaving him with nothing but slashing at the corpses of the Death Shrouds while cursing to vent his anger. What are these plague pigs doing in Bloom? The mortal military commander, who followed Abandrak, stepped forward and said, they seem to have a disease, suddenly ran into this laboratory, and suddenly killed us. And even used the Book of Disaster. Abandrak gradually calmed down, looking at the corpses of the Death Shrouds that he had chopped up on the ground, wondering, who knows how much vomit is in the heads of these plague pigs, and what they think with this vomit, but their purpose is definitely not simple. The mortal commander remained silent. Abandrak did not continue to dwell on it. After all, these were just 3 Death Shrouds that he had killed. His purpose was to help Fabius recapture Bloom. Continue to gather troops in this laboratory. Continue to investigate the main laboratory on Bloom and the enemies in the main laboratory. Our purpose is to help Fabius recapture all the laboratories on Bloom. Abandrak still firmly wanted to help Fabius. He believed in Fabius for a reason. When the 100-eyed worm race had only a little wisdom, and was ravaged and enslaved by the humans on Dracasi, Abandrak, who had ascended to the devil, made a deal with Fabius. The Mad Doctor optimized the brains of the 100-eyed worm race, giving them better intelligence. There are benefits to making a deal with Fabius, which Abandrak has always believed. Inside the Plague Planet. Dracasi. Madmen from a world of madmen. In front of the assembled lieutenants, Typhon slowly stood up from the deformed throne and walked towards the Book of Disaster that had just been teleported over, as well as the half-corpse holding the Book of Disaster. The champion of Mortarion died, but not completely. In fact, his condition was much better than Typhon's, because he still had at least half of his body, which was recovering under the care of his loving father. Countless buds spread out from the corpse, gradually forming a more twisted and ugly half of the body. There were dozens of tumors on the half of the body that had grown out, and each tumor had a mouth and eyes. They obviously had their own will, and looked at Typhon's approaching with different eyes. Typhon's was a little jealous. He was jealous that this champion was lucky enough to lose half of his body instead of being reshaped after dying again and again. Typhon's knew very well that every time he was completely reshaped, He became less like himself. Even his vocal organs turned into a nerdling growing on a tumor. The name Typhons became more like a title and position. The loving father needed someone who still had prestige in the Death Guard to continue commanding the Death Guard after Mortarian's death. So Typhons was created again and again. Typhons didn't dare to think about the philosophical question of whether he was still himself, otherwise he would fall into endless fear and nothingness. Your mission was completed successfully. You can rest now. Typhons whispered to the gradually restored Death Shroud champion, and raised his swollen hand. Psychic energy enveloped the champion's body, and crushed it into a puddle of mud. The fleet is ready. The Plague Warlock came over. The Black Legion asked about the progress of our reconnaissance, and whether we saw Abaddon. Is it the Black Legion asking us, or Vashtor, the damn usurper? The nerdling on Typhon's tumor turned around and asked. The Plague Warlock was silent, and the answer was obviously that Vashtor was asking. Tell them that we found the stolen holy artifacts, and Abaddon's clone in the laboratory. Typhon ordered. Those things are with the Drakasi. The Drakasi really thought that the cloned Abaddon was Abaddon himself, and served him. Typhon was not worried that Vashtor would notice his deception. Vashtor did not have a spell that could take him to any place he wanted in an instant, nor a book of disaster that recorded this spell. Its source of information could only be heard. All personnel board the ship. We will go to Bloom immediately, and take back the holy artifact. Typhon continued to order. Isn't this a bit arbitrary? Are we? Don't talk nonsense. Let alone the holy artifact in Bloom. Even if it is in the Dark God's demon realm, we must take it back at all costs. Do as I say. Chapter 724. The Drakasi are in a laboratory somewhere on the equator of Bloom. Using the astronomical rules of the real universe as an analogy, they are far away from us. Just now, they had a conflict with the Death Guard. In Fabius' main laboratory, Chin-Mo listened to the scholar's report. The scholar used psychic power to observe the uninvited guests on Bloom. Things in the Eye of Terror always progress at an astonishing speed. It hasn't been long since the laboratory used by the Drakasi as a military camp has been crowded with troops from Drakasi. Even an arena was built in the laboratory for those who believe in Khorne to fight for fun. Why did the Drakasi come here? Chin-Mo frowned and thought, what are the Death Guard looking for here? The scholar was silent. It couldn't see the affected future and passed beside Chin-Mo. Using psychic power to observe is one thing, and to check the future is another. All the predictions of the future using psychic power or related to psychic power are all to check the thread of fate attached to the curtain that wraps the real universe. The thread of fate will reveal all the future, but the premise is that the observer has enough ability to check the largest part of the thread of fate. The predictive ability of the star god mimicry is to observe the changes in real matter, then exhaustively enumerate the next changes, and then consider the most likely part to be realized. Perhaps it can see the future here, and then explain why the Death Guard and the Khorne believers from Drakasi came to Broom. Forget it, let's just do our thing. Chin-Mo, who really couldn't figure out the reason, chose to give up thinking about this seemingly meaningless thing at the moment. He didn't care how many more enemies there were on Broom. Anyway, this was the Eye of Terror, and it was nothing strange that countless demons suddenly emerged. Eliminate the new humans. Completely destroy everything that can create new humans, and then leave. As for the world of Bloom, and the enemies in this world, if Chin-Mo needs to deal with them all, there will be no Golden Expedition fleet, only the auxiliary army of Lord Talon. There are many new humans gathered in Bloom, who came through the webway used by Fabius. He, Death, and Bendis are slaughtering them recently. Hundreds of new humans have been killed while we are talking. I can see that they are extremely determined to protect the property of their creator father, but their demise is inevitable. But they are capable of reproduction. Clone Magnus and I are studying the biotechnology of new humans, and then we will create weapons to destroy new humans. The scholar continued to report other things. Recently, Chin-Mo did not personally kill new humans, or study Fabius's technology for making new humans. He just stayed with the clone originals, and took advantage of the time he had to stay in Bloom before the trouble of the new humans was solved to prepare the clone originals mentally, and accept that they would always live secretly as clones, and silently contribute to the continuation of mankind in the future. Magnus, on the other hand, was more accepting of this future than anyone else. It was unknown whether he was willing to sacrifice everything for the pursuit of knowledge, or whether he was paralyzing himself with research. In short, he was working with scholars to study Fabius's technology for creating new humans. This shouldn't have been a difficult matter. After all, Chin-Mo had created weapons to kill gene stealers in the Battle of Tyrone's Nest, but there were parts of the new humans that confused him. I don't know if Fabius did it on purpose, or if it was caused by some other reason. The new humans have a hidden subspace component. It is hard to say whether this component exists in the new human body in the form of biological genes or in the form of psychic talent. It is very strange, like a kind of illusory thing that cannot be found to prove its existence, but can be clearly felt to exist. Let the new human beings wither completely, Chinemo said. Soon they will wither completely. The scholar nodded, turned around and left, and went to continue his research work with Magnus. Chinemo turned around and walked into the room where the cloned originals were. In order to make the remaining cloned Primarchs wake up quickly, instead of being carried away in the jars, the knowledgeable people among the awakened cloned Primarchs have moved the other jars, containing cloned Primarchs, to a sturdy new room. This room is filled with various instruments made by Chinemo or Bendis, used to explore the physiological mysteries of the cloned Primarchs. Perturabo, who had gone crazy and was locked in a jar before, was released again. He made a device that he thought could wake up other brothers. Clone Ryan was exploring the laboratory, looking for a backup of the medicine that Fabius had injected into him when he woke him up. Even Mortarion was using his knowledge. Gilliman, you are 13. This number represents the unknown, the devil, the disease, the evil, and the disaster. If our father really played the role of a god in the ancient times of mankind, then you, 13, are the 13th disciple who betrayed him. There is a reason why Ryan and many other brothers inexplicably suspect you. Mortarion sat in front of Gilliman and told him the result of his analysis of Gilliman using numerology very seriously. Gilliman didn't believe in numerology very much. He felt that the fate of all creatures in the universe might be bound and related by something, but this kind of bondage was definitely not a few numbers. He didn't want to listen to Mortarion's analysis. But Mortarion had recently studied the relationship between Lion and Gilliman, and suddenly found that his numerology was fulfilled in his 13th brother, and insisted on telling Gilliman why he was suspected. Why don't you use your numerology to analyze how to wake up our other brothers? Perturabo came over and asked while wiping the oil off his hands. I studied it. Mortarion sat on the equipment that Perturabo had just made. All these things you made are useless. Do you know what we should really do? Hearing Mortarion's evaluation of his creation, useless. Perturabo tilted his head, glared at Mortarion, and then waited for this brother to express his ridiculous opinion. The Lord of Steel looked like he would kill you if you didn't explain it. Ever since he learned that many clone Primarchs had rebelled, Perturabo was full of hostility towards everyone, even himself. Mortarion was used to it, and was ready to express his opinion. Chapter 725. We should divide our remaining brothers equally among 7 planets, and then pull them out of the jar at 7 o'clock in the morning in the real universe, because 7 o'clock in the morning represents rebirth and a new beginning. Perturabo frowned at Mortarion's suggestion. He asked Mortarion, you said 7, because you used your bullshit numerology to study that the number 7 is really useful, or because you simply like 7, just like you always like to rely on 7 to do things in the Great Crusade? Hearing this, Mortarion's eyes dropped to the floor, then raised to Perturabo's face. I figured it out. Perturabo clenched his fists. Mortarion stood up from the machine Perturabo made, wary of this twisted brother. But Perturabo unclenched his fists again, and suddenly said, maybe we can try. You understand me? Mortarion asked in a tentative tone. Perturabo shook his head. Perhaps numerology is really useful, because if it has no use except making you look stupid, you wouldn't be so obsessed with it. Mortarion was in a mixed mood. He didn't know whether to thank Perturabo for his support or punch Perturabo. Don't listen to Mortarion. His suggestion may indeed wake up the other Primarchs immediately. After all, this is the Eye of Terror, and mysterious things happen all the time. But it is useless except that a certain god can get a dozen clone plague pigs. Chinemo said, and walked past Mortarion. He knew very well what Mortarion's favorite number 7 represented. Represents Nurgle, represents the great demon of Nurgle. The 7 people in the Ike's hospital world, who almost caused the fall of Ike's during the Plague War, are an example. Don't always get close to 7. I don't know what 7 represents in your eyes, anyway, it represents evil and disgusting and dirty rotten things in this universe. Chinemo said, as he walked to the tanks where the cloned originals were sleeping, and inserted a creation that stored the cracking program into the instrument connected to each tank. After spending some time to make this instrument that can paralyze the defense mechanism in the body of an organism, Chinemo prepared to use hard cracking to wake up the remaining cloned originals. Perturabo glanced at the instrument that Mortarion had just sat on. It might be useful. This thing you built will not be of any use except wasting the limited materials. Chinemo did not even look at the thing that Perturabo spent a lot of time making, and directly rejected it. Perturabo was obviously very unhappy. This is not a war machine you built, or a fortification for defensive warfare, so it is definitely not as useful as you imagined. Chinemo said again. Perturabo's mouth twitched, and he left with his head held high, ready to go to the ground to help those who were protecting the entrance to the laboratory build some fortifications or something. Mortar Island stood up and came to Chinemo, leaning on the jar where the sleeping Horus was, and continued to introduce numerology to others. You and Perturabo looked down on my numerology? Mortar Island asked with a sneer. Chinemo glanced at the clone Gilliman, then turned back to continue operating the instrument. There is also Gilliman and Magnus. There are many who look down on them. Mortar Island thought to himself, you are such a big mouth. Although he was very dissatisfied, Mortar Island decided to correct Chinemo's idea. You told us before that you were a member of the 44th Infantry Regiment, and your service number was also 4. Do you know what 4 means? It means luck. It is a very auspicious number. Listening to Mortarian's story, Chinemo shook his head. I don't think so. Chinemo couldn't help but recall how he felt when he heard a series of 4s, when he was captured and sent to the bottom nest for hard labor. My heart was chilled. My hands were cold. Because in Chinemo's opinion, the series of 44 infantry regiments, the prisoner numbers were also 4, and this pile of 4s was the homophone of die. He thought he would die in the bottom nest. Maybe you thought you were finished, but you didn't. You led your people to victory. You jumped from an ordinary soldier to the master of the nest world, then the master of the galaxy, and then the master of the star zone. People from the 500 worlds always say Greater Ultramar, what's so great about it? Isn't it just a star zone? Your achievements are almost the same as a pre-march. When Mortar Island mentioned the 500 worlds, Gilliman on the side said, let me remind you that the place where the 500 worlds are located is called the Ultramar. Mortar Island pretended that he didn't hear it, and continued to nag. But Chinemo interrupted him. If you don't want to help me, then you can do something else, such as going to the entrance to strengthen the defense, or go with the Iron Men to kill the new humans. I want to help you. Mortarian said, use numerology to help you. Chinemo glanced at Mortar Island, his eyes helpless and cold, and then turned back to continue the work at hand. Thavia set up many safety measures in the clone original body. These safety measures are not to make the clone original obey his control, but to ensure that the clone original cannot wake up before the growth is allowed to wake up. And these safety measures are being cracked and eliminated quickly. Chinemo spent a lot of time studying the clone original body and making equipment for cracking biological safety, and awakening the original body is a quick thing. As the awakening program started, the substances created by Chinemo began to be supplied to the clone original bodies in the jar. Only a little bit of the substance was injected. Then the clone original bodies that were still sleeping opened their eyes one by one, first looked around in horror, and then fell out of the gradually open jar. One by one. The sound of the flesh hitting the ground sounded more than a dozen times in succession. Chinemo glanced at the awakened clone original bodies one by one, and finally his eyes fell on the clone St. Gilles. He looked thoughtful, then turned his gaze away, and looked at Fulgrim next to Sanguinius. Chinemo had seen the real Fulgrim in the Slanish realm of the warp, and witnessed the shamelessness and madness of that bastard. The Fulgrim in front of him not only did not turn into a snake, but also did not look so shameless. He even looked around for something to cover his shame. Among these clone Primarchs, even the two brothers Alpha were not missing, but Jagatai was gone. Chinemo could probably guess why Jagatai was gone, because Fabius probably heard about this wise man, and he was afraid that Jagatai would see something, so he teleported him away first, or killed him. Chapter 726. Randon! Fabius had obviously tampered with the memories of all the Primarchs. So when he saw the person in front of him clearly, Lorgar coughed twice violently, then roared, raised his hand, and pointed at Chinemo. Chinemo looked back at Gilliman and others, and spread his hands helplessly. He is not a Randon. If he was, he would not let us all out. Horus raised his head with difficulty, and glanced at Chinemo and his brothers behind him. Our brothers will not stand with him either. After saying that, Horus vomited out all the nutrient solution that had been poured into his stomach, and then stood up with difficulty. It seemed that there was a little problem with the awakening procedure, and the discomfort of these newly awakened clone Primarchs, led by Horus, became more severe. But even the clone Primarchs had strong physiques. They quickly adapted to life outside the jar, and returned to normal, acting and thinking like their original bodies. Horus looked at Chinemo. He instinctively felt that the man in front of him was very dangerous, but considering that the other party had no hostility, he still pretended to be pleasant and friendly as much as possible, and nodded to Chinemo with a smile to express his friendly attitude. Chinemo stared at Horus. The original body of this clone Primarch was also a famous figure. He followed the Emperor to fight, saw the Emperor was almost killed by the orcs, and then rescued the Emperor, even though he later felt that it was a false disaster designed by the false fathers of the Primarchs, just to deceive him into having a father-son relationship with the Creator. Killed Sanguinius and severely injured the Emperor. The rebellion he launched set the entire galaxy on fire. But Horus's nature was not the crazy and cruel one he had during the rebellion, nor did he have the amnesia he showed after being infected by the power of the four gods. As he looked at the scene before him, he was a person who brought Qin Imo a warm feeling like the sun with every move he made. This was not a psychic talent. Qin Imo would not like the angel very much when he saw Sanguinius, but he would feel warm when he saw Horus. But this also shows that this warmth is the feeling that Horus tried his best to bring to others, and he tried his best to create it. He is very good at this. Robert, Lion. Horus looked at the other two clone Primarchs. What is our situation now? Lion was silent. Guilliman's face was heavy, as if he mentioned something that made him feel sad. It's a long story. Because he wanted to tell his brothers in person what happened, Guilliman walked in front of Horus, stood still, glanced at every other clone brother who had just awakened, and then spoke with great difficulty and hesitation. We are clones, not the real bodies. If anyone thinks they should leave here immediately to lead their own legions, forget it. This sentence was not said by Guilliman, who was struggling to speak. It was said by Magnus, who had just sensed that his brothers had awakened and returned with Perturabo. Magnus held his head high, raised his right hand, and placed it on his shoulder. He was wearing the white clothes that Perturabo had found for him not long ago, and he looked like an arrogant scholar. Just like the political commissar in the Astra Militarum, who didn't want to listen to the nagging of the big-headed soldiers, Magnus walked in and spoke without hesitation. Nonsense! Among the Primarchs, clone Leman Russ roared in rebuttal. Horus signaled Leman Russ not to get excited, then looked at Magnus seriously and asked softly, Are you sure your mind is not disturbed by the mysterious power? Because what you said sounds not so reliable, brother. He's right, Guilliman said. Horus looked at Guilliman and frowned slightly. Lorgar cast a contemptuous and hostile look at Guilliman. As for the other clone Primarchs, they were shocked. We are indeed all clones. Lion stood beside Guilliman and confirmed the words of the 13th brother to everyone. Afterwards, Magnus was even more ruthless and direct in describing their current situation, using the most intense words, but the most calm tone, and speaking lightly, words that shocked the clone Primarchs, who had just awakened. Including where they were, whose laboratory they were in, how they were created, and what year it was now. Magnus has studied Fabius's laboratory for the past few days, and he has heard a lot from Qin Imo before, so he speaks briefly and to the point, and directly makes all the newly awakened clone Primarchs aware of everything. While Magnus was speaking, Qin Imo, who was supposed to popularize the current situation to the clone Primarchs, looked at the clone Lord of Prospero. He clearly felt that Magnus seemed to be very relaxed and comfortable. Perhaps it was because he found that he did not have to bear the responsibilities of the original body, and could collect and learn knowledge forever? Qin Imo guessed so. Wait! When Magnus mentioned the current situation of the Empire, Lorgar raised his hand, extremely excited. He was so excited that he was shaking all over. The other Primarchs with heavy faces looked at Lorgar, who couldn't help laughing. You mean, our father is worshipped as a god by mortals? Why did the Empire change when I closed my eyes and opened them again? It's changed for the better. Ha 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 ha, it's really changed for the better. After saying that, Lorgar laughed out loud. As a Primarch who grew up in a religious world, Lorgar has always been committed to sanctifying the Emperor and spreading the Emperor's faith. His word-bearer's legion will manage every place they conquer well, instead of going to conquer the next place immediately. But it is not like Guilliman who arranges everything in the local area, but to spread the faith of the God Emperor. Those who do not believe that the Emperor is a god are not worthy of being human. If Lorgar's behavior of spreading the Emperor's faith were put in today's world, it would definitely move the Pope of the Ecclesiarch to lick the Primarch's toes, but his behavior in the 30th millennium is absolutely forbidden and extremely disgusting to the Emperor. Why do you all look so heavy, as if many of your descendants have died? Lorgar looked around. Does anyone want to dance with me to celebrate? Motarian was so angry that his teeth itched. He thought that if Shagatai was here, he would definitely scold Lorgar, the bastard, to his knees and muttering. In the 42nd millennium, everything is as you wish, huh? Qin Imo sneered. The Emperor hates your beliefs, and he ordered a Primarch to lead his legion to attack your perfect city. Do you remember your perfect city? The place where your faith in the God Emperor is concentrated. It has been completely destroyed. Qin Mo's words instantly shocked and terrified Luo Jia. The memory that Fabius had instilled in him had not yet reached the stage of the destruction of the perfect city. So when he heard that the core of his belief in the God Emperor was destroyed by the order of the God Emperor, he was in pain and grief. In the end, all the negative emotions turned into a curse. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to stand in front of me, the Son of God, and my brothers in the Son of God? Hearing this provocation, Chi Nemo, who stood with his hands behind his back, had no expression on his face. He just raised his hand slightly, and released a lightning bolt towards Luo Jia. Luo Jia was struck by the lightning and flew out, smashing through several culture tanks in succession, and finally left a deep pit on the metal wall with a bang, and then the whole person slid to the ground. Ahem. Luo Jia coughed twice, and a trace of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He raised his head, but his face was not angry. It seems that you are a strong man worthy of respect. I'm sorry. Chapter 727. Lorger, who was blown away, stood up and quietly returned to the clone Primarchs. He sat down obediently, hugged his legs with both hands, and lowered his head, thinking about something. Now the clone Primarchs knew that they were clones. If Guilliman lied, for example, he wanted to make the brothers find out that they had nowhere to go, and then go to his command in order to realize his ambitions. Or, if he was deliberately planning something, then Lion would never lie. He was one of the most loyal descendants of the Emperor, and he was very hostile to Guilliman. When Lion testified for Guilliman, all the Primarchs actually believed it. The Primarchs' reactions were different. Horus did not show a look of loss or discomfort, but just leaned on the culture tank and closed his eyes in contemplation. But Chi Nemo knew that Horus looked indifferent and fearless on the surface, but he must be a little panicked in his heart. The first clone Primarch, Lion L. Johnson, sat on the machine that had just cloned Perturabo, and the words heavy heart seemed to be written on his face. The second Primarch. There is no second Primarch. The handsome face of the third Primarch Fulgrim was very pale. When he learned that he was just a clone, he was still in shock. Fulgrim couldn't even stand steadily. When he was about to fall, the 10th Primarch Ferris supported his arm, and gave him a kind and steady smile. Fulgrim smiled and nodded, but when he moved his eyes away from Ferris's face, he returned to his sad face, his eyes full of worries about the future and himself. The 4th Primarch Perturabo had already known that he was a clone, and that the clone had gone mad when it learned that the original had rebelled. He was calm now. When he cast his eyes on Fulgrim, Amon and others, Perturabo's eyes became hostile. But he soon felt warm because his clone still had a brother to accompany him, but he still hated all the clones of the original who rebelled, including himself. The 5th Primarch Jagatai was gone. The 6th Primarch Leman Russ sat cross-legged there. When the clone Lion King looked at the clone Wolf King, he found that his brother did not make a big fuss as he had imagined. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground very calmly, with his hands crossed in front of his chest, thinking about something. He looked similar to Magnus when he was thinking. The 7th Primarch Rogel Dorn stood with his hands behind his back. He looked and acted like this from beginning to end. He was cold and seemed to think nothing, but in fact, he thought nothing. He was very calm, as if he had known for a long time that he was a clone, or he didn't care about his problem as a clone. The 8th Primarch Conrad Kurz squatted in a dark corner. He didn't think about the clones at all. He just squatted there, his eyes swept back and forth between all the clone Primarchs, and finally fixed on Chi Nemo, the weirdo, who could release lightning to knock the Primarchs away. The 9th Primarch Sanguinius stood there motionless. He was neither as calm as Rogel Dorn nor as concerned about his brothers as Ferris. He looked very indifferent. Although he had no expression on his face, he was looking at the star map hanging on the wall of the laboratory. The star map marked the location of the Blood Angels and their genetic parent planet. Fabius seemed to have obtained the Zerg sample there, so he marked the place where the Tyranids were rampant. Sanguinius stared at the label in silence. The 10th Primarch Ferris paid special attention to Fulgrim. Seeing Fulgrim staring at nothing with a very sad look, he frowned and asked and enlightened him in a low voice. Chi Nemo saw the two people and recalled Ferris and Fulgrim. Their relationship was indeed very good. Although Ferris gave Chi Nemo the same feeling as Perturabo, he was 100 times more mentally healthy than Perturabo. At least, he could get along well with many brothers. 11. There was no 11. The 12th Primarch Onron had been squatting in the corner, leaning his head against the wall, sobbing silently. The atmosphere here was extremely heavy and sad, which made Onron even more uncomfortable. Otherwise, he would have been enlightened by Perturabo 2 days ago. Although Guilliman, the 13th Primarch, had known for a long time that he was a clone, he was still very sad now, because he knew that he would never be able to meet his adoptive mother. The 500 worlds of Ultramar that he loved were not his, but the original ones. He was born to lose, just because he was a clone. The 14th Primarch Mortarion squatted in the corner, giving people a feeling of deep resentment. He squatted there holding a piece of chalk that he found from somewhere, writing the numerological constants of each brother on the floor. The 15th Primarch Magnus still stood there with the style of a scholar, with a proud and calm face. The 16th Primarch was Horus, who showed neither shock nor panic, nor calm and natural. The 17th Primarch Lorger sat there, recalling the current situation of the Empire, and laughed from time to time. The happiest of all the clone Primarchs was Lorger. He even felt that he was cloned because of the guidance of his Holy Father, because he was satisfied just by seeing the Empire worship the Emperor as a god. It was really worth dying for. Vulcan, the 18th Primarch, squatted on the ground, calm and composed. The cloned Fire Dragon Lord had the same personality as the original one. He wanted to go up and comfort his brothers, but he knew that he was not good at talking and was afraid that it would have the opposite effect. What the brothers need most now is not comfort, but a direction to survive in the future. If they can survive? The 20th Primarch is not a person, but twin brothers, two people, one named Alpha and the other named Omega. The two reacted very calmly, as if they never cared about these life-threatening things, and it seemed that they cared more about observing the reactions of other brothers than expressing their own emotions. Wait. Vulcan, Alpha and Omega. Qin Mo's eyes patrolled the entire laboratory. Where is Korix? With such a question, Qin Mo turned around and looked at Guilliman. Only Guilliman and him realized that Korix was not here. Korix just had no sense of existence. If Guilliman had not recalled this close friend who played games with him, and complained about the Emperor together, and then tried to comfort this close friend, he would have been like the other Primarchs, and not realized that Korix, who came out of the jar, was gone. You just said that the original bodies of some of us have rebelled. Finally, it was Horus who broke the silence. The Clone War Master looked at Magnus and asked his own question softly. Who are they? Magnus, who had just been extremely calm and fearlessly told the facts, did not respond immediately, but looked at every Primarch present, and finally fixed his eyes on Horus himself. But Magnus still did not speak, still standing there with his head held high, his right hand at the same level as his shoulder, and with this arm he lifted the right half of the rolled-up part of his white robe. This action made him look like a learned man. But only. Magnus pretended that he did not hear Horus's question at all. Chapter 728. You? Qin Mo looked at Horus, and said one word in a decisive tone. Horus looked around and pointed at himself in surprise. Me? Don't worry, you are not the only one who rebelled. Mortarion stepped forward and raised his hand to point out each clone Primarch whose original body rebelled. You? Horus. Magnus, Fulgrim, Angron, Lorger, Alpha and Omega, Perturabo, Kurz. The clones of each rebellious Primarch were identified by Mortarion. When Mortarion was identifying them, every clone Primarch except Kurz held their breath, fearing that their names would come out of Mortarion's mouth. And those clone Primarchs who were identified were shocked and confused. In Qin Mo's eyes, this was extremely normal. Every rebellious Primarch had made great contributions to the Empire before turning to chaos. They faced one human or alien force after another in the Great Crusade. Even powerful enemies, like Randan and Jingyuan, who needed a lot of space marines as cannon fodder, were solved by the Primarchs. The memories of these clone Primarchs still remain at the end of the Great Crusade. Even the clones of the originals, whose thinking and psychological state are completely the same, find it difficult to imagine how they went from fighting for humanity to betraying the Emperor and the Empire, and becoming a separatist hiding in the Eye of Terror. This is just like the lion who went to deal with Randan suddenly turned 180 degrees and betrayed the Emperor to join Randan. And you, Mortarion, you also betrayed. Perturabo reminded. Mortarion glanced at Perturabo sinisterly. I know, but I can't pronounce so many names in one breath. I have to take a break. This excuse for taking a break was so poor that Perturabo was too lazy to refute it. The Iron Lord swept his eyes, like a heavy hammer across all the Primarchs, and then he loudly proclaimed his views. Although we are clones, our clones and the originals have the same thoughts, which means that we will repeat the Great Rebellion. We are all guilty, Horus, we are all guilty. We should go and atone our sins immediately. Either we commit suicide now, or we go and fight to the death with the original body. We are all guilty. After speaking loudly, Perturabo glanced at the crowd. Who will go with me? The impassioned words fell on deaf ears, without causing any waves. The clone Primarchs were silent, and there was no sound. Finally, Rogel Dorn broke the silence. Has he been like this before, Or was his brain tampered with during the cloning stage? You pay too little attention to my best friend. Magnus raised his hand and rubbed his forehead awkwardly. Rogel Dorn nodded silently. You don't agree with me? Perturabo paced back and forth in front of the clone brothers. What did I say wrong? The clone War Master Horus looked at Perturabo calmly and said calmly, Brother, if I ask you to go to Terra to kill our father now, will you go? Of course not. Perturabo shook his head. So. Horus spread his hands. There must be something wrong here. Maybe we will all become very abnormal in the future. When Horus made this inference, Chin Emo immediately looked at him with new eyes. In fact, Horus was right. The reason for the rebellion of the Primarchs was certainly related to the relationship between the Emperor and the Primarchs and the experiences of the Primarchs, but if the influence of chaos was excluded, the Primarchs would not have rebelled. When Fulgrim conquered the alien race, he got a sword that was inhabited by the demon of Slaanesh. Horus himself was seriously injured and was affected by chaos after receiving treatment. He was even unconscious when he attacked Terra. There are also the Primarch of the Wordbearers, Erebus of the Wordbearers, and the Primarch's adopted father, these scumbags. The Primarch himself has flaws, and chaos corruption, these two reasons complement each other, leading to the greatest disaster that almost led to the extinction of the human species 10,000 years ago. Before Chin Emo opened his mouth to say these things, Horus realized these things. You are worthy of being the War Master. Chin Emo nodded in praise. Horus nodded slightly, glad to accept this evaluation. Then, the War Master turned around and spoke to all the clone brothers. Don't listen to Perturabo. We clones are not born with sin. We are born with only responsibility. Our father created us for a great cause, a great dream. The situation of the Empire must be very bad now. Magnus has not yet described the current situation of the Empire in detail. Horus only knows that the Emperor is worshipped as a god, fulfilling the wish of Lorgar, the 17th brother. But Horus can quickly guess the current situation of the Empire. As a War Master, Horus could predict what kind of disaster would be brought to the Empire if he and several other brothers rebelled together. The Empire was not destroyed, but it was probably as precarious as a candle in the wind. We clones are not the original body after all, and we are not that valuable, but we still have a certain degree of ability. We can at least do something for the Empire and humanity that is in turmoil, even if it is just a little bit. We will do our best. When Horus finished speaking, all the clone Primarchs looked at him, including Lion. Horus' words were not very passionate, and it was not even a qualified speech, but he gave the clone Primarchs what they needed most now. That is a goal. Continue to exist, and do something to compensate the Empire for the pitiful original bodies. Chin Emo glanced at Lion, and then at Horus. He thought that it was not unreasonable for the Emperor to let Horus be the War Master. In terms of combat power alone, Horus is not as good as Sanguinius and Onron. In terms of management, he is certainly not as good as Guilliman. But a War Master, a military commander of an empire needs people like him. At least he can stick everyone together. As for combat power and management capabilities, there are many people who can fight and manage in a huge empire. But how can we do what we can? Guilliman asked. We are an offense to them just by showing up in front of the main body. Facing Guilliman's question, Horus pondered very seriously. As a War Master, Horus' attitude towards Guilliman was different from that of most people. Of course, he also had doubts about this brother, who was in the 500 worlds and running the kingdom of Xia. This was his duty as a War Master, and he had to consider these. But Horus still valued Guilliman and cared very much about Guilliman's attitude towards him. After thinking about it, the clone Horus replied, The universe is so big that there is always a place for us to stay. Even if we are assassins or soldiers charging on the battlefield, we can do something for the Empire and mankind. Guilliman raised his head, was silent for 2 seconds, and nodded. When the discussion about whether to atone for the original body or survive and do something useful was completely over, Lorgar, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling from beginning to end, spoke. I betrayed? How could I betray? Chapter 729. The rebellious Primarchs had some reasons that they had no choice. Although this cannot wash away their sins of rebellion, it at least makes people feel that they are not so bad that their huge bodies of 4 or 5 meters are filled with black water. But Lorgar is an exception. The faith of the Word-Bearers Primarch collapsed after Guilliman destroyed the perfect city, and then he switched to another faith. Of course, his adopted father Corfarin and the supervillain Erebus influenced Lorgar to a certain extent, but in essence, the reason for Lorgar's rebellion was due to his bad habits. This bad habit is to find something to believe in, otherwise I will feel uncomfortable all over. When all the clone Primarchs were discussing how to continue to play their roles, Lorger just started to ask questions about his rebellion. And the reason why he asked questions was that he thought about it a lot when Horus was talking. But he couldn't figure out why he would rebel. Who told you that I rebelled? Mortarion. Lorger slowly stood up and questioned Mortarion. The latter looked at Lorger expressionlessly. How could I rebel? Now the Emperor's faith has spread to every corner of the Empire. That should be the result of my efforts. I thought I was carrying the banner of the Empire, guiding today's humans to fight against you, the rebellious Primarchs, under the glory of my father. Lorger said this almost like a roar. It seemed that if Mortarion did not provide a reliable source of information, Lorger would eat him alive. Faced with the roaring questioning, Mortarion raised his hand and pointed at Qin Mo. Lorger looked at Qin Mo, and after a long time he managed to utter a word. How is it possible? You think too much. Qin Mo was merciless. People like you will never be able to carry the banner. You think you have a firm belief, but you are not. Lorger was silent. The clone Primarch trembled all over, as if he was extremely frightened and extremely angry, and then extremely angry under extreme anger. His emotional fluctuations in an instant were thousands of times more active than Perturabo's psychological activities, when he was calm on the surface, but kept chattering inside. Finally, Lorger knelt down as if exhausted. My brothers all have value in continuing to exist. It seems that I am the only one who doesn't. Kill me. Let me atone for betraying my father. I have no complaints. The words of painful struggle came out from Lorger's dry lips. Qin Mo looked down at Lorger, as if he was thinking about something, and then slowly said, Horus is right. After all, you are the original body. Even the clone is valuable. You can play a role that mortals cannot play. Even if you are just assassins or warriors, you can still be useful in turning the tide of a local war. So I won't kill any of you until I'm sure any of you are completely hopeless. Qin Mo walked up to Luo Jia and held out his hand to him. Luo Jia raised his head with a surprised expression, and he held Qin Mo's hand. The giant, who was 3 meters taller than Qin Mo, was easily pulled up, as easy as a feather being swept up by a strong wind. Is this what you really think? Lorger asked softly, or are you just saying this to comfort me? My true thoughts. Qin Mo said. What a bullshit true thought. I feel sick when I see you. Qin Mo said in his heart. He really didn't want to redeem Lorger, because Lorger was really hopeless. But cloning Lorger also has its uses, that is, it becomes a gift. A gift to Guilliman's original body, as compensation for not killing his clone as he requested. This was also a sudden idea. As the regent of the Empire, Guilliman openly complied with all the requirements of the state religion and admitted that he was the son of God, but he had been trying his best to reduce the influence of the state religion. The state religion is inseparable from the theories in a book, the Holy Words. If you want to start from the theory of the state religion, Luo Jia is the author of the Holy Words. Even you can be useful, Luo Jia. Qin Mo said, I will let you go to the safest place in the dimension, and then you will do what you are best at there, that is, theory and research. Believe me, if you follow my arrangements completely, your brother will definitely be very grateful to you. Luo Jia nodded thoughtfully. He felt that what Qin Mo said was more like imprisoning him in a place where no one else could enter, and he could not leave. But seeing the noble demeanor of the man in front of him, Lorger thought that he was being ignorant by making such a guess. Okay, everyone take a good rest for a while. When we finish what we should do, we can leave this damn place called Bloom. Qin Mo announced to all the clone Primarchs. When the clone Primarchs dispersed to find their temporary residence in this research facility, Horus suddenly noticed that Qin Mo, who turned around and left, cast a meaningful look at him before leaving. Then, he immediately realized the meaning of that look, and pretended to find a temporary residence. But in fact, he quietly followed Qin Mo's footsteps. Inside the research facility, where Qin Mo had captured Guilliman and others, Horus stopped. He looked around. There were corner marks struck by lightning, and some half-shattered fortifications. Horus could feel those fortifications by touching them with his eyes closed, and he could also imagine what happened before he got here. To be honest, one of the purposes of my coming to Bloom is to kill all the clone Primarchs. The voice came. Horus looked behind him. The wall of the corridor behind him flowed like a whirlpool in the sea, and then Qin Mo stepped out of it. The scene in front of him seemed like a strange scene created by psychic energy, but Horus could feel that it was not psychic energy. In addition, Horus realized one thing. Qin Mo's seemingly showy behavior was not to show off anything, but to convey a message through this behavior. I am not an ordinary mortal. Even if you think you are the most outstanding creation of the Emperor, you must have enough patience to discuss things. In Horus's opinion, this was unnecessary, because he knew very well that clone Primarchs were not worthy of such attention. He didn't know what other brothers thought, but he thought so. You will never be able to return to your original positions, even if the positions of the remaining Primarchs are still vacant except for Gilliman, Ryan, and Jagatai. Because you are clones. If you are exposed to the original body, or even if the original body detects your existence, you will die. While Chin Mo was speaking, Horus listened and nodded from time to time. He never expected the clone Primarchs to replace the original body, and he also knew that Chin Mo was going to tell the future destination of the clone Primarchs. And this is the most important thing. You will find a place to stay in my star zone. Chapter 730. Tyrone Sector. A sector with a total of 582 colonized worlds, including the Gate of Tyrone, with a total size equivalent to 500 worlds. Taking Terra, the sacred home planet of the human race, as the base point, the northernmost area called the Halo Stars is where the Tyrone sector is located. Although most of the colonized worlds are not complete worlds in the strict sense, they are included in the statistics in the form of a city on the planet, or a colonial outpost in space. But every existing complete world is extremely prosperous, and can provide a huge amount of manpower and material resources. The trillions of people in the star zone are ready to produce and participate in war anytime and anywhere, and they are still working hard to increase the population. The Tyrone Navy is enough to win any large-scale void war, with nearly 6,000 ships and a giant miracle war machine called the Celestial Engine. And the gods who live in the star zone. Taking the rise and growth of the Tyrone star zone as the main line, Chin Mo briefly told Horus about the current situation in the entire galaxy. He said a lot. Horus sometimes raised questions, sometimes pondered carefully. The two sat together and talked for a long time, but they were both in the eye of terror. Just as Fabius's sinister plan was implemented not long ago, the Dracosi, the Death Guard, and the Black Legion descended on Broom. Time is completely unclear to people in the eye of terror, and it seems to come and go. So when Horus fully understood the situation in the Talon sector, the other Primarchs had not even found their own residences. Chin Mo mentioned the Talon sector to Horus, intending to let Horus make the decision to lead all the clone brothers to live forever in the sector. But Horus thought too much, and he began to worry about the war against the Eye of Terror mentioned in Chin Mo's words. The logistics of the fleet of the Golden Expedition are all supplied by your sector. How long can your sector supply the logistics? Because this war will not be decided immediately, how long can you sustain such a huge consumption of materials? Horus's question was a bit roundabout. He didn't want Chin Mo to think that he looked down on his sector, and he also wanted to implicitly express that it was not advisable to let one sector be responsible for all the logistics supply. Clone Horus had no idea what Chin Mo's new War Master, Lion L. Johnson, was thinking. My people call this expedition the Millennium War. Chin Mo said, it means that there will be wars that will last for millennia. Our entire sector had this awareness at the beginning of the war. Since we dare to take on logistics, we are confident that we can supply for millennia, and ensure that no one can do better than the Talon sector in terms of logistics supply. Humans use the 1,000-year system. The Millennium War is more eternal than the 10,000-year war, because it represents not 1,000 years, but 1,000 years after another in the system. The Millennium War. Horus nodded thoughtfully. I thought you called this expedition to completely close the Eye of Terror, the Great Crusade, Horus thought. Back to you. There is only one reason why I tell you these things. I hope you can bring your clone brothers to join my sector, and then play the role of the Primarch as a non-Primarch. Chin Mo brought the topic back on track. After hearing this, Horus nodded unexpectedly. He nodded, and Chin Mo thought it was a meaningless gesture. Until Horus nodded and said, of course, I will do this, because we only have this one choice. Chin Mo wanted to say that he didn't like to force others, and you didn't have to die if you didn't go to Talon. Before he spoke, Horus continued, if we clones still want to do something for mankind and stay alive before making up for the original body, then we have to be protected by a powerful force. Perhaps Ryan and the others will think that this is living under someone else's roof, but this is not the case. We are just clones, and do not have the identity and status of the real original. This is not living under someone else's roof, but finding a place to stay. Horus has a very clear understanding of the current situation. In Chin Mo's view, Horus's words not only show his attitude towards going to the Talon Star Zone, but also try his best to distance himself from the original body. That's it. Horus stood up. I know why you invited me to discuss alone. You want me to persuade all my clone brothers, because I can see that you are not a very patient person, and you don't want to persuade them one by one. Chin Mo nodded. I have only one request. Horus smiled and raised a finger. Chin Mo nodded again. Let each of my clone brothers live while they still have the right to live. Horus stretched out his hand. Is that okay? Chi Nemo looked at Horus's outstretched hand. He should have agreed immediately, but suddenly thought of his purpose before meeting the clone Primarchs. Not only to kill the clone Primarchs, but also to take away the clone Sanguinius as a container to hold Sanguinius's body. Horus noticed the slight hesitation, but he did not ask questions, just said, "If there is anything, don't hide it like me and my brother's father." "Yes." Chi Nemo held Horus' hand. The two made an agreement. Then the clone Horus smiled kindly and turned away. As he walked, he thought about who among his clone brothers would plan to join Talon from the beginning, who needed to be persuaded, and who was least likely to join the Talon Star Zone. Then, a persuasion plan was formulated. Even though Guilliman was eloquent, it would be like talking to a cow if he tried to persuade most of the Primarchs, who thought that the vassal king of the 500 worlds had ill intentions. But Horus had such prestige. His appearance made him look like a fierce and cruel military commander. His heart was like a rock, and his blood was cold as ice. He was a super ruthless character who could issue an order that would cause billions of innocent people to die in orbital bombardment without blinking an eye. But in fact, it is quite the opposite. He is a person who can bring warmth like the sun to others. Horus has always tried his best to avoid collateral damage in the Great Crusade, and he also treats each of his brothers as fairly as possible. This 16th Primarch, whose combat power is not as good as Lion Sanguinius, whose operation is not as good as Guilliman, and whose defensive battle is not as good as Rogel Dorn and Perturabo, has been taught by the Emperor himself for 30 years, and has seen the most human side of the Emperor. The clone Horus may be less capable than the original, but he does not have the essence of the warp, and is a pure product of biological engineering. The four gods cannot, and do not want to repeat the same trick. Chapter 731. Each Primarch found his own temporary residence in each room of the laboratory. For some reason, Fulgrim was extremely weak when he woke up. Ferris and Kurz, the two clone Primarchs, who cared about Fulgrim the most, stayed by his side. Although everyone thought that the clone Sanguinius had a good relationship with Fulgrim, he only expressed his concern to Fulgrim verbally, and then went about his business. Horus kept running back and forth between the temporary residences chosen by his clone brothers, taking Rogel Dorn and Sanguinius to comfort each brother, who was devastated after learning that he was a clone. Of course, the clone War Master did not forget what he promised Chi Nemo, and he has been lobbying every brother. During this period, Magnus has been the most active. Sometimes he went to discuss with the Iron Man named Heat Death, and the new Thunder Warrior commander named Bendis, how to eliminate the new humans. Sometimes he went to find Perturabo, dragged him out of the underground research facility, and went to the position of the giant whale on the ground to help the new Thunder Warrior and the Iron Man build the position. After another 24 hours, the subspace timer given to Magnus by the scholar passed. Magnus and Perturabo returned to the underground research facility after a busy day. The plague piglets of Mortar Ion and the war-crazed lunatics are fighting. That bastard thought my psychic power was unreliable, and what happened? Magnus chattered as he walked. Beside him, Perturabo was silent. The Lord of Prospero, the Seeker of Knowledge, Magnus, still had the demeanor of a scholar, striding forward with his head held high. The Lord of Steel, Perturabo, walked with his head down, thinking about something, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and his temperament became dull and cold. Although one of them was extremely unhappy, and the other looked very proud, they were indeed good friends. "Why didn't you answer Horus when he asked you those questions yesterday?" Perturabo suddenly asked. "Because I didn't know how to say it," Magnus replied. "Then why are you still putting on your usual scholarly demeanor? No matter what time, etiquette and tolerance are necessary, because you can't panic because of your occasional stupidity and carelessness, and then be looked down upon by your brothers." After the two clone Primarchs talked for a few words, Perturabo said nothing. He had a lot to say, but he just didn't say it. When returning to the resting place, Magnus suddenly saw Lorger at a corner, and Chi Nemo who was leading Lorger to do things. Magnus had an idea and quickened his pace to follow. After turning another fork and entering a place that was originally used as a warehouse, and is now used to store large instruments and equipment, Magnus and Perturabo caught up with Lorger and Chi Nemo. Magnus wanted to say hello, but Chi Nemo obviously didn't have the leisure to do so. He began to operate the large equipment that was manufactured yesterday. This equipment integrates a piece of black stone. Although this equipment and the black stone in it cannot suppress the subspace influence of the size of Bloom's planet, it can produce a fairly normal physical range in a small range. Then Chi Nemo, who found it difficult to open a dimension in the subspace, opened the dimension within this physical range, put a layer of protection on Lorger, and threw him into the dimension. The equipment stopped working immediately. The dimensional rift closed. Lorger was stimulated by an unprecedented perception. Everything he saw was made up of lines. The flow of time in the real universe was even visible here. During the Great Crusade, Lorger led the word-bearers to conquer some human forces that lasted from the 20th millennium to the 30th millennium, and witnessed a technology called pocket dimension pocket universe. He suspected that the space he was in was a pocket dimension or universe. But he felt that this place should not be that simple. However, Lorger soon discovered that no matter what the situation of this dimension was, his mission was not to explore the dimension itself. Because there was a city built at the place where Lorger entered the dimensional space. This city was obviously just a foundation, and it should be used for some people to live. But for some reason, this city was abandoned again. Luo Jia entered the tower in the center of the city, and found that there were things prepared for him. Some daily necessities. A pen made of special technology that can always write words. A notebook that will never reach the storage limit. What does this mean? Luo Jia muttered to himself and sat down, with a puzzled look on his face. He was suddenly taken away from Horus by Qin Mo, and then thrown into this strange place without hearing Qin Mo's explanation. All this made Lorger extremely confused. Is this a kind of exile? Just when Lorger Aurelian was confused, a huge book suddenly appeared in front of him. Lorger Aurelian looked at the huge book in front of him in shock. Lorger heard an ethereal voice echoing in his ears, and the voice seemed to appear directly in his consciousness, rather than entering his ears through the air. And in front of this clone pre-march was a huge book. The book kept turning pages and recording. Who are you? Clone Lorger Aurelian asked, and then he learned the name of the huge book in front of him, the Recorder. The Recorder then explained to Lorger why he saw himself. The Forger dimension itself is part of the real universe, but in the Eye of Terror, this dimension that can be opened and closed freely by the Forger must make some complicated preparations to take effect. The huge device, integrated with black stone, is an emergency device used to open the entrance to the Forger dimension in the Eye of Terror. So in fact, Lorger being sent into the Forger dimension is equivalent to leaving the Eye of Terror and entering the real universe. If nothing unexpected happens, the Forger and other clone Primarchs will also leave Bloom, the vicious dead planet, in a similar way. Lorger was very frightened when he heard the words of the huge book in front of him. He felt like the protagonist in those religious children's stories on his home planet Caucasus, entering a wonderful place and starting a wonderful adventure, and then encountering a very mysterious existence. Why did the Forger send Lorger into the dimensional space? Because he needs the ability of his friend, the Recorder, and hopes that the Recorder can start from Lorger's thinking logic and creation, and find a way to win the state religion in the debate of reason. Lorger listened to 2 more sentences, and roughly figured out that the guy in front of him was the Recorder. He spoke in a very strange way, always speaking in the third person. Sit down and write. Lorger Aurelian. The Recorder said so. As the voice of the Recorder sounded again, the notebook and pen on the table in front of Luo Jia floated up at the same time, and fell into Luo Jia's hands. What to write? Luo Jia asked. The holy words without any deletions, and you should mark your thinking logic at the bottom of each page when writing. The Recorder said. Hearing this, Luo Jia threw away the pen and book in his hand, sat down next to the desk and looked directly at the Recorder. When Luo Jia found that he could not find any eyes from the Recorder and look at him, he chose to speak directly. Why don't you tell me what you are first? A trace of curiosity and cunning appeared on Lorger's face, and, the Forger you mentioned. Is he the one who can release lightning with the scepter? The response to Lorger was the silence of the Recorder. Then a flash of lightning rushed over, electrocuting Lorger and making him lose consciousness in an instant, and he fell to his knees on the ground. Then the current dissipated, and Lorger, who regained consciousness, immediately wrote furiously, writing quickly on the blank book. The Holy Words. Lorger wrote this title, then raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and looked at the Recorder again. Finding the lightning jumping, Lorger continued to write furiously. Rejoice, because I have brought you the glorious gospel. God walks among us. Chapter 732. The Recorder forced Lorger to write the holy words not only to complete Qin Mo's mission. It was also interested in the holy words. It wanted to know what happened 10,000 years ago, when Qin Mo had not yet freed it from Saranaga's belly. It had been collecting information everywhere to satisfy its curiosity. Like Gilliman, the Recorder also got a copy of the holy words from the daughter of Klein, a former Star Zone trader. But who is the Recorder? Just by looking at the cover, you can tell that even if it has existed for thousands of years, it has been tampered with by the state religion. Now the author of the holy words is right in front of us. When it comes to collecting relevant information about the holy words, there is nothing better than catching the author and writing it on the spot. Damn it! Lorger asked while writing, "Who are you? Why can't a guy as strong as you read my mind directly? Why do you have to let me write it on the spot? I can read your mind directly, but if I force you to write out the holy words, someone who likes to collect will be happy to have an extra collection," the recorder said to Lorger. So under the pressure of the recorder, the clone pre-marched Lorger Aurelian continued to write helplessly. As Lorger wrote furiously, the recorder, a special star god, was also observing Lorger. Relying on the records of the real universe from the past to before it was eaten by Saranoga, and the records of all the things and all the races that rose and fell, grew and withered in the universe, the recorder could easily analyze Lorger Aurelian's mentality at this moment. Before Chin Mo found Lorger and threw him into the dimension, he contacted the gods of Talon, who were far outside the borders of the Eye of Terror, through scholars. It was during the contact that Chin Mo ordered the recorder to force Lorger to write a book. He also told the recorder that Lorger would be honest after being electrocuted. At that time, the recorder thought that Lorger was a cowardly waste who was afraid of death, but now through observing Lorger, it found that, in fact, it was not the case. Lorger did not seem to be driven by fear to do what others wanted him to do. He seemed to think that this was justified. "You raise your hand and release a bolt of lightning that can make me hover on the edge of death, so it is only natural that I should obey your arrangements." "What are you?" Lorger asked while writing. The recorder is silent and does not respond. Lorger became more and more curious. He thought for a long time, and then suddenly remembered something. 10,000 years ago he, to be precise, was the original body. During the Great Crusade, he led the Word-Bearers Legion to fight and spread the faith in the Emperor. At that time, the Word-Bearers Legion fought side by side with an unspeakable pre-march. Then, in another battle, when they successfully conquered a human separatist force, a Word-Bearer discovered that even under the rule of the Word-Bearers, the human force still insisted on believing in their native gods and resisted believing in the Emperor. At that time, the Word-Bearers had been accused of slowing down the expedition by spreading their faith. The Word-Bearers did not stay on the planet and kill all the heretics on the planet, but left immediately to conquer the next place. The unspeakable pre-march was left on the planet with the strange native god belief. Then one day, the pre-march lost a huge number of troops and rebelled. The memory of this incident in Crone Lorger's mind was fragmented. He didn't know whether the memory of the original body was clearer, or it was equally fragmented. In short, Lorger could only recall one thing. The Primarch's consciousness existed in the fragmented shell container, exerting the power of thunder and fire, claiming that he was tested and inspired by the true God. Then the Primarch was cleaned up, and kept muttering Katon before he died. "Are you Katon?" Lorger asked tentatively, and he regretted it right after he said it, because he felt that the strange thing in front of him was just like the strange environment. It could be anything. Maybe it was the angel of the Emperor? "How do you know?" the recorder asked curiously. Lorger was also very interested in the recorder, and he confessed, "My clone has the same memory as the original body, and there is a very vague memory. I don't even know his name." "A brother. I learned this word from these memories." "Your vague brother?" The recorder approached Lorger, thinking. The recorder is interested in everything, as long as it can be observed and recorded. Even if it is an industrial product produced by the Tyrone industrial world, the recorder is interested in tracing the entire experience of this industrial product from its birth to being thrown into the incinerator. So of course, the recorder is also particularly interested in the brother mentioned by Lorger. The human empire does not have only 20 gene primarchs. The 2nd and 11th primarchs disappeared. They became unspeakable taboos, and everything related to them was wiped out. The recorder is very interested in the stories of these two primarchs. Similarly, it is also interested in telling stories. After realizing that he would be with Lorger for a long time, and there were many things he could learn from him, the recorder decided to give this clone ant a little shock. The pages of the book made of living metal slowly unfolded, and Lorger was brought into a strange spiritual world. In this spiritual world, Lorger saw the birth of the real universe. He stood in the void and witnessed the Big Bang and everything that was born after the Big Bang. His spirit shuttled among countless stars, watching those stars hosted by a substance that looked like a nebula. He saw the rise and fall, birth and death of countless species. Until on a forest planet, in a tribe of lizard-like reptiles, a large group of aliens prostrated themselves before a tribe member floating in the air with his claws clasped together. The alien race was called the Ancient Saints, and the lizard floating in the air was the first individual of this species to awaken his spiritual power during the primitive tribal period, transcend the ordinary, and become a saint. The awakened individual who became an elder led the ancient saint species to quickly complete the evolution of civilization and the sublimation of individual members of the species. At the same time, in a star system where a star similar to nebula matter parasitized, on a planet eroded by radiation, a species born with radiation sickness was born, named Necronter. The battle in heaven that would change the fate of the entire real universe in the future had already begun at this moment. The conflict between the ancient saints and the Necronter. The hatred of the short-lived species for the immortal species, and the unwillingness after failure. The research and detection of the nebula matter parasitizing on the star. Until the birth of the first living metal body, the birth of the first Khatan star god with consciousness out of the chaotic and ignorant state, and the worship of the Necronter. Everything was presented in Luo Jia's spiritual world. He was like an observer of a higher dimension, watching everything that happened in a universe with his own eyes. When the recorder stopped influencing Luo Jia, he was separated from the spiritual world. I understand everything. Luo Jia was shocked beyond words by the countless rises and falls and magnificent deeds, with hot tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. I found the real universe creatures. True God. Chapter 733. While Lorger was in tears in the dimensional space, Chi Nemo, who was still on Bloom, had no idea what the recorder had done. He and Horus, who had persuaded several clone brothers to go to the Talon Star Zone, were repairing the device that would be used to evacuate everyone from Bloom. It seems that this thing is not usable? Horus looked at the device, and found that it had just been used on Lorger, and it broke down. It's just a matter of changing the black stone, no problem. Chi Nemo continued to repair the equipment. Horus didn't understand these things. He was a little bored, but he had something to say. The Clone War Master looked around and touched the equipment, waiting for Chi Nemo to finish his work so that he could discuss something with him. About Sanguinius. Chi Nemo suddenly stopped what he was doing. He didn't look at Horus when he spoke, but lowered his head, took 2 steps back, and leaned against the equipment. Seeing that Chi Nemo was hesitant in his every move, Horus became more worried. Coincidentally, what he wanted to say was also about Sanguinius. In these days, the clone Primarchs were occasionally called together for meetings to learn about the fighting between Nurgle and Khorne's minions on Broom, and to be prepared for the war to spread to the laboratory. Sometimes Horus would catch a glimpse of Chi Nemo staring at Sanguinius with strange eyes. Hesitation, embarrassment. Sanguinius would also feel this kind of gaze, turn his head and smile, and then Chi Nemo would look away. Horus could hardly help but suspect that Chi Nemo had something to hide. About what I'm going to say next. I'm telling you this because I think you understand and do it. Chi Nemo spoke hesitantly. Horus nodded. Then Chi Nemo told about Sanguinius. Except for the unlucky Shagatai, almost all other clone Primarchs were actually quite lucky, at least they were unnecessary to the original body. But Sanguinius was different. He had to be a container for the original body. After hearing this, Horus was extremely shocked, but he did not get angry or beg for anything. He just thanked Chi Nemo for his frankness. Thank you for telling me. If everyone keeps things to themselves like Perturabo, things will get worse and worse. Chi Nemo nodded vigorously to express his strong approval. But he also felt that there were reasons why some things could not be said. If the Horus in front of him was replaced by someone else, Chi Nemo would never say anything about Sanguinius. Because after saying it, the clone Sanguinius would hear about it, and then run away or commit suicide, or choose to sacrifice himself in exchange for the survival of the original body. This is all possible. There is only one clone Sanguinius, and there is no way to gamble. Horus knew the situation of Sanguinius's original body very well. He felt a strong sense of guilt after learning that it was his original body that killed Sanguinius, and he understood what it meant to let Sanguinius return truly. So he felt very tortured, but he also knew what he should do. I will make sure that the clone Sanguinius will leave with us, and as for the future, Horus said with difficulty. Thank you. Chi Nemo nodded. Horus pursed his lips in silence, took a deep breath, and turned to leave. After watching Horus leave, Chi Nemo was silent for a long time, and then shouted to the air, Scholar! As soon as the voice fell, the projection of the psychic Iron Man appeared in front of Chi Nemo. Use your psychic power to help me contact Gilliman? No, contact Vanessa. The scholar understood, and immediately used psychic power to establish psychic communication with the outside world of the Eye of Terror. The form of psychic communication is generally astropathic, with 2 astropaths sending and receiving, and then because of the various characteristics of the subspace and psychic power itself, the 2 of them must guess riddles with each other. But for a psychic Iron Man connected to the Iron Man entity of the warp, and humanity that is part of the cold sun in the warp, It is not difficult to conduct psychic communication that is more stable than material superluminal communication. The communication was established quickly. Vanessa saw the projection, and the next second the Emperor's human will took control of her body, which was enough to show how anxious the Emperor was. 2 days ago, I heard from Gilliman that you went to Broome? 2 days ago? I feel like I've spent months in this hellhole. It doesn't matter. The Emperor, who had been waiting for Chin Mo to contact him, was extremely anxious because he couldn't contact Chin Mo, a muggle who couldn't control a scholar. After a few words, he went straight to the point. What about those clone Primarchs? Chin Mo was silent for a while, then said, Robert asked me to kill them, and Eisenhorn thought so too, but I didn't do it. I knew it. The Emperor breathed a sigh of relief, smiled, and was no longer in a hurry. When will you bring them back to see me? We have to wait for a while, Chin Mo said. The Emperor was no longer anxious, and rubbed his hands in anticipation. This pure human will still wanted to see the clone Primarchs, because many of them could not be seen now, or would never be seen for various reasons. He hoped that he could get together with all the Primarchs, even the cloned ones. I'm thinking about Sanguinius. Chin Mo said. Sanguinius said he wanted to disguise himself as a new Thunder Warrior with wings, and said he wanted to go to Ball to meet the descendants of the original body, just to look from a distance. The Emperor nodded and listened in confusion. Chin Mo paused, looked up at the ceiling and said while thinking, So I was thinking, after I bring the clone Sanguinius back, before I kill his will and let the real Sanguinius be resurrected, should I take him to Ball? Why do you want to kill him? The Emperor asked. Who are you asking? Chin Mo asked the Emperor in return. 10 years ago, I asked you if Sanguinius could be resurrected, and you said that you should clone him and kill the clone so that the real Sanguinius can have a new body. Hearing this, the Emperor did not say a word. Whether Sanguinius can be resurrected through clones is still uncertain for the time being. After all, there is no experience or precedent for resurrecting the Primarchs through clones. After pondering for a while, the Emperor decided to wait for all the clones to come back. I just haven't conducted research for too long. Maybe we have other ways. Maybe we can find new ways to use the Primarch's genes. The people who created these problem children are right in front of you. Bring them back, and we can study them together. If it doesn't work, you still have a group of Star God friends. Hearing the Emperor say these words, Chin Mo suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Indeed, the Primarchs were artificially created by the people in front of him, so why should he worry about them? In the communication, Chin Mo gestured to the scholar. Chapter 734. When the scholar ended the psychic communication, his eyes looked at a corner of the room wall, but he quickly looked away and looked at his master. Chin Mo also looked at the wall and shook his head. There was another listener in the communication just now. The listener was hiding behind the wall that the scholar's eyes had just reached. Then he seemed to realize that the reason he could listen to the entire conversation was because the psychic Iron Man and Chin Mo both acquiesced. So he walked into the room after a little hesitation. Chin Mo saw the bystander. It was the clone War Master Horus. Horus had just left and returned because he had something else to discuss with Chin Mo. Then the Primarch's superhuman hearing allowed him to hear the conversation in the room. He stood against the wall for a while and heard the entire conversation clearly. After realizing that he didn't need to pretend to know nothing, Horus slowly spoke. Who is that? I feel like she. Looks like your father, right? Chin Mo nodded. In the conversation that the scholar had just established with the Emperor of Humanity using psychic energy, the Emperor did not mention any words that would make Horus aware of his identity in the initial conversation. But Horus immediately felt that it was his father. Even though his father's voice sounded like a woman, even though he had become a little too lively for some reason, Horus could still hear it, because he was the only Primarch who had enjoyed the treatment of an only child by the Emperor's side for more than 30 years. Yes, like my father. Horus nodded, and then wanted to ask something, but stopped. A question was stuck on his teeth, and he swallowed it back. He felt that he shouldn't ask this, but he couldn't suppress the doubts that made him feel anxious. Finally, Horus asked, why did he become a woman, he and you? Horus knew very well that the young man in front of him was not a normal human. Even though his appearance and personality were closer to humans than his father in his impression, the power he used was a kind of extraordinary power different from psychic power. Such a person should not have to shoulder the mess that would give his father a headache. Therefore, Horus had to wonder if his father had used some special method to keep the man in front of him. For example, turning into a woman. And the one in front of him. Thinking of this, Horus wanted to punch himself, but he felt from the bottom of his heart that his speculation was very likely. Malkador might not turn into a woman and do something to make a human god stand on the side of humans. But Horus, who knew the Emperor well, felt that his father could do such a thing because he was really willing to do anything for humanity at all costs. What does your father's transformation into a woman have to do with me? Qin Mo thought that Horus saw that he had great powers, and thought that he had stuffed the Emperor into a woman's body. Then Qin Mo explained to Horus the current situation of the Emperor. Using the meeting between the Emperor and Gilliman as an example, he told Horus that the Emperor had been tortured beyond recognition by the Golden Throne and the faith of mankind. Then he talked about the woman Vanessa, and mentioned that she had an inexplicable influence on humans. When she was in the base nest of the Tyrone hive, his soldiers couldn't even imprison her. Finally, he explained the special and precious existence of the Emperor's humanity, and its current status attached to Vanessa. My father's humanity, is it enough for a mortal female psychic? Horus was very surprised. Then this humanity is indeed too small. Precious. After learning about the Emperor's current situation, Horus couldn't help but worry. He knew very well that he and his clone brothers were just fakes, and they were not qualified to meet the Emperor like Gilliman. But since everyone was going to the Talon sector, they would inevitably meet the humanoid Emperor possessed by Vanessa. How should they greet him then? Father? Horus found it difficult to accept calling a woman father. Mother? If he called her that, his father's humanity might not be satisfied, and it would be awkward for the father-son meeting. This is obviously not something that can be answered right away. In addition to convincing his fellow clones, the clone Horus has to worry about what to address his father when he meets him. In Horus's opinion, the latter is more troublesome than the former. Qin Mo saw the doubts of the clone Horus and smiled. You don't have to worry about how to address your father. Even if you call him sister, he can't use too much spiritual power on Vanessa, and can't lock your throat like the seal holder. You can't call me sister? You can't do that? Horus shook his head in panic, and then realized something. How do you know that I was once strangled by the Sigillite Malkador? Qin Mo blinked. I guessed. Then realizing that this excuse was unconvincing, Qin Mo changed his words. Your father told me. I know a lot of things, but there are still some things I don't know, such as your 2nd and 11th brothers. Mentioning the 2011 pre-march, Horus immediately became nervous. In his memory, which was not much different from his original body, he was once strangled by Malkador. The reason for the strangulation was that he took Jagatai and Alpha to Malkador to question him about something. The statues of the 2 forgotten primarchs on Terra were removed. Horus, who always felt that the Astartes were ignored, was very dissatisfied. He mentioned the 21st pre-march in the confrontation with Malkador, and then was strangled by Malkador's psychic energy. This is something that is absolutely forbidden to mention. But considering that he would have to work with the man in front of him in the future, and that the man in front of him might know everything from the Emperor, Horus still planned to tell what he knew. I don't know if my memory is biased, after all, I am a clone. And these memories are extremely vague. As far as I know, the 2nd Primarch is a Primarch who is good at invention, and the 11th Primarch is a Primarch who is good at fighting. They have a very good relationship. Then they have a common characteristic. They regard mortals as pigs, dogs, and ants. Number 2 invented many creations that use human souls and flesh as energy. Number 11 used these creations to kill people on the battlefield and provide more mortals as materials for number 2. Finally, their deeds were exposed and aroused the anger of the Seal Master, who had always been resentful of his primarchs. After a long silence, Qin Mo smiled and said, So that's the case. I thought they were abducted by the 4 gods, or other human forces in the Great Crusade. Horus thought for a moment, then said, You may not get the answer if you ask me, the clone, if my original body is still alive. Or you could ask the real Gilliman. It's all old news. Qin Mo shook his head. He just wanted to satisfy his curiosity. The discussion about the 2 forgotten primarchs ended here. Horus asked what he wanted to talk to Qin Mo about. How can we, the clone primarchs, hide in your star zone? You know, we can't just stay in an unknown corner. At least we should do what we can to relieve the damage caused by the main body to the Empire, such as fighting. It's very simple. Just change the name. For example, Gilliman changed his name to Gilliman. Qin Mo said. Horus was stunned for a moment. Just kidding. Qin Mo shook his head. You will be dressed as new Thunder Warriors, and those new advanced combat units are the same height as you. Chapter 735. While Horus persuaded the Primarchs to go to the Talon sector, and the Scholars and Magnus cracked the new human plan, the new Thunder Warriors were not idle. When Fabius's twisted creations continued to attack the entrance of the laboratory, the new Thunder Warriors would mostly help the Iron Man to protect the entrance, and the whale that could carry them away. Occasionally, they would help Inquisitor Eisenhorn to investigate intelligence, and get involved in the war between the Death Guard and the Khorne servants, assassinating officers from both sides or exiling the great demon summoned by both sides. This time, the new Thunder Warriors also went out, with the goal of clearing out the new humans who were entrenched in a laboratory forgotten by Fabius somewhere in Broome. However, this time, not only the new Thunder Warriors would go, but Guilliman, one of the clone Primarchs, also participated in the operation. Guilliman was instructed by Horus, and his task was to observe the tactics and fighting style of the new Thunder Warriors, and compile a detailed file for all clone Primarchs to study. After all, the clone Primarchs would all disguise themselves as generals of the new Thunder Warriors in the future, and they would have to work together for a long time, so it was necessary to understand each other. But before the operation officially began, the new Thunder Warrior Commander Bindis had to do one thing for Guilliman: wear his spare equipment pre-march. Bindis walked towards Guilliman and handed him a set of new Thunder Warrior equipment. Then the commander turned around and looked at one of his subordinates. The equipment given to Guilliman came from this subordinate, who was a little shorter than other new Thunder Warriors. The spare equipment of this subordinate was just right for Guilliman. "Thank you." Guilliman took the equipment with both hands, and then felt a little helpless. He knew very well that Bindis did not deliberately make things difficult for him, so he gave him the spare equipment of a subordinate who was shorter than others, but because he was shorter than other Primarchs. Whenever something related to height happened, Guilliman thought of Lion, who was taller than him. "Our mission is simple." Bindis turned around and said to the 6 subordinates he led, "Go to the abandoned laboratory and kill all the new humans gathered inside. It's that simple, and then we will come back." There was no need for Bindis to speak out his plan, because the communication between the superiors and subordinates of the new Thunder Warriors did not need to be done with words. Using words to convey orders was just like him personally leading this ordinary operation that was not dangerous because of Guilliman. The new Thunder Warriors were not used to responding to orders, and they looked at Bindis in silence. Then the unmanned combat machine assigned to each 6-man team of the new Thunder Warriors left the giant whale and flew towards the mission target location. This unmanned combat machine looks like a black pyramid that is only 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. It integrates many functions, including range invisibility, scanning, teleportation base point, fire support, defense force field reinforcement, and emergency repair. Each 6-man team has one of these to ensure that the new Thunder Warriors can play a greater role in the war than a 6-man warrior team can play. Guilliman, who has already put on the new Thunder Warrior armor, memorized everything he saw and prepared to go back and tell Horus. That's what he came for. After the drone flew out, every new Thunder Warrior could see the situation on the drone side, and this machine was also added to their magical communication system. In order to let Guilliman see it, Bindis projected what he saw. The drone was extremely fast. It quickly crossed a distance of hundreds of kilometers to the mission target location, and then scanned the entire area, turned on the stealth function, cracked the entrance to the laboratory and flew in. The scanning waves spread out and returned. The outline of every hostile target in the laboratory was marked in the field of vision, even if the farthest one among them was thousands of meters away from the drone. Next to each hostile target scanned, the weapons they used and the equipment they wore were listed. Those new humans have been armed and are protecting a teleporter in the laboratory. Bindis has seen those teleporters many times before. They are connected to a webway controlled by Fabius. Thanks to the miracles established by the ancient saints, the new humans scattered throughout the galaxy can respond to Fabius's call at a very fast speed and come to Bloom to fight for their creator. More and more new humans continued to arrive. There were even normal human followers who were bewitched or persuaded by the new humans. Guilliman was already analyzing the tactics, but Bindis calculated that the standard combat process was enough to deal with these enemies. He asked the 6-man combat team to prepare and issued an order to the drone. When the drone advanced to the front of the first defensive position set up by the new humans in the laboratory, Bindis and the 6-man combat team were teleported to the surroundings of the drone at the same time as Guilliman. Since the drone's transmission method is not through dimensional space, they don't need to use anything to protect their souls. 8 golden beams of light penetrated the ceiling of the laboratory and fell from the sky around the drone. After turning into golden light and dissipating, the 8 people were teleported to the front of the defense position. The drone instantly deployed a large defense force field. Bindis and the 6-man combat team strode forward with cold weapons in hand. As they moved forward, they released lightning to quickly clear the enemies operating heavy weapons on the defense position. Before the new humans could fully react, a warrior holding a big sword rushed to the many enemies who gathered to the defense position at a speed almost like teleportation, and killed them very neatly. The entire defense position was destroyed by the new Thunder Warriors in a few breaths. Guilliman watched the entire battle process, and his first reaction was incredible. because these new super soldiers in front of him were obviously more powerful than Astartes. But they did not have the original body, and it seemed that they did not need to implant any modified organs. Before the battle began, Guilliman saw that all these warriors were holding melee weapons, and thought they were a special team specializing in melee combat, just like the Sisters of Silence, who fought alongside the Custodians. Now it seems that they don't need guns, because each of them can release lightning like using psychic power. Some people privately call us bipedal electric eels. After giving the team the order to continue moving forward, Bindis said to Guilliman with a smile, "There is a creature called Electric Eel on Talon 3, which can release bioelectricity. Strictly speaking, the principle of the lightning we use is completely different from that of the electric eel, but after all, it is released from the body, so it's not surprising that we have this nickname." Chapter 736. Your predecessors were Thunder Warriors, right? Are they the Thunder Warriors I know, or the Thunder Warriors created by your own sector, with the same name as my father's creation? Guilliman is not interested in the nicknames of these super warriors now. He wants to know more about the origins of these super warriors. These 6 people are all Talonians. They were just elite veterans in the Talon army before. Most of the new Thunder Warriors are like them. But there are 5 people who are not, including me, who are all improved from the Thunder Warriors in the Terra Unification War. Praise the Lord of Talon, praise the gods of Talon. The 6-man combat team marched neatly in the downward corridor, killing the enemies who dared to block the way in front of them, or were ambushed in the rooms on both sides of the corridor. Bindis, who was behind the 6-man combat team, explained to Guilliman while coordinating the overall situation. When Guilliman heard that 5 people, including Bindis, were really Thunder Warriors who participated in the Terra Unification War, his face showed very obvious astonishment. If Bindis is not lying, then this means that the 5 of them have lived from the Unification War to the present. Among the many unstable issues of the Thunder Warriors is the lifespan. How is this possible, your lifespan? We 5 are a little special. We were lost in the subspace, and it was 10,000 years later when we came out. Bindis explained patiently. But we are still very old. So old that we have Alzheimer's disease, and we are so old that we can't stop panting after walking a few steps. Then because of our performance in the Comoros War, we were blessed and reborn. After listening, Guilliman thought to himself, so that's it. The 2 continued to move forward. During this time, Bindis pierced through the thick wall on the left side of the corridor with a spear, piercing a new human warrior hiding behind the wall with a hot melt weapon. "About you Thunder Warriors," Guilliman said, "do you have anything to ask me?" Of course, Bindis wanted to ask, that is, he didn't know what the Thunder Warriors would end up like after he and Gaunt left Terra. He had heard from the rogue traitor Lisuin who saved them that the Thunder Warriors would eventually be purged, but this was just a simple sentence, and he wanted to know the whole story. So Bindis asked, and Guilliman told what he knew. Some Thunder Warriors were unwilling to accept their fate of being abandoned, so they prepared to rebel. The Imperial Guards went to purge the rebels, and on the icy peaks of the Himalayas, your commander Yusotin and the commander of the Imperial Guards, Baldur, had a duel. Yusotin, who was only holding a big sword at the time, fought with the fully armed Valdur and even shattered Valdur's breastplate. This is the fighting power of your Thunder Warriors, but in the end Valdur still killed Yusotin. After listening to Guilliman's story, Bindis fell silent. Yusotin, his most beloved commander. This Thunder Warrior commander has the humanity that the Imperial Guards and Astartes do not have. Bindis' impression of Yusotin is that he is humorous, decisive and resolute, a military commander full of personal charm. But his end was death by the sword of the Imperial Guard. I have always been curious about what kind of person Thornton is, Guilliman asked. I am not qualified to judge him. Bindis lowered his head. I am just a coward who ran away. Just a coward who ran away. If someone else said this to Bindis, Bindis would have 1,000 reasons to refute, but he didn't want to explain so much to Guilliman. When Gaunt made the decision to flee Terra, the storm was about to come. The people in the Thunder Warrior army were panicked, and some people thought that everyone should accept the Emperor's decision peacefully, because he was the Emperor and the master of every Thunder Warrior. Some people think that the Emperor is a black-hearted tyrant, because the Thunder Warriors have made so many achievements in the Unification War, but he wants to kill them. Some people think that the Emperor will not kill all the Thunder Warriors, and everyone just needs to lay down their weapons and trust the Emperor, and the end is at most to retire on Terra. Some people are more radical and think that they should go to the Emperor to ask for an explanation right now, or even kill this tyrant. And Gaunt, the most respected officer of Bindis, thinks that the Emperor wants to kill him, so he hates him, but he doesn't want to ruin the situation that Terra has ended the dispute, so he chooses to leave Terra with the 5 subordinates he must be responsible for. Anyway, at that time, all kinds of news were flying around, and the situation was very complicated. As for Yusotin, Bindis loved and admired him, but he also thought that his choice at that moment might cause Terra to fall into conflict again, and the people to fall into war again. Bindis thought a lot, but he didn't want to share his thoughts, because he felt that Guilliman would probably not stand in a neutral position to analyze and feel the difficulties and complex emotions faced by both sides, and then blindly accuse Yusotin of being a rebel leader and a bastard who lost his integrity in his later years. If it is not the custodians, but me who is responsible for dealing with the Thunder Warriors. Guilliman suddenly said, I will go to your Thunder Warriors camp alone, without any guards, any weapons, and without armor, and talk to Althordan. Althordan is a respectable military leader. He will not kill me or use me to threaten my father. And I will tell you that you will indeed be abandoned, but that is because you have genetic defects. Your mission has been completed. You will live on Terra until your short lifespan ends. Hearing this, Bindis stopped. The new Thunder Warrior commander asked in disbelief, Why are you so naive? You don't think that Commander Yusotin and those who followed him drew their swords because they didn't want to die at the hands of the Emperor? The Thunder Warriors are a military group, so let them lay down their weapons and retire? Why don't you get the astropaths and navigators out of the High Lord's Council immediately? I will do as I say, but I don't think you will obey me. Guilliman said, At least when all kinds of news are flying around and you are guessing, I can give you accurate news and win over those of you who are unwilling to rebel, but are being dragged down by speculation. Bindis was silent for a moment and nodded. Communication and exchange, this is the most important thing, beyond everything. Lord Talon said so too. So, can you open your heart to me, and communicate about everything? Guilliman stretched out his hand to Bindis. After all, we will work together for a long time in the future. Bindis shook Guilliman's hand without hesitation. Of course. Without a doubt. Chapter 737. So easy? What's so easy? Nothing. Facing Bindis, who was puzzled and asked what was easy, Guilliman shook his head gently. The reason why he sighed. So easy was because after Horus returned to the clone Primarchs and announced that the Primarchs would continue to fight as new Thunder Warriors, everyone began to discuss whether Commander Bindis would be willing to share power with others. Clone Primarchs are also Primarchs. It is impossible for them to be ordinary warriors. That would be a waste of talent. After all, they have to take on the responsibility of command or planning. But this involves a problem. The command of the new Thunder Warriors now belongs to Bindis. If they work with the Primarchs in the future, it means sharing power. Guilliman expressed his concerns. And Lion, who happened to be present at the time, said, The new Thunder Warrior commander has been brainwashed by all kinds of big truths, such as for the real universe and for mankind. He won't mind sharing power with us. At that time, Guilliman also said that Lion thought it was too easy. As a result, after talking with Bindis, I found that Ryan was half right. Bindis was indeed willing to share power, because he believed that it was beneficial to the great cause he was doing. As for the great cause of fighting against the enemies of the real universe that Chi-Nemo talked about in the past, he absolutely believed what he said. Otherwise, as a god, why would he need to help humans instead of doing whatever he wanted? Thinking of this, Guilliman suddenly sighed. I suddenly can't wait to go to your star zone. Not just you, but your original body as well. Bindis smiled and nodded. The new humans simply could not resist the attack of the new Thunder Warriors with their numerical advantage. Just like the previous clearing of various teleportation points, the teleportation points in this laboratory were also cleaned up. The teleportation device was transformed into a killing machine by Bindis using technology. Every person teleported out of it would not even know how they died. But when the group was about to teleport away as usual, some special information scanned by the drone caught Bindis' attention. Scanning information showed that there was a warehouse for storing organisms at the bottom of the laboratory, and there were some special life forms in it. Bindis thought that they were new humans that were about to be produced, but when he asked the combat team to leave first, and he and Guilliman went to the warehouse, he found that he was wrong. Rows of jars were placed in the spacious warehouse. They were much smaller than the jars used for cloning the original bodies, and what was contained in them was not the original bodies, but women who looked exactly the same, but had undergone some mutations. This warehouse is obviously not simple. The decoration is more like a place to live, a collection for relaxing the mind. There is a colorful oil painting on the wall, which depicts a purple armored space marine with a very handsome face and beautiful long white hair. Who is that? Guilliman pointed at the painting and asked, thinking that Bindis would know. Bindis did not answer immediately, but stared at the painting for a while, and then said, according to the facial scan comparison, he is Fabius. Fabius? Gilliman had seen a picture of Fabius in the main laboratory on Broom. The bastard was a Mediterranean with white hair, a far cry from the handsome man in the painting. But Bendis was absolutely certain that it was Fabius. Everyone has a youthful past. Bendis glanced at the painting, and turned to the jars containing a mutant woman. There were thousands of jars of various sizes, but they all contained the same person. The person was tall, with cold white skin and long white hair, and was very beautiful. But this woman had mutated, all mutated, with alpaca-like hooves, her hands turned into claws, and a pair of long horns. With curiosity, Bendis reached out, and touched the jar closest to him. Each new Thunder Warrior can sense the past of matter to a certain extent, and then achieve an effect similar to insight into the past, so that they can instantly figure out what happened on the battlefield in the past. It may be difficult to open the Forger dimension on Bloom, but that's because Bloom itself is in the Eye of Terror. The equipment used by Fabius Bile, who hates psionics, is all invented, rather than just stuffing demons or other subspace creatures into it, and simply and crudely making what they want. So Bendis can sense the past of the jar. Melusin. Sorry. I can't do it. Fabius stood in front of the jar, stretched out his hand and pressed it on the shell, his face expressionless, but his tone slightly sad. The woman in the jar in front of him was gradually mutating from a creature more powerful and advanced than humans to a potential slave of the Dark God, like a beast man. Seeing this, Bendis opened his eyes and said to Gilliman, "The woman in this jar is called Melusin, and her creator is Fabius Bile." Gilliman nodded after hearing this, and didn't care about the past of the person in the jar, because this is Bloom, Fabius's lair, and there are many such strange creatures. Bendis was lost in thought. The new Thunder Warriors have biological organs specifically used to store memories and data information, which contain some of the information Chin Mo knows. Bendis discovered that the Melusin in the jar was a jarborn. It means that life can only grow in a jar and cannot reproduce. Jarborn is the prototype of a new human being that cannot reproduce itself. As soon as Melusin, the first Jarborn, was created, she was snatched away by the traitorous Primarch Fulgrim and corrupted into a demon of Slaanesh. Fulgrim forced Melusin to dance in the Slaanesh domain, and as long as she stopped, she would be eaten by the demon. As for the hundreds of Melusins in front of him, they were the product of Fabius Bile's attempt to save Melusins. Their role was to become a container so that Melusin's soul could enter this completely uncontaminated body. But Fabius failed. He tried many times, but each time he found that the container body made for Melusins would mutate like her original body, growing like a Slaanesh demon. A group of failed dangerous creations. Bendis raised his hand. The surging lightning swept away hundreds of failed containers in the entire warehouse, and turned them into ashes. Then Bendis ran to the corner of the warehouse, found a console used to control each can, and extracted all the data stored in it. Perhaps the new humans are not just the creation of Fabius. Bendis looked at Gilliman. The latter nodded at first, and then suddenly felt terrified when he thought about it. You mean, the reason they were born is because the Dark Gods helped Fabius? Not necessarily. Maybe it's because Fabius himself is in the Eye of Terror, and created new humans here. The evil beings in the subspace may have intentionally, or unintentionally influenced him, and his creations. Bendis stored all the information he received. But no matter what the reason is, we can completely destroy them. Let's leave here, and hand these things over to the scholars and Magnus. Chapter 738. Your idea is to search and identify each new human through psychic means, and then kill them? Is this a bit inefficient? Chin Mo, the scholar, and Horus Magnus gathered together to discuss the matter of eliminating the new humans. The scholar and Magnus have received the information that Bendis found in the warehouse, where Melusin was stored, along with Melusin's genetic sequence. And now the two of them have found a way. It was not an efficient method similar to the virus weapons that killed the gene stealers in the bottom nest, but to search for them through the soul projections of the new humans and kill them. The soul projections of the new humans would not be so easy to find, but after the scholar looked at Fabius's entire new human plan, it had a way to brand the new humans. But even so, Chin Mo was still not satisfied. Imagine it. Chin Mo said to the scholar, when I was cleaning up the gene stealers in the bottom nest, I could only find them one by one and kill them. Then you calculate how many thousands of years it would take me to clean them up. 1.7 thousand years. My lord. The scholar replied. Chin Mo tilted his head. New humans can reproduce, and they are harder to find than gene stealers. Do you think we have time to use 1.7 thousand years to clean up these pests? But we can quickly find their soul projections, and then extinguish these people, just like taking a look, But this matter needs me to do it personally. It is still very efficient," the scholar explained. Seeing that Chin Mo was still not satisfied, the scholar said, "There is still too little time. Give me more time, and I will definitely find a more efficient way." Hearing the scholar say that there was too little time, Magnus nodded. In their feeling, it seemed that less than a day had passed. Chin Mo thought helplessly. And Horace had been thinking silently, and now he could give the best advice. "At least we do have a way to kill those new humans. It's not too late to talk about other things after leaving Bloom." Horace's suggestion was the result of many considerations. On the one hand, he had just persuaded almost all the clone Primarchs to go to the Talon sector to find a place to stay, obey the management of the sector, and continue to fight for the Empire. For a stubborn person like Perturabo, I'm afraid his mind will change if he delays for another 2 days. On the other hand, the other 3 forces on Broom, the Death Guard, the Black Legion, and the Dracasi, the first 2 of these 3 forces have been fighting with the Dracasi on the surface of Broom for a long time, and have been investing troops. Horace felt that the Golden Expedition team outside the Eye of Terror would be aware of the large-scale troop movement, and then intend to fight an annihilation war in Bloom. People like Chin Mo are obviously high in combat power. If there are groups of demons that appear, he will definitely be needed to deal with them. Furthermore, if the 3 chaotic forces suddenly decide to attack the laboratory, Chin Mo will be dragged here. I am afraid that at that time, the Golden Expedition team will decide to ignore the situation in Bloom for strategic considerations, and will be dragged into the quagmire of Bloom because they have to come to help Chin Mo out. My lord, what Horace said makes sense. The scholar agreed. I thought about it, and I also agree to leave Bloom first, Magnus said. Chin Mo knew what he was good at, and what he was not good at, as well as what the people around him were good at, and what they were not good at, so he decided to listen to the advice of the 3 people in front of him. Get ready immediately. We will leave here now. Chin Mo turned around and walked towards the equipment used to open the dimensional space on Bloom. We have to wait a moment, Horace suddenly said. I even convinced Kurz, but I still can't convince Korix. It didn't surprise Chin Mo that Horace failed to persuade Korix. Because when the 2 clone Primarchs were still working together, they disliked each other, and even because Horace let Korix's offspring take the lead in a war, Korix left angrily. But Horace knew how to use people. He could go to Guilliman, who had a good relationship with Korix, to persuade him. Chin Mo wanted to tell Horace that he might as well ask Guilliman to try, but then he thought that Horace would definitely think of asking Guilliman to persuade him, but he said that he failed to persuade Korix, which means that it was not that he did not ask Guilliman to go, but that he went but it was useless. After a little thought, Chin Mo said helplessly, I try. At the same time, in a dark place in the main research facility, Korix crouched on a device in the shadows. In front of Korix, where the light was shining, stood Guilliman, who had just returned. I tried to persuade you before I went to fight with Bindis, but you are still stubborn. Guilliman leaned against the wall, looking helplessly at the shadow in front of him. If you don't go to the Talon sector with us, do you know what will happen? Korix was silent. Guilliman continued to persuade. We clones can only survive because we are still useful to the Empire. If we... So, this is why I never show up in front of the guy called the Lord of Talon. Korix spoke coldly. The reason why Horace stood with that guy was not because he wanted to, but because he was afraid that he would be killed by that guy. Under Guilliman's gaze, the clone Raven King continued to speak. Only Guilliman, his good friend, could let him say this. You saw a kind-hearted sector lord, but I saw a fake tyrant. Such a person is more terrible than our father. He will use lies to disguise his true purpose, and then use lies and threats to force a group of people to do things for him. If someone resists, he will kill the rebels. A complete tyrant. Hearing this, Guilliman was stunned for a second, then shook his head. No, you are wrong. Horace said that the sector. Why do you like to hearsay? Clone Guilliman wanted to use the situation of the Talon sector he heard from Horace to convince Korix, so that this rebellious brother would realize that the guy called Lord of Talon was not a tyrant at all. But Korix shut Guilliman up with one sentence. Who have you seen since you woke up? That tyrant? That tyrant's mechanical servants, no matter what they say. Even if they say they are the incarnation of our father, do you have a way to disprove it? Even if that tyrant uses iron men, using terrible creations that once brought disaster to the human race, you actually think he is a good person? Guilliman never realized that Korix's mouth was so powerful. Although he was thinking about his rebuttal, he had to admit that Korix was partially right. That is, even though Horace had talked with Chin Mo for a long time, he only listened to everything Chin Mo said unilaterally, and there was no evidence to prove that every word he said was true. You have some truth in what you said, No, no. Wait. Gilliman suddenly realized something, and then stared at his friend in the shadow. You said this. Do you really think so, or are you making excuses? In order to not be controlled, to be able to freely go to your home planet, to the place called the Salvation Planet to fulfill your wish, you made an excuse? After hearing Gilliman's words, the Clone Crow King responded to his friend's question with silence. Chapter 739. Your doubts make no sense. After a long silence, Corix refuted. But I do have a wish about my home planet. As a clone, I have no obligation to command the Legion to carry out the Great Crusade, and I don't need to be responsible to anyone, so I can finally do something I really want to do. Let the descendants of the planet that raised me, and all the people on the planet who raised me, be freed from the brutal oppression of the Empire. Deliverance. The planet considered home by the Raven Guard Primarch Corix, who had landed there, and was raised by oppressed workers. He and Gilliman are the only two Primarchs who had female caregivers during their growth, and they both have feelings for female caregivers. Perturabo, who strangled his sister, does not count. Corix led the people of Deliverance to resist oppression, and then the Emperor came, and he went to participate in the Great Crusade. A long time ago, Corix thought that his home planet did not need his care anymore, and he would take his descendants of Deliverance to save more and more worlds and people who were oppressed and bullied. Then he realized that he was thinking too much. The Saviors still lived the same life as they should, except that the Union Supervisor was replaced by a Mechanica charlatan, and the Union Boss in the mouth of the Supervisor was replaced by Oem Messiah, Pandora's God, Emperor, etc. Gilliman knew that the Savior was a knot in his friend's heart. He also knew that his friend's offspring once said, "Let me tell you who my Lord is." Corix is the enemy of the oppressors, and he is also the friend of the people. The people raised him, and the people educated him. I never trust any king, because their kindness is a disguise, and their beautiful promises are empty checks. Corix said. Gilliman still wanted to convince his friend, but he had to think of a different way. But soon he found that he was not the only one who came to convince Corix. After a sound of footsteps, the Lord of Talon, holding a scepter and a chainsaw sword, walked in. So when Salvation became the forge world of the Mechanicus and your people were struggling in misery, why didn't you do anything? Don't tell me you don't know what happened. Those who raised you and fought alongside you, will they call your name when they are forcibly transformed by the Mechanicus? Shi Nemo stopped, questioning with his eyes after his words. Corix wanted to explain that he had no choice at that time, because his duty was not limited to saving the planet, and the people he was responsible for were not just the people on that planet. Shi Nemo also knew it, but he had to ask it. I don't need to say anything to you. Corix looked at the chainsaw sword. You brought a weapon. If you want to kill me, you can start now. I won't kill you because you are a person who deserves to be communicated with. Shi Nemo said. In the eyes of the Lord of Talon, communication is necessary, but the choice of communication object is also important. Those who refuse to accept communication because of their education and their own thinking problems, then there is no need to communicate, such as Erebus, who is born with fertility, the Dark Eldar, who once plundered the Talon Star Zone, and the pirates, who robbed Talon civilian ships without even saying hello, and those beast men. If misunderstandings can be resolved through communication or conflicts can be put aside, and if they can work together to resolve the main conflicts, Gene Mo will communicate with them even if they have great prejudices against each other. For example, the Eldar of Uslan, and Corix in front of him. The star region where the Salvation Star is located lacks a king like me. Chi Nemo spread his arms, as if showing off, I have the same humanity as you, and I also have more unique advantages than you, so my star region is beautiful. Once, the ruling sage of Agrippina proposed to build a forging world in the Tyrone star region, so that the star region would not have to pay tithes. I told him to shut up, because I don't want a forging world full of industrial poison gas in my sector. When Chi Nemo said this, Gilliman looked at Corix. He found that although Corix's eyes were still full of hostility, he was listening quietly. This shows that Corix was also wondering whether his judgment was correct. You don't have to go with me, it doesn't matter. Chi Nemo turned around and signaled Gilliman to leave with him. You can hide in a corner as an observer, or you can leave now. Anyway, you have a talent for lurking. Gilliman hesitated, and he looked at Chi Nemo and asked if this was really possible. Let Corix decide for himself? What if he just didn't want to leave with everyone else and had to go to the rescue planet? But I don't know if Chi Nemo pretended not to see it, or really didn't see it. Anyway, he walked away at a brisk pace. Until they were far away from Corix, Gilliman asked, what if he doesn't catch up? He will catch up. Chi Nemo was very sure. Corix is not a fool. He knows very well that if he doesn't leave with us, he can only rely on his own 2 legs to lead Bloom and the Eye of Terror. The device used to send Lorger into the dimensional space was prepared by the scholars, and the black stone in it was about to be activated. A huge transport plane was built by the new Thunder Warriors using the materials in the laboratory. Considering that they might have to come to Bloom in the future, the equipment was installed with a self-repair device and hidden in a place where even Fabius could not find it. Before the dimensional space was opened and the transport plane flew into the dimension, Corix did catch up. Put on the armor of the new Thunder Warrior. We have to go back to the fleet first. You may see the real bodies of some of you. You must hide them well. They have no feelings for you. The Primarchs put on their equipment while listening to Chi Nemo talking about important matters. Bindus took this opportunity to sit in the pilot's seat, but was pulled up by Chi Nemo. You want to drive the transport plane yourself? Bindus looked at Chi Nemo in surprise as he walked past him and sat in the pilot's seat. Believe me, no one can drive this thing except me, Chi Nemo said. Outside the Eye of Terror, the fleets of the Glory of Humanity and the Glory of Macridge. Hundreds of cruiser patrol formations are sailing around the fleet. In order to prevent any hostile personnel from infiltrating the fleet, every transport ship and transport plane going back and forth is carefully checked by these patrol fleets. On a gunboat in the 44th Patrol Fleet, the 2 captains and deputy captains in the bridge stared intently at the transport fleet that could almost be lined up outside the galaxy outside the porthole, as well as the transport planes that were as dense as mosquitoes. They were all being checked. The drones and warships equipped with scanning equipment either flew into the transport ships and transport planes, or scanned every blind spot of the warships from dozens of kilometers away. In order to prevent the rumored traitorous space warriors, who were extremely good at disguise, from sneaking in, the equipment carried by the drones would even compare the soul projections of registered and reported personnel. A moment later, a transport plane suddenly appeared in the void and flew quickly towards the fleet. It was very eye-catching among the huge number of transport planes waiting for inspection. Shoot it down. The captain gave the order without hesitation. The order was executed quickly. The gunboat's weapons officer immediately locked onto the transport plane, and then after seeing the scan results of the probe integrated into the weapon fire control device, he watched the transport plane fly over without any reaction. Weapons officer, why did you refuse to execute my order? The captain asked coldly. According to Article 132 of the Patrol and Alert section of the Star Zone Wartime Regulations, any target that resists inspection can be designated as a traitor or spy, and any witnessing ship is obliged to open fire. You violated this, weapons officer. The deputy captain took over. Leave your post, and wait for the investigation of the Admiralty. Faced with the accusations of the 2 captains, the weapons officer responded, I want to defend myself. According to the Navy regulations, you are qualified. The captain nodded. I didn't open fire because there was an important person in that transport plane, the weapons officer said. The captain said coldly, the important person in that transport plane is the Primarch. They can ask for an immediate inspection, but they must not break through. Unless the important person you are talking about is the Emperor, your defense is invalid. Sorry, Captain. I don't know if the important person on that transport plane is the Emperor. But the weapons officer's voice seemed helpless. But the pilot of the important person in that transport plane is the Lord of Talon. Chapter 740. A day ago, the Plague Fleet had assembled over the Plague Planet and began to move towards Bloom. Lord Inquisitor Alpha and his apprentice investigated and learned that 2 more Imperial Navy cruisers were pulled into the Plague Planet in the Eye of Terror after being corroded by the plague. He believes that we must be prepared for an evenly matched void war. Glorious Humanity's Bridge. The light was dim. The holographic device projected the entire small-scale interior of the Eye of Terror on the entire bridge, with the Plague Planet specially marked out. That is the lair of the Death Guard. A liaison officer of the Inquisition stationed in the Golden Expedition Fleet explained to Gilliman and Lion a series of intelligence learned from the Inquisitor's latest investigation. All warships that suffered a catastrophic disaster due to the plague will inexplicably appear over the Plague Planet. And the enemy may also have a more special way to replenish warships. For example, Lord Alpha saw a new terminus, which became larger and more like a living thing. That's all. The Inquisitor saluted Gilliman and Lion respectfully. Gilliman waved his hand, and the entire bridge lit up instantly. Not only the fleet, the Astra Militarum, and the Space Marines participated in the Golden Crusade, but also the Inquisition and the Assassin's Court. The Inquisitors, who existed in the Empire as a necessary evil, are now conducting intelligence investigations in the Eye of Terror. On average, one inquisitor and his apprentice are needed for every half sentence of intelligence, so even if not every sentence of this intelligence may have a huge effect, it is definitely invaluable. These are all the information that Lord Alpha exchanged his life for, but he also left a last word that has nothing to do with military intelligence. The Inquisition staff added another sentence, as if to let the Regent know the sacrifice of the Inquisition. Gilliman nodded and asked softly, "What are Alpha's last words?" The Inquisition staff very seriously put their legs together and saluted the eagle. "The Golden Expedition will win." "Salute him." Gilliman held up his helmet and bowed his head in silence. More and more information came from the Inquisition. Lion was always sitting silently at the tactical table to plan, and fell into deep thought after a moment. The Lion King's eyes were fixed on the partial image of the Eye of Terror displayed on the tactical table. That was where Bloom was. The location of the Plague Fleet in the Tribunal's intelligence was also entered into the tactical table, and then the tactical table automatically calculated the time they would arrive at the target and their real-time location based on the Plague Fleet's data. This kind of prediction is still very useful in normal wars, but it is useless when fighting against the enemies in the Eye of Terror, because the Plague Fleet may arrive at the place they want to go in the next second, or they may have arrived a few days ago. Or maybe they were already in Broome before the Golden Crusade began. "What do you want to do about the Plague Fleet?" Gilliman came behind Lion and asked. Lion turned around and nodded. "I have a hunch that Broome, a world of little strategic value, may become the battlefield of a super-apocalyptic war. For various reasons we don't know, the enemy is gathering and rushing. And it's not just the Plague Fleet." Gilliman thought for a moment and asked, "Then why don't you give the order?" "Because I'm not sure whether it's the right decision to attack Broome." Ryan hesitated a little. "If we attack Broome regardless of everything, in order to severely damage or even annihilate most of the enemies we will have to deal with in the future, things may not go as smoothly as expected. We may be dragged on Broome, causing the original gradual erosion strategy to have to change." The Lion King is not a person who likes to hesitate, even now 10,000 years later. But now is the most important war he has commanded since he became the War Master. Every mistake he makes may cause the death and burial of tens of millions of people. The pressure forces him to be more cautious and think more. Gilliman knew all this, and he decided to help Lion think more. While the two were discussing, Ultramarines Chapter Master Calgar stepped into the bridge, walked to the Gene Father, and whispered, "Lord Talon is back." Hearing this, Gilliman looked at Lion. Lion raised his eyebrows, turned around and looked at the tactical table. Gilliman immediately walked out of the bridge. The two fleets of the Golden Expedition fleet, led by Jagatai and Sanguinius respectively, had already left the main fleet and rushed to the positions arranged by Lion for them around the Eye of Terror. Although there are less than 3,000 warships, the fleet docked at the Miracle Void port in the Bellis Corona sector is still extremely large. A giant star gate is placed at the edge of the galaxy. A huge logistics fleet consisting of nearly 10,000 transport ships from the Talon sector connects the Star Gate and the Void port in the center of the galaxy like a ribbon. The Eldaro Tanza Ark world is docked on the other side of the Void port, helping the Void port share the pressure of accommodating supplies and docking ships. Here, the supplies carried by a 20-kilometer-long transport ship can only sustain a fleet and army for 1 hour. Every minute and every second, transport ships carrying army soldiers from all over the Empire arrive at the fleet, and after entering the Void port or the Ark world, they are transported by countless transport planes to the special reinforced transport ships in the fleet that specifically accommodate the army. When the transport plane driven by Cheen Mo flew through the fleet, the clone Primarchs wearing new Thunder Warrior armor in the cabin were amazed at everything they saw. After the transport plane landed on the huge ship, the Glory Human, the clone Primarchs found that even with their height and eyesight, they could only see a tiny part of the entire huge fleet from a corner of the warship. "Remember, don't reveal your identity." Cheen Mo stood up and left the driver's seat, and reminded the clone Primarchs again. The clone Primarchs had heard this warning more than once along the way, and they were already a little numb. They stood up without any response, and lined up in an orderly manner with the new Thunder Warriors led by Bindis to walk out of the transport plane. It looks no different from the new Thunder Warriors. Cheen Mo, Eisenhorn, and the Iron Man named Scholar followed the new Thunder Warriors down the transport plane. When Cheen Mo looked forward with hope, he saw not Gilliman who came to greet him, but the war apostle Matthew. This devout state church member was still dressed in ragged clothes, looking more like a super-powerful beggar who could get food on the Glory Human, rather than a war apostle who had fought side by side with the Primarch and showed the power of a living saint in the Plague War. "Lord Tyrone?" Matthew saluted very respectfully. "Does Robert know you are here to see me?" Although Qin Mo didn't like this guy who had preached to him, considering that the war apostle had been doing business, he still stopped in front of Matthew. Chapter 741. I have something I want you to decide. About logistics. Matthew saluted again. Qin Mo could see that the war apostle was in big trouble, and he listened quietly. It's not just the sons of God and the warriors who follow them who are participating in this golden expedition. There are also the loyal subjects of the emperor. Matthew told a story about the state religion. The helmsman of the empire's state religion, one of the high-ranking ministers of the High Lord's Council, the Pope, had just issued a call for the believers of the state religion to participate in the golden expedition. However, the Pope was merely following public opinion. As early as when the golden expedition fleet had just arrived around the Eye of Terror, the ecclesiarchs were already preparing. Many ecclesiarch worlds and the star systems where the ecclesiarch worlds were located within the empire were mobilizing inefficiently, but extremely enthusiastically. Merchants and nobles spent almost all their money to buy transport ships equipped with dimensional engines, simple weapons and equipment, and a small amount of supplies. The priests of every ecclesiarch world walked the streets and alleys, preaching to the people about the golden expedition, and then ended their preaching with a sentence for the Emperor of God, and led the enthusiastic listeners to the largest church in the world. Fanatic men and women lined up all night long, received simple weapons and equipment and enough food for a one-way trip, and then boarded transport ships to the Golden Crusade front. Some small state religion worlds were even empty, because everyone on them had left their hometowns to participate in the war called the Holy Crusade by the Pope. Extremely poor believers would even take the warp engine ship and start sailing without a navigator, and they would still miraculously arrive at their destination. After this miraculous event was spread, more and more people believed that this expedition was the will of the emperor. Even believers who were not in the world of the state religion would try their best to rush to the Eye of Terror. In short, a large number of state religion believers who brought their own dry food and weapons and equipment were about to participate in the golden expedition. After hearing the whole story, Qin Mo could probably guess the purpose of Matthew's visit to him, and asked the Tyrone Star region to provide some supplies to these believers who participated in the holy expedition, at least so that they would not starve to death. Have you told the Primarchs about this? Yes, Lord Talon, of course I did. But the regent thought this was a demonstration by the Pope of the state religion, a demonstration to show his influence. But he didn't understand that it was precisely because of his existence that the believers were so fanatical. The clone Primarch standing in the new Thunder Warrior team also heard what Matthew said. If Lorgar was here, he would be crazy with joy. Horus muttered in a low voice. The other Primarchs either muttered like Horus or remained silent, but they were all surprised by this. The current empire has indeed brought great shock to these clone Primarchs, whose memories are still stuck in the Great Crusade. Now they have only arrived in the Golden Expedition fleet, and have not yet visited any planet. Imagine. Lehman Russ said to his brothers, men and women on every world gather together because of faith, and then prepare everything by themselves, just to go to the front line of the war and die. Faith alone can mobilize hundreds of billions, or even trillions of people. Although these people are most likely cannon fodder, they are courageous cannon fodder. When Lehman Russ said this, Horus' attitude was completely opposite to that of the Clone Wolf King. After thinking about it, Horus said contemptuously, I don't think these people are cannon fodder, because they don't even qualify as cannon fodder. The clone Primarchs all looked at Horus. These people haven't even prepared supplies, and they probably haven't received any training. The deafening sound of artillery and flames, as well as the blood and broken limbs on the ground will calm them down and realize how stupid it is to join the war because of their passion. After Horus finished speaking, the other clone Primarchs either remained silent or nodded in agreement. This exchange was completed in the communication channel in the new Thunder Warrior armor, as a backup communication method. Matthew didn't know what they said, let alone that there were a bunch of clone sons of God here. But Qin Mo, who deliberately wanted to know how the clone Primarchs viewed the state religion, heard it. He didn't completely agree with Horus. The troops composed of the fanatics of the state religion were indeed untrained and unlikely to exert the same combat effectiveness as the Astra Militarum. But they are really fanatical. The deafening sound of the cannons could not scare them away. They would only think that it was the God Emperor testing their faith, and death was just a beautiful thing for the soul to return to the Golden Throne. If the fanatics were really deployed in the war, these passionate men and women would probably only be able to undertake the tasks of attacking and defending. But in places where people are needed to die in large numbers, they are indeed very useful. Go find the guards. Qin Mo raised his hand, condensed a piece of ice with his name on it out of thin air, and put it in Matthew's hand. We can provide logistics for the Believer's army for a fee, and the bill should be placed on the head of the state religion. Those high-ranking priests and the Pope of the state religion cannot just hide behind and watch those who truly believe in the Emperor die without giving anything substantial. The believers will be grateful for your generosity. Matthew breathed a sigh of relief, took 2 steps back, and prepared to bow respectfully again to thank Qin Mo. He had been worried about helping the believers collect food. But when a heavy footstep came, Matthew, who was about to bow again, quickly put on his hood and left. The war apostle thought he had not been discovered by Gilliman, who came. But Gilliman could recognize Matthew from 3 kilometers away, and he could guess what this guy was doing in less than a second, but he was in a good mood and didn't want to trouble Matthew for the time being. After Gilliman appeared, Horus, who was standing with the new Thunder Warriors, immediately turned his head to look at his 13th clone brother. Clone Gilliman stared at his original body. The clone Primarchs could see that Gilliman's original body had a very good relationship with Qin Mo, and the two of them greeted each other like friends rather than collaborators. You came back very quickly. Gilliman looked at Eisenhorn and the new Thunder Warriors, but did not find Sanguinius. Don't be discouraged. Although we did not find the clone Sanguinius. I found the clone Sanguinius, but he is not here, but... No problem, Qin Mo said. Hearing the conversation between the two, the clone Sanguinius standing at the end of the team shrank, his wings curled in the armor. My best friend is still alive, and fighting for the welfare of mankind, even after 10,000 years. Corix's eyes always stayed on Gilliman, but the current empire. I really pity him. Hearing this, the clone Gilliman on the side thought for a few seconds and agreed with his best friend's words. Me too. Chapter 742. The clone Primarchs were just like Qin Mo's subordinates. The new Thunder Warriors stood there obediently, silently waiting for Qin Mo and Gilliman to finish what they wanted to talk about. Gilliman still had a lot to say, such as the recent affairs of the Inquisitors, the next strategy, and Qin Mo's experience in the Eye of Terror. But what puzzled him was that Qin Mo suddenly said that he was very tired and wanted to rest after he had just opened his mouth for a few words. So Gilliman could only swallow what he wanted to say. Have a good rest. The regent patted Qin Mo's shoulder and looked at Eisenhorn again. You've worked hard too. Eisenhorn bowed slightly. Then Gilliman turned and left. Seeing that he didn't notice anything wrong at all, Qin Mo breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the clone Primarchs hidden in the new Thunder Warriors behind him. Follow me. Wait. Qin. Wait. Gilliman suddenly remembered something and trotted back. Qin Mo thought Gilliman had discovered something again and immediately became nervous. But Gilliman just smiled and said, an Inquisitor stole something from the enemy. Can you lend me a Thunder Warrior to investigate that thing? I help you. No, just let a Thunder Warrior who's not too busy do this little thing. When Qin Mo was about to help Gilliman make what he wanted, Gilliman waved his hands again and again, looking at the Thunder Warriors behind Qin Mo. Bendis, definitely not. He is the commander. There are things that need him to do. Anyway, all the new Thunder Warriors can be like those Ketans. Just by touching an object, they can see into the past of the object, so it doesn't matter who you choose. Gilliman thought so, and his eyes finally fixed on a Thunder Warrior behind Bendis. Can you please help me do this? Yes. Under Qin Mo's gaze, the person who was accidentally chosen by Gilliman nodded. The person under the golden armor was Gilliman's clone. Under Corix's nervous gaze, the clone Gilliman turned around and followed his original body. Why did he choose his own clone at first sight? Lian complained. Is it because they are all the same short? Fortunately, he didn't choose you. Qin Mo glanced at Lian. He was very confident in the clone Gilliman and was not worried. He immediately led the Primarchs to another direction. The two Gillimans walked together in the corridor. The original body strode forward with his hands behind his back, looking calm. The armored clone also strode forward, but under the armor, his face was obviously nervous. The clone had to think a lot. Why did the original body choose him immediately? Did he see who he was? What if he was questioned by the original body? However, Gilliman didn't know that the person following him was the clone, and he didn't know what the clone was thinking. The reason why he chose the clone was that the height of most of the new Thunder Warriors always reminded him of Lion, and how he felt in front of Lion, so he chose a new Thunder Warrior who looked slightly shorter. The two Gillimans came to the entrance of the archives on the Glory Human together. Just as Gilliman was about to say that this was where he lived on the flagship, the clone Gilliman had already followed him into the archives very naturally. When he saw the slightly surprised expression on the original's face, the clone Gilliman realized that he had been careless when thinking and had not paid attention to the details. Whether it was the clone or the original, Gilliman would choose to stay in the archives, because here he could deal with the things he needed to deal with in the most timely manner. But Gilliman's original body was not confused. He just thought that the new Thunder Warrior in front of him often stayed on the Glory Human, and knew that his residence on the flagship of the Talon Star sector was the archive. The things are in there. Gilliman made a gesture of invitation. Clone Gilliman hesitated for a millisecond, and in this millisecond, he suddenly thought of many things. It can be seen that the original body is really careful to maintain the relationship with Qin Mo. Gilliman knew very well that the new Thunder Warrior was Qin Mo's subordinate. Although Qin Mo never made it so clear, the new Thunder Warrior belonged to him. So in order to prevent his friends from thinking that he might be trying to snatch the ownership of the new Thunder Warriors, Gilliman often treated the new Thunder Warriors with a very polite attitude, even though his status was much higher than these super warriors. The reason why Gilliman was so cautious was because he had discovered very early that Qin Mo was actually a sensitive and heavy-hearted person. Yes. The clone nodded and walked into the archives, Regent. The moment Gilliman called him away, the clone had already realized that he was not a real new Thunder Warrior, and it was impossible for him to move an item just by touching it like Bindis. But he had prepared a plan, so he was not nervous at all, and it was very natural. Gilliman looked at the new Thunder Warrior, who was exactly the same height as him, and watched him naturally approach the wetware of the human head brought back by the Inquisitor on the table. But he did not stare at it for too long, but took advantage of his inability to help to do something else. The clone walked up to the wetware, just like he had seen when he worked with Bindis in Fabius's laboratory before, and reached out his hand to put it on the wetware like a real new Thunder Warrior. This wetware was once placed in a battleship to store information. But I don't know what information it is. Between me and my battle brothers, I am not the one who is good at seeing the past. I suggest that I ask someone else to try. The clone Gilliman turned his head to look at the original body while analyzing. At this time, the real Gilliman was sitting at the table, concentrating on handling things. There was actually nothing in the fleet that could allow him to use his multi-core processor. Talent, because the main control intelligence on the Glory Human can handle many things by itself, and some things that require people of status to take responsibility need to be handed over to Gilliman. So, as always, Gilliman is still dealing with the mess of the Empire. Gilliman is on the side of the Golden Expedition main fleet, but his brain is thinking about the several times a political commissar named Caiaphas Cain died and resurrected in the archives during the period from 960.M41 to 970.M41. Because he buried his head, the clone could see his original body's full head of white hair. Okay, thank you. Then please help me call your battle brothers, Gilliman said without raising his head. Chapter 743. You have been sleeping for 10,000 years like lion? Why else would you have white hair? Gilliman's clone called a person who could really see the past by touching objects through the communication channel, then walked to the desk and asked his original body softly. Because I'm too tired. Gilliman raised his head. Can you imagine that I've returned for 2 or 3 generations, but I haven't cleaned up the mess yet? The clone had guessed where Gilliman's white hair came from, but he still wanted to ask. He wanted to know how miserable the original was. Perhaps because the clone had a higher empathy for the original, or perhaps because he couldn't bear to watch it, the clone walked up to the original and moved all the parchments piled by his legs to the table. Thank you, but I don't have time to deal with these matters for the time being. Gilliman thanked his clone, thinking that this Thunder Warrior just wanted to help him move the matters waiting to be dealt with from his legs to the table. As for helping him deal with the affairs, Gilliman didn't mind. After all, these affairs had been piled up for a long time. They were not very important or confidential. He just needed someone to deal with them, and take the responsibility of dealing with them in the name of the Regent. But the problem was that the new Thunder Warriors were originally civilians in the Talon sector. These messes of the Empire would immediately overheat their brains that could deal with hundreds of battle situations at high speed and cause phantom pain, and then they would leave while complaining. But to Gilliman's surprise, the new Thunder Warrior in front of him actually stood by the desk and helped him deal with the pile of affairs. Just like himself. At the same time, he dealt with many old and rotten things written on parchments that needed to be judged. Don't you feel a headache? Gilliman also continued to deal with his own affairs, and at the same time he still had the energy to chat. I thought you would think that these old and rotten things were unnecessary and meaningless to deal with, and these things should be left to rot in the corner. Hearing the original's question, the clone replied, if these things really have no meaning to be dealt with, then you won't waste time on them. You have returned 2 or 3 generations, but this time is nothing. You need to make a judgment on the past, you need to let those who deserve rewards and honors get what they deserve, and you need to make the current empire adapt to the existence of a regent. You are so wise. Gilliman was quite surprised. Of course. The clone nodded. The two chatted and dealt with things. For some reason, Gilliman felt an inexplicable closeness and trust towards this warrior. It was as if he was another self. When the two talked about the 500 worlds of Ultramar, Gilliman found that the new Thunder Warrior beside him was extremely knowledgeable. He knew all the 500 worlds. He even knew what was on Macridge. He even knew what the state of Macridge was 10,000 years ago. However, what made Gilliman feel a little disappointed was that there were some errors in the details of the story told by the new Thunder Warrior, who got along well with him. For example, the new Thunder Warrior believed that the red helmets worn by some Ultramarines came from an elite warrior who died gloriously in the Great Crusade. That elite warrior liked to wear a red helmet, and later Ultramarines allowed warriors who had made contributions to wear red helmets in his memory. Gilliman would very patiently correct the errors in the words of the new Thunder Warrior, and tell him that the origin of the red helmet was not like this. During the Horus Heresy, a warrior warned his battle brothers and superiors that other Primarchs might rebel. Then this person was regarded as a scum who suspected his friends, and in order to humiliate him, his helmet was painted red to show his shame. But later it was proved that the warrior's warning was true, so the red helmet changed from humiliation to glory. Hearing the original's correction, the clone smiled under the helmet, and then said in a very serious tone that he had learned a lesson and thanked the Primarch. "Why are you so familiar with Macridge, my friend?" Gilliman asked with a smile. "Because I was a learned Talonian before I became a super soldier." The clone's face was hidden under the helmet, but there was a smile in his tone. "I have also communicated with Macridge scholars many times. A learned person, not just a soldier who became a super soldier." Gilliman smiled and nodded. "Your leader has no prejudice and does not think that a scholar cannot become a qualified warrior. This is one of the many advantages of your leader." After that, the two Gillimans continued to handle affairs, until they both raised their heads at the same time. "Don't tell others that you are helping me handle affairs. Don't tell others that I am helping you handle affairs," the two said in unison. "It's good that you understand. It's good that you understand," the two said in unison again. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Finally, Gilliman broke the awkwardness with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, it seems that we get along very well." "Of course." The clone nodded. Gilliman also nodded, and then continued to work hard. After a while, the clone Gilliman suddenly heard a sigh from the original. "I suddenly feel that if I can have a clone to help me deal with these things, it would be nice." Hearing the sigh, the clone did not react at all. "Fortunately, my leader took me to Broom to kill all the blasphemous creations of the Mad Doctor." "Correct." Gilliman nodded. "I was just sighing. If a clone of me really came in front of me, I would probably go berserk on the spot." "Will you break up with my leader because of this?" The clone also put down the quill and asked seriously. "That won't happen." Gilliman shrugged his shoulders. "We are not children. How could we break up because of a little conflict?" The clone was silent and thoughtful. At this time, the door of the archive was pushed open, and a new Thunder Warrior walked in. After looking at Gilliman, he walked towards the wetware on the table. This true new Thunder Warrior immediately discovered the past of the wetware, and then reported, "This wetware only records one thing, that is, an order that the Death Shroud must take back the Deathly Hallows on Broom." Deathly Hallows. Gilliman thought for a while with a serious expression, and then said in a deep voice, "Now Lion doesn't have to hesitate. We must go to Broom. No matter what, the previous strategy must be put aside for the time being." Chapter 744. On the other side. In the room of Chin Mo, the owner of the Glory Humanity, all the clone Primarchs saw Vanessa, who had just arrived on the Glory Humanity. To be precise, they saw their father. The Emperor possessed by Vanessa stood by the porthole with his hands behind his back to the door. When he followed Chin Mo to open the door and enter the room, Horus was so excited that he could not control himself and trembled all over. The other Primarchs did not know where the blonde woman standing by the window with a profound attitude came from, and why Chin Mo did not let them, the clones, go to the most secret place on the battleship, but came to this room first. "Mother, father, father!" He opened his mouth, and a hoarse and dry voice came out of his mouth. The Emperor standing by the window was still looking at the vast void outside the porthole. When he heard Horus call, his body trembled. Then he turned around slowly. What the Primarch saw was a blonde woman turning around and looking at them, but the woman's eyes were attached with golden light, making them see the majestic face of the Emperor for a moment. Of course, it was the majestic face that he often showed to outsiders. Then all the clone Primarchs realized in an instant that the woman in front of them was the Emperor, and in an instant they realized why she was their father. The Emperor's broken will, the crisis 10,000 years ago, the faith of mankind, and the double torture imposed by the Golden Throne. All of this was instantly seen through by the clones. Father. A tear flowed down the corner of Horus's eye, and he trembled as he stepped forward. With every step, the clone war master would have many worries in his heart. Would the Emperor blame his clone for the Great Rebellion 10,000 years ago? Or did the Emperor not care about his clone at all? But no matter what the Emperor thought, Horus loved and worshipped his father. Whether it was the original or the clone, this love and worship was absolutely unchanged. But the premise was that Horus's mind was still clear. Instead of looking at his father as a madman who was intoxicated by the power of the four gods. Horus. The Emperor did not open his mouth, but the voice could reach the ears of everyone present except Chin-Emo. Hearing the call, Horus quickened his pace and ran to the Emperor, then knelt on one knee. Even if the clone Primarch knelt on one knee, the Emperor in Vanessa's body could not be level with him, but she could reach out and touch Horus' face by floating slightly. Then after touching Horus' face, his eyes were cast on the clone Primarchs behind Horus. Not all Primarchs were full of affection for the Emperor. For example, Onron was present. Even though this clone didn't have the same nails as the original, and even though his personality was completely different from the original, one thing remained unchanged. That was hatred for the Emperor. For Onron, not having the nails only allowed him to feel the Emperor's ruthlessness towards him more calmly and rationally, so his performance at this time was as angry as if the nails were driven in. Onron. The Emperor called softly. I know you are a clone, but I don't treat you as a clone emotionally, just like I don't treat your other clone brothers as clones. If you are willing to cooperate, we may be able to work together to redeem your original body. The Emperor's words surprised Chin-Emo. He thought that even this Emperor, who was purely human, would say nothing, pretending not to see Onron, or show guilt, and blame others or the situation at the time. But the Emperor talked to Onron after meeting Horus. He even directly expressed the reason why he valued these clones. Some of these clones could become the redemption of their rebellious original bodies, and the life-saving straw for their dead original bodies. You may deceive Horus, but you cannot deceive me, tyrant. Onron paced back and forth in front of his brothers. I know what your nature is like, and I also know that if you could invest 1/10,000th of the hypocritical feelings you invested in Horus and me, I would not hate you as much as I do now. Faced with Angren's accusation, the Emperor remained silent. Can you please at least not show such hypocritical feelings in front of me? Because I know you are a slave owner who compromises with the slave owner, a slave owner who enslaves the greater Nikilia. Onron continued. Among the clone Primarchs present, there may be some who never regarded the Emperor as their father, but only Onron showed his hatred directly. As a bystander, Chin-Emo could even understand Angren's hatred. It was a justified hatred. 10,000 years ago, when the Emperor went to Nikilia to find Onron, he reached an agreement with the slave owners. It's hard to say that this is a compromise. But anyway, as long as the slave owners submit to the Empire, the Emperor will forgive them. Then the Emperor took away Onron, who was ready to die gloriously with his brothers and sisters. This led to Onron finding himself a synonym for shame after returning to Nikilia, because the Nikilia people thought he had abandoned his brothers and sisters and ran away alone. Chin-Emo also thought about it from another perspective. He felt that the Emperor's compromise with the slave owner was not a completely crazy decision, but the Emperor should at least take Onron and his brothers and sisters away together. The only inappropriate thing about clone Onron getting angry at the Emperor at the moment was that he was scolding the Emperor's humanity, which was often suppressed by the Emperor. I'm sorry. After a long silence, the Emperor spoke with difficulty. I'm sorry. Onron was disappointed. Is it that simple? What else can I say? The Emperor spread his hands. I am only a part of the complete Emperor. How can I know what went wrong when I found your original body when I was still complete? Onron was stunned for a moment, feeling like he had punched cotton. How about I take you to the warp and ask the others in that cold sun? The Emperor held out his hand to Onron. I will scold them with you. Onron suddenly realized how miserable he was. He was a clone, questioning a fragment of the Emperor. This was really. Then he realized that his original body was even more miserable than himself. Pain and sorrow instantly dispelled Angren's hostility, and he squatted against the wall, falling into self-doubt. All of you retreat. The Emperor waved his hand to the clone Primarchs. So the clone Primarchs left the room and followed Bindis, who was waiting outside to the camp of the new Thunder Warriors on the glory of humanity. Chapter 745. Don't you have anything more to say to them? Chin-Emo sat on the sofa. He originally planned to watch a family ethics drama. I originally wanted to say a lot, but seeing Angren's look, I think I have to be more cautious. The Emperor sat down beside Chin-Emo and took out a glass of wine and 2 glasses from under the square table in front of the sofa. After drinking a glass of wine, the emperor had only one feeling. The bitter wine hurt his heart. Anlan choked back all the words the emperor wanted to say. But it was not the words of this son, who still hated him after the nail was pulled out, that were so choking. But it reminded the emperor that his descendants had problems in their own personalities, and the slightest carelessness could lead to bad consequences. Now the emperor decided to be more cautious. At least some words could not be said in front of all the clone Primarchs. Thank you for not killing them. The emperor filled a glass and gently moved the glass in front of Qin Mo. Qin Mo picked up the glass and drank it all. The emperor continued, I thought you had no sympathy for these superhumans, and treated them as tools just like Malkador. There is a big difference between you and me. Qin Mo shook his head, but I didn't kill them. I brought them back not just because I sympathized with them. When Qin Mo decided to let the clone Primarchs go, he thought about a lot of things. The only one that he couldn't kill was the clone Guilliman. He had no friendship with the other Primarchs. Eisenhorn also saw it at the time, so he picked up the grenade launcher and prepared to take action. After stopping Eisenhorn for a moment, Qin Mo had already thought of the placement of all the Primarchs except Sanguinius. In the factory composed of iron entities in the warp, there is a tool used to provide raw materials for soul cans. It was originally the barracks of the ancient saints, but later it was corroded and turned into an evil item that would continuously release demons. Non-warp life can enter, but cannot leave. Scholars isolated a new world in that tool for the ancient Terrans sent into the tool by the Emperor to live. Qin Mo wanted to stuff the clone Primarchs into that tool so that he would not kill them. In the real universe, the real Primarchs fought side by side with humans against the dark gods. In the universe inside that tool, the clone Primarchs led the humans there, which was also good. But the reason why Qin Mo decided to bring the clone Primarch back was that he thought that Sanguinius could be resurrected with the clone. In addition, the demon Primarch Mortarion was not even completely killed by the Emperor, and part of his soul was still collected by the Emperor, so he could also be redeemed. Mortarion was once a leader of an uprising against aliens on a planet dominated by aliens. Even his adoptive father was an alien, but he did not succumb to his adoptive father like Lorgar, but rebelled. Nurgle, who got him by conspiracy, is not qualified to own him forever. In addition to this reason, the larger reason is that Qin Mo feels that these Primarchs are really very useful even if they are clones. Whether they are commanders or warriors, assassins or scholars, they are definitely the best among the best. Guilliman was able to compete with the main control intelligence in management ability, and then said to the main control intelligence, humans, it's amazing. In short, Qin Mo thought a lot at that time. In short, I came back from Bloom and brought back your cloned offspring. You have plenty of time to spend with the cloned originals these days. Qin Mo stood up. You don't have to worry too much. They are clones, and you are not a complete emperor. Your words don't sound reassuring at all. The emperor frowned. You said it as if I become complete one day, I will have no feelings for them. Hearing this, Qin Mo looked indifferent. You don't have to think so, because you will never become complete. Why worry about something that will never happen? What you said makes sense. By the way, won't you accompany me to deal with the matter of cloning the original body? I have more important things to do than this. You can be idle and run around the Talon Star Zone, crying at all the people and things you see, but I am not that idle. Were you born with such a vicious mouth, or are you influenced by the power of the Star God? Qin Mo did not respond to the Emperor again, and left the room directly. He was not trying to evade the Emperor, but he really had many things to do. For example, the current war. There were many things waiting for him, and the two real Primarchs on the battleship to decide. Qin Mo found the two Primarchs in the archives. When he pushed the door open, he saw Guilliman sitting behind the desk, and Lion was sitting opposite him, with his legs on the table. Guilliman looked haggard, because he felt that it was not only his brother Lion that was difficult to deal with, but also the pile of new documents on the desk. Originally, he had not had so many things to deal with, but the army of the Ecclesiarchs had arrived at the fleet, and he had many more things to deal with as the Son of God. We are discussing whether to go to you together. Sit down. Guilliman patted the documents piled up next to his desk that were big enough to serve as a chair. Then he wiped his face with a haggard look, took out a cigar from a small box, and put it in his mouth, and then picked up the Emperor's sword. The Emperor's sword that fell into Guilliman's hands immediately burned with flames, just like every time he used it before. Finally, Guilliman used this weapon that once belonged to the Emperor to light a cigar. Huh? Guilliman let out a long breath, put down the Emperor's sword and looked at the cigar in his hand. I just realized that the High Lord of Cadia has always been quite good at enjoying himself. You used the Emperor's sword to light a cigarette? Qin Mo was shocked. Even he found this scene a little hard to accept. Gilliman exhaled a puff of white smoke, with a comfortable look on his face, smiling, and looking completely unconcerned. The archive was silent for 2 seconds, and then Gilliman's loud laughter broke the silence. "Don't be nervous, this is my father's sword." Gilliman took out the real Emperor's sword from under the table. "The one I used to light my cigarette was just a souvenir I got when Ultramar and your sector had an academic exchange last time. This souvenir was the product of scholars from our 2 sectors trying to replicate the Emperor's sword but failed." Qin Imo sat down helplessly. The Silent Lion spoke up. "He heard your footsteps a long time ago, and then asked me not to speak so that he could show off his sense of humor." "What do you mean by showing off? Don't judge me, Lion, you don't understand." Gilliman rolled his eyes at Lion. Perhaps in the eyes of others, there may still be contradictions and grudges between the two Primarchs. But Qin Imo understood that the fact that they could talk to each other was actually proof that their relationship had greatly improved. Chapter 746. Let's talk business. I have planned to send the army to Broom to fight those Death Guards and the Black Legion. They are gathered on a planet, and this planet is not far from the edge of the Eye of Terror. Ryan did not comment on Gilliman's sense of humor, and seamlessly connected the topic to his strategic decision. Then Ryan explained his plan in detail to Qin Imo. That is to keep the mission of Chagatai and Sanguinius, who have left the main fleet, unchanged, and still advance, deploy Blackstone artifacts, prepare, continue to advance, and then continue to deploy Blackstone artifacts. This is a simple strategic model. Ryan always explains in detail to others why he came up with this strategy. That is, the Blackstone creations are too important, and the Eye of Terror is too dangerous. If a plan is not made around the Blackstone creations, then this battle cannot be fought. Chagatai and Sanguinius still do it as planned, making the Blackstone creations the core of the long battle line, and advancing step by step. The strategic goal is not to annihilate anything, but to build more Blackstone creations. But the main fleet needs to change the original plan, break into the vicinity of Broom as quickly as possible, and then try to deploy Blackstone creations on Broom, until the entire Broom is captured and all enemies on it are annihilated. After explaining his strategy, Ryan looked at Qin Imo quietly, waiting for him to speak. The most important thing in this war is not the Tyrone Navy that fills the fleets of the 4 Primarchs, nor the Space Marines, but the various war departments of Tyrone that are responsible for logistics and supply. Now even the most ordinary Space Marine subgroup is heavily dependent on the supply of the Tyrone transport fleet. Of course, then we will go and annihilate the enemy as much as possible. Anyway, we will have to fight them later, so we can fight as many as we can now. Qin Imo agreed without hesitation, so fast that Ryan was extremely surprised. The War Master hesitated for 2 seconds and asked in confusion, "Don't you want to ask me some questions? For example, by the time we reach Broom, the Death Guard and the Black Legion may have retreated. Don't worry about those things about the characteristics of the warp." Qin Imo shook his head slowly. After all, it's not just the traitors who have backers in the warp. Gilliman nodded. "I think so too. But if..." Ryan decided to make the interests clear. "If we can't quickly kill the enemies on Bloom, we will be dragged into the quagmire, and then... It's normal no matter what, whether it goes smoothly or not. You are not a god. As a war commander, can't you just take out the orders you think are correct and discuss them with us?" Qin Imo said calmly. Ryan breathed heavily, staring at Qin Imo with his eyes. Decades ago, at the military parade in Terra, Ryan also looked at Qin Imo in this way, but at that time, he was skeptical. But now it's the opposite feeling. If there are any accidents and troubles, it's not your fault alone, and it can't prove that you are not suitable to be the War Master. After all, even the Emperor can't plan everything out. Qin Imo said again. While the War Master was talking to the Lord of Talon, Gilliman was lying on the table smoking a cigar, his eyes moving back and forth between the two. After a little thought, Gilliman felt that Qin Imo was trying to improve Lion's favorability. But Lion acted as if he didn't buy it at all. If you think that a few words can make you and me friends, then you are wrong. Why do you think I want to be friends with you? Qin Imo smiled slightly. I just want to close the Eye of Terror, and you want to too. And you are the supreme military commander of the Empire, and I am the leader of nearly 600 worlds in Tyrone. We have formed a military alliance, and my people will fight side by side with the soldiers of the Empire. At least we have to be more harmonious. Ryan nodded vigorously, thinking, if there is a problem with your strategy, I will point it out and stop you. If I think there is no problem, then we have reached an agreement. Qin Imo said again. Ryan nodded, stood up and left the archive. Walking in the corridor of the Glory Human, The Lion King had an irrepressible smile on his face. When he met the new Thunder Warrior and Eisenhorn walking in the opposite direction, he unexpectedly nodded to them. Originally, the two would be looked at by the Lion King, because one of them was a member of the modified Thunder Warrior Corps who completely disobeyed the orders of the Empire, and the other was a radical judge who was too radical. Eisenhorn and the Thunder Warrior beside him passed by the Lion King. Both of them looked puzzled, wondering what medicine the Lion King, who never treated them well, had taken today. How could his attitude become another Gilliman? A moment later, Eisenhorn, who was still striding along the corridor, heard an emergency message suddenly broadcast on the ship-wide broadcast. After half a Terran day of preparation, the fleet will enter the Eye of Terror. Then, there was a broadcast from the nearby area. Please ask the engineering team to go to the engine room immediately. Different voices were heard in the communication channels of personnel in every corner and department of the entire battleship, and then they gathered urgently and went to where they should go. Everyone did the same. The atmosphere became serious almost instantly. We are going to enter the Eye of Terror. Eisenhorn stopped and looked at the Thunder Warrior beside him. The War Master finally gave the order. The one who followed Eisenhorn was not a Thunder Warrior, but a clone pre-march wearing Thunder Warrior armor, Korix. Clone Korix wanted to take a look around the battleship. It happened that Eisenhorn had some matters of the Inquisition that might require Korix, so he took the clone Crow King around the battleship. You guys Before Korix could finish what he wanted to say, he was interrupted by the footsteps of a large group of people. They were a group of people wearing heavy power armor. Their power armor was painted with black and yellow stripes. The people wearing power armor were obviously not Astartes, but just a group of mortals with small heads exposed on the upper body of the huge power armor. Because too many defensive devices were installed, the power armor was even heavier than the Terminator used by Space Marines. These mortals walked away, talking and laughing. Who are they? Korix stopped and stared at the mortals wearing power armor and asked. Workers working in the engine compartment. Eisenhorn also stopped and looked back at the mortals. The power armor on their bodies can keep them unscathed in the energy diffusion generated by the emergency start of the dimensional engine. I noticed there are a lot of Iron Men on the battleship. Why don't they use them as workers? Korix asked again. If there's a problem with the work, can the Iron Men go to jail like humans? Eisenhorn asked back. Korix was stunned. Just kidding. Eisenhorn's expressionless face showed no sign of joking at all. The entire fleet will start sailing in half a day, and the flagship engine will have too little time to execute the startup process. There are too many things to do, so those workers have to work with the Iron Men. The dimensional engine of the glorious humanity allows the entire fleet to jump in and out of dimensions in unison. Starting it is much more troublesome than starting the dimensional engine of a small broken ship. Don't worry, these workers are doing well. After hearing Eisenhorn say that these workers are doing well, Korix was silent for 2 seconds and nodded. I can see something from their expressions. These workers probably haven't been beaten by the supervisors on this warship all day or regularly, so they should indeed be doing well. Chapter 747. After completing the preparations, the flagship of the glorious humanity activated its engine in the center of the fleet. The Glory of Macridge and the Invincible Truth, the two flagships of the Regent and the War Master, slowly sailed over from the left and right sides, and then also started the dimensional engine. The dimensional engine used by the large flagship can drive the entire fleet to jump into and out of the dimensional space, thereby achieving the effect of allowing the entire fleet to arrive at the destination in an orderly manner without missing a single one. In order to prevent the dimensional engine, which is naturally an engine with the advantage of surprise, from being abused or used by the enemy in reverse, the large void buildings in the Talon Star Zone are often equipped with capture and suppression devices. At this time, the stargates in the galaxy are suppressing all dimensional engines within the entire galaxy to ensure that the dimensional rift will not be opened temporarily. The transport fleet that emerged from the Stargate continued to provide the main fleet that was about to be deployed to the battlefield with enough supplies to last for half a year, and then the Stargate closed its suppression function, and a dimensional rift opened in front of the entire fleet. This rift almost spanned the entire galaxy, and then the main fleet jumped into the dimensional space, and the rift closed immediately. Only the Miracle Star port in the Bellis Corona Star Zone and the Ark world of Otansa, as well as those transport fleets, remained in the galaxy, as if no fleet used for war had ever come to the galaxy. Inside the bridge, the Regent, War Master, and Lord of Tyrone, the three main fleet commanders, stood in front of the porthole, looking at the dimensional space outside, and the entire huge fleet traveling at high speed in a dimensional space. In the real universe, even the Primarch's vision cannot see the entire fleet, But in the dimensional space, even a nearsighted mortal can see the entire fleet clearly, and feel that there are nearly 5,000 ships here, including transport ships, and every crew member or soldier in each ship. All this information is arranged and composed in the form of lines, but this is only the most superficial information that can be read by human senses. The deeper information involving the most microscopic structure of matter, and the past and future is impossible for ordinary people to perceive. Let any Blackstone ship go to the forefront of the fleet. Ryan gave an order to Adam, the marshal of the Tyrone Navy fleet, who was also standing in the bridge. After hearing this, Adam looked at Chin Mo and saw the latter nodded, and then signed and issued the order. In the dimensional space, one of the 10 Blackstone warships in the main fleet fine-tuned its sailing speed and quickly headed to the front of the fleet. Then the Dark Angels and Ultramarines sent 6 strike cruisers to the sides of the Blackstone ship, while the Tyrone Navy had 3 cruiser formations approach the Blackstone ship. If the war started, and the Death Guard or the Black Legion or any other enemy intended to board the Blackstone ship, the first company of the Dark Angels and Ultramarines Mother and Son groups carried by the 12 strike cruisers would immediately board the Blackstone ship and deal a fatal blow to the boarding enemy. The first company of the Ultramarines and their successors, who strictly abide by the Codex, consists of 10-man combat squads. The Dark Angels are different. Azrael has crammed 25 people into each combat squad of the first company, not all of which are Terminator squads, but also special Vanguard troops for boarding. In addition, a large number of auxiliary personnel are also assigned to the combat squads. However, this is not a disregard of the Codex regulations that have not yet been abolished, because Gilliman revised the Codex after his return and increased the upper limit of the number of combat squads. Azrael's approach is actually relatively in line with the regulations. Horus's children are really capable. Leon suddenly turned back and sighed. If the Blackstone obelisk still exists in more places than just Cadia, we can directly suppress the Eye of Terror and cross the dimensional space from the galaxy where Bloom is. In places where the influence of the subspace is too large, dimensional navigation is difficult to perform. So of course, the main fleet cannot use dimensional navigation to penetrate the Eye of Terror, but will only sail to the galaxy where the Comoros core was previously teleported out of the webway and sent back to the intersection of the Eye of Terror and reality before the Big Bang. Although the superluminal navigation that was previously used for the warships of the guards has become popular, Ryan still feels dissatisfied. What he wants more is that the entire fleet will appear at the battle site in an instant and then hit the enemy head-on. That's why Ryan sighed. But what the Lion King didn't know was that in the corner of the bridge, where the new Thunder Warrior officers were, Horus Clone was hidden under the armor, listening to Ryan's original body's evaluation of his offspring. Abaddon's Black Crusade is indeed a victory every time. Chin Mo said this very seriously, as if it was a joke. In the eyes of the Imperial scholars, each of Abaddon's Black Crusades was not very successful. The Black Legion came out, the Black Crusade began, the Empire was in danger, and Chaos War Master Abaddon had a great advantage. The Empire held on, and the Black Legion went back to where it came from. Almost every expedition was the above process. But in the Black Crusade, Abaddon did destroy many places where the Blackstone obelisks had been. The Empire always realizes things after a while. For example, the Word-Bearers can use the Black Stone, and Erebus even uses it to build portals, but the Mechanicus has studied it for many years, and has not achieved any results. The Black Legion does not use the term Black Crusade to describe every battle following Abaddon, but uses the term Eternal War. They do not think that they have been repelled by the Empire, but only turn to the Eye of Terror after achieving a phased victory in a long battle that lasted for eons. To Lane and Gilliman, Abaddon is a damned bastard who deserves to die. In the corner of the bridge, the cloned Horus, disguised as a new Thunder Warrior, thought that Abaddon was a traitor whose loyalty to the Emperor had not stood the test. He was not pitiful, as he had died in the Battle of Cadia. Recalling Abaddon, the cloned Horus could not help but think of some things he had heard about the attitude of the Imperial Guards towards the Space Marines in the long talk with Chin Mo before. The Imperial Guards were prejudiced against both the Space Marines and the Primarchs. Once, when they were escorting the Primaris Space Marines, they found that the regiment they were going to had rebelled, so they ran over and killed the rebel regiment along with the Primaris Space Marines they were going to send out. Even the cloned Horus would think that the Imperial Guards were too extreme, but he had to think that the views of the Imperial Guards were not groundless. Whether it was his original form or not, Horus was dissatisfied with the fact that the Space Marines seemed to be abandoned by the Empire, and he was even more angry that the Space Marines had no place in the Imperial high-level circles. However, The reason why he thought that the views of the custodians had some truth was because he also learned from Chin Mo about the culture of the Space Marine Brotherhood and the terrible consequences of the blind loyalty of most Space Marines to their primarchs. Chapter 748. The main fleet crossed the dimensional space at the edge of the Eye of Terror. The location of the entire fleet at this time is where the core part of Comoros was teleported out of the webway and then taken to the location before the Big Bang by the star gods. There is still a part of the Comoros city area that overlaps and merges with the planet. The Chaos Forces once intended to build a void fortress in this galaxy, but this major project was destroyed due to the aftermath of the Comoros War. Now there are only a few members of the Black Legion stationed here. It was just 2 warships, and a small number of troops stationed on a semi-demonized world. The moment the main fleet crossed the dimensional space, it focused its fire on the 2 warships and instantly destroyed them, and at the same time launched nanoswarm torpedoes at all the planets in the galaxy. The nanoswarms that had once shown their power in the Battle of Baal, and the battle between the Iron Man and the Tyranids were still effective now. When the torpedoes landed on the surface of the planet, a white mist was released. The nanorobots in the mist devoured everything on the surface, and converted it into materials for splitting more nanorobots, until the white mist grew into a white storm that swept across the entire surface of the planet. The Black Legion's garrison on the planet was soon completely swallowed up by the white storm. The engineering ships in the main fleet left the fleet and went to the planet to build a small obelisk, and then built a large obelisk foundation, and finally established a black stone array that could suppress a dozen star systems. If the main fleet would also implement the original strategy like the fleets of Chagatai and Sanguinius, then it would not continue to move forward at this time, but would stay on the planet to deploy defenses until the entire black stone array was established before continuing to advance. However, Ryan had formulated a new strategy long before the fleet set off. The main fleet continued to sail until it reached Bloom. In the case of not being able to use dimensional navigation, all warships will use another superluminal method to reach the target. Subspace jump coordinates have been marked. The main control intelligence sounded a reminder in the bridge of the Glory Humanity. In the other warships of the entire main fleet, reminders also appeared at the same time, and the engines that integrated 2 superluminal navigation methods automatically adjusted to a more suitable navigation method. Since the target is in the Eye of Terror, the flagship of the Glory Humanity responsible for navigation needs to set the coordinates near Bloom, so this step involving subspace and psychic power needs to be completed by people who can use psychic power. And this task is exactly what the Iron Man named Scholar is good at. After the main control intelligence broadcast the countdown, the jump force field was deployed on the flagship and spread to the surroundings until it just covered every warship in the fleet, even those transport planes that were still moving supplies back and forth near the transport ships. In the end, the entire fleet became more and more blurred, and turned into a blurry phantom in the vision, speeding towards the depths of the Eye of Terror. It is expected to arrive near Bloom in 5 minutes. The prompt sound resounded in the bridge again. All warships were ready for the void battle at this moment, and even the transport ships had opened their heavy shields, and were ready to send the army down under the ground firepower. It was not easy to teleport in the Eye of Terror, so the conventional army could not be teleported directly. Fortunately, the Tyrone army had been training during the fleet's voyage and waiting, and since the establishment of the Tyrone Star Zone, some of the Tyrone army were also extremely good at conventional ground warfare. Prepare for the next war on Broom. Gilliman walked from the porthole to the tactical table. Lion walked to the opposite side of Gilliman, leaned down and rested his arms on the edge of the table. The holographic image of the planet Broom and all the battleship formations in the main fleet, as well as the logos of the Army and Space Marines, automatically emerged, showing very clearly. When Lion reached out and touched the logos representing the fleet or legion, the logos of the army selected by him to participate in the first wave of landing operations were placed in the holographic square on the right-hand side, and each square had a different function. The troops selected to participate in the first wave of landings were automatically placed in the vanguard grid. The ships of the troops, whether they were Astra Militarum or Space Marines, all sounded a warning tone. The flagship of the Glory of Humanity also used tractor beams to drag their ships to a slightly forward position of the fleet. A large number of logistics machines began to check the weapons and equipment of the participants. How about the Kriegs? You need people who can fight hard battles. Gilliman stretched out his hand and pointed to the skull symbol in the holographic projection. That is the controversial legion in the Astra Militarum, the Krieg Death Corps. This legion once participated in the famous Vrax siege in the history of the Empire. Their characteristics are that they are willing to sacrifice everything for the Emperor and absolutely obey orders. Even if the orders from their superiors are stupid and blind, they will execute them without hesitation until the whole army is annihilated. The Krieg Death Corps can only fail in two situations. The first is that all the people are dead. The second is that they encounter a terrifying enemy that no matter how strong the will and mind of mortals are, they cannot compete with it, and thus they collapse. I don't have any siege or positional battles that they must go to yet, so let them wait for now. Ryan reached out and dragged the skull symbol of the Death Corps to the reserve grid area. In a transport ship produced by the Bice's shipbuilding group in the Talon Star region at the end of the fleet, the Death Corps soldiers on the assembly deck heard a voice prompting them to wait. All the Krieg soldiers, wearing masks and standing in place like sculptures, continue to stand in place, waiting for the War Master to activate them. I still prefer the Cadians. Lien reached out and dragged the Cadian Assault Army's logo into the Vanguard Square, and then their commander, the Supreme Lord Creed, appeared next to the square, with the word Commander marked on it. The Cadian Assault Army has no absolute characteristics. They are strong in all aspects and good at using various tactics. The commander is Creed, who showed great power in the Cadian battle that year. Lien prefers to let the Cadians be the vanguard. Then, Ventrillians. Another Astra Militarum Corps was assigned as the vanguard. The Ventrillian noble army came from a rich world, a world that produced crystals and became extremely rich. But the wealth did not corrupt the will of the Ventrillians. They were extremely martial, and the nobles showed off to each other not how many good things they had eaten and played, but how much they had achieved in martial arts. It was quite surprising for Guilliman that Lien let these old men's troops be the vanguard. What the regent didn't know was that when Lien became the War Master and integrated the Astra Militarum decades ago, the Ventrillian nobles had strongly supported him, and the only requirement they asked for was to serve as the vanguard in a large-scale war. Lien is now fulfilling his promise to the Ventrillians. Chapter 749. Katakan Jungle Warriors. Although there is no jungle on Broom, they are good at guerrilla warfare and reconnaissance, and I need them. Lien selected several Astra Militarum regiments one after another. It turns out that Ryan, the War Master, is still very competent. He has studied the history and characteristics of all Astra Militarum regiments in depth, and selected the appropriate regiments according to his needs. Some less powerful and less famous regiments will also be selected because they meet Ryan's strategic needs. After selecting the Star Army Corps and preparing to select the Space Marines to participate in the battle, Ryan stretched out his hand and slid it on the tactical table. When the logos of all the Space Marines in the main fleet appeared, Ryan suddenly thought of something and looked at Chi Nemo, who was looking at him. Then he slid the interface again and selected several powerful corps from the list of the Tyrone Star Region Army on the side of the Mortal Force page. The famous 44th Elite Infantry Regiment led by Groot. Duncan led the 87th Armored Regiment of the Iron Fist of the Lord of Tyrone. The Punishment Artillery Regiment of the Tyrone Firepower Force led by the general known as Keller the Breaker. After selecting 3 Tyrone Corps, Ryan touched the back of his head with a troubled expression. I don't know what the characteristics of these 3 corps are. After all, I have never studied the troops of the Tyrone sector. Just pick 3 at random. Hearing this, Guilliman looked at Ryan with a smile on his face, and couldn't help but want to praise him for doing a good job. At first glance, the War Master's selection of troops is just about selecting troops for battle, but in fact it is not entirely. Just as Ryan selected the Ventria Noble Army to join the battle partly because he wanted to fulfill his promise, there are also some other considerations for selecting the Tyrone Army. Assuming that the enemy on Broom is vulnerable, the mortal troops that can gain glory in this war are the Astra Militarum Corps that Ryan has selected now. A general can select troops for battle based only on whether they are suitable or not, without any other special considerations, but a War Master cannot. Well done, Lien. Clone Horus, who was disguised as a Thunder Warrior in the corner, whispered. Clone Lien stood in front of Clone Horus and whispered, I said I have the talent to be a War Master, but my father, and you don't trust me. Hearing this, Clone Lehman Russ said in a deep voice, We can trust you, but you have to sleep for 10,000 years, like your original body, and become an old lion with white hair that seems to have the word steady written on his face. Old lion? I thought you were going to say old cat, Guilliman said. This is in the bridge. Just chat a few words on the communication channel. It would be bad if Lien fought with me on the spot. Lehman Russ stared at Lion's body. Just sleeping for 10,000 years, he can become a little more stable and have a better temper. I feel like I'm living in a dream. Hearing Lehman Russ's mockery of his bad temper, Clone Lien gnashed his teeth and stared at Lehman Russ in front of him. He never planned to beat Lehman Russ on the spot, because he was not a fool and was very clear about his current status and the environment he was in. He didn't want to harm his clone brothers. Anyway, after selecting the mortal troops, Lion continued to select the Space Marines to participate in the war. At first, Lion wanted to select some people from the elite of each regiment to form a joint force that was good at all things. He also had a deep understanding of each Space Marine regiment, so of course he could do it. But considering Gilliman was trying to gradually change the codex. The fact that he mobilized both the mother regiment and the daughter regiment together during the preparation stage of this Golden Crusade was enough to prove his ideas and determination. Moreover, in the branch fleets of Sanguinius and Jagatai, the Blood Angels and White Scar's mother and daughter groups are not separated. Let the mother and daughter groups cooperate sincerely in this war, and lay the foundation for the merger of the war groups in the future. This is Gilliman's consideration. Considering Gilliman's consideration, Lion decided not to draw the elites of each war group on the main fleet, but planned to let the mother and daughter groups act together. Lien thought and looked at Calgar standing behind Gilliman, and thought about it again, and added the Dark Angel's mother and daughter groups to the battle sequence on the tactical table. Let my descendants lay the foundation for our victory in the entire war. I wish you victory. Calgar congratulated Azrael, the Supreme Grand Master of the Dark Angels, behind the Lion King with an expressionless face. This was a discussion of pre-war affairs. All officers had to enter the huge bridge of the Glory Humanity, so even if they were not selected to participate in the war, it would not be a wasted trip. Even if it was a wasted trip, Calvar would not express any dissatisfaction on the spot. Azrael turned around silently, and led Ezekiel to leave the bridge to prepare for the war. Ryan then selected several more regiments. All of them were regiments whose gene father had not returned, and even some of the sub-regiments of the sub-regiments, whose descendants were not easy to tell, were added to the battle sequence. And none of the Ultramarines, whether the mother regiment or the sub-regiment, were added to the battle sequence, but this was precisely a decision that Ryan had carefully considered and did not include any personal emotions. After the deployment of troops, the mortal army generals and the space warriors at the level of the regiment commander came to the deck of the Glorious Human to listen to some necessary matters before the battle was about to begin. The Supreme Grand Master Azrael attached great importance to the arrangements made by the father of Genes, and he personally went to Bloom with Ezekiel to command the battle, but none of the Dark Angels war bands received the father of Gene's instructions and care. Ryan went to greet the war band leaders of the other sub-war bands that the father of Genes had not returned from among the war bands he had selected, told them the history and martial arts of their respective war bands, and then praised them for their sacrifices for mankind. At this time, Chinemo also came to the deck to meet the elite war bands of the Tyrone army that were originally stationed on the flagship. Gilliman, whose sons did not need to participate in the war, accompanied them personally. Chinemo met those commanders who had followed him a long time ago. Groot and Duncan, as well as the less familiar artillery commander Keller, were the only three people who did not make Chinemo feel the passage of time, because they enjoyed the best life extension technology, and even now they only looked more vicissitudes of life, not gray hair. I know your outstanding performance and achievements in the Battle of Cartier. Gilliman extended his hands to the three commanders, and shook hands with them one by one. Thank you for your great contribution to mankind so far. Thank you, Regent. This is what we should do. In short, it was just a polite remark. Chinemo didn't say anything to Groot and the others, because they knew each other so well that he didn't even think about how to say polite words. At most, he said a few words to Keller, who had followed him since the bottom nest, but had not met him many times. Chapter 750. Please ask the Regent and the Governor to inspect our regiments. Groot said and winked at Chinemo, and then the three mortal commanders followed Chinemo and Gilliman and strolled in front of the three gathered Tyrone regiments. The other Astra Militarum regiments were all on their transport ships. The voyage was about to end, and there was no time to inspect them on their transport ships. But the three Tyrone army regiments in front of them were originally stationed on the flagship, and now they could be inspected by the Pre-March and the Star Zone Lords, which was a good opportunity. Ahem. Everyone. Gilliman came to a raised place on the deck, cleared his throat, and prepared to give a passionate speech. Just as there were always speeches and debates when the mortals of the 500 worlds governed before the return of the Pre-March, this has become one of the characteristics of the Ultramarines, a space Roman force. But although as a good friend of the Lord of Talon, it was still a little inappropriate for Gilliman to give a speech. After all, the Talon sector belonged to the Empire in name, but in fact it was no different from another human force. Unfortunately, Chinemo really has no talent for speaking, and Gilliman thinks that these warriors should hear something passionate before going to battle. If it were Chinemo, he would probably just say, "My concern for you is concentrated in your power armor and weapons. Go to battle. Your leader always says, for humanity. He has the entire galaxy and the entire race in his chest, and I believe you are the same. You fight in Cadia and in Ultramar." Gilliman first praised Chi Nemo, and then began to praise the Tyrone army soldiers in front of him. Chi Nemo looked at his soldiers, and suddenly his eyes fell on a woman with a scar on her face. The woman was very beautiful, with long golden hair. Even the scar on her face only made her look strong, and did not make her look disfigured. Chi Nemo suddenly thought of something, walked up to the female soldier and whispered, "Why do I seem to have seen you somewhere?" If it were someone else, the female soldier would probably think that this was a ridiculously poorly skilled pickup. But the Lord of Tyrone obviously didn't need to pick up anyone, so she thought about it and gave an answer. "I thought about it, and the only place where I might have the honor of being seen by you was probably on News Channel 44. But I was still very young at that time." Hearing the female soldier say this, Chi Nemo instantly remembered. Back then, he and Gilliman were taking a bath and watching TV together, and they saw Channel 44 broadcasting the Star Region breeding model of the North Star hive world. The female soldier in front of him looked very much like her mother. "Your parents are both capable people." Chi Nemo sighed sincerely. He still remembered that the couple gave birth to 2 Tyrone Army Standard Army squads, that is, 20 children. Now it seems that 2 Tyrone Army Standard Army squads is not a joke, because the couple did send their children to the army as infantry, or the elite infantry of the 44th Infantry Regiment. Chi Nemo glanced at the 44 on the chest of the female soldier. Sign. "Are your parents okay? And your brothers and sisters?" Chi Nemo suddenly wanted to know what happened to the couple. Even though the couple was awarded for giving birth to 2 infantry squads of children, they never met him. "My mother died in a small-scale reconnaissance operation in the 4th Quadrant during the Battle of Comoros." The female soldier became serious and reported everything with her head held high. "My father wanted to find her body. After the war, the commander of the unit where he served told me that he didn't see my father come back. My 2 brothers served on the cruiser number 19923 of the Tyrone Navy. During the Battle of Comoros, the shells fired by the alien debris ship hit the port side of the ship, and they died in the shock wave. One of my sisters died together with the Archon of the Dark Rose conspiracy." The female soldier continued to talk about the situation of all her family members. Chi Nemo found that most of the family members died on the battlefield, leaving only the female soldier in front of him, who served in the Tyrone Army, and her brother, who was still studying at the Tyrone No. 1 Naval Academy. Chi Nemo was silent for a moment. He didn't know what to say, so he just uttered, "Be careful on the battlefield. For the Star Zone, for humanity." The female soldier stood at attention, with her right hand on her heart. Chi Nemo nodded, turned around and walked away in a daze. Until the fleet stopped sailing, the Tyrone soldiers on the scene ended Gilliman's speech with a round of applause, and went to the apron. Chi Nemo was still thinking about the female soldier just now. This war may last for several centuries. Maybe after a while, it was the soldier's brother that I recognized on a certain warship. Or, they all disappeared. Broom. Low Earth orbit. Dense balls of light flew from the deep void to the orbit of Broom, and then those balls of light gradually faded away, turning into a blur of black matter, and then gradually became clear, allowing everyone who was not far from Broom or was already on Broom to see clearly that it was a huge fleet. On the surface of Broom, a great unclean one who was summoned in the fierce war saw the entire fleet. It had been prepared here for a long time. The psychic energy filled in the Eye of Terror was mobilized by this Nurgle great demon. It only needed to scoop out a spoonful of water from the sea to bring a plague to the entire fleet. But when the great demon mobilized the psychic energy, it suddenly saw a blue figure. Cinch's Lord of Change, Carlos the Fate Weaver, appeared behind the great unclean one holding the Staff of Tomorrow. When 2 great demons appeared in the same place, their affairs became an extension of the conflict between the dark gods and the warp. The head of the great unclean one shattered and exploded into countless nurglings. Carlos turned and returned to the side of the Lord of Change. After the 2 great demons died and left, a group of space marines with burning bodies appeared out of thin air and slaughtered all the nurglings. This situation, which is absolutely a big deal in the real universe, is nothing in the Eye of Terror. It is just that a great unclean one failed to protect his good friends on Broom. No one will even realize its appearance and exile. What attracted the attention of the main fleet of the Golden Expedition was the huge plague fleet approaching Bloom. In the new terminus, which had completely turned into a twisted creature, Typhon sat on a throne made of growing and withering flesh and blood. Looking at the fleet that suddenly appeared in front of him, Typhons fell into deep thought. Chapter 751. The war between the Death Guard and the Dracosi on Broom has become so intense that it has to be fought on all the landmasses of the planet. The Black Legion did not contribute much, so Abondrak, who led the Dracosi army, was not under much pressure. During the war, all wizards predicted the arrival of the enemy fleet, so the Black Legion began to contribute, building fortresses and orbital defense weapons on Broom, while the Death Guard and the Dracosi contributed twice as much, building fortifications while fighting. Typhons had long known that the Golden Expedition fleet was about to arrive in Broom. He should have led the fleet to temporarily avoid the front line, or directly withdraw from the quagmire of war in Broom. But the problem is that the Death Guard cannot easily give up a holy artifact, because giving up means abandoning the blessing of God, and the consequences may be unacceptable to the entire Death Guard, and even other Nurgle believers may suffer. But the Golden Expedition fleet is about to arrive, and Typhons has to consider the consequences of continuing to invest troops in Broom. If the entire Death Guard was severely damaged by this, and before the so-called Golden Expedition really began, Typhons didn't dare to think about the consequences. Before he led the Plague Fleet to Bloom, he had not yet decided whether to gamble that the fleet and the army could seize the holy artifact in the deepest part of the Dracosi-occupied area, or to take his subordinates, who were fighting in Bloom, away together. War is not something you can fight whenever you want, nor can you stop whenever you want. If you really want to retreat, it may take a long time to prepare and implement. As a commander, Typhons cannot fail to realize this, but he believes that he has plenty of time. The value of time in a place like the Eye of Terror is not even as good as a spit of mortal slaves. Typhons thought that the merciful and almighty Father God would help him delay the arrival of the expedition fleet, and the wizard's divination results also proved that his idea was not wrong. So when the Plague Fleet ended its voyage and happened to run into the main fleet of the Golden Expedition, Typhons was extremely surprised, and was so surprised that he was in deep thought. The merciful and almighty God has abandoned us. We are finished. When the most cheerful and optimistic plague warlocks began to roar in despair, even the stupidest and most ignorant people in the entire Plague Fleet would realize that they were in trouble. Prepare for battle. The Nurgling on Typhon's tumor spoke for him, issuing a calm and steady command. Then the entire Plague Fleet deployed into a battle formation outside Bloom, and each mutated flesh and blood warship was no longer crowded together. While this process was still slowly progressing, the main fleet of the Golden Expedition, which had already been deployed during the voyage, had already attacked. After a slender red ray shot by a high-power particle light spear weapon pierced a plague warship across an extremely long distance, this encounter that neither side had expected began. Inside the glory of humanity. This must be the power of the God Emperor. We arrived just in time, not even a second late, not even a second early. Praise the God Emperor. Praise the merciful and almighty Lord of humanity. Matthew stepped into the bridge from the open gate, raised his hands, and roared excitedly. Gilliman, who was dealing with the complicated affairs at the beginning of a series of encounters, raised his head and glared at Matthew. Considering that there were many people in the bridge, he did not directly express his doubts and dissatisfaction with the state religion by scolding. Ryan was in such a good mood that he didn't bother to reprimand Matthew, who suddenly rushed into the bridge and yelled. When he saw the Plague Fleet sailing towards Bloom, Ryan's previous worries about whether the fleet would be late disappeared without a trace. Considering that this is the Eye of Terror, the timely arrival of the main fleet of the Golden Expedition must have been interfered by a powerful existence. Sons of God! Matthew knelt in the bridge. Let the loyal and brave believers join the battle. The believers that Matthew mentioned were obviously those fanatical believers of the state religion, who gathered from all over the Empire, and came to the fleet like a pilgrimage to participate in the Golden Expedition. But neither Lion nor Gilliman wanted the believers to participate in the war. If you are brave enough to rush in here to let those civilians wearing rags as military uniforms die in the millions, then you should shut your stinky mouth now, and get out of here, Gilliman scolded. In Gilliman's eyes, there are no fanatic militias, only soldiers and civilians. Although he occasionally reads the holy word in private now, and believes that his father was definitely not a god 10,000 years ago, but it is hard to say, after 10,000 years, but Gilliman is still unwilling to agree to Matthew's request. Because when the war situation was not hopeless at all, letting civilians, who had never been soldiers, and only had their own weapons whose failure rates had not even been counted go to the battlefield was the tyrannical behavior that Gilliman hated the most. War Master? Matthew looked at Lion. Lion did not even glance at Matthew. He was coordinating the overall situation. The main fleet had already begun to fight with the Plague Fleet. The Blackstone warship had already begun to play its strategic role. There was no need to think about whether the war outside Broome would be victorious. When the fleets were engaged in a long void war, Lion deployed the army to Broome, pursuing the fastest speed to achieve the strategic goal. Some warships approached Broome and conducted orbital bombardment on the weakest defense zone on the surface. The shield ships of the Tyrone Navy also came to orbit, attracting those planetary defense weapons to attack them. Near the orbital bombardment area, the plasma scattered by the orbital bombardment even produced an aurora, which was also a proof that the Blackstone warships were gradually playing their strategic role. All the strike cruisers of the Dark Angel sailed in front of the transport fleet carrying the Mortal Army, ready to drop a huge number of airdrop capsules to the surface immediately after the orbital bombardment ended. At that time, the tail flame of the airdrop capsule will illuminate the entire sky of Broome. The Lion King can already imagine his descendants and the Mortal Army slaughtering the enemy together, quickly annihilating all hostile personnel on Broome, and winning the first great victory in the Golden Expedition. Apostle. When Lion and Gilliman both treated Matthew as heir, either multi-threaded processing affairs or commanding operations, Chin Imo walked in front of Matthew. The regent is right. I also think it is better not to send those believers down to die. These words were said lightly, and Matthew realized that the Lord of Tyrone obviously did not think as he said. I know that the state religion is paid for some warships. Can you ask those warships full of believers to assist in the orbital bombardment? Chin Imo said. Of course. Of course. Matthew quickly ran out of the bridge. Chapter 752. The Blackstone ships are gradually playing their role, and the combat effectiveness of the Plague Fleet is gradually being weakened, but those evil, blasphemous, and disgusting monsters are still showing their teeth and claws. During the Void Battle, a small frigate in the huge fleet broke away from the formation and sailed towards the orbit of Broome. Except for the golden double-headed eagle logo on this frigate, which is quite decent, everything else reveals dilapidated. The predecessor of the battleship was a Storm-class frigate in the Imperial Navy. No one knew what its name was because it drifted in the subspace near a state religion world. It just so happened that the people in that poor state religion world were frustrated that they had no ship to carry young and middle-aged people to participate in the Golden Expedition, so they regarded this frigate as a gift from the God Emperor and repaired it. The cost of repairing the ship was 4.44 million middle-aged and elderly people in the world. They were taken away by the priests of the Forge world along with the frigate. When the 440,000 people were made into mechanical servants, the frigate was simply repaired and sent back. In order to raise funds for young and middle-aged people to participate in the expedition, the state religion world sold another 1 million people to the priest in exchange for enough supplies to support the young and middle-aged people to reach the front line of the Golden Expedition. Out of admiration for the governors leading the way in selling his own daughter, the Forge world gave him a double-headed Eagle Plus and Own Messiah gear logo for free, which were affixed to the left and right sides of the frigate. Although the two logos looked intact, they were obviously removed from a large warship, so that the frigate could use the two logos as shields. In short, the frigate named Invincible Faith located between the two logos sailed towards Broome and participated in the orbital bombardment. In the church on the frigate, everyone gathered around the priest, kneeling on the ground and chanting loudly the holy scriptures that had been revised by the state religion. Everyone was very pious and serious. With the devout chanting, the frigate sailed to an empty position and began to prepare for the bombing. When the Invincible Faith passed through the Bellis Corona star zone, the Imperial Navy weapons officer, who was moved by the believers' behavior and took the initiative to join the warship, ordered to aim at the planetary defense weapon position on the ground that was constantly pouring fire on the Tyrone Navy frigate. Think about how much you paid to come here, to spread the glory of the Emperor. Push! The weapons officer shouted with a trumpet in his hand. On the weapons deck, hundreds of people dragged heavy shells with chains. They recited the Emperor's motto, and used it as a call to work. After every word, everyone pulled hard at the same time to drag the shells half a meter. If I don't doubt, the Emperor will bless me. Only the Emperor can protect me. The shells were dragged to the nearest gun position on the weapons deck, as the motto was recited. It's not that we don't want to use other gun positions, but this is the only gun position on the Invincible Faith that can be used. When the shells were finally dragged to the gun position, they were stuffed into the macro gun under the concerted efforts of everyone. The gunners trained by the weapons officer were busy operating their weapons and aiming at the ground. In the mountains, the weapon that fired at the shield ship stood in a bastion-shaped fortress. It was being bombarded by other warships, but the void shield protected it. Non-essential personnel evacuate the gun deck. This old guy might shock us to death when he fires. The weapons officer turned and walked towards the gun deck exit, but when he arrived at the exit, he found that no one followed him. The kind-hearted Old Navy looked back at the crowd. The people who had just finished carrying the shells and were exhausted knelt down in front of the guns one after another. The person closest to the gun put his hand on the gun, and the person behind put his hand on the shoulder of the person he met. The voice of reciting the motto still did not stop. The weapons officer pondered for a moment, then walked back to the believers, knelt on one knee behind the person in the outermost circle, and placed his hand on the shoulder of the person in front of him. He picked up the nameplate on his chest and kissed it. Perhaps everyone on this warship had a stronger faith than this weapons officer, but no one had ever had the honor of witnessing the miracle of the God Emperor like him. Torch the Emperor's will and destroy the monsters. The gun crew members, who were forced to do something, pulled the chain hard, the gun body trembled, and a shell was fired from the only available gun on the frigate. The shell instantly crossed the distance from the orbit to the ground and hit the void shield. Just like a stone was smashed into the sea, nothing happened except a slight ripple. But a second later, the void shield flickered a few times and then gradually dissipated. A particle-light spear shot from the Tyrone Navy cruiser pierced the fortress and the defensive weapons on it, and the light spear even penetrated under the surface. Then, there was a violent explosion, and the smoke and dust in the sky obscured the vision of the crew of the Invincible Faith, who did not have advanced observation equipment. Until another beam of orbital bombardment dispersed the smoke, cheers broke out on the gun deck of the Invincible Faith. The location of the fortress now only had a deep pit that was clearly visible at orbital altitude, and there were more deep pits around it. The anti-aircraft fortress on the ground was gradually being removed, and the Dark Angel strike cruiser began to deploy the army to the surface. The orbital airdrop pods rained down on the ground, and the flames at the tail of the pods even illuminated the night sky in the eastern hemisphere of Bloom. Chapter 753. All Dark Angels have been deployed to the landing point. Lien, who was standing at the tactical table, heard the report from the bridge communications personnel. This was just a hint. The Primarch's reaction and thinking ability had allowed Ryan to determine the information that had not yet been displayed on the tactical table. Choosing his offspring to participate in the first wave of landing battles was not just because Ryan wanted the Dark Angels to first adapt to the tactics of the Legion period and reorganize the scale of the Legion period when the Holy Code was useless, but also because he was too familiar with his offspring and could predict the next changes in the battle situation by comprehensively considering the characteristics of his offspring. When the airdrop pod that Azrael and Ezekiel were riding in crashed into the place where the Death Guard and the Drakasi were fighting, and launched attacks on both sides at the same time, Ryan had already begun to prepare for the subsequent strategy of the landing battle. In this golden expedition, the human side has a lot of strategic weapons or personnel, which is why Ryan thinks this is a rich battle. First of all, there will be 4 Primarchs, who will personally participate in the battle if necessary. Then, there are the Blackstone Fortress, the Iron Man Corps, the Star Gods, and the Lord of Talon and the Celestial Engine in the Talon sector. The Burner and Saranoga among the Star Gods were in the fleet led by Jagatai. The Blackstone Fortress was taken away by Sanguinius. Sanguinius would only wake up from the coffin and join the battle when his branch fleet was in crisis, so Dante was still the actual controller of the Blackstone Fortress and the armed forces in the branch fleet. The main fleet did not have the weapons of the Blackstone Fortress that could suppress the subspace energy within a range of nearly 100 light-years once it was turned on, but after all, there were 2 Primarchs and their powerful descendants, as well as the Lord of Talon, who could turn the tide of the battle on his own. The Celestial Engine is used in the most extreme cases. The demon world where the Black Stone is effective cannot return to normal, so material weapons are used to destroy galaxies one after another. Thanks to these strategic forces that can be relied on, Lion, who is in overall control, quickly came up with a backup plan to deal with all emergencies. At the same time, Gilliman handles the dispatch of materials and various non-combat or auxiliary combat personnel, and his processing speed is comparable to that of the main control intelligence. Chi Nemo and Admiral Adam of Tyrone commanded the naval fleet to continue fighting the Plague Fleet. The already fierce war on Bloom was becoming even more intense. On the ground, the first person under the Primarch of the Dark Angels, the Supreme Grand Master Azrael, and the powerful psychic Ezekiel of the Dark Angels landed on the surface in the same airdrop capsule. Then they exchanged fire with nearby enemies, and received and processed intelligence provided by other combatants during the exchange of fire. Because the drop site was well chosen, after removing some planetary defense weapons and deploying fortresses of air defense positions, the entire regiment and sub-regiment landed on the surface from the strike cruiser very smoothly, and not many people died in the process. However, according to the intelligence provided by the reconnaissance team in the regiment, those plague warriors are sweeping over at an alarming speed. This is the feeling that Azrael got from the various intelligence collected. It seems that the plague warriors have been deployed near the landing point for a long time, just waiting for the enemy to land and kill them. But their fighting performance didn't seem like an ambush planned in advance. After thinking for a while, Azrael decided not to think too much. He felt that this place under his feet was in the eye of terror after all, and it was not surprising that the plague warriors grew directly from the ground. Then, just as Azrael thought, the plague warriors did appear in an unexpected way. After Azrael and Ezekiel took the airdrop cabin, the fungi on the surface suddenly grew lush and wrapped around the entire airdrop cabin. Finally, as the fungi rotted, a large group of plague warriors rushed out of the empty airdrop cabin. But these guys who suddenly appeared were not enough to make Azrael and Ezekiel focus all their attention on them. Someone will come to deal with them. 25 veterans wearing Terminator armor came in groups. 6 of them used heavy weapons called Caliban spear, and quickly relied on their numbers and firepower advantages to quickly kill the airdrop pods and the plague warriors, who inexplicably got out of it. The plague warriors who suddenly appeared suddenly died again. Apart from hearing the battle cries of the Dark Angels for the First Legion in Caliban, they didn't have time to listen to or do anything. Even the rotten corpses scattered on the ground after they were killed were burned to ashes by the flame weapons blessed before the battle. This is wrong. Ezekiel only glanced at the corpses burning in the sacred flames on the ground, and then a layer of light was attached to his eyes. Although he did not turn his head, he could look at everything around him from a higher perspective. The airdrop cabin used by the plague warriors had been blessed by the state religion personnel led by the war apostle Matthew before the war. It should not be used by the enemy. Moreover, it was directly corroded and turned into something like a teleportation base station, allowing the plague warriors to emerge from it out of thin air. And this method of utilization has no practical benefits, more like a show of skill. There may be a powerful plague warlock nearby. Ezekiel was ready to deal with a strong enemy and start a psychic battle with a hostile psychic who just showed off his skills. While searching for the plague warlock, Ezekiel found that the other party's goal was not to behead him at all. He saw through some special way that the warlock left after corroding the airdrop pod and went to a more important mission farther away. In the psychic vision, Ezekiel looked at him. He saw the muscles on his decayed face twitching and interpreted it as a smile. The plague warriors that emerged from the airdrop pod just now were indeed just a show of skill by an evil warlock, and now, this warlock stood 70 kilometers away from the landing point, drawing the power of the god of darkness to perform a new spell again. Ezekiel saw that the other party was holding a book in his hand. The cover of the book was a twisted and wailing human face, which seemed to be the source of the warlock's power. Finally, the warlock summoned a portal made of festering limbs on the plain, and the plague army poured out from it. The armored forces of the second company of the Death Guard Legion. Each of these armored vehicles is sickly huge, and like all the guys blessed by the plague god, they are covered with mutated limbs. The third company of the Death Guard, the infantry army known as the Iron Felt of Mortar Ion, marched along with the armored forces. The soldiers of this company are extremely good at siege warfare. And after the two companies, a warlord-class titan and 10 plague knights, who chose to believe in Nurgle 10,000 years ago, teleported out, and behind these war machines were more heavy combat units, such as the demon engine Hell Beast. Ezekiel told Azrael everything he saw. Azrael was silent. Above the airdrop Dark Angels, transport ships carrying mortal troops replaced the original strike cruisers. Several armored regiments of the Cadian Assault Army and the 87th Armored Regiment of the Tyrone Army were directly dropped to the surface in an organized manner by larger airdrop capsules. Then came the infantry regiments of the mortal troops. The positions were quickly established, and the engineering regiment built the positions under the protection of the Emperor's angels and combat troops. According to the War Master's plan, they will build a fortress directly on the continental plate under their feet. Not for defense, but to build the Black Stone Obelisk. Chapter 754. When the troops of the two great companies of the Death Guard suddenly teleported out and launched an attack on the landing point, Ezekiel used his psychic power to inform his Gene Father and asked him to send some reinforcements. The Dark Angels were not so weak that they had to ask for support in the face of two great companies, nor were they so undeterred that they dared not sacrifice to win. But Ezekiel still felt that he should act cautiously, because he was worried that the plague warlock holding the Book of Disaster would bring him a little surprise. Let the Titans. Forget it. Lien originally wanted to mobilize the Titan Legion of the Blade of the Messiah of Oem to assist the ground forces, but this Titan Legion had a special role in his strategy, so he chose not to send the Titan Legion. After thinking about it, Lien asked Gilliman, who was concentrating on dealing with many tedious matters, Can you help me mobilize the Eldar of Otansa? Hearing this, Guilliman hesitated for a moment. There is no need to mobilize the Eldar allies of the Otansa Ark world now, because most of the main fleets are anti-armored core. But Guilliman also realized that Lion had his own considerations. Those Eldar people in the Ark of Otansa, who were saved by Chin Imo and Lion before, and vowed to participate in the Golden Expedition, should show their sincerity and strength. Okay. Guilliman nodded and ordered Caldar, asked the Death Prophet to mobilize those Otansa people. Guilliman did not directly let Caldar go to the Ark world in the main fleet that was firing at the Plague Fleet, and give orders directly. This was also his decision after careful consideration. Caldar naturally strictly followed the order of the father of Genes, and went to find Evelyn in person. But when he went to the Death God army, he learned that the Otansa people had already gone down to join the battle. The defense line established by mortals and space warriors was under attack. Azrael, Creed and other mortal army commanders calmly commanded the battle. They were not in a hurry at all, because the reason why the attacking party was the enemy instead of themselves was to protect the construction of Black Stone. As long as Black Stone was built and played a role, all the attackers would be annihilated in an organized manner. At this time, the Dark Angels were already fighting at the scale of a legion, but their numbers were still smaller than those of the Death Guard. The Dark Angels fought in companies, and so did the Death Guard, but the latter's companies were completely different in scale and concept from the former's. After the failure of the Horus Heresy, the traitor legions, and the rebellious Primarchs hid in the Eye of Terror. Although the rebels did not have the Codex Astartes, several traitor legions still fell apart, and some of the derivative forces after the split were even worse than the chapter's establishment, and were simply gangs. The Death Guard is one of the 3 traitor legions that have retained their complete structure, the other 2 being the Word Bearers and the Black Legion. The Legion has 7 grand companies, each with its own characteristics and specialties. If Imperial scholars want to study the organization of the Legion during the Great Crusade, the best research object is the Death Guard. Mortarion is very traditional, and in terms of the preservation of the Legion system, his Death Guard is definitely better than the Black Legion and the Word Bearers. It was completely correct for Lion to choose to let his descendants take the lead, because the Dark Angels have been secretly trying to preserve the Legion system as much as possible, but it is impossible for them to be completely unaffected by the Codex Astartes compiled by Guilliman, and no matter how close the relationship between the parent and child legions is. It is different from the situation when they fought side by side during the Legion period. During the command process, Azrael gradually discovered many problems when the heirs of the Lion Prince were not completely legionized. For example, during the issuance and transmission of orders, some subgroups rigidly verified the authenticity of cross-group orders as in the past. Some subgroup war leaders forgot to report certain things when they were not used to legionary operations, resulting in incomplete information received by the command level and thus some minor errors. This is still the Dark Angels who try to retain the tradition of the Legion as much as possible. If it were the descendants of some Primarchs, whose subgroups have not contacted the parent group, I am afraid that they would start fighting each other at this time. Azrael solved these problems one by one in the name of the Lion King. All the descendants of Lion quickly adapted to the formation of the Legion, and were able to fight the attacking Death Guards evenly with the participation of the Mortal Legion. The only slightly critical point was the defense point, where the Dark Angels' first company, which was facing the attack of the second company of the Death Guard Legion, was located. The various armored units in the Death Wing faced the attack of many giant chariots of the second company of the Death Guard. The 87th Armored Regiment of the Tyrone Army, the 8th Company of the Cadian Assault Army, and a small number of Ventria nobles assisted the Space Marines. When the battle was at its most critical, the Ventria arrived, and then the Deathwing Space Marines found that these Ventrias, who were not anti-armor infantry at all, and could never be equipped with anti-armor weapons, directly hung their rifles on the back of their power armors, and then took out various anti-armor weapons. Some of these nobles in the Ventria noble army even wore Talon customized heavy power armors, holding super heavy weapons that even Space Marines had never seen, and in an instant, together, with the missile launchers on the shoulders of the power armors, they burst out with firepower that instantly destroyed 3 heavy tanks. Then the nobles among the nobles would retreat to the rear under the cover of the armed servants in power armor, and start loading ammunition for the super heavy weapons and missile launchers, and repeat this cycle until he and his servants were eaten by a tank with a big mouth and tentacles. The Cadians thought that the masters of the Ventria noble army were unlikely to have a strong will to fight, until the deputy of Creed, who was personally selected by the castle lord, Sergeant Kyle, found a noble in power armor holding a strange bomb, shouting for the Emperor and the family, rushing towards a mutant tank that was killing everyone and detonating the bomb. releasing a strange black light that instantly turned everything within a radius of 50 meters into quicksand. Then Cal realized that the bomb that the noble was carrying for the suicide attack was an antique, a weapon made by some high-tech human civilization on some desert world during the Great Crusade that was powerful enough to wipe out a team of space marines. However, such an antique that could definitely make a fortune if sold to the Mechanicus was actually carried by the noble to the battlefield. Cal had to admit that in terms of military affairs, the nobles in the Ventria noble army were better than most of the nobles in the Empire. Those nobles in the Necromunda hive, who wore power armor to hunt upright apes in the nests, were not even as good as them. Chapter 755. Among the many plague warriors and the armored forces of the 2nd Company of the Death Guard that were attacking the landing point defense, a knight named Soul of Corruption was guarding a warlord-class titan with 10 other colleagues. The earth was shaking, and every time the giant war machine raised its feet and landed, it made the mortals on the battlefield feel terrified. The disgusting titan was like a patient covered with corrupt tumors, not a divine machine that was born from scattered parts in a foundry. The auxiliary combat personnel from the Adeptus Mechanicus's Forge world could not tell whether the machine soul of the warlord-class titan had rebelled, because what they saw was that the transmission system and joints composed of countless tumorous tentacles had completely replaced the original broken structure of the titan. Even the weapons on the arms of the warlord-class titan were replaced with green whips covered with spikes, and a living weapon with a mouth like a double-eyed cannon barrel extending from the corrupted flesh. Because their own Titan Legion had other uses, those fighting against the Death Guard could only find ways to resist the Titan's firepower and use various heavy weapons to launch a weak counterattack. The only advantage is that the Warlord-class Titan is not a member of a certain legion, and there are only 10 knights guarding it. The mutated Warlord-class Titan, which is like a biological being, bombards while advancing, and various heavy artillery and missiles from the defensive positions also explode on the void shields around it. As the Titans and the defensive positions gradually approached, the firepower of the Warlord-class Titans had become a big problem that had to be solved. Ezekiel left Osriel and went directly to the position to face the Warlord-class Titan attacking from several kilometers away. This Dark Angel's most powerful psychic has many names. The chief mentor of the think tank, the guardian of the Book of Redemption, and the one who opened the holy vault of the stone fortress. Some ordinary warriors in the chapter believe that Ezekiel is not a person's name, but a title like Lord Cypher. Some people also believe that the name Ezekiel is a person's name, referring to the powerful psychic who was probed by the former think tank and ended up causing the think tank to collapse. But no matter what this name means, Ezekiel must be a person with extremely powerful psychic powers. Facing the Titan that was marching forward and pouring a huge amount of firepower on the position, Ezekiel closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Countless artillery fire exploded around him. The fortifications were shattered and the ground was torn apart, but none of these weapons could hit Ezekiel. When Ezekiel opened his eyes again, his pupils were covered with a layer of light, and the surging spiritual energy was being mobilized by him. A ray of light gradually enveloped the Warmaster-class Titan. The shells fired by the Titan, which looked like green energy balls wrapped by mosquitoes, exploded on the light, and corrosive liquid and energy filled the cover formed by the light. The terrifying attack that was enough to turn a bunker into green water in an instant did not hurt the Titan that released it, but the Titan could not move or attack. To others, Ezekiel had a blank expression on his face, as if exerting such a powerful psychic power was nothing to him. But in fact, Ezekiel felt very painful. When he exerted his psychic power, he could feel things that others could not feel. Outside Bloom, in the void of the Eye of Terror, the Blackstone warships released the power to suppress the energy of the subspace in the battle with the Plague Fleet, but even the warships constructed by Blackstone were not as good as the Blackstone Obelisk Array, which was directly based on the planet and formed using the Blackstone technology developed by the complete Void Dragon. In the Void, the subspace energy and the domain created by the Blackstone were fighting each other, and the confrontation between the two completely incompatible things continued in a strange cycle. As a psychic, Ezekiel felt that the psychic energy he could mobilize might be full to the extreme in the next second, or it might be reduced a lot, or it might be particularly full in the last second and be restrained in this second. This strange cycle brought Ezekiel extreme pain. Just when Ezekiel was trying his best to suppress the Titan, the 10 knights guarding the Titan seemed to be guided by something strange and rushed towards Ezekiel regardless of everything. Many plague warriors followed the knight as if they were suddenly guided, trying to break through the front line of space marines and mortals, and kill the hateful psychic forever. At the same time, the evil beings in the warp were also spying on Ezekiel's soul that released dazzling light. The battle between Ezekiel and the Titan who tried to break free became a battle between him and the Titan, and the evil creatures in the warp. He heard whispers and felt something coveting his soul. The countless terrifying beings hidden in the sea of souls, whether they are the lackeys of the four gods or those chaotic beings that cannot be classified, have all cast malice and threats to Ezekiel that are enough to make others feel collapsed. Support the Grand Master. The think tanks of the Dark Angels Mother Group and the Daughter Group on the battlefield, no matter how far away they are from Ezekiel at this time, all look at Ezekiel at the same time, and then rush to Ezekiel's side to try to provide him with psychic assistance. Just like in the Battle of Baal, Mephiston, the equivalent of the think tank director in the Holy Blood Angels, blocked the Khorne Archdemon Cabania back to the warp with the help of his apprentices and colleagues. Now Ezekiel will also get help like Mephiston to achieve what he wants to do. But just when Ezekiel was about to get help, time seemed to be stretched infinitely. When he opened his eyes and tried to see what happened, a terrifying existence that exuded decay stood in front of him. Just a glimpse of the smallest, most insignificant, and least threatening tip of the iceberg of this terrifying existence almost broke Ezekiel's defense line. Ezekiel felt fear. The terrifying existence in front of him was actually afraid. It was because of fear that it lost its calmness, composure, and optimism, and squatted in front of the ant like a giant who was afraid that the ant would crawl on him, ready to reach out and kill him personally. But just when the terrifying being was about to attack, a flash of white light suddenly appeared, and then Ezekiel saw a dazzling sun, but this sun had no temperature. Soon everything in front of him disappeared again, and turned back into a battlefield filled with smoke. After recovering, Ezekiel maintained his suppression of the Titan, while recalling his previous situation. He was both scared and excited. He was scared because he might have been targeted by one of the dark gods because of his use of psychic power just now, and faced the threat of being killed by him. He was excited because his soul was no longer threatened by the subspace creatures, because it was near a cold but dazzling sun. Chapter 756. A white light suddenly appeared beside Ezekiel. When the Grand Master turned his head, he saw Uslan with a distressed expression. It was obvious that the periodic law of the confrontation between the subspace and reality also affected the Eldar Prophet, so he was no longer in the mood to maintain his elegant image. After using psychic power to teleport to Ezekiel's vicinity, he started to get down to business. Nearly 100 white lights appeared behind Uslan again, and then the elite tribe warriors of the Otansa Ark world were teleported out. The Dark Death Phoenix Lord Morgana personally led these tribe warriors to the battlefield. This Phoenix Lord still wore a ferocious skull mask, and his violent eyes were cast at the enemy. The Dark Death is a martial arts tribe that is good at long-range heavy firepower support. Every warrior of this tribe wears heavy armor different from the common Eldar equipment, and holds heavy weapons such as Reaper launchers or Storm launchers. Morgana, like Ezekiel, is a very silent person. After joining the battle, the Phoenix Lord said nothing, but just led his elite troops forward. During the advance, a knight who had been ravaged by artillery fire, but still managed to fight his way to Ezekiel was spotted by Morgana. The Phoenix Lord stopped moving forward. The legs of the heavy armor like a skeleton stretched out a fixing frame, firmly fixing Morgana's body, and then the white weapon held in the hands of the Phoenix Lord opened fire. The dazzling white beam instantly penetrated the knight, and the white waves spreading on the surface of the knight gradually decomposed it into sand particles that drifted with the wind. Forward. Forward. A hoarse voice came from under Morgana's skull helmet. He led the way, and fired at the enemy targets. The elite warriors followed their Phoenix Lord. The weapons in their hands were not as powerful as Morgana's. Every time they fired, they would release a large number of small warheads. These warheads looked like balls of energy, circling and flying across a very long distance to blow the armored targets into pieces. After the Dark Reaper appeared, the Death Guard also received reinforcements. Another Legion company was drawn from the war with the Drakasi on the other side of Bloom and directly deployed to the battlefield at the landing point. The captains of each company have realized that there must be a reason why the enemy dropped down, but only defended on the spot. Not only will they mobilize 3 companies, they are even considering whether to let the Plague Warlocks teleport the troops in the fleet down, and ask some more magic soldiers to help. This was not easy in the case of a multi-front war, but fortunately the Drakasi were not that strong. The captains commanding the battle on Bloom only needed to allocate a few people to entangle Abondrak, the Khorne Demon Prince, who was the strongest fighting force of the Drakasi. Let the Dark Angels, who have already become a battle group, lead a group of mortals to face the attack of the 2 strongest companies of the Death Guard. He must be crazy. In the Bridge of the Glory Human, Clone stared at the situation displayed on the tactical table in the distance, and cursed in the encrypted communication. Looking at the old original body, who was directing the battle, Clone Ryan wanted to punch his old arms and legs hard. There is nothing wrong with this strategy. Clone Horus put his hand on his brother's shoulder and comforted him. The purpose of defending the landing point is to delay the construction of the Blackstone obelisk. As long as the obelisk is built, nothing else will be a problem. I don't think so. Clone Ryan blocked Horus's hand. Why didn't he immediately arrange for the Ghost Titan Legion named OM Messiah Blade stationed on the flagship to participate in the attack when the enemy had Titans? Did he keep these Titans to wait for them to breed more Titans? Clone Ryan couldn't help but worry about the Dark Angels, even though he was just a clone of the Dark Angels' gene father. If it was 10,000 years ago, Ryan dared to let the Dark Angels face the entire Death Guard and some other Rebel Legion simultaneous attack. But the problem was that the Dark Angels had become a war band. Why didn't they send out the new Thunder Warriors? Clone Ryan questioned his original body in the channel again. Why don't they use the new Thunder Warriors, but let the Astartes and Mortals fight? Clone Horus remained silent and did not respond. However, it was not that Horus did not know how to answer, but that he could understand the original Ryan's thoughts. But it was really difficult to let the young clone Ryan agree with his original thoughts. Whether it was the new Thunder Warriors, the Titan Legion, or something else, it was not necessary to use these powerful forces as a backup plan or some kind of insurance. For example, the Demon Legion. Suppose a huge number of demons suddenly emerged on Bloom, they came and went without a trace, and appeared directly regardless of the marching distance. Then the ground forces need to be ready to be deployed at any time, and once put into use, they are powerful enough to change the situation of the war. Let the Dark Angels fight a defensive battle. I clearly saw that there are many Space Marines from the Imperial Fists in the main fleet, and even loyal descendants of Perturabo himself. Korik suddenly interrupted, but Lion himself insisted on letting the Dark Angels fight a defensive battle. He has your style, just like you let my descendants serve as the main attacking force in a war. Hearing the clone brothers' words, Horus sighed secretly. Korik was talking about the Great Crusade in their memory, when Horus, as the War Master, asked Korix's offspring to take the lead in attacking instead of conducting guerrilla warfare or intelligence reconnaissance. This seemed like he wanted to make things difficult for Korix and let his offspring die. So Korix at that time just walked away. Although he didn't know why the clone Korix cared so much about something that only his original body had experienced, Horus still patiently explained. Your offspring had already taken on the main attacking duties many times before you returned. I thought my 19th brother was like his offspring, a war general who was irritable and liked to fight in person, but who knew he was a guerrilla war king with a very low sense of presence and who would hide at any time. Clone Korix did not respond to Horus's defense. And when he heard Horus say irritable and likes to fight in person, Clone Gilliman subconsciously looked at Horus, feeling that he was talking about himself. While the clone Primarchs were having a secret conversation, an officer stepped into the bridge and went to the main body Lion to report loudly. The Blackstone obelisk has been built at the landing point. Chapter 757. The Blackstone obelisk has been activated. Very good. Lien stared at the battlefield presented on the tactical table, and a smile appeared on his face. The small Blackstone obelisk built by the engineering troops has the advantage of fast deployment. Although its effectiveness may not be very good, once it is activated, it will have no problem suppressing the psychic energy of an entire land plate. Based on the characteristics of the Blackstone, Ryan had formulated a corresponding plan a long time ago. When the Blackstone is deployed and activated, the victory of a local war is a foregone conclusion, because there will be combat units more powerful than the regular army to clean up the place where the Blackstone obelisk is effective. Robo. Lien suddenly raised his head and called Gilliman's name softly. Gilliman was stunned by this name, because only Lady Uden had used this name, and even Chin Imo only called him Robot. Except for the bold merchant named Silimani, during the Plague War, no one would directly use the name Robot. What's the matter? Gilliman asked with a raised eyebrow. Lien hooked his finger. Gilliman leaned over, put his ear next to Lion, and listened quietly to the secret words his good brother was about to say. Chin Imo, who was also in the bridge at the time, also noticed Ryan's abnormality and looked at the War Master in confusion, wondering what Ryan was doing. Lord of Talon? Gilliman listened to Ryan's whisper and said directly to Chin Imo, the War Master hopes to persuade you to deploy the Star God through me. He also worriedly told me that he was afraid you would not agree, so he wanted me to speak for him. Oh, that's what the War Master said. Chin Imo nodded thoughtfully. Ryan, who wanted Gilliman to pass on the message, stood awkwardly in place, lowered his head, and pretended to be staring at the tactical table, thinking about when to cause Gilliman some trouble to retaliate against him. The reason why Lion asked Gilliman to tell Qin Mo about deploying the Star Gods was a decision that he had carefully considered. Perhaps the new Thunder Warriors could be commanded by the Empire in an emergency, but the Star Gods definitely could not. Regarding the deployment of the Star Gods, Lion didn't know how to organize his words so that Qin Mo would think that he was just suggesting the deployment of the Star Gods, not ordering or forcing them. Gilliman happened to be good at communication, but Gilliman wanted to tell Lion that his caution was unnecessary, because it was wartime now, and Qin Mo was also a sensible person who could distinguish the situation the most, so he could just say whatever he wanted. I agree with the War Master. Qin Mo nodded and ordered the ubiquitous main control intelligence in the bridge deploy. He wanted to say deploy the Star God, but he was troubled by which Star God to deploy. Saranoga and Burner were in the branch fleet led by Sanguinius and Shagatai, and he only had the recorder Mimic and Void Dragon here. The recorder was urging Lorger to write the holy words. The Mimic was relatively idle, but considering that Bloom was still in the Eye of Terror, even if the Blackstone Obelisk had been deployed at the landing point, there might be some bad emergencies. After thinking about this, Qin Mo ordered, deploy the Void Dragon. Received, the order has been transmitted to the location of the Void Dragon. The main control intelligence responded. On the ground, the obelisk that was built and used immediately took effect. The movements of the Plague Warriors were no longer agile. Their bodies, which were severely corroded and full of various diseases, began to become very clumsy and painful, just like their appearance. The attack speed of the armored forces of the Second Company of the Death Guard also slowed down. A tentacle just rolled up a Dark Angel Terminator and was about to send it into the mouth of the chariot, but the mouth closed because there was no support, and the soft tentacle could not move because there was no bone support inside. The Plague Warlocks observed by Ezekiel began to exert their strength at this time. The Book of Disaster, which could originally be used to tear rifts in the real universe, was used again, and the vast psychic energy was mobilized from other unaffected areas on Bloom and directly infused into all the Nurgle servants present. The paralyzed tentacles gradually regained their strength. The Plague Warriors, who were wailing in pain, gradually calmed down and continued to fight. However, the plague that appeared with the arrival of the Plague Warriors could not get the supply of psychic energy, and directly turned into weak germs that even ashes could disinfect them. The battle continued. The Dark Angels, who had paid a price to resist the attack of the 3 Death Guard companies, had to continue to persevere. Until a green light broke away from the Blackstone warship and fell towards the landing point on the surface of Bloom in the main fleet of the Golden Expedition that was fighting the Plague Fleet in the void. The green light fell directly in the middle of the fearlessly advancing Plague Warriors. Sensing the emergence of a powerful threat, the Death Guard companies that were originally attacking the landing point all stopped and turned their targets to look at the place where the green light suddenly appeared. A giant with a muscular body slowly stood up from the green light and floated up. It held a spear flashing with green light in its hand, with wings behind it, and a floating structure like green pixels surrounding its whole body, giving people a feeling that its muscular body was breaking. The Imperial troops on the battlefield recalled the Tyrone Force Arms Identification Manual issued by the Military Affairs Department before the war, which included this muscular giant. Void Dragon Magradros. All Plague Warriors focused their fire on the Void Dragon at the same time. The armored forces of the Second Company of the Death Guard even ignored the Otansa people who were gradually destroying tanks one after another. They attacked the Void Dragon regardless of everything. With the Blackstone Obelisk in effect, even if the psychic energy still exists and is still being infused, it does not affect the Star God from exerting his power. Fierce artillery fire exploded around the Void Dragon, but no matter what kind of weapon fired, the ammunition could not get close to the 1-meter range around it. While floating and enduring the bombardment without any injury, the Void Dragon looked at Ezekiel, who had been using psychic energy to suppress the Titan. The latter instantly realized something, and then lifted the influence he had exerted on the Titan. Then the Void Dragon moved. The body of this Star God appeared in front of the Titan in an instant, and the spear in his hand swept the Titan in two. After killing the Titan, the Void Dragon suddenly disappeared again, flashing out from the heavy encirclement of the 2 companies of the Death Guard. Its body was very graceful and tumbling, waving the spear in its hand quickly. Green lightning was released from the tip of the spear and rushed on the ground, turning countless enemies into ashes in the roar again and again. Facing such a combat unit, as long as the power of Blackstone suppressed the subspace on the battlefield, no matter how many Plague Warriors there were on the battlefield and how many mutated heavy war machines there were, it was meaningless. At least near the landing point, the Death Guard was defeated. Chapter 758. As early as the Golden Crusade was being prepared, all Space Marine chapters began to learn how to fight alongside the Telonian army and navy. In those manuals, some transcendent beings that might fight alongside humans, such as the star gods, were described, and how powerful these transcendent beings could be after the Black Stone was deployed. They are no longer beings that need to be concealed, because these guys have appeared too many times, and have shown too powerful a role to hide in the Telonian sector. But until this moment, after fighting side by side with the transcendent beings of the Star God on this battlefield, the people present could realize what true strength is. Even before the Black Stone was deployed and established, the Star Gods were unwilling to leave their warships and arrive on the surface to assist in the battle. It is not known whether they were afraid of the environment of the Eye of Terror or disliked all the filth associated with the war. But after the Black Stone was established and activated, they participated in the war as everyone expected before the First War of the Golden Crusade began. Azrael watched everything on the battlefield. The Dark Angel's Supreme Grand Master no longer gave orders to anyone, because the battle at the landing point was over. For them, the mortals, it was over. The second company of the Death Guard sacrificed themselves to cover the retreat of the first company, and all the hell beasts and demon engines were left behind. But when the armored forces of the second company of the Death Guard faced the Void Dragon, a fragment of a once complete star god, they unexpectedly became ants. In Azrael's eyes, the first company of the Death Guard was being defeated in a state that did not belong to any war situation. In war, even if a party was crushed by a powerful opponent, at least there was time to make strategic adjustments, and then retreat in layers and cover each other. Even the Death Guard who became believers of the Dark God would never be so stupid as to be like zombies, not even doing the most basic communication and mutual cover. But no matter what strategy the Death Guard used, it seemed fragile and powerless in front of the Void Dragon. The muscular body made of silver living metal just swung the spear lightly, which was enough to split all the armored vehicles in sight into charcoal with lightning in an instant. A plague warrior operating a heavy self-propelled artillery tried to attract the attention of the Void Dragon, using his own sacrifice in exchange for the evacuation of his comrades. He succeeded. The Void Dragon stared at the brave warrior, and in less than a breath, the beam shot from his eyes instantly turned the warrior and nearly 100 tanks around him into ashes. Under the massacre of the Void Dragon Megladros, except for a few people who were able to retreat with the Plague Warlock, most of the enemies, who had been very ferocious in the previous battle, were killed by it. On our side, the warriors whose limbs were torn off by the Hell Beast received perfect mechanical limbs made of metal, and those who were torn to pieces, but not completely dead, had their original fragile flesh and blood replaced by mechanical structures, and even those armored vehicles and equipment that were on the verge of breaking were repaired. Whether it was the Space Marines or the soldiers of the Astra Militarum, or the armored vehicles of the Astra Militarum Corps, or the Deathwing, all were repaired. But the Void Dragon, who was doing this thing like a gift, glanced coldly at everyone and seemed indifferent. It was just using its own way to help these humans recover their combat effectiveness quickly, so that they could be put into the next battle as soon as possible. It helps us now. What if it becomes our opponent one day? Looking at this transcendent being, Azrael had to discuss an extremely serious issue with Ezekiel. This Grand Master obviously had something in common with his Gene Father, that is, as the executioners of the Emperor and the Empire, they needed to think more long-term than any other chapter. If we fight it with psychic power, we will probably have a chance of winning. Ezekiel said calmly, at least if we want to attack here at this moment, we still have a chance of winning if we don't let the Blackstone Obelisk be deployed. Using psychic power. Azrael nodded silently. He could understand Ezekiel's idea. Using psychic power instead of other methods is not because psychic power has a higher chance of winning than other methods, but because only psychic power has a chance of winning compared to other methods. Fighting against this guy who can distort the laws of physics, even if materialistic technology reaches its peak, it will probably be useless if some unexpected tactics are not used. Why would you consider fighting me? The ethereal voice sounded directly in Azrael and Ezekiel's heads. That was a way of making sounds and transmitting communication directly through biological organs. To some extent, the two dark angels were talking to their own brains. When the voice sounded, the Void Dragon floated over and looked down at the two humans. Why do you think about such meaningless things? The Void Dragon continued to ask, have you reached the level of the ancient saints, or are you a general in a civilization with the same strength as the ancient Eldar Empire or the heyday of the Necrons, so that you need to think about how to face the terrorist threats that your race may face? Being stared at directly by the Void Dragon, even an Astartes of Azrael's level couldn't help but feel fear. That was not fear caused by a weak will, but a fear that came from physiology, just like eating and drinking, but this fear can be hidden. We always have to think about it, because this is the duty of us human warriors. Azrael said firmly. Don't waste your energy on such meaningless things. From the perspective of efficiency, you should invest the limited energy of creatures like you into the things you are facing in front of you. The Void Dragon raised his hand. Seeing the transcendent being in front of him raise his hand towards him, Azrael subconsciously wanted to defend himself. But only the communication component in Azrael's armor was changed. Now Azrael only needs to move his mouth, and his orders will be transmitted to the ears of the person who should receive the orders. Not affected by distance. The Void Dragon's finger moved up and gently tapped on Azrael's helmet. Now, expand the influence of the Blackstone Obelisk to all land plates in bloom. This is what you should spend your limited energy on. The Blackstone Obelisk on Cadia can shrink the entire Eye of Terror by half after it is opened, but your Blackstone Obelisk can only affect a piece of land? Ezekiel asked on the side. The Blackstone on Cadia was made by me, but I was just in my prime. The Void Dragon looked at Ezekiel. In my prime, I could easily create a bipedal war consumable that would crush a psychic warrior like you like an ant, but I can't do it now, the same principle. After saying that, the Void Dragon turned into a green light and instantly disappeared near the landing point. Chapter 759. The Void Dragon has returned to the flagship. The main control intelligence sounded a warning, and an illusion appeared in the bridge. It was the image of the Void Dragon Megalodros, but not as tall as usual, but the same height as a space marine. The enemies near the landing point have been killed. If I have to crush some bugs next time, I won't mind. After all, my personal participation in the Blackstone deployment can improve our war efficiency. A cold voice came from the mouth of the Void Dragon illusion. Many people in the bridge were still immersed in the shock that the Void Dragon had brought to them. Not everyone in the bridge saw the Star God fight for the first time, but no matter how many times they had seen it, they would be extremely shocked. Not to mention the transcendent power of the Star God, the fact that this omnipotent existence in the real universe was now with humans was enough to make people excited. My people will continue to expand the occupied area and build more black stones. Ryan looked at the Void Dragon and said, but if you can join the next expansion battle, our efficiency will definitely be improved. As Ryan expected, the Void Dragon refused. I am only willing to move within the effective range of the black stone, because places with too much spiritual energy will give me a sense of nothingness, like a fish trapped in a shallow shoal. After being rejected, Ryan looked at Chin Mo on the side. The Void Dragon's eyes also turned to Chin Mo. Chin Mo stood there without saying a word. If you guys can't even deploy the Blackstone Obelisk, then why don't we rely on the caster to deploy the Blackstone Obelisk directly, and after the Blackstone is deployed, we personally participate in the battle until the Eye of Terror is completely closed? The Void Dragon asked. That's not bad. Ryan crossed his arms in front of his chest and nodded in agreement. Perhaps you Star Gods can open up another front. That's certainly good. The Void Dragon interrupted Ryan. As long as you nod in the name of the human war master, indicating that the people you brought are trash, and provide their souls for us to eat, we Star Gods will naturally do what you should do for you. Ryan was silent. You have done what you should do, leave here. Chin Mo finally spoke. Don't worry, I will not let any of you Catans fight in an environment without Blackstone deployed. Never. No, Catan does not believe the words of the new forger. The phantom of the Void Dragon flickered twice, cutting off the connection with the bridge, and continued to build more Blackstone equipment on the lower tail of the Glory Human flagship and wait for the next battle. The War Master's eyes fell on the tactical table, looking at a large piece of shiny land shown on the three-dimensional model of the Bloom planet, which showed the occupied area. The engineering troops began to build more Blackstone obelisks at the four corners of the land plate. On the ground, in the canyon, in the river, in the desert. The Blackstone covering formula calculated by the Void Dragon is being applied by the human engineering troops. More and more Blackstone obelisks are being built, and the Blackstone obelisk at the first landing point has reached its peak, but it is not yet able to turn a plate range on Bloom into a real universe. Excuse me, Golden Expedition Logistics and Senior Combat Unit Manager. Ryan looked up and said to Chin Mo, I think your Star God partner definitely kept something back. The Blackstone obelisk on Cadia is completely different from the obelisk it gave us. Megalodros didn't hold back anything. Chin Mo spread his hands and responded to Ryan in a flat tone, it's just incomplete. It uses black stone, because it can control the power of unrefined black stone. Otherwise, let alone a black stone obelisk, it wouldn't even be able to rub out a black stone block. Is black stone so difficult to get? Ryan rubbed his forehead, looking quite troubled. I've read the detailed report of the Cadia War, which said that the word bearers are suspected of using black stone to make portals. They have the first mover advantage. Qin Mo said. We don't? What has the Mechanicus been doing? Ryan complained. In addition to sending black stones to traders on Huangquan number 8, have they done anything with black stones? Qin Mo and Ryan also wanted to complain about this issue. The Mechanicus has been studying black stones, but like some other things they have studied, there has been little progress. The word bearers can make full use of the black stone's ability to amplify psychic energy, and there are all kinds of applications for it, such as the obsidian crown. On the Empire side, during the Battle of Cadia, it should have been Call who went to study the black stone obelisk and learned how to open the obelisk under the guidance of the Infinite One Trazyn. But it must be admitted that the word bearers, who can call on the power of chaos to directly use the black stone, have an advantage over the Mechanicus. It is conceivable that there must be a lot of black stone in the word bearer's lair. Gilliman suddenly interrupted. Lion wanted to ask what was wrong, but after thinking about it carefully, he smiled. You mean, we can use the black stones in their lair? After all, this thing is a double-edged sword. Of course. Gilliman nodded and smiled. Perhaps after we get out of Broom and continue the attack, we will be able to hit the word bearer soon, and then the star gods can directly destroy this enemy-occupied world where the black stones are deployed. But the premise is that we can use the black stones on it in reverse. Then we can watch the fireworks. Lien was looking forward to the moment Gilliman mentioned, but he didn't think much about the future attack on the word bearer's lair. Instead, he immediately focused all his attention on the current war and became very serious. Build more black stone obelisks to consolidate the occupied areas, establish supply bases and fortresses, and then advance to the enemy-occupied areas of Broom. My orders must be strictly enforced. Anyone who rushes to claim credit will only end up with one punch from me, and that is to send their heads flying 30 meters away. While talking, Ryan opened the communication with his descendants and all the mortal legions, but everyone knew that the Lion King was talking to his descendants. Ryan would never worry that the mortal legions would rush to take credit and cause the original stable and smooth strategic plan to collapse, because when he was with the Astra Militarum, he found that strict adherence to discipline was the reliance of these mortals to defeat powerful enemies. As for the Dark Angels, Ryan felt that his descendants needed to get used to the existence of the Gene Father now, and change from the fact that the chapter captain and the company commander made their own decisions in the past 10,000 years, to that everyone must obey the orders of the Gene Father. Chapter 760. Outside Bloom, the Plague Fleet that was fighting the Golden Expedition main fleet in the Void had entered the most critical state. Typhon sat on the command throne, and used his psychic power to take in the overall situation. Then he saw that the opposing fleet did not use any improvisational tactics, nor did they use any battle formations. They just fired at their own Plague Fleet, while getting as close as possible. They even airdropped land forces to Bloom, while the Void battle was going on. Even Typhons could hardly help thinking that his Plague Fleet was underestimated, but he also couldn't help thinking that his fleet shouldn't be underestimated. The Plague Fleet had already lost many warships in the previous wars. Although it was replenished a lot later, it was still very few compared to the main fleet of the Golden Expedition. Damn it! I just can't understand how those bastards made so many warships. Can they also get warships through the subspace? Typhon stood up from the throne, his empty armor making hollow clanging sounds every time he walked, and the nerdlings on the tumors roared and questioned. The lieutenants on the command deck were all silent. Until a man who was promoted from a plague warlock to Typhon's lieutenant spoke up. If we could also have a friend who could forge weapons or warships from the blood god, we might not have to wait on the plague planet for the warship to be dragged into the warp and drift to the vicinity of the planet. It's a pity that the demons we know are either hopelessly stupid or naive enough to want to make friends with the enemy. Someone else added. Then, there was a burst of laughter in the bridge. Everyone remembered those demons under the command of the kind father, who liked to laugh and do stupid things. Someone even shouted in laughter, "We should call Kugath over. He must have a lot in common with us when it comes to scolding those demons." Even Typhons couldn't hold back after hearing this. When Kugath, the great demon, went out with other great demons, he was simply unhappy and a group of brainless people. He would always scold his colleagues who were laughing and playing, and then he would mess up everything while cursing and scolding them. Just like when they invaded the hospital world of Ultramar during the Plague War. After the laughter, the bridge gradually fell into silence. The heavy tension and seriousness drove away the joy and ridicule just now. No matter what their duties were, everyone had to take everything seriously at this time. "We can still hold on for a while," Typhon said. "He is good at using psychic power, and can see farther than others. Although the Plague Fleet will be defeated, The war between the largest war machines such as the Void War is always not so easy to determine the winner. Admittedly, the huge fleet of the Golden Expedition is advancing and attacking with unstoppable momentum, but the Plague Fleet still has enough time to think about the next plan. However, before starting to think, Typhons thought he should first ask the Omnipotent Father to guide him on what decision he should make next. Prophecy. Typhons ordered the Plague Warlock. The Warlock, who was promoted to Adjutant, immediately took out the same Book of Disaster as his colleague on Bloom, and then began to perform a blasphemous sacrifice ceremony on the new terminus. Directly talking to the Dark Gods has always been a privilege that only belongs to a very few strong or favored people. The favored person who can talk directly to the four gods is not in the Eye of Terror at this time, but in the Great Vortex. He is the Black King Huron. But for Typhons and his group, it is not difficult to talk to Nurgle and get some guidance. The Plague Warlock sacrificed a healthy newborn born in the demon world of Nurgle, and then saw everything he couldn't see and heard things he couldn't hear. In the chaotic high heaven, the gods are fighting an eternal battle spanning the past, present and future. One of the dark gods, the Lord of Change, Tzeentch, is suffering the revenge of his brothers and sisters. Nurgle is naturally the first to bear the brunt. It even united with Slaanesh. Both gods can't help but think that they are branded with a mark of measurement and are inseparable from Tzeentch. This is also true. After all, when that strange star god in the mortal world entered the warp to face the gods, Tzeentch would always help indirectly or directly. But this internal struggle that has lasted through ancient and modern times is only the current situation in the high heaven. On the bronze throne, the blood god's eyes were withdrawn from the internal struggles of the brothers and sisters in the high heaven, because Tzeentch used the conspiracy and tricks it hated the most to use deception to deal with the attack, and even Slaanesh and Nurgle were led by it by the nose and fought back with conspiracy and tricks. The blood god's gaze finally projected beyond the high heavens, observing the place called the Eye of Terror, because a war that was enough to attract the blood god's attention was erupting there. On Bloom, the Death Guard was already in a precarious situation. After losing two great companies in the war with the Star God, the Death Guard had difficulty containing the Demon Prince of Drakasi, Abandrak, but Abandrak took the initiative to stop the attack, because the current situation of the demon world it ruled proved that he was definitely not a person who knew nothing but killing, chopping, chopping. The temporary cooperation of the two gods in the high heaven. In the Eye of Terror, the two armies of chaos forces on Bloom had to join forces to face the enemy when they had no choice. Go to Bloom. Typhons. Go to Bloom. I cannot accept the failure of my servants in the Eye of Terror instead of the real universe. After a series of images and information, there were several commands. This was not a language spoken by the vocal organs, but the Plague Warlock, who was making a prophecy, was forcibly instilled with the concept of the four commands, so that his fragile and humble will like an ant would not collapse and paralyzed. How do we win the war in Bloom? Typhons knelt down to the Plague Warlock and asked softly, I will hold on, because there are holy artifacts that must be taken back. But I also need to know, will we all die there, or can we leave there after obtaining the holy artifacts? Typhons had to ask, lest he really went to Bloom and found that the merciful Father God did not spare a bit of energy to help his loyal servants, just like the Plague Fleet collided head-on with the main fleet of the Golden Expedition. Typhons was responded by the Plague Warlock. The Blood God will not just watch. Chapter 761. Will the Blood God not just stand by and watch? It certainly won't. It will attack its opponents when its own people are at a disadvantage. At this time, even Typhons couldn't help but respond to the prophecy spoken by the Plague Warlock with a questioning tone. Whether this prophecy came from the Almighty Father himself, or some bastard drifting in the warp squeezed in and interfered, Typhons could hardly help but question it. It is indeed possible that the Blood God will not stay out of it, but it is too fantastic to expect it to help win the war on Broom. There are still Drakasi on Bloom. The guy who was originally a reptile, but was upgraded to a demon prince, is obviously more favored by the Blood God. Considering that the Plague Warrior has been fighting with him until now, what surprised Typhon the most is that the Blood God did not leave a rift on Bloom with his axe. Execute. The Plague Warlock's body instantly straightened, and the green spirit fire flew out of his body. The scream from his soul before his death turned into execute, the two words similar to language information. The Warlock's soul was also taken away. Typhon stood up and looked at his newly promoted adjutant, thinking that he probably went to the high heaven to serve his father and fight against his father's brothers. Well, at least he doesn't have to face the mess that follows. Thinking of this, Typhons leaned back on the command throne, his arms resting on the armrests made of mutated flesh and blood. A cold command came from the mouth of the Nurgling on the tumor of the Plague Herald. Get close to Bloom, get close at all costs. We abandon the battlefield in the void and go to Bloom, even if our fleet is completely wiped out. When issuing these orders, Typhon still had doubts. Abandoning the fleet and choosing to land in Bloom is definitely a crazy decision. Losing orbital control means enduring the horrific bombardment from the enemy fleet. But this is an order from a loving father, and Typhon still decided to believe in the true God in his heart. Many adjutants secretly scolded Typhons for being crazy, stupid, and incompetent, but Typhons did not choose to go all out entirely because of his beliefs. He knew clearly that this was the Eye of Terror, a place where the beings in the supreme heaven could interfere with a part of the real universe to the greatest extent. If he followed the Father's request and welcomed the Father's interference, he would still have a chance of winning. Otherwise, who could beat both the Star God and the Black Stone in a head-on fight? Charge at full speed to Bloom, and arrange other warships around the new terminus according to their models and importance. Follow my orders. Typhon stood up from the throne, and with just a raised hand, he used his psychic power to kill an adjutant on the command deck. He made an angry move, but it was the Nurgling on his tumor who shouted for him. This scene was extremely strange. Under the command of Typhons, the new terminus charged towards Bloom. The small warships around the flagship were peeled off layer by layer, and the warship had to pay a huge price for every step forward. And as the new terminus got closer and closer to the Golden Expedition fleet, the terminus itself was increasingly affected by the Blackstone warship. Now it was not only the tentacles and tumors on the flagship that began to be constrained by the laws of physics, but even the space inside the warship began to become more and more like the real universe. The warp demons that kept flashing in the corridors of the warship disappeared. The biological engine in the warship's engine room, which could convert anything it swallowed into energy, had now stopped running. The huge mouth collapsed on the ground because there was no reasonable bone support. No matter how the mortal slaves on the warship pried, they could not get the fuel into the mouth of the engine. The lieutenants on the command deck gathered behind Typhons, looking at the majestic figure of their commander standing in front of the porthole. Even the Nurglings on Typhon's tumors held their heads high, looking very majestic and firm. But in fact, Typhons himself could not help but have doubts when he saw the fleet suffered such huge damage. He began to worry, what if? There is no what if. Typhons threw away all the worries in his mind, and looked directly at the gunfire outside the porthole that blocked his vision. The void shield was even affected by the Black Stone. If this was the Cadia galaxy back then, I'm afraid the entire terminus would have been blown up in the concentrated fire. Although Typhons was doing something that could destroy the entire fleet, what he did still brought about a little bit of surprise. The warships in the main fleet of the Golden Expedition thought that the Plague Fleet would flee immediately, but they did not expect them to turn back directly and head towards Bloom, so that the warships that had just turned around and were about to hand over the expulsion mission to friendly forces did not have time to turn back. Prepare to use teleport. The Nurgling on Typhon's tumor turned around and looked at the lieutenants, screaming and giving orders. He used a special method when issuing orders. The information spread among the viruses in the cabin of the new terminus, which was filled with poisonous gas everywhere, and everyone in the warship knew the order from the commander in an instant. Not only in the new terminus, but also in the cruiser-level plague ships, they all received the news in an instant, and the plague warriors inside them began to gather. In this desperate charge that would destroy the fleet, Typhons was still trying to issue orders, hoping to at least bite the opponent hard before the fleet was destroyed. With his psychic powers, Typhons quickly issued orders, causing the fleet to gradually line up in a straight line as it advanced, focusing fire on the enemy ships that surrounded it from both sides. This tactic did not work at all, because when the first warship moved under Typhon's orders, and its movement trajectory was discovered and reported by the reconnaissance ship of the Golden Expedition fleet, the Golden Expedition fleet had already made appropriate deployments. The warships that were originally prepared to surround the Plague Fleet retreated and lined up in a straight line in front of the Plague Fleet, with the sides of the warships aimed at the Plague Fleet in order to maximize firepower output. It is estimated that the pre-march has turned his attention back to the void battle. Typhons thought so. He could see that although there were two Primarchs in the main fleet of the Golden Expedition, the attention of the two Primarchs was obviously not on the void battle, because the main fleet's combat method was completely conventional, and it seemed that they did not expect to completely wipe out the Plague Fleet. Forget it. Typhons, who wanted to continue giving orders, gave up struggling completely. Wait to teleport to Bloom before the battleship is destroyed. May the merciful Father God bless us to reach the surface smoothly and protect us from orbital bombardment. Chapter 762. Under the suppression of the Blackstone warship, the new terminus gradually lost the power that it should not have as a flesh and blood warship, and gradually stopped in the void. After being damaged one after another, this flesh and blood giant ship was no longer useful at all. The only thing it could do was to move towards Bloom under the bombardment of the enemy fleet, relying on the thrust generated by the explosions caused by the attacks on its own parts. No, to be precise, it drifted. The glorious humanity, the glory of Macrich, and the invincible truth, the three flagships successively participated in the void battle after the plague fleet made a suicidal move. After paralyzing the new terminus, the turrets all over the glorious humanity began to reduce the number of enemy ships around the terminus. When the warships of the plague fleet were gradually eliminated to double digits, the flagship of the Tyrone Star Zone once again aimed at the new terminus, ready to completely put an end to this dirty flesh and blood warship. The particle light spear penetrated the new terminus from head to tail. The dense sea of torpedoes was rushing towards the new terminus, like a school of fish looking for food. The heavy breakthrough boarding torpedoes had opened several large holes on the new terminus, and the Iron Man troops on board were slaughtering anything they saw, or very dirty things in the warship. As a flagship larger than a city, the new terminus was experiencing a catastrophe of destruction. It would be killed and resurrected like its master, even if after that they were just slaves of the same name forcibly reshaped by the god of darkness. Under a series of attacks, the new terminus was torn into pieces of rotten meat, and fell towards the surface of Bloom. Those pieces of rotten meat were physically restrained when they passed over the continental plate where the Dark Angels and the Mortal Core landed, and burned in the atmosphere until only a few residues were left. Only a green mist drifted out from the residue. On the planet, the mountain where the portal laboratory is located. At the bottom of the laboratory, the commander of the Drakasi army, the demon prince Abondrak, stood in a secret room, looking at everything in front of him in surprise. All the Chaos Space Marines, mortal slave owners, and nobles such as the arena operators on Drakasi, who followed the demon prince, also looked at everything in front of them in great surprise. In front of them was an evil object emitting green light. There are no words to describe the shape of this thing. It just emits the green light that is the signature of a dark god, and it also gives people an extremely strong breath of life. This is why we have to fight those plague pigs to death on Bloom. There is no need for us to go to war with each other. The damn mad doctor deceived us. He asked us to follow the portal of this ghost laboratory to camp in this ghost place, but he didn't tell us that there is a damn holy artifact that the damn plague pigs are looking for in the deepest part of this ghost laboratory. Fabius Bayer, you damn bastard. Abondrak swung his two axes angrily, leaving a series of slashing marks around the edge of the Deathly Hallows, venting his anger. The nobles on Drakasi all watched Abondrak get angry silently. There is a reason why this demon prince can become the leader of Drakasi. He will not do anything more extreme. Perhaps when he was slashing the area around the holy artifact, he was already thinking about how to use this holy artifact. Some nobles decided to think with Abondrak. Some nobles were thinking about how to torture Fabius Bayer and his cubs. Some nobles were still calculating their accounts. For example, if they could capture more new human slaves during the war, they could hold more exciting competitions in the arena after returning. Those plague pigs have come to the surface of Bloom and are heading towards us. A human slave, who was good at using psychic power, stepped forward and said to Abondrak, "They want to talk to us." Abondrak turned around, sat on the threshold of the secret room with his huge body, and began to ponder. Although he didn't quite know how those plague pigs came to the surface, standing on the surface and looking up, there were 2 or 3 warships in the sky of such a tiny place. But Abondrak thought that he might be able to use those plague pigs to achieve the goal of escaping from Bloom. Escape? This is what the Corn Demon Prince is thinking now. After the entire Drakasi army was ravaged by the plague and countless people died, Abondrak discovered the secret room containing the Deathly Hallows and instantly understood everything. He realized that he had been deceived by Fabius. As for why he wanted to deceive him into going to war with the plague pigs, it was unknown, but it was definitely not a good reason. In this situation, Abondrak just wanted to escape, so that all the people he brought would not die in this hellhole. But the problem is that the damn transmission channel of this damn laboratory is still a damn one-way. Abondrak had roared like this countless times in his heart. I don't care where those plague pigs came from. Abondrak pulled his psychic slave over, clenching his thick claws tightly together. I want to talk to them. Let them in, or you can talk to that psychic plague pig called Plague Pioneer with psychic power. But listen to me, you are not allowed to call them plague pigs during the conversation, understand? The psychic slave nodded vigorously. Then Abondrak came to another noble who followed him, a noble who used psychic power on Drakasi. The blood god hates psychic power because it is unfair. But in some cases, the blood god also needs a real universe connected to the warp to prepare. Gate. To do some things, such as completing rituals. The nobleman on Drakasi, who was stared at by Abonlak, a blood god believer, is such a ritual master. I need you to prophesy. A voice that seemed to be pleading came from Abonlak's bloody mouth. Tell me where we will go next, and whether our battle on Broom is necessary. I need the guidance of the blood god. The noble nodded, then took out a previous divination result from his bosom. Perhaps before you asked me, the omnipotent blood god had already revealed the answer to us. Abonlak frowned as he looked at the blood-soaked paper in the noble's hand. It was a reptile before it became a demon, but after living with humans for a long time, it was inevitable that it would learn some human-specific movements such as frowning. After looking at it for a long time, Abonlak asked the noble, "What the hell is this? What is the decree? What does it mean?" The noble explained. In the high heaven, a powerful demon prince left the blood god's seat and headed towards the place where the blood god cast his eyes. His name is enough to make the entire universe tremble. Onron! Chapter 763. Onron, huh? After listening to the words of the psychic nobles, Abonlak's face showed a complicated expression. The other Drakasi nobles looked at each other, all with a meaningful and indescribable look on their faces. Anyway, he is a powerful warrior, and we need powerful warriors now. Abonlak spread his hands, turned his body, and said this to everyone around him. Since he is coming here, it means that the blood god has set his sights on this planet called Bloom. Hearing this, the Chaos Space Marine leaders, mortal slave owners, demon nobles, and the like all nodded in agreement. At least the demon prince was right about one thing, that is, they needed a powerful warrior like Onron. After all, Onron is the demon primarch. But there is another question. If Onron arrives, how can we ask him to help cover our retreat? Someone asked. Yes. We also have to find a way to avoid being killed by him when we ask for this. What method can we use? Promise him a good fight. Is that okay? Someone echoed. Abonlak listened to everyone's questions and thought silently. Finally, this outstanding alien, who was promoted from a reptile to a corn demon prince, made a decision. We can't leave Broom. Under the questioning eyes of all the Drakasi nobles, Abonlak carried 2 axes and walked past each of his companions with his huge body, scanning others with a fierce and violent, but somewhat rational look. The blood god has set his sights on this world. What does this mean? It means that a bloody war is about to happen. No, that's not right. Maybe it has already happened. We should find a way to please the blood god in this world's war. If we choose to leave here at this moment, we will be cowards who run away and may be punished by God. Every time the words of the demon prince reached someone's ears, there was someone who subconsciously wanted to question and refute. But only one Red Helmet's Chaos Space Marine spoke out under pressure. He was a member of the former Oathbreakers Chaos Lord Kothorax, and an admirer of Kothorax. I still think we should leave. The Red Helmet Space Marine said, "Do you remember why we came? We came to help that damn bastard Fabius, but we ended up fighting those plague pigs, and now we have to stay on Bloom and get stuck in the quagmire of war. This is not good." When the last syllable fell, Abonlak's axe also fell. The flesh of the Red Helmet Space Marine, along with the mutated red armor, split into 2, and fell to the left and right in the blood gushing like a fountain, making a splashing sound into the blood. Damn it. What is the nail between him and his dead boss Thorax? Abonlak muttered softly, and then continued to preach his great strategy. We are not stuck in the quagmire on Broom. We want to win the favor of the blood god and get what we want. Just like those plague pigs came to Bloom for the Deathly Hallows. Just like the so-called Yellow Expeditionary Fleet came to annihilate all our servants of the Dark Gods. The war has now reached a point where Fabius has nothing to do with it. Fight. Blood sacrifice to the blood god. Skulls for the skull seat. The demon prince's war speech caused a round of cheers. Only a few nobles were still worried, but they also had to cheer. What are you cheering for? A question instantly stifled the cheers, and the one who asked this question was Abondrak himself, who suddenly changed his attitude. Everyone present was confused by Abondrak's sudden change of attitude. As the confused eyes focused on him, the demon prince continued to say what he wanted to say. A pre-war speech has no substantive meaning, and you actually cheered for it instead of asking me how to fight in this world or giving me advice. A bunch of idiots. War spirit cannot be transformed into an indestructible fortress, and cheers cannot kill the enemy. If we want to gain a foothold in this world, we need a huge military fortress. Is there anyone among you who can build a military fortress? No one nodded in response to the question of the demon prince. I know that you guys can do nothing but watch gladiatorial combat. Abonlak was still pacing back and forth, but stopped when he finished this sentence. Invite the killing weapon to come to this world in my name. Hearing the word killing weapon, the nobles present, and even the aliens called hundred-eyed insects became a little solemn. Killing weapon is not a weapon, but a demon prince, who has a good relationship with Abondrek. Unlike most of the Khorne demon princes, who like to chop and kill, killing weapon likes to make war machines. Inventing and creating war machines is also the reason why he was promoted to a demon by Khorne. This laboratory of Fabius is dedicated to the research of teleportation technology. Please ask Killer to come to Drakasi, and then teleport to us. He is not only good at making war machines, but also good at planning and building military fortresses, so please ask him to come. Abonlak was conveying the order in a rambling manner, and everyone present listened in silence. There was nothing to question about asking the demon prince named Killer to come, because it was an absolutely correct decision. The military fortress that Abonlak mentioned was not the various defensive fortresses that were built in conjunction with the Death Guard and the Black Legion before. Those things that could not even withstand a spear from a warship could only be called fortifications, while the fortress that the demon prince mentioned had several void shields and was a giant military project that could hold out for dozens or even hundreds of years under siege. Although it seems a bit far-fetched to build this thing temporarily on Broom, it will not be a problem as long as the demon prince named Killer arrives, because he has a way to spend very little time to build a huge military project on Broom in the Eye of Terror. Do as I say, Abonlak said. The demon prince swung his huge body with obvious 100-eyed insect features and walked in front of everyone. Wait until Killer arrives and builds a fortress. Wait until Onron said by the blood god arrives. Then we will share our fortress and war supplies with the plague pigs of the Death Guard. Facing the military operation called the Yellow Expedition, as the opposite of the forces of order, if we continue to fight internally as before, we will die miserably. Chapter 764. At the same time. On the other side. Is this the factory where those warriors who are more powerful than Astartes are manufactured? In a compartment in the giant production workshop at the bottom of the Glory Human, Cheen Mo and 2 clone Primarchs stood on a high tower, looking down at the more than 10,000 culture tanks stacked up below. Those culture tanks contained the next batch of new Thunder Warriors. Facing the clone Primarch's question, Cheen Mo said nothing and had no expression on his face. He actually didn't really want to bring the 2 clone Primarchs beside him, Korix and Onron, to visit the production workshop of the new Thunder Warriors. It was not because he was guarding against something or hiding something, but because the war on Broom had just achieved a staged victory. When personnel and materials were preparing for the next war, high-level officials, like Lord Tyrone and the Primarch, had a chance to rest. Rather than satisfying the curiosity of the 2 clone Primarchs, Cheen Mo still wanted to go to his own residence, unload the burden and appearance of Lord Tyrone, and talk about the human will of the Emperor. But considering the obvious resistance that Korix had shown to his future before, Cheen Mo decided to show his sincerity, so he brought him here without hiding anything. As for Onron, this clone Onron has been very close to the clone Korix these days. The two often talk about topics such as oppression, liberation, and slave owners. The new Thunder Warrior production workshop, such an important place, I will take you to see it. Cheen Mo turned and walked out. Okay, we can go. Korix glanced at the workshop again, and then asked, why don't you just produce hundreds of thousands of new Thunder Warriors? I don't think they need gene seeds. Of course they don't need gene seeds, they can produce a lot of them. Cheen Mo stopped and looked back at the jars. The production of new Thunder Warriors is definitely not just 10,000 per batch. They are essentially created by the Star Gods and the Emperor of Humanity, and are consumables like soldiers in the extremely high-intensity wars that are likely to occur in the future. Although it is incredible, it is true. Assuming that there will be a war in the future where demons are everywhere and princes are as numerous as dogs, then the new Thunder Warriors can only be consumables that die in piles in that war. But the production of new Thunder Warriors does not depend on how many can be produced, but on how many humans can accept. Cheen Mo looked at Korix. The great rebellion launched by Horus himself was partly because he was dissatisfied with the treatment of the Astartes. If the Astartes of the Empire now find that there is a new super soldier that can completely replace themselves. Clone Korix nodded. Cheen Mo continued to walk towards the exit. Korix just wanted to see where the new Thunder Warrior came from. Now that he saw it, he was naturally not curious anymore. He followed Cheen Mo to the exit with Onron. When the three were about to leave, the workshop vibrated. The tanks carrying the new Thunder Warriors were opened by the drone, and the new Thunder Warriors were extracted one by one in a semi-dormant state, and then arranged together under the drive of air. Synesthesia. Likability. This is the test step. Chin Mo stopped, suddenly remembered something, turned around and looked at the new Thunder Warriors arranged together. Next, the new Thunder Warriors will undergo a standard test process, starting with testing their most important ability, that is, the ability to perceive each other's instantaneous shared thoughts and consciousness, until their combat effectiveness and intelligence are tested, and then, they will be asked to put on armor and take weapons to sleep, and wake them up when they are needed. Do you know how I tested the synesthesia of the new Thunder Warriors when I was doing the experiment? Clone Korik suddenly heard Chin Mo asking him this, and doubts appeared on his pale and handsome face, and he shook his head. Chin Mo walked to the guardrail and shouted to the new Thunder Warriors lined up together. The stars in the sky are the Big Dipper. Hey, hey, the Big Dipper. Each of the new Thunder Warriors stretched their necks and responded without their own consciousness. Hey, hey, Shinbeidu. It was like a person with a deep voice was responding to Chin Mo, not in unison, but in unison, as if it was a sentence from one person, and even the movements were exactly the same. Before starting mass production of new Thunder Warriors, we need a simple temporary test method, so I instilled something into the genes of the new Thunder Warriors and used it as a test. Chin Mo smiled and said to Korix, simple and effective. Korix raised his eyebrows and nodded. You are an interesting person, Amron said with a smile. No doubt. Chin Mo turned and left. When he walked out of the new Thunder Warrior production workshop and came to the observation deck at the bottom of the giant flagship overlooking the city where the crew lived, the clone Korix suddenly leaned against the guardrail. Whether it was a clone or the original body, Korix was a person with pale skin and a melancholy feeling. Even though he was wearing the armor of the new Thunder Warrior at this time, Chin Mo still had a sense of déjà vu that he was standing there without armor. Can you spare some time to listen to my story? Korix suddenly asked. The test of the clone Raven King, huh? Please. Chin Mo nodded. Korix recently wanted to find out whether the Lord of Talon was a tyrant who used lies and hypocrisy to drive everything. He either looked around in the glory human or tried every means to test and ask. Clone Horus did not stop such behavior, because he knew very well that his clone brothers would always serve the Talon Star region, and it was extremely important to find out the situation of the ruler of this star region. But this time it's not a test, it's a request. Korix stared at the ground and spoke slowly. During the Great Crusade, my original body, anyway, I once took my descendants to help the people of a world oppressed by a tyrant. That world is very strange. The ruler is a guy named Bloody Duke, but this guy has no subjects and does not contact the people of the world. The Bloody Duke likes to lock himself in a fortress, study various killing machines, and then control or drive those killing machines to slaughter people in the world. Even his slaves are a group of robots. The robots he invented are not as powerful as the Iron Man you use, but they are also very powerful. You know, they are made of steel after all. Listening to Korix's story, Chin Mo began to wonder why this guy told him this. A technological tyrant, who likes to study killing machines, and whose slaves are all robots. This is definitely not the Emperor, because the Emperor will not make robot slaves. He can invent and create, and he likes to make robots. Isn't this just a copy of himself? If such a person who is completely opposite to himself exists, his name would probably be Lubai. Thinking of this, Chin Mo looked at Korix with a complicated expression, waiting for him to continue to point him, so that he could make some righteous remarks at the right time to make Korix's test get a good result. Chapter 765. I brought my descendants to that world to save the people in that world. We broke into the fortress of the Bloody Duke and killed the Bloody Duke's mechanical servants. We thought it would be an easy operation, until we encountered the Iron Man passed down from generation to generation by the Bloody Duke. An Iron Man, a security combat type, it was destroyed after annihilating half of the company. Korix's eyes under the helmet stared straight at the ground, as if the ground showed the past in his memory that was exactly the same as his original body, and he was already in the world ruled by the evil Bloody Duke. Chin Mo listened silently. He still thought that Korix was hinting at him in a roundabout way, and thought about what he should say later. There was a reason for thinking so. The Crow King Korix and his descendants went to a planet to fight during the Great Crusade, which might not be something worth recording. Psychopathic tyrants, like the Bloody Duke, were also seen everywhere in the Great Crusade. But the Crow King and his descendants encountered the Iron Man and sacrificed half of the company, which must be recorded. That wasn't just half a company of a regiment that was wiped out, or 100 or so people died. That was half of a company of a Space Marine Legion that died during the Great Crusade, which was a big deal. But Chin Mo searched his brain and couldn't find any memory of this incident, so it was hard for him not to think that Korix was implying something in a roundabout way. The only thing that puzzled him was that Korix's tone, attitude, and resentment when he mentioned the Bloody Duke's rule gave people the feeling that this incident was a real event. Strange. Finally we killed the Bloody Duke. So, did you avenge the unfortunate people in that world? No. Korix's head turned slowly, staring into Qin Mo's eyes. When I was about to kill him, he was selected by some force, promoted, and became a powerful existence. Ascended to a demon? Qin Mo guessed. He just said it casually. A crazy technological psychopath, like the Bloody Duke described by Korix, would most likely attract the attention of the Dark Gods. He is good at invention, and likes invention, so he might be taken down by Tsinch. But it is not certain. After all, Korn likes and advocates war technology. It likes the war where advanced weapons easily crush and slaughter primitive people holding fire sticks, although it makes the war unfair in some way. But technology is the crystallization of wisdom and malice of war participants, which is completely different from psychic power. It is possible that a technological psychopath, who invents war machines and controls war machines to slaughter others will be taken down by Korn. Even Slaanesh might have taken in the mental patient mentioned by Korix. Because people who like to invent and create usually have extremely strong desires for invention and creation, and desire for knowledge. Any desire is related to Slaanesh. An old scholar, who is not interested in anything except seeking knowledge, and has never touched a woman, until he is over 100 years old may fall into the arms of Slaanesh, because of his strong desire for knowledge. Anyway, Qin Mo estimated that the technological mental patient in the story compiled by Korix was a demon. I don't know what happened to him, but he grew wings on his back, and his thin body became extremely large and strong. Just when this bastard was about to be ripped out of his heart and lungs by my claws, but was still frantically inventing a war machine that could kill me, he suddenly became the ghost I saw later. Korix said. Oh. Qin Mo nodded. He was promoted to a demon by Korn. He thought. I'm not testing you. Korix continued, I just want to say that the fact that I couldn't kill that bastard has become a knot in my heart, the knot of my original body. It doesn't matter, I have the same memory as my original body. If my original body can no longer find and kill that bastard, then I will do it. Of course. Qin Mo nodded, although I didn't even know you had this experience, or even this knot in your heart. But if I run into him, I will find you immediately, and then we will go and kill him together. Korix nodded. He was also a little puzzled at this time why he had the urge to tell Qin Mo about this, as if he had sensed something. Some kind of omen. You know, I also hate this kind of technological psychopath. Qin Mo was ready to make up some righteous remarks. Although he wanted to point out that Korix didn't need to test him, he always had patience for communication. In my opinion, technology should have a more positive effect, rather than becoming someone. Korix didn't listen anymore. He bowed slightly and said, I've been feeling a little unwell lately. Goodbye. Qin Mo swallowed the words he had finally come up with and nodded awkwardly. After watching the clone brothers leave, Onran, who had remained silent, looked at Qin Mo and said, I actually have something to do. Your father asked me to arrange for you to participate in the next battle. Qin Mo said first, I don't know what he means, but since he said it, it's hard for me to refuse such a thing. That golden slave owner is not even willing to explain. Onran asked. I think he is more likely to have a reason not to explain. Qin Mo shook his head, the Emperor's human will is not so mysterious, at least relatively speaking. Onran was silent for a few seconds and nodded. Teleportation laboratory. At the exit of the webway invaded and used by Fabius, a large number of demon engines were queuing to pass through the one-way webway door at the exit. These demon engines are not used for combat, because their structure does not contain weapons. For example, the Lord of the Skulls was transformed into an engineering demon engine that could lift giant objects, and the pliers and drills on its hands could be used for manufacturing and excavation. The demons from the Sea of Souls were thus bound in engineering machinery, becoming slaves more servile than the slaves who built palaces for the rulers in the demon world. The Drakasi demon prince Abandrak stood at the exit and waited. After the long line of demon engines came out, a demon prince, who was slightly smaller than him, walked out of the webway. The demon prince admired the one-way door made by Fabius carefully before leaving the webway. After sighing that Fabius had learned a lot in Comoros, he slowly turned his head and scanned the people present. The Drakasi nobles bowed and saluted. Abandrak hung the giant axe on his waist and opened his arms to welcome the demon prince named Killer. Bloody Duke, Lord of War Machine. I welcome your arrival, Killer. Chapter 766. Abandrak. You'd better provide the best testing ground for my war machine, as your servant said. When the demon prince named Killer opened his mouth to speak, every syllable in his voice sounded like the sound of a cannon. The people present had a strange feeling of being on the battlefield just by listening to him speak. Although they are both corn demon princes, Killer looks different from Abandrek. Killer has many decorations that are obviously industrial products. A miniature heavy artillery made of bones is strung together and hung around his neck. The armor he wears has brass decorations that resemble explosions or rough machinery. All this showed the people present that Killer was definitely a different blood god servant. You will find that the truth is as I said, there is a place for you to indulge your talents here. Abandrek led Killer past the Drakasi nobles and came to a data board. The data board stored the information of the entire laboratory. By browsing this information, Killer gradually figured out the purpose of this laboratory and guessed why he was invited here. I make weapons for the war between the gods and the high heaven. But I am also very interested in building war projects. Let your Drakasi prepare everything I want, and I can build a military engineering miracle for you, and make all kinds of war machines that will open your eyes. The Killer slowly made his request and promise. Abandrek was not surprised at all. Even though he hadn't spoken yet, the Killer had seen through everything and offered to build military projects and provide a large number of war machines. He still didn't find it strange. In the eyes of the blood god servants, Killer is an extremely generous person. He is always willing to give his weapons to others and use his skills to serve others. Some people speculate that Killer may take his share of the merits from the killings made by others when others use his weapons or are served by him. Others speculate that Killer just likes to see his creations being promoted. In short, no matter what the reason is, Killer is not entangled in what benefits he can get. He just wants everything he has made and the vicious skills he has accumulated to play a role that makes others feel terrified in the occasions that deserve them. That's why I asked you to come. Abandrek was very satisfied with Shaki's attitude. Do you have any ideas? Of course. Shaki nodded repeatedly. He said of course, but in fact he was pacing back and forth, not like he had any ideas at all, but like he was thinking temporarily. Those vicious and cruel ideas, those horrible and cruel designs, and all kinds of vicious things were searched back and forth in Shaki's brain. Finally, the demon prince, who was promoted to a demon for making war machines, had a good idea. Skull Fortress. Skull Fortress. Killer excitedly said that he had a flash of inspiration at some point in the past. It was a great idea that integrated military engineering and war machines. Killer did not say too much in detail, and he did not want to explain anything. He immediately drove his demon engines to implement his idea in a hurry. Abandrek did not care what Killer would do next. He had made up his mind to support Killer at all costs. Even if Killer needed 888,880,000 soldiers' heads, he had to find them. A spectacle appeared on Broom. This spectacle was so strange that when it first appeared as a natural landscape in the non-material world of the Eye of Terror, the three leaders of the Golden Expedition's main fleet were all called to the bridge to gather with the chapter leaders and generals, and then observe the spectacle seriously. Gilliman was handling the affairs of the Empire in the archives. Lion was conducting strategic exercises again, and Chin Imo was trying to improve the favorability of Clonekarax. The three people actually didn't take the wonder seriously when they entered the bridge, but when they saw the natural wonder, they were instantly attracted and focused all their energy and attention on what they saw. In front of everyone in the bridge was a blood mist. The majestic blood mist directly enveloped an entire land plate. It was enough to cover the satellites left by the fleet in Bloom's orbit, the orbital relay station deployed by the Dark Angel strike cruiser, and even the detection ships in the entire fleet equipped with giant scanning detection arrays could not detect what was in the blood mist. Outside the land plate where the Dark Angels and several mortal legions landed, there was the second land on Bloom. It was wrapped in blood mist, and became a blood-red sphere on a huge sphere on Bloom. Scholar. Chin Imo looked at one of his two super iron men. Use your psychic power to detect it. The scholar came just for this blood mist wonder. After receiving the order, he began to use psychic power to detect it without hesitation. The best way to deal with psychic power is to use something related to psychic power, either a more powerful psychic power, or a substance with psychic properties like black stone. The scholar's exploration easily penetrated the barrier generated by the blood mist, and saw what was wrapped inside. The place covered by the blood mist is already another world. A skull fortress built in the past, present and future stands inside. A blood god lackey who is good at making military engineering and war machines made this thing. The scholar gave an obscure interpretation, and at the same time constructed and displayed the full picture of what he saw through the projector implanted in his body. Chi Nemo realized when he saw the thing with his own eyes that the skull fortress mentioned by the scholar was not a special name, but a literal description of a military engineering. A huge skull stood on the land plate covered by blood mist. This skull was so huge that it almost covered the entire land, and 7 other small skulls stood on its giant wall made of bones. When I looked down at Bloom a few hours ago, this ghost thing didn't exist, but now it has been built in the past, present and future? Chi Nemo looked at the scholar, and said helplessly. While the Golden Expedition fleet was fighting, scholars in the Talon Star region were also studying the Eye of Terror. Through experiments and observations, they summarized a theory called event node confusion. This means that if we organize and count some related events in the Eye of Terror as nodes, we will find that the order in which these events occur is very strange. For example, in a war, one side makes a decision and the other side makes a countermeasure. Such strongly related events should occur in a certain order, but in fact they do not. It is possible that the countermeasure was formulated a long time ago. This seemingly meaningless theory is used to remind the Tyrone War Department. In a war, the enemy's countermeasure may appear before a general's decision, so in this war, strategy and plan will never be as good as hard power. And this theory can also be used to explain why there is such a skull fortress on Bloom. Chapter 767. It seems we are going to have a siege. Yes. I think so too. After seeing the giant skull fortress in the image projected by the scholar, except for Chi Nemo's Sai, the reactions of others were ordinary and indifferent. It's not that they think it's not shocking that a skull fortress suddenly appeared in Bloom, but because there are too many shocking things happening, and there is nothing to be shocked about. Even the non-combatants in the transport fleet, who were in and out of the Eye of Terror, were very surprised when they found out that the supplies they were transporting had been transported long ago. After such things happened many times, they became numb. The combatants who had been in the Eye of Terror were no longer surprised. This time the Kriegs can be used. War Master Ryan came to the tactical table and dragged the symbol of the Krieg Death Corps into the combat sequence. The transport ships carrying the Death Corps in the fleet sounded the alarm at the same time and drove towards the number 1 land plate on Bloom, which was the land plate where the Dark Angels and the Mortal Corps of the landing war landed. The Krieg Death Corps will be deployed to Land 1, and then after preparation, they will cross the Crimson Sea of Blood on transport vehicles and arrive at Land 2 where the Skull Fortress is located. Several corps of the Astra Militarum that are good at fire support and siege warfare have also been mobilized to go to Land 1 with the Kriegs. Starting with the Kriegs, the newly deployed corps will join the battle with the previously deployed corps. I think they need the help of the Titan Corps. Gilliman pointed to the blood mist of the Bloom model on the tactical table. There is no way to take this fortress with flesh and blood alone. I know, but I think the Titan Legion should be dispatched at the right time. I know that. Lien responded calmly. Gilliman himself was not a war master after all, so he didn't say much. Lien was silent for a moment, and suddenly thought of something, and continued to deploy troops. This time he mobilized a large company of the new Thunder Warrior Legion, that is, 1,000 people, to prepare for battle. However, this transfer order needs to be drafted and issued by Chi Nemo, and Chi Nemo is also willing to let the new Thunder Warriors participate in the siege. After doing all this, Ryan quietly waited for his order to be implemented. There was silence in front of the tactical table for a long time. In addition, we have to make a preparation. Ryan took the initiative to break the silence. His eyes drifted to Chi Nemo. Lord Tyrone, you. Chi Nemo could guess what he wanted to say from his expression without the Lion King saying much. Obviously, if the siege does not go smoothly, even the Titan Legion and the new Thunder Warriors cannot bring victory, then a top-level combat force will be needed. I am in the expedition fleet, so I will not stand idly by in times of crisis. Chi Nemo nodded to Lion. If the situation is irreversible, I will personally lead the guards to airdrop to the Skull Fortress, tear it into pieces, and kill the enemies inside one by one. Lion felt his heart settle down instantly, exhaled a long breath, and smiled. You can also let me airdrop and command the battle on the spot, Gilliman said. It depends on the situation. Lion nodded. Our current military strength level is that the strong are very strong and the weak are very weak. If there is an enemy that even the new Thunder Warriors can't deal with, but is not strong enough to be lawless, then our 2 Primarchs will have to go down to fight. And if we encounter an enemy that even our 2 Primarchs can't deal with, then we can only let the Lord of Tyrone go. We are all commanders, Ryan added. We are all warriors. The main fleet of the expeditionary force was carrying out saturation orbital bombardment on land number 2, where the Skull Fortress was located. From the ground, dense beams of light broke through the atmosphere and penetrated the blood mist. But then it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and even the sound of the explosion could not be heard from the blood mist. On the Red Sea surface between the two lands, which was stained by the blood mist and turned into a sea of blood, the giant platform called Mobile Land built by the engineering troops carried the participants of the siege war and drove towards Land Number 2. The Blackstone obelisk had already been built on the Mobile Land to ensure that the soldiers standing on it would not plunge into the blood mist and die suddenly due to various supernatural phenomena. The black stone would transform the blood mist into a mist made of blood in the material world. While the Mobile Land was moving towards the second continent, Grot, the general of the 44th Infantry Regiment of the Tyrone Army, sat on the command tank armor of his friend Duncan, looking at the strange people called the Krieg Death Corps in the distance. A man in a neat black military uniform was arranging something with his adjutant. That person was probably a general of the Death Corps, but not a high-ranking officer like the marshal. The iconic black military boots and gas mask. That's not the marshal of the Death Corps, but I suggest you go with me to say hello. Hearing someone talking, Groot looked to the left and saw Creed, the commander of the Cadia Assault Army, who had fought and commanded the battle with him before. Creed rubbed his cigar, put it in his mouth and lit it, and said, "He is actually the supreme commander of the Death Corps, because their original marshal died of a relapse of his old illness on the way to the main fleet." "I heard that the Kriegs are all weird," Grot said. "Not as weird as you Tyrones are in other people's eyes." Creed blew a smoke ring, "But they do have a special culture. When the war starts, I suggest you keep silent and indifferent, and don't care too much." Grot shrugged and walked towards the commander of the Death Corps with Creed. Fortunately, the Krieg was also very considerate. When he saw the two generals, who needed to work together coming, he immediately put aside other things, and greeted the two men. "Call me Dade." Grot heard a muffled voice coming from under the airtight gas mask, and then he introduced himself to the Krieg named Dade. The three of them exchanged names and positions, and then they knew each other, and could work together. Dade continued to busy himself. He gave orders to his subordinates, and after doing these things, he said to Creed and Grot, "When the Mobile Land platform approaches Land Number 2, my people will organize a quick reconnaissance operation." "Rapid reconnaissance? The Blackstone obelisk can't grow legs to do rapid reconnaissance with your people." Cred took a puff of his cigar, and shook his head slowly. "The armored regiment has heavy armored vehicles equipped with Blackstone." Groot added, "But they can't cooperate with you in reconnaissance, because they must be allowed to go out under the escort of a large army to prevent the Blackstone on them from being destroyed or captured." Faced with the objections of his two colleagues, Dade stood straight like a standard Krieg, with his hands behind his back, without any emotion in his words, and gave a cold response. "Conduct reconnaissance without Blackstone. The purpose is to obtain more information about the blood mist, and test whether we can still fight in the worst and extreme conditions without Blackstone." Chapter 768. The giant transport platform called Mobile Land crossed the Blood Sea and approached Land Number 2. The 10 energy shields on the platform started to work at the same time. Although it was more than 30 kilometers away from the outermost part of the Skull Fortress, considering that heavy artillery shells could easily cross a distance of dozens of kilometers, it still deployed energy shields to resist artillery fire. The reconnaissance troops sent by the Kriegs had already set off. Cred and Grot, who disagreed with Dade's decision, but could not interfere with the decision of the friendly generals, could only watch the more than 2,000 elite scouts of the Krieg Death Corps sent by Dade advance into the depths of the blood mist from the perspective of the drone in the War Command Center. These Death Corps scouts were like fighting a trench war, forming a skirmish line, slowly trudging forward and groping, while being alert to any possible movement ahead. The blood mist near the land platform was normalized. For the Kriegs, who were all equipped with gas masks, this was just blood-filled mist, and they would not be affected. But as time passed, the scouts shown on the holographic image of the command center went deeper and deeper into the blood mist, and the effect of their gas masks was gradually becoming very limited. Some people were suffocating. When someone fell, the dead person's companions would not even look at the dead person, and continued to move forward with weapons. However, the scouts' forward speed was obviously a little slower. This reconnaissance operation is meaningless. Heavy footsteps came into the command center, and a captain of the Dark Angels Death Wing Company strode over and loudly rebuked the mortal general's decision. "Test whether we can still fight without the Black Stone? What a joke. Without the Black Stone, we wouldn't have gone on this expedition. We're not here to die." No one responded. Dade still stood with his hands behind his back, watching his warriors gradually fall into trouble. The scouts gradually saw the outline of the Skull Fortress looming in the blood mist. Just like what the Iron Man named Scholar showed, there were 7 small skulls on the giant wall of a huge skull. This fortress looked like this. When the scouts of the Death Corps saw the skull fortress, it seemed that the people in the fortress could sense the approach of aliens through the blood mist. In short, no matter what the reason was, they instantly learned of the arrival of the scouts and responded immediately. A skull fired. The howling sound that resounded through the sky burst out first. When the sound was transmitted to the command center through technological equipment, it became a howling that could almost pierce the eardrums of mortals. It is conceivable what negative impact it would have if it were not under the protection of the Black Stone. The howling sound was like the sound of heavy artillery firing. An energy skull was fired from the skull, screaming and flying towards the Death Corps scouts, and then the skull exploded among the scouts. Surprisingly, the power of this thing was not very good, only killing less than 100 people, but the impact it brought was unknown, the howling when it was fired, and the killing of more than 100 people. It was like something pierced through something that was invisible and intangible but existed, called will. The morale of the Krieg scouts collapsed. The gas masks gave out shrill screams and panic cries. The Kriegs fled in all directions, begging for mercy and asking the Emperor for help as their morale collapsed and they began to flee. Kriegs, huh? Kred's deputy, Colonel Kyle, looked at Dade. Some say you are better at sieges than us Cadians, but it seems that's not the case now. Dade said nothing, silently watching his compatriots and brothers show the ugly appearance of morale collapse. That's not right. The Dark Angel who had just rebuked Dade spoke for the Kriegs. I have fought alongside you. The Death Corps is not a waste whose morale will collapse after a bombing with less than 100 casualties. This time, Dade was silent as well. Some of the scouts ran back alive. These hundreds of survivors were quite smart. At least they knew to follow the drones instead of panicking after their morale collapsed. When these survivors returned to the range of the Black Stone, they seemed to have suddenly come to their senses. They stopped shouting and begging for mercy, and changed from running in all directions to marching in a disciplined line. This made the people in the command center more certain that the Death Corps scouts were under an attack of will that they could not resist. This situation is very common. During the Battle of Cadia, there were also troops in the assault army that were famous for their iron discipline and never retreating that fled. Mortals have their limits after all. The flesh has its limits, and so does the will. When encountering a ghost thing like a demon, feeling the fear from the soul, it is impossible for a mortal who is not a Tyranid sub-individual combat unit creature to remain motionless. No one commented on the morale of the Death Corps. Even the Dark Angel Supreme Grand Master Azrael came to the command center and praised the sacrifice of the Death Corps after learning everything. He said that the Death Corps scouts helped everyone find out that the small skulls in the Skull Fortress were not just decorative, and that the attacks launched by those skulls would have a heavy impact on the human spirit. But when the survivors of the scouts returned and came to the mobile land to rest and report, Dade's guards still surrounded them. You bring shame to the Emperor. You bring shame to the victims. You should feel ashamed. Shame. The political commissar assigned to the Death Corps by the Military Affairs Department followed the adjutant of Dade's personal guard and listened to the adjutant scolding the survivors without saying a word. The political commissar, who should have taken out his gun and executed the deserters first, was now trying to find a way to say something good for the survivors. But the political commissar didn't get this opportunity. Fortunately, the captain of Dade's personal guard also knew why the survivors fled, so he let them go. The manifestation of leniency is to disarm the survivors, and then organize them into a temporary company. When the attack on the Skull Fortress officially begins, these survivors will carry explosive packs, and carry out suicide attacks. The survivors who survived with great difficulty still have to die, but at least they will not be shot by the SS or forced to commit suicide. Grot ran out of the command center and watched the whole process. He looked at these friendly forces and felt that it was hard to describe, but he did nothing. He neither went up to scold nor stood up for the survivors. Grot just watched silently. Chapter 769. I was worried that you would stop them. The deep and vicissitudes of life voice came into the ears of Grot, who was silently watching the Kriegs. I heard the voice before I saw the person, and I heard the smoke before I heard the voice. Groot knew who was coming without looking back. Why are you so worried? Groot asked. Creed walked to Grot's side and looked at the survivors of the reconnaissance operation tied with explosives with him. After exhaling a puff of smoke, he said, You know, you always seem to have a problem with this kind of thing. Just like you would send people to rescue abandoned teams from other Astra Militarum Corps. You may show some brilliance of humanity at similar times. So that's what I'm worried about. After saying this, Creed took a deep puff of his cigar, and the smoke flowed out with every syllable he spoke next. The relationship between your governor and me is like the relationship between Arcadia and your star region. I always have to help his people pay attention to prevent his people from getting into unnecessary trouble. Groot shook his head slowly. Yes, we love to fight for justice, but we also follow the rules set by the star region. Those we help must be asking for help, and those we help must be eager for help, just like you, Cadia. The lord of the castle heard this, and moved his head slightly. Since the Kriegs themselves can accept, and are willing to follow such a strict military system, what else can outsiders say? Just pay respect, Groot said, and turned to leave. Creed pondered for a while, and rubbed his neck that seemed to be non-existent. He was still looking at the Kriegs. Creed only felt a headache about fighting side by side with the Death Corps. Gather those with numbers 17882 to 18,233, you Redeemers must always be in my sight. The officer with the numbered badge on his chest shouted to the survivors of the reconnaissance operation. The Death Corps suddenly began to gather. Creed looked around and found that everything around him became tense. Originally, they were visiting each other. The Tyrones and Cadians returned to their respective units, and the army began to gather. A large amount of war materials were being transported from the southernmost end of the mobile land platform to various units. Space Marines walked in groups on the roads that mortals had cleared. Lord! Kel's loud voice, which was more useful than a loudspeaker, called out to Creed. Creed didn't even notice where Kyle was when he heard the call. The offensive will begin soon. This is an emergency decision. The OM Messiah Blade Corps will cooperate with us in the battle. Cred listened to Kyle's loud shout and walked towards the command center with steady steps. He was surprised by everything Kyle said, because in his expectation, the formal attack could not start so soon. And in the war for the First Continent, even if the Death Guard Titans began to kill everywhere, the Titan Corps sent by the War Master would not join the siege, which made Creed even more confused. But Creed habitually obeyed orders. Since the War Master made an emergency decision to call for an attack, then attack. Why didn't you let the Blade of the OM Messiah stand by? Because I want to end the siege quickly, the Blade of the OM Messiah must go to battle. At the tactical table in the bridge of the Glory Human, Lion and Gilliman were talking about the siege that was about to start urgently. The reason why Lion issued an emergency order to start the war was because scholars observed that the Skull Fortress itself was a ritual. After every breath of everyone, the Skull Fortress would become stronger, and the things brewing in it would be further strengthened. What was brewing in the Skull Fortress, the scholars could not observe, but it was definitely not a good thing. For these reasons, Ryan, as the War Master, was eager to start the war, and put the OM Messiah blade that was originally ordered to be on standby into use. Those Titans. Ryan's face showed regret and hesitation. I originally wanted to keep them for more critical situations, such as the invasion of the demon army. The anti-psychic Titan driven by the soulless man is definitely very useful against demons. Since they were fighting in the Eye of Terror, Ryan had to consider a situation that demons would join the battle in large groups. The OM Messiah's Blade Titan Corps was used to deal with the invasion of the demon army. They were not the only countermeasure, but the primary countermeasure. In case the enemy summoned a large number of demons to join the battle, the OM Messiah's Blade Titan Corps would be deployed to the battlefield as soon as possible. Titans were not professional anti-demon combat units, but it didn't matter. Just like the Webway War 10,000 years ago, a Titan could use its firepower to kill demons in large numbers and block the demons' advance. Can the Blade of OM Messiah be mobilized? Ryan looked at the person who had the power to mobilize that special Titan Corps. Absolutely. Sheen Emo raised his hand and tapped on the tactical table, and the joint transfer order between him and the Lion King was signed and took effect. Sheen Emo supported Ryan's decision so much because he knew Ryan's thoughts. If the Titan Corps was deployed in advance, there would be no way to deal with emergencies that needed to be handled by them, because the mobilization of any combat unit could not be real-time. The Titan Corps was in combat, and suddenly received an order to deal with a more urgent situation. They could not leave immediately. They had to fire a few rounds of volleys, and then hand over their responsibilities to other combat units before leaving and marching to the new combat location. This process took a long time. This is why some troops must do nothing but stand by during the war, because if there is an emergency that requires them to deal with, these standby troops can be immediately deployed to where they are needed. The same goes for this. The Skull Fortress that they are facing right now is very difficult for regular troops such as Mortals and Space Marines to attack, but if Sheen Emo and the two Primarchs lead the Guards and Champion Guards to fight together, the Skull Fortress will inevitably be torn into pieces by the super elite team. But the problem is that if an emergency situation that is more critical than the Skull Fortress and requires top-level combat power to deal with occurs, it will be bad if the top-level combat power that runs to dismantle the fortress for regular troops cannot be spared for a while. This is still a guess based on the assumption that the enemy will not set up an ambush against their top combat power, which is still not good. As a War Master, Ryan understood all this. He was originally a qualified commander, whether it was 10,000 years ago or now, but he still made the decision to quickly start the siege and let the backup Titan Corps of the Blade of the OM Messiah participate in the war. This is because the other Titan Corps of the Mechanicus Titan Order in the main fleet do not have a teleportation device, and they cannot even teleport to the number 1 continent covered by black stone. If they want to let them participate in the war, they must leave them a very long preparation time so that their Titans and war materials can be transported to the ground. Secondly, because the OM Messiah Blade Corps has teleportation, if the imagined invasion of the demon army really happens, they can still take on the important responsibilities they should take on as quickly as possible if they are given some time. The emergency siege requires a Titan Corps, and the best candidates can only be them. Chapter 770. Flesh and blood are always fragile. Even superhuman warriors, like Astartes, have to find ways to avoid storms. But if you are a Titan pilot, you can stand up and fight the storm and you can win. The super-large elevator used to transport cargo slowly ascended to the hangar with passengers. When the elevator door opened, the shining emblem of the OM Messiah Blade Legion appeared in front of everyone. Each Titan in the Legion was placed in a numbered hangar, and the staff waved batons to guide the giant engineering facilities to move the Titans out of the open hangar and send them to the vast and flat assembly point in the center of the hangar. The Titan crew members had just put on their combat uniforms and followed their respective captains along the holographic guidance route projected by the drone to the Titan they were supposed to go to. My Titan is the Mars Witch. Diana walked out of the cargo elevator with 2 crew members who had been inseparable from her for 40 years. The reporter from the Tylon Star Zone News Channel 44 quickly followed the 3 people, while curiously looking around. The Star Zone plans to form a new Titan Corps. The reporter said, "The report about you will surely inspire many people to sign up for the Titan Academy selection exam." Diana walked forward expressionlessly, obviously not caring about what the reporter said. The reporter's eyes were not on Diana at this time, so he didn't know what the female captain's attitude was. She just said what she thought was interesting. "Captain Diana, if your Titan fights the storm as you said, what is the chance of winning?" "I won't fight the storm. I can dispel the storm and clouds from the planet with just a thought." "Cool." The group entered the Mars Witch Titan. The reporter's eye implants automatically erased everything he shouldn't see from his vision, but even if he didn't see a lot, this trip was still unforgettable for him. The interior of a giant war machine like the Warlord Titan is like a fortress, with a large number of personnel and drones or service-type iron men working on each floor. You can even see the weapons and ammunition factory. After taking the elevator to the cockpit of the Mars Witch, Diana walked to and sat on her command throne. The other 2 crew members sat on Diana's left and right. The reporter walked behind the command throne and observed this amazing work of craftsmanship, wondering in his mind how much it cost and what materials it used. Diana, the captain of the Mars Witch, sat on the throne with her legs crossed, doing nothing and saying nothing. After a moment of silence, Diana hooked her finger at the reporter. The reporter immediately moved closer to Diana and listened attentively. When the 2 faced each other and their eyes met, Diana said, "Leave my Titan." The reporter turned around and left quickly. Execute the standard startup process. Neural link enabled. Self-check process completed. Everything went well. Remove the psychic black hole suppressor on the captain's throne. After a set of standard processes were completed, the Mars Witch started to operate under the control of the Titan crew, and walked to the side of the Agrippina Glory driven by the Legion General Omin. Other Titans of various sizes, such as the War Dog and Warlord classes, were also fully prepared, and they all came to the 2 largest Titans in the Legion one after another, standing as if to protect them. Even after so many years, the commander of the OM Messiah Blade Legion is still Omin. The communication of the ground combat force was transmitted into the cockpit of the Agrippina Glory, and into the ears of the Legion Master Omin. The siege has already begun, under the order of the War Master. The ground forces chose to start the attack directly, without the cover of the Titans, which is enough to show how urgent the order they received was. "Send us to the most dangerous place." When hearing the question about where the Titan Legion wanted to fight, Omin answered like this. "For OM Messiah, for the God of all machines. God machines, move out." Along with the roar of the Lord of the Legion, was the roar of the teleportation engines in all Titans. The dimensional channel opened under the feet of all Titans, and the destination was the coordinates of an armored vehicle outside the Skull Fortress that was carrying the Blackstone obelisk with the army, because only within the effective range of the Blackstone obelisk could the teleportation system resolve the space and time coordinates that existed based on the laws of physics. After traveling through the dimensional channel for a long time, the entire Legion has not yet reached the destination. Diana found through the readings on the data board that the coordinate data established by the transmission system before the transmission began turned into a series of question marks. The data was lost during the transmission process, which could only mean that there was a situation on the battlefield. The armored vehicle carrying the Black Stone was definitely destroyed. But fortunately, the regular troops participating in the siege battle not only carried a movable Black Stone artifact, but also re-established the transmission coordinates, and the Titan Legion quickly teleported to another location where the Black Stone was effective. The moment she crossed out of the dimensional channel, Diana and a series of equipment, such as the detector sensors of the Titan body, jointly detected the surrounding environment. The mobile Black Stone obelisk, which stood on the armored platform, released a faint green light under the wrapping of layers of energy shields. A large number of Iron Men were guarding the most important thing on this battlefield. The Skull Fortress was located dozens of kilometers away. The 7 small skulls built around the large skull were continuously releasing energy shells in the form of skeletons, aiming at the mobile platform carrying the Black Stone. The skull will fly to the top of the Black Stone and explode, releasing countless screaming skulls to hit the Black Stone. A mobile Black Stone obelisk has already been killed. Diana found that the moment the Titan core appeared, the energy shells released by the 7 small skulls were already circling in the air and rushing over. Faced with such a situation, the captain of the Mars which ignored it. The entire Titan core did not care. The 7 screaming skull shells could not maintain their shape after approaching the Mars, which within a kilometer, and turned into particle energy that scattered and rushed in the air. The blood mist that blocked the vision was even materialized and drifted away with the wind. There was a reason why Diana could become the captain of the Mars which. She herself had the ability of a soulless person that was many times stronger than her father, and could be called a psychic black hole. The Titan core did not even need to look at the skull shells that were extremely threatening to other troops. They followed the standard combat procedures step by step. The large Titan released a deafening whistle to remind the regular troops to avoid and cooperate with the Titan attack. Warlord-class Titans and Warlord-class Titans slowly trudged on the horizon, slowly moving towards the Skull Fortress. The Iron Man troops marched in the front, and they also participated in the attack, even though Lion never deployed them, because they had to participate in any battle. The Mortal Legions and Space Marines gathered towards the Titans. Chapter 771. With the assistance of the Titan core, the ground forces advanced rapidly. They were bombarded by the strange skull a few dozen kilometers away, and at the same time, various long-range artillery fires in the fortress were pouring down on the army without stopping. The Iron Men suffered the greatest casualties, but they were good at bearing casualties. While covering the advance of the regular troops, Diana suddenly noticed that 2 kilometers away from the left wing of her Titan was the Kree Death Corps, which was following the Titan. The cavalry of the Death Corps even moved a little further back than the Cadian Armored Regiment. These flexible cavalrymen were now focused on reconnaissance and patrolling. If there were enemy ambushes on the road ahead, these flexible cavalrymen would immediately discover and report. After advancing for a distance under the heavy bombardment, Diana suddenly expressed her doubts to her deputy. Why do I feel that the Skull Fortress is like a mirage? We have been walking for a long time, but have not gotten any closer. Hearing this, the deputy wanted to answer his captain. You must have an illusion. If it is true as you said, the ground troops may have noticed it long ago. But no matter what, the captain is the captain, and the deputy still has to find a way to verify it. The detection array carried by the Titan released detection waves towards the Skull Fortress in front. This is not a detection method commonly used by the Tyrone army that is completely based on the rules of the real universe, but a strengthened and improved auspicious instrument. The result returned by the auspicious instrument was unexpected. Captain. The deputy hurriedly transmitted the detection results to the holographic panel in front of the command throne. You must see this. Diana looked at the holographic panel on the lower right handrail, and was surprised to find that the scan results showed that the Titan Legion was always approaching the Skull Fortress. Diana felt that the Legion was not approaching the fortress, which was indeed an illusion. But the problem is that if Diana's guess is applied to all the troops except the Titan Legion, it is correct. The Titans were always approaching the Skull Fortress, but the distance between the friendly forces and the fortress did not shorten, which meant that the distance between the Titans and the friendly forces had been stretched to a great distance. The results returned by the auspicious instrument showed that the nearest friendly forces were at least 15 kilometers away from the Titans. I'm really tired of this hellhole place called the Eye of Terror. Diana turned her head and looked at the panel on the left side of the command throne, which showed the situation outside the machine. The friendly forces were still moving normally, and it seemed that they were moving to the left and right of the Titans, and they were not far away at all. After thinking for a moment, Diana chose to trust the equipment, report this to the Lord of the Legion. The situation was reported quickly. Before Omen made a decision, the Mars which stopped moving first. When the movement joints of this huge Titan slowed down a little, the other Titans around it realized that it was going to slow down, so they also slowed down until they finally stopped moving completely. Stop! Oamen's voice was transmitted into each Titan. Friendly forces have been engaged. We must stop, provide fire support, and be alert to the surroundings. Hearing that the friendly forces were in contact with the enemy, Diana looked outside the machine in surprise. The friendly infantry was still advancing on the left and right sides of the Titan, as if the Titan had not stopped at all, and they had not engaged the enemy. Fortunately, this extremely strange scene did not last long. Diana saw that the friendly forces following the left and right wings of the Titan began to deploy positions on the spot and engage in encounters with the enemy. They seemed to be close at hand, but the results of the auspicious instrument showed that they were far away from the Titan. I feel like we are not in the same time and space as our allies? Diana frowned. Teacher, are we fooled by the psychic spell, or is it because of the existence of the Skull Fortress that our allies are strangely disturbed? Facing the question from his subordinate and apprentice, Omen just recalled his past combat experience and said with a sigh, "Welcome to the Eye of Terror. The Titan Legion seems to be close at hand, but we are actually very far away. The terrain of this land is changing. The black stone obelisk can only prevent us from being completely swallowed by the environment, but it cannot prevent us from being disturbed by it. There are powerful soulless beings in the Titan Legion. Damn it, what we should have done was to huddle together and follow this soulless being, because she is not affected." In the top floor of the Leviathan command vehicle, all the commanders and officers of the Mortal Legions, as well as the captains of the Dark Angel's Mother and Son regiments, gathered together and listened to the think tank apprentice on behalf of Ezekiel to explain the current situation. But what was more troublesome than the fact that everyone had traveled so long only to find out that it was all in vain, was that the entire front line was attacked by the sudden appearance of the enemy. The Iron Men were resisting those enemies, the Mortal Corps was hastily setting up positions, and the Space Marines and the new Thunder Warriors who came to support were running back and forth on the entire front line, helping the few friendly troops who had directly collided with the enemy. Originally, everyone expected the next step of the war to rush to the vicinity of the fortress and then fight a siege. As a result, they were suddenly dragged into a battle by the enemies, who appeared out of nowhere. There was no choice but to fight. Our two troops are the closest. After listening to the speech of the Space Marine think tank, Dade, the commander of the Death Legion, walked up to Grot, one hand behind his waist and the other hand stretched out, looking like he wanted to shake hands. "We have to cooperate." Grot did not shake hands with Dade, but turned and ran to the tactical table in the command vehicle that belonged to the commanders of the legions, to check the current situation of his troops. From the tactical table, the 44th Infantry Regiment and the Death Regiment were almost squeezed together. It was not like this before, which shows that the Dark Angel think tank was right. The terrain is indeed changing. Grot dispatched some of the logistics machinery of the 44th Infantry Regiment to the positions of the Death Regiment to help them build fortifications. Dade transported part of the Death Regiment's troops to the positions of the 44th Infantry Regiment to help the 44th Infantry Regiment make up for the disadvantage in personnel numbers. Can you believe it? As fortifications gradually rose up at the location of the Death Corps, Dade suddenly asked Grot, "What did you say?" "I just want to say, by changing the terrain to separate us from the Titan Corps, the siege will become a temporary encounter. If this happens outside the Eye of Terror, I think our only fate will be death in battle." Grot looked at Dade in surprise. The face of the leader of the Death Corps was covered by a gas mask, and his expression could not be seen. And he stood with his hands behind his back and his head held high, just like other Kriegs. His performance was not as uncertain as his words. "In fact, we couldn't have fought in the Eye of Terror. This is the territory of those abominations. It's not surprising that anything strange happened here." Grot said, "At least we were not killed directly by the blood mist and the environment. We were protected by the obelisk and had the strength to fight." Grot said these two sentences to comfort Dade. But Dade didn't listen at all. He just sighed. Chapter 772. In the thick blood mist, the Krieg shuttled back and forth and the trench network dug on the battlefield. Many heavy weapons were deployed to the forefront of the position, and heavy artillery was transported backwards in larger trenches. In the front, The Iron Man troops were fighting with the enemies that suddenly appeared. The battle between the two sides continued. Although some people speculated that the Iron Man was enough to kill those idiots who ran out of the Skull Fortress to die, the Kriegs would not consider the good thing that the Iron Man troops would finish the encounter by themselves. The Death Corps soldiers on the battlefield stood in the firing position or in front of the heavy weapons in the trenches, breathing heavily under the gas masks, and everyone stared at the front motionlessly. Fire flickered in the depths of the blood mist. It seemed that some abnormally swollen monster split an ordinary combat-type Iron Man in two, and then a team of plague warriors and a heavy combat unit called Hellbeast walked out of the blood mist and fired at the Kriegs on the battlefield. They moved stiffly, which was affected by the black stone obelisk. Some people optimistically believe that the enemy's active attack is a suicide mission, because they took the initiative to enter the effective range of the black stone, which is simply a good thing that cannot be obtained. But no matter how they think, the staff in the Leviathan command vehicle in the rear will never imagine that they, who went to the second land on Bloom to attack the Skull Fortress, would actually engage in battle with the Plague Warriors. But this is the fact. Not only did Dade report that his troops engaged in battle with the Plague Warriors, but other participating troops also had eyewitness reports of Plague Warriors, and even reports of witnessing a large number of Plague Zombies. Under Dade's order, the soldiers in the Death Corps who were ordered to atone for their sins were dispatched. When the Hell Beasts and Plague Warriors were exchanging fire with their comrades, more than a dozen soldiers carrying explosive packs on their backs ran wildly in the trenches to get as close to the exchange of fire as possible, and then suddenly climbed out of the trenches in secret, activating the explosives on their bodies while charging. A desperate charge is not uncommon, even in the Tyrone army, where the cost of a single soldier is extremely high. The Krieg people are not the only ones who are ready to die. But the people in other units of the Astra Militarum often shouted some words when they were carrying out a suicidal attack. For the Emperor. For Lord Talon. For Gilliman. For the 500 worlds. But these Kriegs were silent. They rushed straight forward like iron men, rushing forward silently, rushing to the front of the Hell Beasts and Plague Warriors, taking advantage of their unpreparedness. In the end, the roar of the explosion ended the silence. The Hell Beasts and Plague Warriors were killed by the hot melt bombs, but they seemed to be just a precursor to something. Then the ground began to tremble, and a large number of Plague Zombies rushed out of the thick blood mist in front of the position. The Plague Zombies were mixed with the army of mortal blood god servants on Drakasi. The Plague Warriors and the Space Marines, who believed in the blood god on Drakasi, charged together. This scene was extremely rare in the Eye of Terror. The Death Guard, who came to Bloom with all their might, had reached an agreement with the Drakasi. If the Black Legion and Vastra had not remained silent about the battle situation so that they were like outsiders, then the Kriegs would now see the Death Guard, the Drakasi, and the Black Legion charging together. This alliance seems to be a necessary and precious unity of all forces under severe circumstances. They do not think they are affected by anything. But in the high heaven, on the battlefield between the Dark Gods, in the crystal realm of Sinch, the servants of the Blood God and Nurgle were still killing each other the second before entering here, but then they would start a civil war after killing any servants of Sinch. The War of the Dark Gods affected the Eye of Terror, a vague boundary between the real world and the high heaven, and produced some effects, and the cooperation between the Plague Warriors and the Khorne believers on Drakasi was one of the effects. Sometimes, servants of chaos think they can make independent decisions, but they are always servants of chaos, and their words and deeds cannot escape the influence of chaos. No matter what the enemy is, no matter who the enemy is, the Death Corps is stationed on the battlefield to resist the attack. The Blackstone Obelisk weakened the influence of the supernatural power attached to the Chaos Space Marines as much as possible, making these strange enemies, who have been in the Eye of Terror for too long and mutated, not so terrifying and deterrent in the eyes of the Krieg people, and the phenomenon of rout did not occur. Ordinary infantrymen armed with laser rifles used their own weapons and flesh to assist those infantrymen armed with anti-armor weapons, ensuring that the latter could effectively strike the enemy before they died. Even when besieged by the enemy, several companies of the Death Corps often gathered together to launch a counterattack in the direction of the enemy. When some areas at the forefront of the position were lost, the Kriegs who were still alive chose to use engineer shovels to fight the superhuman warriors who betrayed humanity in close combat. The entire brutal positional battle was recorded by the Tyrone army's drone and projected onto the table belonging to Commander Krieg among the many tactical tables in the Leviathan command vehicle in the rear. Why did you let your men launch a counterattack? Groot looked at Dade, who had issued the counterattack order for the third time, and couldn't suppress his doubts. I don't want to point fingers, but I suggest that after the fire support arrives, I must test the weak points of the enemy's offensive. If the Empire needs us to support other friendly forces that are also engaged in encounters, the reinforcements we send can break out from the weak points. Dade looked down at the tactical table without even raising his head. God bless me, I have already felt that I have a clue. Another order was issued. The Death Corps began to organize a new round of counterattacks again, after all the people who participated in the previous counterattacks were killed. The Kriegs were called to their own numbers, then climbed out of the trenches, walked woodenly to the rear of the position to gather, and then led by their officers to charge at the fierce plague warriors or kill the red-eyed blood god believers. On the tactical table, it was just a few thousand personnel symbols gathered together. But Grodd was wearing a commander-type power armor, so he could see more information. He not only saw how the Kriegs assembled and how they counterattacked. He even saw that after another round of counterattack failed, a grenadier, who tried to detonate the bomb on his body and perish with the enemy, was chopped off his head by a chain axe, and the gas mask flew to the side, revealing a delicate and slightly immature female face. Groot turned his attention back to his 44th Infantry Regiment and quietly dispatched a batch of supply drones for the Death Corps. The Titan Corps was approaching friendly forces, and the tactical table showed that they would soon enter the attack range. Groot even applied for the first round of Titan Fire support for Dade. Originally, the first round of Titan Fire support should only be applied for by Mortal Corps generals like Creed. But Diana, the captain of the Mars which in the Titan Corps, didn't care that Creed, the Lord of Carta, called him uncle. Chapter 773. It is detected that there are still a small number of friendly forces at the location you requested for fire coverage. Do you insist on fire coverage? Yes, Captain, thank you. After communicating with the Titan captain and conducting several indiscriminate fire coverages, Dade at the tactical table secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The position seemed to have been defended. The beam fired by the Mars, which Titan swept the front half of the position across a distance of several kilometers. Those plague zombies, and the terrible and powerful demon engines were completely insignificant under the Titan's firepower attack. Looking at Groot in front of him from under the gas mask, Dade wanted to say thank you. After all, without the help of those black spherical robots with tentacles, it would be impossible to build a trench position quickly and temporarily for a trench war. It would be good to have time to pile a few sandbags on the position, and the Death Corps would not be qualified to use the first round of Titan Fire support. But the words of thanks were not spoken. Dade's eyes moved down, skipping Groot's power armor, and fell on Groot's half of the tactical table. The 44th Infantry Regiment was also holding its ground. They were only facing plague warriors, so the situation was not that serious. Dade wanted to organize another breakout force to go to the 44th Regiment to support them, but now it seemed unnecessary, so he temporarily gave up the idea. At this time, Grodd had no idea that the Krieg in front of him actually wanted to help him. But he would never know, because Dade would not take the initiative to say it, and the sudden turn of the battle situation made it impossible for the Kriegs to spare manpower to help other friendly forces on the front line. The battle situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Thunder and lightning flashed in the blood mist that was not covered by the mobile black stone obelisk. The soldiers of the Death Legion repaired the fortifications, deployed personnel, and placed heavy weapons on the scorched earth bombed by the Titans. A cavalryman went around from the back of the position to the front, galloping in the trench until he rushed out of the position, out of the coverage of the black stone, and entered the strange non-material blood mist to explore the situation. The enemy seemed to have retreated, and they did not attack immediately. The cavalryman breathed a sigh of relief, and he was able to check the strange scene in the blood mist at this slightly leisurely time. There were still lightning and thunder in the depths of the blood mist, and red clouds gathered in the sky, raining blood. It stands to reason that the blood mist alone would not block the vision, but the situation in front is different from the situation in the effective range of the black stone here. It is not so strange that the blood mist can block the vision when it is raining blood in the sky. Soon, something in front of them aroused the cavalry's vigilance. A sharp object like a spike was jumping up and down towards the position. The cavalry pulled out the signal gun and raised it to the sky. But the next second, the spike-like object disappeared from his side again, and did not appear again for a long, long time. Considering the consequences of lying about military intelligence to his companions, the cavalry hesitated. The next second, the Krieg and the mutant warhorse under his crotch were pierced by a spike-like object, and then they were worn on the spike like a ring, moving up and down with the spike. Thunder roared, light flashed. A huge monster was approaching the position. It looked as big as a Tyranidzerd biochemical titan, but its appearance was that of a reptile, and the spike-shaped giant was one of its many legs. It was obviously an alien species called the hundred-eyed worm Andracasi, but this one was particularly large. Behind the giant hundred-eyed worm were the armored units of the rebellious Astra Militarum, and behind the armored units were densely packed infantry. The natives of the demon world, mortals or space marines, who were tied into the arena to become gladiators, and then recruited, and the Chaos War band led by the space marine leader, who was himself a member of the Drakasi ruling class. Even a few demons, who were still sober enough to share power with others on Drakasi. Of course, Lord Abondrak's relatives, the terrifying aliens called hundred-eyed insects, were also present. The war leader who commanded these armies was standing on the giant hundred-eyed insect at this time. We will tear apart the battle lines of mortals, and make those rumored indestructible legions tremble under our attack. For the blood god. Abondrak stepped on the head of the giant hundred-eyed insect and stretched out his axe to point forward. Red lightning fell, stirring up a huge wave of blood around the demon prince's mount. Under the giant hundred-eyed worm's head, a line of small words was engraved on the steel shell that covered the vital parts. Gift from us. The line of small words had been scratched. Why didn't anyone respond to me with a war cry? Abondrak put down his axe, and looked down at his followers behind the hundred-eyed worm. He had just made an exciting statement, and it was reasonable that a deafening war cry would immediately sound as a response from his followers, but now there was none. However, the demon prince soon discovered that his followers were still cheering, but now they were within the range of the black stone, so their voices could not be transmitted directly to his ears by the blood mist. In front of the hundred-eyed insects, the Death Corps had already entered combat mode. Even if the cavalry sent out failed to send a signal, as long as the lenses of the gas masks were not covered with mud, they could still detect the giant hundred-eyed insects. The heavy artillery regiment launched rounds of bombardment on the hundred-eyed insects. The demon prince's mount could not ignore the shells directly within the range of the black stone, and let the blood god's preference cause the shells to fall to other places. But the giant 100-eyed insect still had a trick to defend itself. It kept releasing powerful biological pulses to disperse and deflect the shells and missiles. Blood sacrifice to the blood god, skull sacrifice to the skull seat. The terrifying war cry that resounded through the battlefield came from the demon prince's fanged bloody mouth. Although he was within the range of the black stone, it was still no problem for him to roar a war cry that was loud enough for everyone to hear. Abondrak leaped down from his mount, his red wings spread out, his huge body crossed an arc, and landed right in the center of the Death Legion's defense line. The claws of the hundred-eyed worm followed, and pierced the tank the commander was riding. The demon prince swung his axe half a circle, and dozens of Krieg soldiers in front of him were instantly beheaded. The cavalry tried to come to help, but they were held back by the war-band space marines that split from the former World Eaters Legion. No one on the battlefield could stop Abondrak. He swung his axe and killed like dancing in the spurting blood and mincemeat, and like a red storm, wherever he passed, blood would flow like a river. The demon prince's slaughter was not as simple as just killing some mortals. Every atrocity, and every horrific execution he committed on the battlefield would release a soul-shaking power. More and more people with broken wills appeared, and they fled from the battlefield. Those who stayed to face the demon prince were also suffocated by the heavy fear. Every tremor of the soul was like an invisible hammer hitting them. Just staying still had exhausted their strength. Chapter 774. Blood Sacrifice to the Blood God. Abondrak madly hacked at everyone in his sight. When the defense line of the position began to collapse, a flight formation consisting of 20 Thunder Eagle gunboats and 2 drones rushed from a distance. The Thunder Eagle gunboat stopped above the position, the hatch opened, and a Dark Angel Terminator combat team jumped out of each gunboat. After landing steadily, they immediately attacked the army brought by the Demon Prince. After stopping, the 2 drones released a circular energy shield with a radius of 10 meters. A series of beams fell from the sky into the shield. When the light dissipated, the majestic figures of 10 new Thunder Warriors appeared in the sight of the Demon Prince. Blood God's lackey. Among the 10 Thunder Warriors, the captain who led the other 9 to carry out the combat operation raised his chain axe and shouted at Abondrak, "Here is the man who will chop off your dog's head." Hearing this confident invitation to fight, Abondrak's heart was filled with fighting spirit, and he immediately walked towards the Thunder Warriors, who suddenly appeared. The Thunder Warriors also stepped out of the shield. When the captain holding the chain axe walked between the battered Kriegs, who had exhausted all their strength just standing there and holding their posts, a kind of soothing power emanated. The fleeing people on the battlefield stopped, picked up their weapons, and approached the Thunder Warrior holding the chain axe. The Kriegs who were still holding on to the battlefield were encouraged, and great courage flowed into their hearts. Even if they were only holding laser rifles, they dared to follow those super warriors to run towards the terrible Demon Prince. "Wait! You look like an old friend I have seen. Abenlak stopped and looked up and down at the super warrior holding the golden chain axe, his red eyes rolling around, obviously looking at him very seriously. The warrior also stopped and faced the demon prince. If the demon prince's eyes could penetrate the armor, he would see that the person inside was indeed Amon, the old man he had seen. It was just Amon before he ascended to the demon. Behind Amon, the 9 thunder warriors he brought bypassed Abandrak and ran quickly to help the dark angels deal with other enemies. Is it like your exile? Amon tightly grasped the chain axe. He could feel the sadness and despair of the mortals on this battlefield, as well as the anger and pain they felt when facing the death of their comrades, and he was angry about it. Ha ha ha. Abandrak laughed hoarsely and shook his head. After a few sneers, he spread his wings and flew towards Amon. The demon prince and the clone Primarch began to fight. The mortals nearby could not see the fight between the two, and could not even see what moves they were using. All they could see was a ball of scarlet and a ball of gold fighting. But fortunately, the mortals at this time were no longer afraid of the terrifying existence of the demon prince. They gathered their courage and tried every way to help Amon fight. A dozen Kriegs rushed towards Abandrak carrying melta bombs, and detonated the bombs when they were all cut in half by the axe. The demon prince's wings shielded him in front of him, and he jumped out of the deep pit created by the melta bomb within 2 seconds after being swallowed by the explosion. Abandrak, whose wings were blown to pieces, was still alive and kicking. Under his rough flesh, that was blown to pieces, was a ring of biological shells. The Kriegs lined up and fired at Abandrak, but in just a blink of an eye, Abandrak came over hundreds of meters in front of them, and chopped them all into rotten meat that splashed into the sky with an axe. This is not a fight you should be fighting in. Amon yelled at the mortals, and at the same time rushed towards Abandrak. The latter's fighting spirit was also aroused. Compared with slaughtering mortals, he still wanted to fight with the powerful golden warrior in front of him. The two sides were once again caught in a fight that the mortals beside them could not see clearly. The two will be entangled for a while. Just like this battle. Suddenly broke out, suddenly fell into a stalemate. The Space Marines and Thunder Warriors acted as firefighters everywhere on the front line, and the firepower support provided by the Titan Legion could not reverse the situation. No one knows why those bastards in the Skull Fortress jumped out to fight, and no one knows what strategic purpose they want to achieve. In the Leviathan command vehicle, some mortal generals, who knew little about the blood god believers, mistakenly believed that these bloodthirsty lunatics were just fighting for the sake of fighting, and had no strategy at all, because such behavior was consistent with their crazy bloodthirstiness on the surface. Some mortal generals also believed that emergency countermeasures should be prepared from now on, so as not to be beaten helpless without knowing what the enemy is thinking. In any case, for the warriors on the blood god's side, they were indeed following the rules. When the war reached the most intense and stalemate stage, a noble who was guarding the battlefield situation presented by the brass blood pool with other nobles in the Skull Fortress issued a new order. This Drakasi noble was favored by the blood god for his extreme pursuit of strategy and tactics. The command power actually belonged to him, not to Abandrak. The latter's presence on the battlefield was enough to show that he positioned himself as a warrior, not a commander. Now, the noble raised his hand, and a large amount of blood flowed from the corpse tied above the brass blood pool, and the blood gathered into the shape of some giant war machines. Deploy the killing weapons, deploy those killing weapons. The Titan Legion of the Blade of the Oem Messiah was still marching towards the location of the friendly forces, firing artillery to provide fire support as they marched. The transmission system had to be prepared for a while, and they needed some time to be directly transmitted to the location of the friendly forces. At this time, in the Mars which, the auspicious instrument detection array that had obtained the maximum energy output continuously released detection waves to the surroundings, and the suppression device integrated on the command throne curbed Diana's talent, so that she would not let the auspicious instrument array with a bit of metaphysics crash directly. After another scan result came back, Diana suddenly noticed something. Behind the Titan Legion, in the thick and deep blood mist, the vague figures of some huge monsters appeared in the flashes produced by the thunder and lightning. When the Titan observation instrument was adjusted to face the uninvited guest, Diana took a breath. There were more than 20 war machines similar to Titans. They were mainly made of brass, and exuded red flames all over their bodies. Armor, gears, transmission structure, engine. These things were like living things, with hideous faces, as if something terrible was bound in them. The specific appearance of each war machine is indescribable. People who see them will feel that those war machines are covered with skull-shaped decorations, and even the gun barrels extend from the mouth of the skull. Chapter 775. Blood God's machinery is walking on the earth. Praise the Blood God. In the Skull Titan walking in the front, the demon prince named Killer is sitting on the brass throne commanding the entire God's machinery formation. This is the God's machinery, but the Blood God's machinery. The shaping of each mechanical structure part is based on the same principle as the demon engine. In the vast space inside the Titan, the driver's head is inserted into the symbol of Korn's faith, and the dripping blood gathers into fine silk threads floating around the symbol, controlling the entire Skull Titan like silk threads controlling a puppet. The flesh and blood of mortal slaves who lost in the arena formed the conveyor belt between the demon gear structures. They wailed in pain when the Titan moved, just like the mechanical roar of a real Titan when it moved. Civilians from multiple demon worlds in the Eye of Terror were captured and locked in cages made of hot brass. The cage was hung above the furnace at the waist of the Blood God machine. The skull-shaped brass furnace emitted heat that blurred the space. The blood that was steaming like lava rolled in the small world inside the furnace, just like the surging blood sea connecting every city on Drakasi. The people in the cage were tortured, and their blood and souls fell into the brass furnace, becoming part of the steaming sea of blood, providing sufficient fuel for the entire Blood God machine. Each Skull Titan is an unprecedented vicious machine. Their strategic position is not without substitutes, nor are they decisive weapons that cannot compete with the enemy's heavy war machines if they are not created. They don't even have a reason to exist. Such war machines are created for only one reason, that is, to show how crazy and vicious their creators are. Report our distance from the enemy. The killer sat on the brass throne, his claws tightly grasping a metal-cast skull, and issued orders to everything in front of the throne with a crazy roar. A device with a hideous face on the side of the throne made a trembling sound. We are about 21 kilometers away from the enemy Titan. Keep a distance of 20 kilometers. The killer roared crazily and ordered, "Don't let us get too close to that soulless bitch, otherwise our Blood God machine will crash." "Yes, yes, master." The device responded. The entire Skull Titan formation gradually slowed down. The demon servants who were given the killing weapon by the Blood God played the role of supervisors at this time. They held iron whips covered with spikes and frantically whipped the transmission structures, forcing them to stop or move slowly according to their ideas. To be precise, it was according to the killing weapon's ideas. "Are you ready for the shrill wail?" The killing weapon stood up from the throne, and the roar resounded through the Titan's command deck. From the beginning of the battle till now, he was like a chicken with blood, angry and crazy. "Ready, ready, master. Fire at the enemy." "Yes, yes. Yes." All the Skull Titans stopped in unison, and the gun barrels extending from the mouths of the larger skulls on their chests were aimed at every Titan in the Olim Messiah Blade Titan Legion. A shrill scream resounded throughout the battlefield, and then a series of red energy beams were released, turning and sweeping towards the Titans. The beams fired at the Mars, which became pure energy attacks after entering Diana's range of influence, hitting the Titan's energy shield without causing any substantial damage. As for the other Titans, they were protected while approaching Diana. Some of those beams may have penetrated the Titan's energy shield, but they could not cause the damage to the Titan's body that Killer had envisioned. "I hate Blackstone. I hate those soulless bastards." Killer squatted on the throne, cursing and smashing the throne armrests. His anger even caused the demonic structures of all Skull Titans to become more efficient. After the crazy catharsis, Killer vaguely remembered the time when he was not yet a demon prince. At that time, the various killing machines he made were still based on something called science, and such existence had an advantage, that is, even the soulless could not affect their operating efficiency. But Killer had forgotten how to make those things. He was chosen by the Blood God because he was good at, liked, and was obsessed with making killing machines, but he also lost something after being chosen. The Skull Titans, which have no basis in the rules of reality, are pure warp-distorted and vicious creations, which is proof of this. These things I made. What is the difference between them and the witchcraft products I once hated? Killer asked himself this question. After a brief trance, Killer refocused his attention and squinted his eyes to observe the battle situation. The Titan Legion on the opposite side was already approaching the Blood God's machines, and they were firing while trudging through the blood mist. The defense devices carried by the Skull Titans were all made by the Killer himself. The defense force field similar to the Void Shield would convert the incoming attacks into blood splashing towards the body. But the defense force field, like the Void Shield, could not withstand too many attacks. "Stand still and fight them." The Killer roared, blood sticking between the sharp fangs. "I want to see whether the material creation is stronger or the supreme heaven creation is stronger." The Skull Titans did not evade, and fired at the slowly approaching enemy Titans with all their strength. The weapons of these blood god machines have no data. They are a kind of creation that binds demons. If the demon servants, who are loyal to the killing weapons, are willing to whip them a few more times, these demon weapons will fire more artillery fire. The divine machines from two different gods bombarded each other in the blood mist wasteland, and the huge war machines were engaged in a terrifying battle. On the other side, the plague warriors and the war gangs separated from the former world devourers legion were fighting a bloody battle with the dark angels and the new thunder warriors. Even the mortal core in the Astra Militarum and the Tyrone army were fighting against the mortal believers of the demon world. Batches of Iron Man troops were being dropped from orbit, making this cruel war even more cruel. The Golden Expedition's main fleet and the giant Skull Fortress in the distance were still competing in orbital bombing and anti-orbital bombing. From a macro perspective, the Pre-March, who was good at strategizing, Lion L. Johnson, the Lion King of Caliban, was personally formulating the overall strategy, and the noble Adracasi, who was favored by the blood god for his extreme pursuit of tactics and strategy, was competing with the Lion King at the strategic level. In the turbulent and treacherous supreme heaven, the blood god sat on the brass throne, excitedly watching the battlefield full of everything he liked. Chapter 776. Sorry, Regent, this is not my personal decision, this is the decision of the Inquisition. Yes, I provided some ritual items, which are evil and blasphemous objects I obtained during my long career as an Inquisitor. I collect them, but I don't intend to use them. Robert Gilliman and Inquisitor Eisenhorn walk side by side in the corridor of the warship, heading towards a secret room together. On the way to the secret room, there were sentries and patrols composed of Inquisitors, Sisters of the Church, Space Marine priests, and New Thunder warriors. It was enough to show how evil and blasphemous the thing that Eisenhorn wanted to introduce was. Listening to the various nagging and explanations of Eisenhorn, who was not talkative, Gilliman just gave him a reassuring response. You don't have to explain too much to me, because I agree with this interrogation. Eisenhorn nodded, and continued to lead the way. Soon the Imperial Regent and the Inquisitor entered the room they wanted to enter. In this heavily guarded room, the Ecclesiarch War Apostle Matthew and his followers stood in the room, holding cold weapons such as flails, surrounding a demon tied with chains full of the Ecclesiarch's sacred mottos. Blue demon, blue feathers, you know who its master is without asking. And this demon of Singe is the one to be interrogated next. Interrogating demons is a whimsical idea, but it seems quite feasible at this time. This is the radical idea proposed by the Inquisitors of the Golden Expedition Fleet of the Inquisition, or more precisely, the radical Inquisitors of the Inquisition secretly found Gilliman. The reason is that the Inquisitors of the Inquisition think that the situation in Broome is not right, and the enemy seems to be doing something intentionally, and in this case, they can only find a way to catch something to ask. The Singe demon in the room was summoned by the radical Inquisitors using one of Eisenhorn's collections. Once summoned, it was bound and blocked with various mottos and ritual items. The blood god's lackeys want to please the blood god on Broome. When Gilliman wanted to ask the first question, the Singe demon seemed to be impatient and took the initiative to tell Gilliman everything he wanted to know. Very proactive and anxious. The plague god's lackeys want to obtain a deathly hallow on Broome, so they got involved. As for the Black Legion, I don't know what they are doing on Broome. Anyway, they don't participate in the war much. They seem very passive. The war on Broome shouldn't have broken out. How should I put it? Blame that bastard named Fabius. The Singe demon lowered his head and complained in a low voice. Damn it. My master wanted you to go straight to the plague planet, but you were dragged to this hellhole of Broome. Damn it. Gilliman and Eisenhorn stood at the door, looking at each other in silence. They really had nothing to say, because this Singe demon told them everything they wanted to know, including how this abnormal battlefield in Broome became a quagmire of war, and why this place was so full of evil spirits. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. The demon suddenly remembered something. There is a demon prince of the blood god on Broome. His name is Killer. You have to be careful with this bastard, because it was upgraded to a demon, because it is particularly good at making killing machines. It is very likely that it will come up with something that will surprise you, such as the Skull Fortress and Skull Titan that you see now. Hearing the demon mention the Skull Fortress and Titan, Gilliman suddenly recalled that he had heard Chi Nemo complain about something when he was still on the bridge. Chi Nemo said that he thought that killing machines should not exist. This guy might be a tool and chess piece selected by the blood god from the past history, waiting to be used in the current war. This was confusing, but it was easy to understand when combined with the current demon's words. Those disgusting things in the warp. Gilliman asked in a deep voice, they are dispatching something from the past to the current war, right? Your creator, the cursed one, is also in the high heaven, so don't curse him too. The demon laughed. Eisenhorn explained to Gilliman in a low voice. The cursed one refers to the emperor. No demon servant in the high heaven dares to call the emperor directly, so they have to change to a name that can be called. So about that killing weapon. Gilliman spoke slowly. That killing weapon is a demon prince, and he is also very powerful, so don't even think about sending any space marines to behead him. The demon rushed to answer again. Either you and your brother take the sword of the cursed, or let the person favored by my master go. Anyway, you have to find a way to kill him quickly, otherwise you will have a headache. Gilliman nodded. Then, the war on Broom can be expected to last for a long time. The demon answered again, there's nothing we can do. Your brother just jumped into this mess of Brum. Just take your time. Gilliman was silent. Eisenhorn asked quietly, anything else you want to ask, sir? Gilliman shook his head. Eisenhorn took out the exorcism amulet and chanted a spell to the demon, causing it to burn. The screams from the demon echoed throughout the room. Ah! The demon pointed at Eisenhorn's waist. One of the things in your collection is not used to summon the servants of the Lord of Change, but to summon the servants of the Dark Prince. You fool was deceived by its appearance. The burning holy fire gradually exiled the cinch demon back to the warp. Gilliman looked at the item stored in the glass jar of the living saint's corpse oil on Eisenhorn's waist, the blue gem with eyes. What do you think the probability is that what the warp creature said is true? I think the part about the demon prince called Killer is true. Eisenhorn spread his hands, but to be honest, I think it's all true, because the situation in the warp is now one, and it's not surprising that someone wants to undermine its brother. Gilliman nodded, he thought so too. Looking at the ashes left by the cinch demon, Gilliman couldn't help but recall the demon's attitude just now. Anxious and full of boredom, just like a player who has repeated several links in the game and can't wait to pass the level. Isn't it the first time we summoned it for interrogation? Gilliman couldn't help but wonder. At least the information about the killing weapon is the same as some of the information I learned from my colleagues. Eisenhorn said. Yes, yes. Gilliman nodded repeatedly. The two were silent. After a while, Gilliman looked out the porthole of the room. The environment in the Eye of Terror is weird and absurd. Looking at the scene outside the porthole, Gilliman said slowly with doubts. I don't know why, being here, I feel like a fish in water, like a thirsty person encountering an oasis in the desert. It's like you and your source of essence are getting closer and closer. Chapter 777. Regarding the decapitation operation launched against the killing weapon, I have the following arrangements. Ryan slid in front of the tactical table, and the list of personnel participating in the decapitation operation was projected. A combat team of the professional anti-demon force Grey Knights. The Grey Knights also participated in the Golden Expedition, but only sent a mentor to be stationed on the flagship. This mentor did not show up often, but he also played a role at critical moments. In addition to the Grey Knights team, there are 2 professional anti-demon judges of the Demon Tribunal, and 2 teams of New Thunder Warriors. Although the interrogated cinch demon suggested that Gilliman or Lion go down with the Emperor's sword together, or let Lord Talon go down personally, Lion chose not to listen to the cinch demon. A team of Grey Knights was sent to exile a demon prince. Even if there is a chance of failure, then add the New Thunder Warriors. Lion felt that such a force configuration would be in hand anyway, and would never let the operation of the decapitation machine fail. I suggest adding the Grey Knight Supreme Grand Master, that is, Master Cardo Diego. Chin Mo made a suggestion. Ryan felt that Chin Mo's biggest problem was that he always pursued maximum stability, so much so that he had to use a hot melt gun to kill a chicken. But he thought so, but didn't say it. If we want the Grand Master to participate in the war, we must spend some time preparing the ritual to summon him back. The Grey Knight Master present said. Summon him back? Wait, didn't Cardo come back from the warp with me? What do you mean by summoning him back? Chin Mo asked in confusion. Literally. The instructor shrugged. For some reason, the Supreme Master always disappears suddenly, and then suddenly appears again. Maybe he has been in the Sea of Souls for too long. Hearing this, Chin Mo rubbed his forehead, and did not continue speaking. There was silence in the bridge. Until Chin Mo spoke again. Then take the heat death with you. I will behead the killing weapon. The Iron Warrior stepped forward and saluted. You might as well let the scholar go with you. Ryan rolled his eyes. I want to go down myself. Chin Mo looked at the battle situation on the tactical table. I have sent all the guards to help. Up to now, our army has been in a stalemate with the enemy outside the enemy's Skull Fortress. Sometimes I think, I might as well go down and tear down the fortress myself. Ryan quickly raised his hand to dissuade him. What if they are waiting for you? What if they find a bunch of princes and demons to entangle you, and then find a bunch of demons to slaughter our army and fleet? Qin Imo was silent. The War Master was also silent for a while, then said, "How about this? Let Heat Death and the scholars go with the Grey Knights and Thunder Warriors." "No, there are still things that scholars need to do on the battleship. I don't recommend mobilizing it." Qin Imo shook his head. Ryan indicated that those who were selected to participate in the battle could take the airdrop cabin. The Grey Knights, Thunder Warriors, and Heat Death who participated in the battle all left the bridge. Among those who were about to go to the decapitation device on the surface of Bloom was Clone Korix, wearing Thunder Warrior armor. The reason why Korix could participate in this battle was because he had a conversation with Qin Imo before everyone entered the bridge to listen to the War Master's orders. In that conversation, Korix asked Qin Imo, "Why are your Star God companions willing to deploy them, when they can destroy the enemy in an organized manner, and destroy the fortress?" Korix didn't want to fight the killing machine, nor did he want to fight a sword duel with this guy, who had been his enemy since the Great Expedition. He wanted to see the crazy weapon craftsman named Killer, watching his proud war machine being crushed and killed easily when facing a powerful enemy who could crush him like an ant. Qin Mo's answer was, "I will not deploy any Star God until the first large black stone obelisk on land number 2 is built, and the black stone influence is applied to the point that even if the obelisk is destroyed, the effect can last for several minutes. I am willing to solve the battle myself, but I just don't want them to fight when the black stone suppression effect is not stable, and they have the probability of being exposed to the psychic environment. At least we should wait until the ground troops occupy a part of the area, the engineering troops build a large obelisk, and then increase the suppression effect of the black stones to the point that even if all the black stones are destroyed by the enemy at the same time, the suppression effect can still last for a few minutes due to inertia, leaving time for the Star Gods to evacuate, and then deploy them." Korix felt that this was a kind of favoritism, but when he thought he was asking the reason knowingly, he heard Qin Imo say, "Combat units, like the Star Gods, are rare and efficient. The current war has not reached the point where they cannot be fought without being deployed. If there is any possibility of losing these advanced combat units, I will not deploy them." In that conversation, Korix did not respond to this, but made a request, "Let me participate in the next decapitation operation." Clone Korix knew very well that the reason why Anon was able to participate in the war was because their father, who was possessed by a woman, requested that Anon participate in the war. Judging from the fact that most of the other clone Primarchs were still on the battleship, if there was no request from their father, the clone Primarch would probably not be thrown into the high-intensity war. After all, clone Primarchs are also valuable. It seems to prove that not letting Star Gods go down to participate in the war is due to practical considerations, rather than favoring companions or compatriots. Qin Imo, who had no reason not to let Korix participate in the decapitation operation, thought for a while and agreed. The decapitation team entered the airdrop cabin. This is an experimental, unnamed airdrop cabin built by the great sage Kal. The Kal people who were excavating the tombs of the dead had not yet arrived at the Golden Expedition fleet, but his technological creations had arrived first. This is almost the same as he has already arrived. The experimental airdrop capsule was launched towards the surface of Bloom. When entering the atmosphere, the airdrop capsule deployed many self-defense weapons, and even activated a small void shield. The warship on the orbit launched an airdrop deployment Black Stone, which kept pace with the airdrop capsule and protected the airdrop capsule in the blood mist that could turn the orbital bombing into blood fireworks. But the unprotected Black Stone creation only existed for a few minutes before it was shattered by ground fire. The airdrop capsule was like a missile, automatically correcting and adjusting the capsule's direction and engine propulsion efficiency during the fall, and finally causing the entire airdrop capsule to crash into the Skull Titan, where the killing weapon was located under the psychic guidance of the Grey Knight Mentor. Chapter 778. After the Savior planet became the Mechanicus's Forge world, Korix had visited the newly manufactured Titans on the Savior planet. At this time, the model of the Titan where the decapitation team was located was unknown, but Clone Korix guessed based on his memory that it was probably similar to the Warlord model. The internal space was equally huge. Some Titans had weapons and ammunition factories inside, but this strange blood god machine did not have any. There were only layers of arenas, cages, and arena-like buildings that contained lava and blood seas, as well as objects of worship for the blood god faith. "Follow us. We just need you to help us or be on guard." The Grey Knight instructor walked ahead. After careful analysis, The Thunder Warriors of the two combat teams believed that the professional anti-demon forces such as the Grey Knights were more experienced in dealing with such supernatural situations. So they did, as the Grey Knight instructor said, retreated, and followed the Grey Knights. While the Grey Knights identified various traps and dismantled profane obstacles along the way, killed all the creatures they encountered, and advanced to the upper level, Clone Coryx was observing the situation outside from the gap inside the Skull Titan. Just like what we saw before we crashed into the Skull Titan in the airdrop pod, the OM Messiah Blade Titan Core was fighting with these Skull Titans, and they were at a disadvantage. Except for the Mars, which, almost every Titan was damaged, and the Warhound-class Titan guarding the Mars, which was charred all over, with flames coming out of its left shoulder. On the side of the Titan Core, the various skull cannons on the scorched earth proved that the Titan Core was not defeated by these strange Skull Titans, but because the enemy had other arrangements. If the power of those broken skull cannons is not weaker than that of the general cannons, it would be a miracle that the OM Messiah Blade Titan Legion can survive until now. Thunder Warrior. The Grey Knight Master stepped in front of Coryx and looked up at him. I hope you and your men can focus on the battle we are fighting. Yes, Master. Coryx nodded. He is the clone Primarch. He can do 2 or even 3 things at once. Even if he is playing games, he can kill enemies at the same time. But Clone Coryx did not make any excuses, but walked in front after being persuaded by the Grey Knight's mentor. But who knew that when Coryx took a step ahead, the Grey Knight's mentor reached out his hand and pulled Coryx back to the edge of the gap with his psychic power. Is that your Tyrone war machine? The mentor pointed outside the gap. Coryx squinted his eyes, and his pupils shrank when he saw the sudden situation outside. In the depths of the blood mist in front, a row of giant war machines took heavy steps, and were moving towards the battle between the Titan Legion and the Skull Titan. Those giant war machines were much taller than Titans. They were like the giant war bodies in the Iron Man army, but not so materialized. These war machines seemed to be alive. They marched on the plains, burning with black flames, holding heavy weapons in their hands with distinct fingers. On one of the war machines, a sturdy metal skeleton was stepping on the head structure of the giant war machine, holding a missile launcher with eyes in its arms. Under the feet of those Titan-like war machines, just like the ground troops that marched hand in hand with the Titan Legion in the apocalyptic war, were those Space Marines with flames all over their bodies. In addition to the Space Marines with flames, there was even a huge army composed of metal skeletons. Among the ground troops composed of the Space Marines with flames and metal skeletons, there was a warrior who was nearly 5 meters tall, standing on a burning chariot, holding a sledgehammer, and wearing a burning armor. Coryx felt that the warrior in the flaming armor looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was for a while. Praise the God Emperor. The Grey Knight's mentor kissed the double-headed eagle emblem hanging around his neck. Those flaming warriors are helping us fight. I was once saved by them. They are the messengers of the God Emperor. But as for those skeletons, what the hell are they? Coryx didn't know what those iron skeletons were. He didn't even know what those flaming space warriors were, and where they came from. Those iron skeletons seemed to be my kind. Death suddenly spoke. Its mechanical head turned to the giant war machines that suddenly joined the battle. I can't explain it clearly. The Grey Knight instructor looked at Death, was silent for 2 seconds, and then continued to set out on the road to find Killer in the Skull Titan. However, since the airdrop pod crashed into the Skull Titan, Killer already knew that many uninvited guests had appeared in his proud creation, but he did not have time to deal with them for the time being. Compared to the intruders, who might not be able to find the command deck of the Blood God machine, the giant war machines and ground troops that suddenly appeared to join the battle were what Killer needed to deal with urgently. Abendrak, dispatch some of your ground troops to me to protect my Blood God machine. Now, immediately, right away. Killer stood directly on the throne and shouted frantically to his friend. Abendrak was still fighting with Onran, whom he thought was a Thunder Warrior. The two of them fought so hard that they forgot about the situation around them. It was the killing weapon that drew the Lord of Drakasi's attention back to the entire war. I don't know why you fight like crazy, but yes, I will dispatch troops. Abendrak blocked Angren's attack and subconsciously stood still to issue orders. It was not until his orders were conveyed that he realized that the suppression effect of the Black Stone had weakened. If it were before, it would never happen that such an order would be received after it was issued. The Demon Prince suddenly thought of something and fell into ecstasy. He no longer cared about those orders or strategies, but just focused on the brutal fight with the 5-meter-tall warrior in front of him. On the battlefield where ground troops were fighting, even the weakest mortals were like crazy, fighting desperately just to kill the enemies they were targeting. The will of mortals was no longer defeated by the slaughter caused by the Demon Prince. the cavalry of the Krieg Death Corps, and the long-range troops in the Astra Militarum, who were responsible for fire support, even dared to launch suicide attacks on the Plague Warriors. The intensity of the war between giant war machines also escalated. A Skull Titan was blown to pieces by an unknown war machine that suddenly joined the battle. Except for the crew of the Mars, which, all other crews in the Titan Legion launched attacks recklessly, including the usually calm and indifferent Corps Director Oemin. The Glory of Agrippina was emitting a deafening whistle and rushing towards the Skull Titan, where the killing weapon was located. The giant chainsaw weapon on the Titan's right arm was humming. The intensity of the war reached a certain level. The hatred and sadness of the warring parties gathered together, forming a strong resonance. In the Leviathan command vehicle, Ezekiel, who was researching ways to crack the blood mist, suddenly found that something was wrong. After consulting some information in the Dark Angel secret database, Ezekiel was surprised to find that the Skull Fortress was not the first time to appear on the battlefield, and each time it appeared, it was not accompanied by blood mist. But the blood mist that enveloped the second continental plate on Bloom did exist. It was not until after some prophecies that Ezekiel suddenly discovered that the existence of the blood mist was not due to the establishment of the Skull Fortress, and it really had nothing to do with the fortress. In the end, Ezekiel made a conclusion. The blood mist is an omen. This omen is not necessarily blood mist. It may have various forms, but in essence, it is to announce the arrival of a demon primarch. Chapter 779. Buzz. When the war reached its climax, a buzzing sound suddenly resounded throughout Bloom. Whether it was the people in the warships far outside Bloom, the controllers in the Skull Titan, and those who tried to kill the controllers, the mortals and superhuman warriors fighting against the Plague Warriors and the Drakasi army. No matter where they were, they all heard the buzzing sound. And the learned man instantly realized that although the buzzing sound was much louder than the Titan's whistle, it was not the sound of the Titan's whistle, but an ancient horn sound. In the days when war was not a battle of superhuman units hacking at each other and cannon fodder units fighting each other, when all the participants were armed with cold weapons, the two sides of the war would use the sound of horns to announce the beginning of a war. And now the sound resounding throughout Bloom is the sound of the war horn. When everyone's attention was attracted, a red meteorite fell to the surface. The explosion and tremor caused by the meteorite landing instantly tore apart the defense line formed by a mortal army, and even the Plague Warriors present were wiped out in pieces. In the huge crater created by the meteorite bombardment, in the dusty place, a red figure that was extremely strong slowly emerged. Every step it took, the ground would tremble. Outside Bloom, the flagship of the Glory Humanity, which used a detection array to directly cover the ground, scanned the appearance of the uninvited guest. When the image of the uninvited guest was presented in the bridge, Gilliman frowned, Lion remained silent, and Chin Mo had a solemn expression. The uninvited guest who suddenly arrived was the person who announced the blood mist omen, the Corn Demon Primarch Onron. Don't take it too seriously. No matter how brilliantly he appears, he can't escape the fate of being exiled, Chin Mo said calmly. In his impression, Onron was just such a ruthless character who appeared in a very impressive way. But separate the traitor, and evacuate the nearby mortals immediately, leaving only the Space Marines and the New Thunder Warriors to participate in the battle. Never allow any mortal to approach it. Ryan quickly issued orders. He had already thought of dozens of strategies to deal with Onron in his mind, but no matter what the specific details of these strategies were, there was no place for mortals. And Onron was indeed not something that mortals could handle. The place where the Demon Primarch landed was the position of the 88th Infantry Regiment of the Cadian Assault Army. This position even had the Ventria Noble Army coming to support it, as well as the most powerful unit in the Assault Army, the Castle Lord's personal selection. There were also several combat squads of Dark Angel's Deathwing Company soldiers on the position. But when Onron hit the ground heavily like a meteorite, the explosion and tremor caused instantly disintegrated the solid defense line established by mortals. There are still many survivors. Space Marines, mortals. Who? Onron breathed heavily, holding a huge sword in both hands. The people present did not know whether it breathed for breathing, or to give others a sense of oppression with the sound of heavy breathing, and to show its current rage and impatience. For the Lord of Caliban, the Space Marines attacked Onron. Two combat teams charged towards Onron under the cover of a Terminator combat team. When those Space Marines chose to stand up and fight, the mortals present, the elite warriors of the Cadian Assault Army, and even the veterans who may have participated in the Cadian War in 999.M41, were so frightened that their minds went blank, and they didn't know what to do. The deterrence brought by the Demon Primarch was not comparable to that of ordinary demon princes, or great demons. The mortals present were just so frightened that their minds went blank instead of running away, which was the strongest willpower that mortals possessed. For the blood god, for the blood god. Onron roared crazily, and his huge body rushed towards the space marines at a very fast speed. He slashed left and right with his great sword, and even the Terminator armor known for its defensive power was easily cut by the great sword in his hand, like cutting tofu. When the huge and heavy body of the demon Primarch dodged the roaring spear of Caliban at an astonishing speed, disappeared in the blink of an eye, and flashed out from the blind spot, it swung the great sword fiercely. The red sword flashed, and a whole team of Terminator veterans were easily killed by it. The blood sprayed by the space marines splashed on the body of the demon Primarch, and then the bomb hit Angren's body, but he was indifferent to such an attack. He stood in the pool of blood, stepped on the corpse of the Terminator, raised the giant sword in his hand, and admired this weapon in the red sunlight. The sword of Samnianarius, the sword of the gladiator. In the Eye of Terror, there was a world controlled by Samnianarius, a slainish demon. This demon claimed that no warrior could defeat it, and this claim angered Onron. Onron took a stick and went to Samnianarius, beating him to death. Then the stick in his hand gradually turned into a giant sword, and the slainish demon named Samnianarius was bound in it, becoming the weapon of Onron, the Primarch of Khorne. After testing the power and ease of use of this weapon in practice, Onron gave a high evaluation of this giant sword in his heart. Then he continued to use this sword to slaughter anyone he saw. The butcher's nail was buzzing, and Onron had only one thought in his mind, that is, killing and more killing. With the appearance of Onron, the killing it caused, the fear it brought to others, and the spiritual resonance of the mortals who survived on the battlefield, this series of factors weakened the suppression effect of the Black Stone, and a large number of demons were teleported to the vicinity of Onron. A bloodthirsty demon named Cabania led the demon army to come. The Lord of Drakasi, the demon prince of Bondrek, also brought the most elite combat forces on Drakasi, and rushed to the side of the demon Primarch from the defense line of the Krieg Death Corps. The demon prince named Killer also escaped from the hostile Titan Legion, giant war machines, and the encirclement of the burning space Marine Legion after sacrificing several Skull Titans, and ran towards the location of the demon Primarch. When Onron was slaughtering, no one dared to approach him to help him, or ask him to stop and do something. Because if anyone dared to do so, he would definitely be killed on the spot by Onron. This madman who had been controlled by the butcher's nail for a lifetime was not qualified to be a commander, and was not qualified to command the blood god forces on Drakasi. Everyone gathered around it just to use its combat power, and follow it to slaughter the Golden Expedition participants on the planet. On the second land plate of Bloom, the blood god servants gathered. Chapter 780. That's your rebel brother. It can no longer be dealt with by conventional combat units, such as Space Marines or Thunder Warriors. Not to mention Space Marines, even if it's the new Thunder Warriors, if the number is not enough, I'm afraid it won't be a match for it. When Ryan was still formulating a plan to use Space Marines to deal with Onron, Chin Mo persuaded him to change his mind. But the Grey Knights once exiled it. Ryan said, maybe we can let the Grey Knights. Cardo Diego is not present, and Onron is now in the Eye of Terror. Not only can it appear at will, but it can also exert strength far beyond that in the real universe. The effect of the Blackstone obelisk is limited, and it cannot suppress it. Chin Mo replied. Ryan nodded, thinking that this is indeed the truth. The large number of demons that can appear has explained a lot of problems. Thinking of this, Ryan glanced at the scanning array detection results presented on the tactical table. There are a total of 888,888 demons on Bloom. Not all of them appeared with Onron, but poured out from the Skull Fortress. The current situation is exactly why Lion was reluctant to activate the OM Messiah Blade Titan Legion before. He wanted the Titan Legion to deal with these huge demons. But whether it is a demon or a rebellious Primarch, their appearance is not the most cruel and embarrassing battle situation that Lion could have expected. The one who can deal with the Primarch is either the Primarch or a warrior stronger than the Primarch. Gilliman glanced at Chin Mo. Lord Talon and I will deal with Onron. You stay in the bridge and continue to command the battle. We need you, the War Master, to coordinate the overall situation. Hearing Gilliman's suggestion, Chin Mo nodded repeatedly to show his agreement. Onron, the organized demon army, the demon prince of Drakasi, and the Drakasi army, the demon prince named Killer, and the blood god's machines. With all these things piled up together, it was hard for Chin Mo not to support Gilliman and himself to deal with them together. No! Leon looked at Gilliman seriously and shook his head. Give me my father's sword. I will go to fight Onron, because... The Lion King did not elaborate on the reason. But Gilliman himself knew the reason, that is, Lion did not think he could beat Onron or other great demons. And Gilliman himself even had to admit that Lion's consideration was not wrong. You are the War Master, you should stay in charge. If you always want to go out in person, then you don't have to be the War Master. I will transfer Jagatai from the branch fleet to let him be the War Master. How about it? Gilliman asked. Lion was silent. Do your own thing. Chin Mo said, Lord Caliban, send enough helpers to me and Robot, and don't let us be beaten up. After thinking it over, Ryan nodded silently. On the ground, the blood rain mixed with blood clots fell, looking like a heavy rain mixed with a blizzard, except that both the snow and the rain were red. The Dracosi built positions and dug trenches on the vast blood-red plains. The mortal civilians in the demon world, who believed in the blood god, were not scared away by the demons and demon primarchs, but felt excited and honored. The demon titans stood behind the positions. From time to time, a roar came from the skull titan where the killing weapon was located, and then flames spewed out from the bone structure. But when Abendrak asked Shaki quietly if there was any trouble, Shaki said nothing happened. Abendrak was too lazy to talk nonsense. He stood with those bloodthirsty demons, and the demon primarch Ron at the forefront of the position. The demon army composed of bloodletters was also on the position. They were arranged in cold weapon combat formations, forming one square after another. Weapons such as skull trebuchets were placed behind each square. What are we waiting for? Abendrak asked his colleagues, who were also servants of the blood god. We are following the damn war etiquette. Cabana roared angrily, we must wait here, waiting for the enemy to be ready for a full-scale war, instead of rushing in through the gap in the enemy's front and destroying them, because we are following the damn war etiquette. Okay. Abendrak nodded, slightly panicked. Most of the blood god's servants are extremely manic, which makes Abendrak, who can share power with others, feel uncomfortable. Onron stood there, breathing heavily, leaning on his great sword and looking forward. Abendrak felt that the demon primarch must be impatient. Fortunately, the demons did not wait too long. A group of drones flew in from a distance and stopped 30 kilometers away from the blood god's army. The small black stones carried by them created a small area where the laws of physics existed. Then dense golden beams fell from the sky, and the new Thunder Warriors were teleported out one by one. No one had ever seen the new Thunder Warriors gather in such a large-scale situation. The commander of the Thunder Warriors, Bindus, commanded his men to line up in a neat formation. Then a fleet of transport planes carrying almost all the Dark Angels flew over. The Messiah Blade Legion slowly came, and along with these divine machines came many Cursed Legion warriors, infantry units composed of metal skeletons, and giant war machines that were obviously from the same source as them. Some people knew about the existence of the Cursed Legion. After all, the Cursed Legion appeared in the Battle of Cadia. But no one knows the origin of those metal skeletons. Considering that the Khorne army is 30 kilometers ahead, no one chooses to fire at those metal skeletons that are obviously very heretical at this time, but chooses to fight side by side with them temporarily. When the Dark Angels are ready for battle, the war has not yet begun. Ron is still waiting, until a bolt of lightning suddenly falls from the sky and hits the front of the new Thunder Warriors. Chin Mo, Gilliman, and the guards appear in the flash of lightning. Blood sacrifice, blood god. Onron roared through the battlefield, raised his great sword, and walked forward slowly but powerfully. Cabana and other great demons, and the demon prince followed behind Onron. The war phalanxes formed by the vampires also began to move forward slowly. The demons followed orders, and were in a uniform manner, showing discipline and military accomplishment far beyond the army of any race or any faith in the universe. The artillery of the Dracosi Mortal Corps opened fire, followed by the Skull Titans. These war machines and long-range troops provided fire cover for the demon army. Both sides of the war were bombarding each other, and the ground troops were approaching each other. Chapter 781. After another great battle began, the clone Onron, disguised as a new Thunder Warrior, mixed in with the Space Marines and charged at the demon army that was surging like a bloody tide. The clone stared at his original body. With his height, he could see his original body from a very long distance. The fallen original body was as weird and crazy as Chin Mo and the scholar said, and even its appearance had changed greatly, so that if no one told him that his original body looked like that, then he, as a clone, would not be able to recognize the original body by observation alone. At the end of Cronangren's sight, the leader and powerful warrior known as the Lord of Talon showed the reason why he was given high hopes. Lightning and flame surged around him, and 8 bloodthirsty demons led their demon army to besiege him. The regent, who had persisted since the Great Heresy 10,000 years ago, was holding the Emperor's sword to kill every demon he met in front of him, and roared and provoked the ascended pre-march while trudging. The regent was not as elegant and dignified as he was on the ship. He roared, his eyes were bloodshot, and he slaughtered every enemy he met with all his strength under the protection of his champion guards. The main body moved. Clone Onron stopped. In his vision, his main body jumped up into the sky, and actually jumped towards the Lord of Tyrone and the regent on the ground, carrying a huge force, and seemed fearless. But what happened next, Clone Onron could not see, because the titan named Mars, which passed over his head. Boom boom boom. The rapid-fire volcanic cannon on the arm of the Mars, which opened fire, and the vibration weakened by the Thunder Warrior's armor sounded like someone knocking on the door. The volcano cannon left a trail of blood on the shield of a Skull Titan on the opposite side. The Skull Titan tried to fight back, but a flame suddenly spurted out near its head. With the vision of the original body, Clone Onron could see the silver-armored warriors fighting the demons in the damaged part of the Skull Titan. They were the ones who had carried out the decapitation operation earlier. For humanity! For humanity! Clone Onron ran wildly on the ground with a chain axe in his hand, roaring as he ran. The war in front of him made him excited. Although he couldn't jump hundreds of meters to where he wanted to go, he at least had legs and moved much faster than the Space Marines. Clone Onron ran wildly on the battlefield, searching for enemies he could face and deal with while running. Finally, his eyes fell on the Lord of Drakasi, a demon prince holding a big axe. You again? Abondrak chopped the Dark Angel Space Marines rushing towards him with an axe, and turned to stare at the new Thunder Warrior rushing towards him. The demon prince could clearly feel that the new Thunder Warrior he had found was the same person who had fought with him before on the Death Corps' position. Even the weapons could tell. After all, those golden super warriors usually didn't use axes, but weapons like spears. This is the last time we meet. Clone Onron waved his chain axe, ready to completely expel the annoying demon prince in front of him. Abondrak didn't think this would be the last time they met, but he did want to fight with the strange Thunder Warrior in front of him to find out the identity of this strange guy. The huge axe left a mark on the bloody scorched earth. Abondrak dragged the axe around Onron, and then stood still. The two who had fought before wanted to fight again, but unfortunately, they did not get what they wanted. A guard holding a chainsaw sword descended from the sky, and suddenly grabbed Abondrak's horn when he landed, pressing his head into the ground. Your opponent is me. Gray jumped up and chopped down with a chainsaw sword in his hand. Abondrak subconsciously raised his axe to block and avoid the fatal blow, but was immediately stabbed by the sword when the attack was caught. Looking at the deep wound on his abdomen that could be seen to the bone, and the shell that was easily pierced, Abondrak was extremely shocked. Clone Onron wanted to go up to help, but then more guards fell from the sky to help Gray fight against the demon prince. Seeing that Abondrak was beaten back step by step, Clone Onron turned around to look for the next enemy. He wanted to deal with some bloodletting vampires in front. But the beams fired by the Martian which annihilated the vampires. After wandering around the chaotic battlefield for a while, Clone Onron suddenly found his original body, which was fighting with Guilliman. The regent was slashed back with the Emperor's sword, and the original body slashed with a giant sword until Guilliman was exhausted and fell to one knee. The battle between the two was silent. Because although the Khorne Demon Primarch may have the ability to communicate like other Demon Primarchs, it looks like it doesn't want to communicate at all. Onron! Clone Onron roared and rushed towards his original body, waving his chain axe. The Demon Primarch was stunned by the sound of Onron. The monster, which had become extremely large and strong due to the ascension to the demon, showed human-like movements and looked around for the person who called him. The Demon Primarch soon saw the Thunder Warrior running towards him. The running dog of the false Emperor. You have no right to call my name. No! The deafening roar made Clone Angren's ears hurt, and then he saw the original body running towards him, waving the great sword and slashing the air, looking extremely angry. Since being found and hidden by Chin Imo, Clone Angren's way of killing time is to sit in his room and recall the memories in his mind. And of course, he felt ashamed for the harsh treatment he had given his offspring in his memory. He felt even more guilty for his madness. Many people in his memory were afraid of him. No, to be precise, they were afraid of his original body. Regardless of the others in his memory, at this moment, even Clone Onron himself felt a little fear when facing his original body. This fear did not come from the madness of the original body when it was killing, nor the speed or strength of the charge, but from a kind of weird strangeness. It was as if that was not his original body, but just a crazy and bloodthirsty lunatic, a stranger. This was wrong. Clone Onron recalled what Gilliman said about his other clone brother about his meeting with the original body. Gilliman said that the meeting was pleasant because the clone would have a certain connection with the original body and then feel close to it. Just as the clone was thinking, the demon Primarch had rushed in front of him, holding the giant sword high in his hand. Chapter 782. The giant sword that imprisoned the demon of Sakshi even made a buzzing sound when it was about to chop down. It was about to chop down with a force of 10,000 kilograms. This was the weapon's own decision. But the demon Primarch tightly grasped the hilt of the sword and controlled the action. The distance between the clone and the original body was only half a meter. The clone Onron felt the madness, anger, and unwillingness from the original body. The demon Primarch also felt something. Although he couldn't say what it felt, this feeling even delayed the sword in his hand. Hesitation, a slight hesitation. The extreme fury and fighting spirit brought by the butcher's nail replaced the strange feeling of the demon Primarch, and the giant sword in its hand still chopped down. Clone Onron raised his chain axe to try to block, but what he felt immediately was not the heavy force from the fierce attack of the original body, nor the pain of his own injury, but a gust of wind. A figure fell from the sky, then grabbed the demon Primarch's horn and threw it away. If you expect your colleagues to entangle me, you are overthinking. Qin Mo threw two bloodthirsty demons' heads at the demon Primarch. The latter quickly swung his weapon, splitting the heads flying towards him with two swords, and let out a roar. It was like an animal's roar. The roar shook the ground, and the wind pressure caused even blew the clone Onron back a meter. You have the ability to completely wipe out. The demon Primarch stepped forward, and a voice full of hatred and anger came from the gap between his fangs and sharp teeth. If you are not a coward. Duel with me, duel with me, duel! What are you worth, lackey? Qin Mo asked contemptuously, leaning on his scepter. Are you commanding your army, or are you implementing a plan of your master? It is more strategically significant for me to kill those bloodthirsty demons you brought with me than to duel with you. Hearing this, Clone Onron felt the humiliation, anger, and unwillingness of his original body. Then he was surprised to find that his original body could still analyze and judge what the Lord of Tyrone said in his mind. Otherwise his original body would not have the emotions he felt. In fact, the demon Primarch Onron could still think. Even the butcher's nails did not completely turn him into a fool, who thought of nothing but killing people. Just like when he was in the Legion, he knew how to use the butcher's nails to determine who was his own and exclude dissidents. But this little bit of thinking ability left made the demon Primarch Onron feel painful, because he had to come to the conclusion after thinking, that is, the bastard in front of him was right. The demon Primarch knew that he was not even worthy of a duel, because the war would continue even after his death. He was not a commander, but a warrior, and even a warrior who was irrelevant to the overall situation. I just came to help a person who should not die to survive. Qin Mo glanced at Angren's clone, then turned to the crazy demons, who had become ritual nodes, and exuded dazzling blood. You have another strong enemy. Onron! A roar was heard. The demon Primarch and the clone turned their heads at the same time to look in the direction of the sound. Robud Gilliman came over under the protection of the Ultramar Champion Guard. He was different from before. The flames emitted by the Emperor's sword even dispelled the blood rain and blood mist within a radius of 20 miles. The sword was releasing unprecedented brilliance. You used to. The demon Primarch tried his best to suppress the feeling brought by the butcher's nail, and forced the words to be more complete. You were once defeated by me. The demon Primarch was right. Gilliman immediately recalled that he had said Onron was a slave of the past, and then lost in the duel. However, facing the demon Primarch, Gilliman was still determined to win. Things are different now, Onron. I will use my father's sword to give you, a traitor, the death you deserve. Oh! The demon Primarch stretched out his claws, and gently touched the surface of the giant sword. Sparks flew. If that damn slave owner is still conscious, he will definitely think you are a qualified and good slave. The two true Primarchs immediately started fighting. The battle between them was a battle that no one below the Primarch could intervene in. If the champion guards of Ultramar approached, they would become a burden to their Gene Father, so they did not approach, but only created a battlefield for their Gene Father where he would not be disturbed by others. But Clone Onron did not want to watch, and he still had the ability to intervene. After Gilliman blocked the oncoming giant sword with the Emperor's sword, he used the Emperor's sword to stab at a tricky angle. However, the Emperor's sword was blocked by Angren's armor. You were defeated by me just now. The demon Primarch roared. At this time, Clone Onron saw the opportunity and rushed towards the demon Primarch, knocking it away with all his strength. The chain axe flew in front of the demon Primarch before he could stabilize his body, leaving a terrible scar on his face. This way of using. The demon Primarch did not launch a furious counterattack, but stretched out his hand and slowly touched the wound on his head. The Thunder Warrior in front of him gave the demon Primarch a familiar feeling, considering the name of the planet he was on and who it belonged to. The demon Primarch suddenly had a shocking guess in his mind, and then pounced on the Thunder Warrior in front of him. Guilliman stood up and swung his sword to block the demon Primarch's pounce for the clone Onron. Robot. Don't worry about that idiot Onron. Lion's voice sounded in the communication module integrated into the Destiny armor. It's better to kill a few more demons with my father's sword than to fight with that idiot. The demon army is holding a ceremony. The effect of the ceremony is unknown, but the Iron Man named Scholar said he had a terrible premonition, so? Guilliman looked at the demon Primarch Onron, and quickly turned his head to look at the group of demons not far away, each of which was emitting blood. In the end, he decided to stay and deal with his rebellious brother. As for those bloodthirsty demons, Guilliman didn't think he could stop those demons by killing. Anyway, Lao Qin was cutting melons and vegetables among the demons. Either he killed enough demons to stop the ceremony, or the ceremony would still start. He couldn't cut melons and vegetables among the demons. Thinking of this, Guilliman decided to deal with Onron first. At least when Qin Mo finishes dealing with those big demons, and he rushes back to deal with Onron, Onron will not be able to escape successfully because no one is paying attention. What's your name? Guilliman looked at the Thunder Warrior beside him. The cloned Onron under the golden armor thought for a moment, and replied, My name is Angry. Okay, Angry. Guilliman clenched the Emperor's sword and faced the slowly pressing demon Primarch. We too have to hold this bastard together. Chapter 783. The demon Primarch faced two enemies at the same time. The butcher's nail was buzzing, and the Primarch's head was almost full of the impulse and desire to cut the two people in front of him into pieces and chop them into slag. But to the surprise of Guilliman and Croning, the demon Primarch did not immediately rush over to fight to the death. Come, let me see how much power you have gained with your betrayal. Guilliman danced with the sword in his right hand. This was just a sarcastic remark that showed his own complacency. The purpose was only to make the demon Primarch fall into more extreme anger and delay for a while, rather than to show how much more powerful the speaker was than the listener. Guilliman glanced to the right after he finished speaking. In a flash, Cabana, who led the great demons, was beaten back step by step. The man who was still very strong by mortal standards was driving the supernatural power to fight a battle that ordinary vampires could not approach and intervene. Guilliman had a good idea in his mind, so he retracted his gaze, winked at the Thunder Warrior who called himself Angry, then took a step back and circled around the demon Primarch. Shut your stinky mouth, you fucking running dog. The demon Primarch angrily retorted, What kind of good person do you think you are? Its retort sounded weak to Guilliman. Guilliman just listened silently. You, Guilliman, you bastard, think about yourself. Are you impulsive and irritable? I watched your duel with that bastard Mortarion in the Sea of Souls, and I certainly know that even after tens of thousands of years, your nature is hard to change. Just like those damned cubs of yours. What are they called? Oh right, the Sons of War. They are a group of people who fought your damn slave owner father to the last moment, and were recruited to fight for your damn slave owner father. Your children are just such a group of things. If you don't know, you might think they are philosophers or scientists. Go to hell. The difference between you and me is that you happen to have a good mortal servant named Connor Guilliman and Jotun. The demon Primarch was agitated, dragging the great sword with his right hand and gesticulating with his left hand, while scolding and scolding. That damn slave owner, damn executioner, he went to great lengths to find a gentle and good parent for you, an impulsive bastard, so that they could teach you what rationality and gentleness are, and then you, a damn bastard, actually pretended to be a civilized person. The dirty, smelly meat on the golden throne can find two good slaves for you, but he is unwilling to mind control a damn slave owner bastard like him on Nikilia, so that I won't be hit with this damn nail. Listening to the complaints and curses of the demon Primarch, Clone Angren's face hidden under the armor showed shock. Damn. Why don't I have such eloquence? Otherwise, when I meet the tyrant who possessed the woman, I will definitely be able to spit him speechless. After thinking so, Clone Onlon still tried to refute the original body. You have become the enemy of mankind, you are a shameful betrayer, you have turned a deaf ear to your offspring, and you have led them on a road of no return. Shut up. The demon Primarch yelled at his clone. What qualifications do you have to point fingers here? Don't I know how much of a jerk I was at that time? Sometimes I will think about it carefully, and then I will figure it out. That is the tragedy of the world eaters. I only need to bear 50% of the responsibility. The rest is the fault of that damn golden slave master. Use your dog brain to think about it. That damn bastard slave master? Didn't he just want the 12th Legion to be completely destroyed? I know exactly what I am and what my problems are, but that slaver bastard doesn't know, or pretends not to know. I don't want to manage the Legion, but he just stands by and watches me have to take on the responsibility of managing my offspring, even though I'm a mad father. It's all that damn slaver's fault. It's all his fault. After ending his curse with a roar to the sky, the demon Primarch flew towards Guilliman. The battle between brothers began again. At this time, even Guilliman found that his rebellious brother was not as crazy as before, even though his butcher's nails were still in effect. In the roar just now, there was self-defense, hatred and accusations against the Emperor. Although it still sounded very crazy, it was definitely not something that a demon Primarch, who was driven crazy by the butcher's nails and the power of corn, could say. And the demon Primarch himself also found out, and he wondered why his brain suddenly became much clearer, even when the butcher's nails were in effect. It was thinking while fighting Guilliman. Finally, it remembered when its situation started. Since it met the Thunder Warrior. The feeling of the demon Primarch was very strange. It felt like all its negative emotions were being slowly and slightly removed. Although it was slow and slight, it was still being removed, which at least made its head a little more relaxed. Thinking of this, the two vertical eyes on the hideous and terrifying face suddenly stared at Thunder Warrior. The demon Primarch suddenly dodged Guilliman's sword, turned his body, and struck away the chain axe in the hand of the Thunder Warrior. His strong arm strangled the throat of the Thunder Warrior. Finally, the demon Primarch spread his blood-red wings and flew into the sky, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Guilliman took off his helmet and looked at the ground and the deep pit left by Onron when he took off in surprise, and then looked up at the blood-red trail in the sky. Without a doubt, the demon Primarch left. Everything he did made Guilliman feel that it was unreasonable. Not only the loyal Primarchs were confused, but also the great demons, who came with Onron, were confused. Chi-Nemo had just released lightning to annihilate the bloodthirsty demon that rushed over. When he found that Onron had run away, he was also confused for a few seconds, but soon understood. Whether before or after the rebellion, Onron never regarded others as his companions. In his eyes, his companions were only those gladiators on Nikilia. Perhaps in the mind of this demon Primarch, he was not participating in a century-long war on the key battlefield of the Eye of Terror, nor was he fighting with his bloodthirsty colleagues to spread the terror of the Blood God. It may feel that it is just here to fight, so when it wants to leave, it naturally leaves without hesitation. I'm looking for the Emperor. Chi-Nemo took out the communicator and contacted Vanessa. I'm always here. The Emperor's voice came into Chi-Nemo's ears. Chi-Nemo raised his hand to kill a group of vampires, and then asked, did Onron take its clone to get it? The Emperor over there was silent for a moment. I'm observing. Chapter 784. Brum 2 Land Plate. The area bombed into scorched earth by the fleet. The flying demon Primarch casually threw the Thunder Warrior at his hand to the ground. The clone Onron felt like he was stuffed into a cannon and then fired out. He quickly crossed a distance of thousands of meters and smashed through the ruins of the fortress on the scorched earth with a bang, and then embedded in a wall. The clone wanted to struggle, but just as he slid down the wall, the demon Primarch, who suddenly flashed in front of him, punched his head into the wall. The Thunder Warrior's helmet withstood the blows of the fist. But the demon Primarch then grabbed the clone's neck, raised his hand, and clasped it on the helmet, roaring and exerting force, tearing the entire helmet off. The braids fell out, and a familiar face appeared in the demon Primarch's sight. After a brief trance, the demon Primarch's fists hit the clone's face like raindrops. If someone was nearby, they would definitely hear a sound like an explosion, and the sound of the ground breaking. Until the demon Primarch's fists were stained with blood, until he found that his rage was draining away, and he felt exhausted on the emotional level. The bombardment stopped. The clone raised his hand tremblingly, and gently pressed it against the face of the demon Primarch. Then, the clone gathered all his strength, tightly grasped the face of the demon Primarch, and hit his head hard, knocking the demon Primarch back a step without being prepared. Who made you? The demon Primarch roared and questioned. Fabius. The clone climbed out of the pit, and straightened his dislocated facial bones. I am different from you. I am not from a slave owner, but a mad doctor with corrupt morals. But probably better than a slave owner. Idiot! How could a mad doctor of the Emperor's Children Legion completely clone the Primarch and give him memories? The demon Primarch roared, you were played, just like I was played. We were all fooled by the golden slave owner. We were all fooled by him, including the stupid madman named Fabius you mentioned. Slave owner. Even the clone couldn't help but wonder in his heart, is the original body suffering from paranoia too serious? How can everything be transferred to a slave owner? But arguing is meaningless, especially arguing with an abnormal madman. Clone Onron took out a spare weapon from his back, which was a living metal spear used by the Thunder Warrior. He was not used to using a weapon like a spear, because he remembered that the guys who took him from his brothers and sisters to the damn slave owner were those guys who were shining with gold and used spears. When he picked up the spear and thought about the past, Clone Onron realized once again that he was a clone and did not have to hold the same ideas as the original. I give you a chance, kill yourself. The demon Primarch leaned on the giant sword and looked down at his clone. I don't want to chop you into pieces, you should be more sensible. I want to fight. The clone held the spear tightly, because we are enemies. The demon Primarch was suddenly enraged by this sentence. We are enemies? So you, a bastard without a nail in your head, are still loyal to that damn slave owner? The roar shook the clone Angron's eardrums, and his eyes narrowed by the bloody wind from the mouth of the original body when it roared. After the roar, the huge body of the demon Primarch paced back and forth, scolding or complaining. When I was still a lackey like you, I killed the enemies of the slave owner, and the blood flowed like a river. This is not because I want recognition or military merit, but because of the damn nail in my head. The reason I obey the stinking meat on the golden throne is because of this damn mutation. If I didn't have this nail, I might be like you, like most of our brothers, a decent bastard who talks a lot of morality but is full of evil. Maybe I can become a scholar, or something, right? Maybe I will be a good person. Do you know why? The demon Primarch suddenly stopped, staring at his clone with two scarlet vertical eyes. The clone shook his head slowly. Why? Because if there is no damn nail on my head, if I am not bloodthirsty by it, that damn slave owner cannot control me through the characteristics of this nail. Then, the demon Primarch panted violently. Then I will fucking walk into the Himalayan palace, chop off the dog head of that damn slave owner with one knife, and hang it high on the wall of the palace. Hearing that the emperor's head would be chopped off and hung on the wall, the clone Onron nodded, but shook his head again. He felt that the emperor was just a slave owner to him, but to other Primarchs, the emperor would at least pretend to be a father. For Gilliman or Horus, if they cut off the emperor's head and hung it on the city wall, they would definitely feel uncomfortable. Although you are just a fake, your luck is much better than mine, but you still choose to be a running dog for that damn slave owner bastard. The demon Primarch walked in front of the clone, grabbed the clone's neck, and asked with regret. When questioned, the clone struggled to answer, I don't work for that slave owner. I'm fighting for all of humanity. The people I fight for are different from the audience on Nicalia. They don't deserve to die. Besides, I don't want to be a lunatic like you. Look at your behavior. The demon Primarch found that the fake's eyes were looking at him. If you go back now and face those gladiator brothers and sisters, you will definitely chop them, because you have become a puppet that serves as a lackey for something more disgusting than a slave owner. The clone hadn't finished what he was saying, but the demon Primarch had lost his patience to listen. He raised his great sword, but hesitated to chop it down. It wasn't that he couldn't bring himself to kill a clone, but the demon Primarch could always feel his emotions being pulled away. This feeling was unprecedented, which made him more sober and able to think. You said you were fighting for all of humanity? Huh? The demon Primarch let go of his hand. You have encountered a new tyrant who is more dangerous than that slave owner. What a bullshit for humanity. These are all ways for that tyrant to control you, to make you fall into an illusion created by a reason that is even more ridiculous than the reason for the Great Crusade, and lose your lucky remaining judgment. Chapter 785. A new tyrant who is more terrible than that slave owner? Nonsense. I saw a real human being, 100 times more human than that slave owner, although he also uses supernatural power. You always blame the slave owner for the problem, and you are the only one who is clean. You stand against humanity and become a lackey of the dark god. How dare you still speak so shamelessly here? I can't believe that you are my real body. When he heard the original's evaluation of the new leader he had chosen, and that the liberator was a new tyrant who was more terrible than the slave owner on the golden throne, Clone Onron became angry and even cursed when he refuted the original. Although Clone Onron had heard what the original said from Corix, who was also a clone Primarch, he did not believe it. Because he did not have the butcher's nail, Clone Onron could do many things that the original could not do or was unwilling to do. For example, reading. Clone On investigated the big-mouthed man and found that the man was not just talking big, he was really fighting for a great cause, and he did real things for his people. Just like Nicaria is part of Greater Ultramar, the Talon sector also has its own Nicaria, but after that Nicaria was included in the Talon Gate Defense Zone, the gladiators on it were liberated, and they were free to choose to join the Talon army or choose to become a civilian. All the slave owners and their executioners were executed, and the nobles who openly resisted the management of the Star Zone were even beaten to death by the guards on the spot. Tyrant slave owners always disguise themselves, you inexperienced fool. The demon Primarch paced back and forth, still cursing in frustration. How many memories did Fabius, that damn bastard, instill in you? Is it until I was picked up by the slave owner with yellow light from Nicalia? I've heard you say that before. Clone Oingon recalled what he heard from one of his clone brothers. That is, Clone Gilliman. Gilliman believed that everything the Talon sector did when it took over the replica of Nicaria was just a means to win over the locals. If the planet was not important, if the ruler of the planet was more valuable, then the sector would make the same decision as the Emperor did back then compromise. But Oingon refuted Gilliman. Well, to be honest, I also think it is a means of winning over, but at least they are willing to do something, instead of throwing the suffering people into the gutter and ignoring them like the slave owner who found me. When recalling these little things, Clone Oingon heard his original body roaring and asking him the reason. When he wanted to speak out what he thought, he saw his original body scratching his head in annoyance, and finally picked up the giant sword, panting heavily and staring at his clone. I don't usually talk so much nonsense, I'm even too lazy to talk. That damn nail still tortured me after I became a demon. I am willing to listen to you say a few more words, not just because you have a special ability that can make me a little calmer. It's because of you, you bastard. You idiot is my clone, and it's without nails. At least I can use my few remaining normal brain nerves in my spare time to think about what kind of person I would be if I didn't have the damn nails. The demon Primarch walked slowly sideways around his clone. Then I saw that I would be a person who is easily deceived. Otherwise, why are you standing here for a tyrant who likes to talk nonsense more than the slave owner who is full of morality and justice, and standing against me, the original body? As soon as he finished speaking, the demon Primarch rushed towards the clone and swung the giant sword in his hand. Its speed was amazing. It rushed to his side almost before the clone could react and cut off his shoulder with the sword. The clone felt the pain and astonishment. He thought he had the strength to fight. But the facts proved that there was a reason why the demon Primarchs, who had been promoted to demons, could survive from 10,000 years ago to the present and continue to cause trouble to humans. They are indeed more powerful. The demon Primarch no longer had the patience to continue speaking. His patience was not much to begin with, and now, after being offended by his own clone, it was even less. The sword that sealed the Sakshi was raised again, and it was stained with the blood of the cloned Oingon. But just like before, when the sword was about to be swung down, the demon Primarch stopped again. This time, what attracted the attention of the demon Primarch was not the special ability of the clone in front of him, nor the Lord of Talon, who suddenly came to kill him, but a drop pod that was rapidly descending from the sky. Why did that damn drop pod appear at this time and place? The demon Primarch asked with madness. No one could answer it. The airdrop capsule continued to fall to the ground. The new airdrop capsule, whose model the demon Primarch could not recognize at all, gradually corrected its direction in the air and fell straight to where the two Primarchs were. Who? The demon Primarch breathed heavily, looked around, and finally threw his giant sword at the airdrop capsule. The giant sword flashed with cold light and pierced through the airdrop capsule. The ghost thing that suddenly appeared suddenly smashed down not far away with black smoke. Then the giant sword that imprisoned the demon automatically returned to its owner's hand. After glancing at the airdrop pod that exploded due to the impact with the ground, the demon Primarch turned around and looked at his clone, who grabbed the giant sword. But when he was about to charge up before slashing again, the demon Primarch turned his head and took another look at the situation in the airdrop pod. He also glanced at the sky and the surroundings. After hearing the painful cry of Cabana when he was bombarded by lightning, the demon Primarch raised the sword again with confidence. Wait! A voice came from the direction of the airdrop pod crash. The demon Primarch was shocked to find that his body could not move, and the giant sword in his hand could not fall. Psychic power. Damn psychic power. I hate this place. I hate everything here, because this is a spiritualistic hellhole, so if there is something that doesn't want me to kill it, it won't die. The demon Primarch cursed at his clone, and then turned around impatiently. The psychic power that bound the demon Primarch seemed to dissipate at this time, and then it saw a woman. A woman who was slightly injured by the crash of the airdrop pod. The woman's pupils emitted a familiar golden light. You? The demon Primarch's sturdy body trembled slightly. You damn slave owner bastard. What made you choose to come here to die? Chapter 786. Let my son leave here. He is your clone, not as hopeless as you. The Emperor who possessed Vanessa walked slowly, and gradually came to the side of Clone Onron. Then, he did not even look at the clone son he mentioned. And Clone Onron immediately felt something was wrong. It was different from the moment when all the clone Primarchs went from Bloom to the flagship of the glory of humanity, and encountered the human part of the Emperor possessed by a female psychic. What exactly is the difference? Clone Onron thought about it carefully, and then he keenly discovered that it was the different emotions given to people. Although he still insulted the Emperor's human will as a slave owner at that time, he actually felt that the Emperor exuded the glory of humanity, giving people a warm feeling, and the gentleness he showed was not hypocritical out of thin air. But at this moment, when he saw the female psychic, who carried the human Emperor again, Clone Onron only felt the neutralized coldness. There was also a sense of familiarity. A cold sense of familiarity. Just like the memory, the first time, and every time they met, the cold sense of familiarity that the Emperor showed. Clone Onron wondered, could it be that this human will is now merging with other wills, so that it has neutralized its original character? I don't think there's anything wrong with you acting in front of him, whether you're acting for him or for me. The demon Primarch's hideous face actually showed a sneer. But can you stop stopping me from killing this damn clone again and again? Can't you use another form of protection, instead of repeatedly preventing me from landing the sword? The Emperor remained silent, and did not respond. Then, the golden pupil slowly turned and finally fixed on the face of Angron's clone. You made it a little more normal, and it can actually communicate with us. Child. When the Emperor said the word child, even the clone Onron did not feel anything. He only heard the difficulty of this name coming out of the Emperor's mouth, and the Emperor's emotion when using this name. Like a master stroking his tool. But don't think he is your true self. The Emperor moved his eyes coldly, and looked down on the demon Primarch with the corner of his lower eye. The demon Primarch, who was greatly enhanced by the power of the blood god, was looked down upon by the corner of his eye. The Emperor did it, because the person possessed by him became very tall and holy at this time, just like the majestic image he had created in the eyes of others with his psychic power. Don't think he is your true self. The Emperor repeated, it has completely lost its qualifications as a Primarch unless it wakes up. Facing his clone, the demon Primarch Aron was willing to say a few more words. But facing the slave master he hated so much, even if the demon Primarch could feel his anger being slightly withdrawn, he was unwilling to show even a little bit of rationality. The only response to the Emperor's words was the swinging of the giant sword and the roar that shook the entire planet. The swung giant sword stopped again and again. The Emperor just raised his hand, and his psychic power easily controlled the giant sword, and then suppressed the demon Primarch to kneel on the ground. Repent, Onron. The Emperor looked at the pain on the demon Primarch's hideous face, slightly relaxed his psychic power and said, you are all my children, I will not give up any of you easily, even if you have fallen into the enemy of mankind. Persuading, the Emperor stretched out his hand, and a cold smile appeared on his cold face. You can all still be saved. If you want, you can still stand on the side of humanity. Not on my side. If you regain your essence and become an ascended creature, you will no longer be tortured by the butcher's nail. Like Korix, if you have seen him in the Eye of Terror. The Emperor smiled, as he spoke every word, and his outstretched hand radiated a holy golden light. But the clone Onron next to him could not feel any warmth, and the Emperor showing this side made his back cold. Get away. The demon Primarch raised his head with difficulty, trying to stand up under the psychic suppression. You, slave owner, bastard. You, a lackey of corn, disappoint me. The smile on the Emperor's face disappeared instantly, and golden light bloomed in his pupils. His right hand, which was attached with golden psychic energy, was retracted and clenched into a fist. The psychic energy that suppressed the demon Primarch instantly increased several times. Outside the Eye of Terror, the Emperor could not show such powerful psychic energy now, not because he was not strong enough, but because Vanessa, who was possessed by him, did not have such strong endurance. But it was different inside the Eye of Terror. Even though Vanessa's body was gradually collapsing due to the infusion and mobilization of powerful psychic energy, her role as a container had become much stronger. Seeing the psychic energy displayed by the Emperor, Clone Onron was more certain of his guess, that is, the Emperor's human will was not independent at this moment, but was fused with another will in order to obtain more powerful power. Temporary fusion. I give you one last chance. The Emperor's right hand gently loosened. He still looked down at the demon Primarch in front of him, but the psychic energy released was obviously weakened. Answer me again, do you want to ask me for help? Under the clone's gaze, the demon Primarch Aron did not answer for the time being. It had no way to answer because it was no longer comfortable seeing so many illusions. In the highest sky, the cold black sun was facing the majestic figure on the brass throne. After several flashes, the illusory image showed the confrontation between the three dark gods and Sinch. As if the flames were burning the possessed soul of the demon Primarch, Aron briefly felt that he was a little more awake, of course, compared to normal. The butcher's nail was still torturing him endlessly. Answer me. The Emperor raised his left hand. It was as if an invisible hand was attached to the butcher's nail, and this ancient dark technology creation that was still effective even after the ascension was being pulled out. The pain that was more painful than being exiled reached Angren's brain, making him feel like he was falling into hell. He had imagined what it would feel like if he fell into the hands of Fulgrim, the Primarch of Slaanesh. It was probably what he felt like now. The Emperor was still pulling out the butcher's nail, coldly watching the painful expression of the person he hoped would repent. Until Aron twitched in pain, a drop of liquid oozed from the corner of his eye. The Emperor hesitated for a moment, and his psychic power weakened a lot. Chapter 787. Hesitation. That's the way it is. You look the same now, as you did 10,000 years ago. You are a tyrant, but not completely. The demon Primarch suddenly laughed. From the Emperor's perspective, the fallen Aron laughed in pain, his expression as twisted as it could be. You acted inhumane, but you weren't as inhumane as you acted, so you hesitated. Do you think I just watch you take this piece of trash back? Impossible? The demon Primarch did not say anything, but it seemed to have said everything. It closed its eyes and endured the pain, but it also seemed to be showing off its power. The clone Aron beside him did not feel anything. He did not even know whether the neutralized Emperor in front of him would directly erase his corrupt body, or would let it go because of his remaining humanity. Neither. The demon Primarch kneeling on the ground, at the moment when the Emperor hesitated. In the moment when it seemed to be talking, showing off, and enduring pain, it stood up. In the war on Broom, the hatred, revenge, joy of victory, and desire for victory in the past, present, and future stages of the war all came together, along with the blood shed by both sides of the war on this planet. The demon Primarch held the giant sword and struck a blow that caused the giant sword to self-destruct due to the terrifying power. A canyon appeared in the area that was bombed into scorched earth. If Broom was not on any orbit in the first place, the blow that caused the canyon to appear would be enough to cause Broom to deviate from the planet's orbit. The Emperor was not hurt. He just felt like he was on the surface 1 second and at the bottom of the valley the next. The thunder was loud, but the rain was small. Just like the bloody omen before the death of the demon Primarch. It was loud, but it didn't really have any useful effect. Aron ran away. Neither the original nor the clone was here anymore. When the blow that had just turned the terrain from a scorched plain into a canyon landed, the Emperor saw Aron grab the clone and run away. However, the Emperor was not thinking about the capture of the cloned Aron. He was still thinking about the hesitation when facing the fallen Primarch. Buzz. The sound of sonic boom came from the sky. Chinemo, who suddenly found that the great demons of the Khorne army were no longer the ritual nodes, fell from the sky. When he saw the scene, he understood what happened. There might have been a horrible ritual, but the factors for the ritual were temporarily used by the blood god. My respected queen, can I ask why you watched Angren's original body take away its clone? Chinemo picked up the head of a bloodthirsty demon that had just been removed, and reached his free hand into the biological structure under the head, controlling the bloodthirsty demon's mouth to open and close. He also deliberately lowered his voice, pretending to have the deep voice of a bloodthirsty demon. Don't joke with me. The Emperor looked at Chinemo coldly. You know that this female psychic now has more than just my human nature in her body, because I needed the power to suppress an ascended demon Primarch just now, so I merged with a part of the will. If you want to chat and argue with that part of humanity, then you'd better wait until this war is over. Chinemo also saw that the current Emperor was no different from the cold Emperor in his impression, and his personality was completely different from the pure human will that dominated this female body, but he still wanted to argue with the Emperor. Because from the beginning, the Emperor had arranged the relevant matters of Angren's body and clones in this war in an unclear way. Before the war began, the Emperor's human will require the clone Aron to participate in the subsequent Bloom Ground War. Then just now, he let Aron go because of a hesitation, and watched Aron take away the clone Aron. Chinemo found it hard to understand why. You will eventually know that what I did was right. The Emperor spread his hands and forced a stiff cold smile. You and my humanity are not in vain, you trust me, so you arranged for Onran to come down to fight. Okay, Riddler. Qin Mo nodded. You have to tell me directly. Why do I know you were right in the end? The Emperor was silent. After a moment, he began to explain, but it was not about Onran. I and that part of humanity have done some experiments on your flagship. Sanguinius can be resurrected, and his clones will have to serve some purpose, but they don't have to die. You can indeed have more clones of superhuman warriors for your use. As he spoke, the Emperor used his psychic power to create a projection-like image. It showed the situation of his biological experiments. Then Qin Mo knew that the Emperor did something on the lower deck of the Glory Humanity, which was to conduct another experiment on the clone Primarchs. But these experiments failed, and no perfect clones were cloned like Fabius, except that there was no subspace essence, and the rest was not much different from the original body. The second clone of each Primarch is like this. The Emperor pointed to the projection, a pool of rotten meat, deteriorated to an unacceptable level. Do you know what this means? You are not as good as Fabius in science and technology, which is incomplete. Qin Mo asked tentatively. Nonsense. The Emperor refuted. My experiments show that those cloned originals are not just clones. They have power, thoughts, and memories. This shows that they are still connected to their essence, and therefore are bound by certain rules in the dark. Qin Mo's face showed an exaggerated enlightenment expression, and then this expression disappeared in an instant. I still don't understand what this has to do with you watching Angren's clone being taken away. Even if two clones cannot exist at the same time, it can only mean that you gave up the cloned On and prepared to clone another one. The Emperor opened his mouth, then closed it again, as if thinking carefully about what to say, and then spoke again. Clone Corax has lost the ability to stealth. His presence is low now, because he is used to having a low sense of presence. He doesn't like to talk, and even controls his breathing. So when you want to find Clone Corax, you can find him on the battleship and chat with him for a while. Among all the clones, Onran and Corax are completely opposite. While the latter has lost his special stealth ability, the former can empathize with others and absorb negative emotions as I designed for him. Hearing this, Qin Mo could probably understand the Emperor's thoughts. Perhaps the Ascended Primarch would lack some essence like the clone. Perhaps the Emperor wanted the clone Onran to master more essence. I hope that Angren's clone can banish his original body, so that he may become like the original body, the Emperor said. Why can the clone become more like the original body when it banishes the original body? What is the reason? Qin Mo asked with his hands spread out. You ran to a dark god and made eye contact with them to make them measured. Why do you think this is the case? The Emperor asked back. The subspace is an idealistic spiritual world. Everything you do has corresponding causes and effects. Qin Mo nodded and thought, it's probably the metaphysics of the subspace. You have to learn something about the psychic subspace. The Emperor glanced at Qin Mo coldly. Although you are a pure human who uses supernatural power like me, you are still too young. Qin Mo argued, who is not young when it comes to the warp and psychic energy? Aren't you the same? The Emperor looked puzzled and frowned slightly. You built an illegal project and dared to connect it to the webway of the ancient saints. The burner admitted that he was not as good as you in webway technology. That is courage. The Emperor was silent for a second after hearing this, and then gradually dissipated the light on his body that was gradually burning Vanessa's body. I took the airdrop cabin to save some fusion time and do some serious work. I have the time to chat with you, but this girl doesn't. Chapter 788. When the demon Primarch pinched his clone, stumbled and flew back to the battlefield, they found that the two sides of the war, which were originally evenly matched, now had a temporary winner. The Drakasi, the demon army, the plague warriors, the combined forces that had just been fighting the enemy were now retreating towards the Skull Fortress. The demon Primarch could not believe what he saw. Under the bombardment of the Titan Legion and the artillery, the servants of the Blood God were marching and evacuating in an orderly manner. The vampires lined up in neat rows, marching in unison like victors rather than losers in a staged battle. Some vampires supervised discipline beside the retreating team, slaughtering the undisciplined soldiers in the Mortal Legion on Drakasi. The Plague Warriors had already taken the lead, and those bastards had become elusive for some reason. After watching the retreat process for a while, the demon Primarch realized why the Blood God tolerated such cowardly behavior. Because this was an orderly strategic transition, not a crushing defeat. Military discipline and order were still fully demonstrated at this time. Without a trace of panic, the retreating troops evacuated in an orderly manner, leaving behind a rear guard from time to time when the enemy caught up. After the blood god transformed the ritual brood by the demon army into a canyon on the useless scorched earth on Bloom, this phased battle that started with an encounter had undoubtedly failed. The Drakasi nobles, who commanded the battle, planned a strategic retreat. The war will eventually advance to the battle of attack and defense of the Skull Fortress. Everything related to the war happening on Bloom at this moment can be sensed by the demon Primarch, and he was surprised to find that there was still a place where a battle was going on. So the demon Primarch grabbed his clone's throat and rushed to the place where there was still fighting without hesitation. After reaching the target location, the demon Primarch threw his clone to the ground fiercely, and then the whole huge body could not hold on and crashed to the ground like a crashed plane, lying in the deep pit created by a meteorite for a long time. The clone Onron was already injured in the battle with the demon Primarch, and was thrown out by it, so he could only stand up at this time. But he still held on to his body, and wanted to get away from here, so he looked for ways to escape while observing all the enemies present. A dozen space marines in crimson armor were slaughtering the mortal legions they had defeated. A fallen knight, that seemed to be full of marks of faith in the blood god, was assisting the space marines in killing mortals. Clone Onron retreated, but after a few steps, he suddenly found that there was already a person behind him. The man was wearing crimson armor, standing there breathing heavily, holding two axes in his hands, and his left arm was exposed. Who? The heavy breathing sound filled with anger came from the helmet with two long stripes. Clone Onron picked up a chain sword on the ground with one hand, used it like a dagger, and then faced the Chaos Space Marine in front of him. At the same time, he glanced at the main body lying in the deep pit next to him, and after confirming that it had temporarily lost its ability to move, he breathed a sigh of relief. Father of Genes. The call from the armor made Clone Onron unbelievable. Who are you? Onron looked at the red-armored warrior in front of him and asked. It was not words, but actions that answered the clone Angron's question. The space warrior took off his helmet, revealing his ferocious face, staring at the clone of the Gene Father in front of him with eyes full of grievance, anger and blame. Khan? You? After a moment. Fabius, that bastard. I should have cut off his dog head and hung it around my waist long ago. That damn bastard? I'm going to make him die without a burial place. Next to the pile of corpses, Khan sat by the campfire, gritting his teeth and venting his dissatisfaction with Fabius Bile's behavior. Other space marines stood by. Although he was extremely dissatisfied with Fabius cloning Onron, Khan had no feelings for the clone Gene Father next to him. Even if it was the original Gene Father, he would not kneel down and cry. He was no longer the filial son he used to be. The demon Primarch lay in the pile of corpses, breathing hard, gradually recovering from the pain caused by the Emperor. It wanted to kill everyone including Khan, especially its own fake, but it didn't have the strength to do so for the time being. Flying for a long time with the clone, it was more like a last-ditch effort. Khan, why are you here? Clone Onron asked with mixed feelings. Where is the war? Khan gritted his teeth as he spoke. There are the Butcher Warband and me. Seeing Khan like this, Clone Onron lowered his head in silence. In his memory, Khan had always been a loyal descendant of the World Eaters. Khan had always longed for the return of the Gene Father. After the return of the Gene Father, he did not think that the crazy Gene Father was not worthy of being the leader of the Legion like some people. Khan had found the crazy Onron many times. In order to get closer to the Gene Father, Khan even led the promotion of the Butcher's Nail with several other people. Onron, the clone who had the memory of the original body, but did not have the Butcher's Nail, felt guilty towards Khan, because in his opinion, Khan was the representative of those in the Legion who never left him, but went astray because of this. The Conqueror was destroyed. Khan said to the two Gene Fathers at the same time, but I found Latera. As soon as the voice fell, an image was projected from the fallen knight. A woman in a white uniform with a red bloody hand logo on her chest appeared. It was Latera Saren, the former captain of the Conqueror, who had helped and hindered Kosalax before, and was suspected to be a machine soul AI, and whose whereabouts were unknown after the Conqueror was destroyed in the Battle of Cadia. When Latera appeared, the demon Primarchs, who were gasping for breath on the mountain of corpses, all looked over. Two Primarchs? Latera stood with his hands behind his back, looking back and forth between the two Angrons in surprise. Why are there two of you? Why are you still alive? The demon Primarch asked. A guy named Vashtor rescued me from the wreckage of the battleship and stuck me into this night. Latera replied, and then asked again in a complaining tone, no matter why there are two of you, why didn't you come to me? What were you doing when the Conqueror was destroyed? Now the most tragic war has broken out on this damn planet, and you show up? The cloned Onron lowered his head. The demon Primarch turned his head away. Both Angrins responded to Latara's complaining question with silence. Chapter 789. Clone Onron looked around. He immediately found that the atmosphere was a bit strange, and he was the only normal person among the people present, even though he was a clone. The demon Primarch collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. There was no problem on the surface of its body, but the psychic power exerted by the Emperor just now must have made it suffer a lot, so it couldn't even move now. And because the demon Primarch couldn't move, Clone Onron found that he was safe. Khan, some space marines of the Butcher's war band, Latara. The clone found that these people seemed to have regarded him as his own. They just sat there, neither killing him according to the will of the demon Primarch nor talking to him. It was like old friends, who had not seen each other for many years appeared. Everyone was sitting together with mixed feelings, ready to talk. Khan and his men were all hit by the Butcher's nail, while Latara existed in an illusory state similar to the machine's soul. As for the former, the guilt in the clone Angren's heart even made him unable to say a word to Khan, asking Khan what his attitude was towards his clone. This guilt comes from the memory that is exactly the same as the original body. Due to the out-of-control behavior of the Primarch, people like Khan who are still loyal to the Primarch were hit with the Butcher's nails in order to get close to the Primarch, which eventually led to the tragedy of the entire Legion. For the latter, that is, Latara, Clone Onron also feels a little guilty, but he is more curious about why Latara has become like this. Like a ghost. The word ghost emerged in Angren's mind. There is no nail in your head. Khan glanced at the ascending demon Gene Father, who was lying next to him, and had recovered some mobility, and then his eyes fell on the clone Gene Father. The clone nodded. As you can see, I am a clone of Onron. That bastard Fabius didn't put a nail in me after making me. Khan nodded, rubbed his left arm with his right hand, and shrank his neck, as if he felt the cold environment here. Then Khan talked to himself. Beside you, I feel my mind becomes more normal. It's like the torture of the Butcher's nail, and my endless rage have been drained away a little. Although you are a clone, you seem to have more useful abilities than your original body. Your original body. When Clone Onron heard Khan use such words, he instantly realized that although Khan and his original body had become servants of the Blood God, their relationship was not good until now. Khan didn't seem to love his genetic father as passionately as before. My original body wanted to kill me, that's why it dragged me here. Clone Onron looked at the original body that had climbed up and leaned against the ruins, but it looks like it's going to be exiled, and it was like a last gasp to drag me here just now. I don't care, Khan said coldly. Clone Onron looked at Khan, then looked at Latara. The latter spread his hands and shook his head expressionlessly. 10,000 years ago, the World Eaters revolted, and then Horus died in battle. Khan continued. Only 3 legions remained intact after escaping into the Eye of Terror: the Death Guard, the Black Legion, and the Word Bearers. The World Eaters were not among them. Thorax, who had seized the Conqueror flagship and was reluctantly assisted by Latara, dreamed of uniting the World Eaters into a single legion instead of small war bands. He was not the only one who tried. There was a chance that the World Eaters could be restored as a legion. At this point, Khan, the chosen one of the Blood Gods who influenced the fate of the 12th Legion, looked at the cloned Onron and also glanced at the real Onron. After a pause, Khan continued. I completely destroyed the possibility of the World Eaters recovering from individual warbands to a legion. With a massacre and a bloody battle, I ensured that the World Eaters could never be integrated again. So for me, I don't care whether you are a clone or the real body, I don't care why you were brought here, and I don't care whether I should kill you. I just want to sit here with Latara. Latara, who was projected by the device inside the knight, nodded. With my brothers. All the members of the warband called Butcher, led by Khan, sat down very rarely, sitting beside their warband leader, instead of shouting anxiously and violently about who to kill and how many people to kill. I just want to sit here with these people, and when we become weirdly rational, we can think about what our Gene Father would be like if he was a normal person. After saying that, Khan grabbed a handful of bloody soil and threw it into the bonfire. The flames grew stronger. You speak quite logically. Clone Onron held it in for a long time, and only managed to say this, I am surprised. He originally thought that after being hit by the Butcher's nail, all his descendants had become crazy people who could not bear not to kill people, and they had no way to think and communicate. As for Thorax, who even ran away, Thorax was just an exception. However, what Clone Onron did not know was that Khan was also an exception. Abaddon once commented on Khan, only fools would think of Khan as a brainless mad dog. Under the blood-stained helmet lurks wisdom and cunning. I don't often do this, but this time is an exception, Khan said coldly. Traitor. The demon Primarch let out a low roar. You should chop off the fake dog's head and offer it to the blood god now. Khan glanced at his genetic father, who had ascended to the devil, then looked away again, and then a dull laugh came from under his helmet. Until Clone Onron looked at Khan in confusion and tried to ask the reason, Khan explained himself. So, if my gene father hadn't driven the nail, would he be a rational person? Clone Onron didn't answer because he wasn't sure. He had heard some judgments about the origins of the Primarchs from Lord Talon, and what the Primarchs lacked the most education. Although the Primarchs knew a lot when they were born, they still needed to be educated. Even if Clone Onron didn't drive the nail, he had received the same education as the original body, so he had a unique value system. The entire universe is a super arena formed by planets, like arenas. The Emperor and the 4 gods are slave owners, and the people who resist in this universe are the rebellious gladiators. Liberate more slaves, and make more gladiators become like-minded brothers and sisters. This is how Clone Onron understands the great cause mentioned by Lord Talon. Even he himself thinks this understanding is problematic. So when Khan said that the Gene Father, who doesn't drive nails, is a rational person, Clone Onron didn't say anything. I'm probably not rational or smart enough. I'm still impulsive, just like I took the initiative to challenge my abominable original body, and had one of my arms cut off by him. After thinking it over again and again, Clone Onron said to Khan, I was born in the arena. What rationality and intelligence can you expect from me? I'm still an irritable and belligerent person, but at least I'm not a mad dog that bites whoever it catches. Chapter 790. Khan fell silent after listening to what the father of Clone Jean said. The same was true for Latera. It took a long time for Clone Onron to realize that he was not killed by these enemies on the same side, but because they were confused by their clones, and for a moment, they were not sure whether they should stand on the side of the clones or the original. There were also some past events that made them feel melancholy and difficult to make a decision, so they sat here, roasting fire and chatting like they were camping. If there is no fundamental change in their positions, there will still be a bloody battle. Realizing this, Clone Onron looked at his demon body, his eyes from the sturdy body, without any wounds, to the butcher's nail on his head. The butcher's nail is an ancient relic that even the Emperor and the Mechanicus are helpless against. It will gradually replace the brain nerves of the implanted person. The butcher's nail was originally just a neural tool used by the human servant, the Stone Man. Even ancient humans had not studied how to remove this thing from a person's head. And the butcher's nail was still affecting the demon Primarch. Clone Onron recalled the scene just now, when the Emperor suddenly appeared and released psychic energy to suppress the demon Primarch, and then slowly pulled out its nails with psychic energy, causing it to fall into severe pain. At that time, the demon Primarch could still react a little, and even tried to escape and take his clone away. But the consequences of the butcher's nail being activated gradually emerged. Clone Onron concluded that the weakness of his original body was the butcher's nail. Even though it was upgraded to a demon and looked like a monster, the influence of the butcher's nail was still there. I don't know why, but it can definitely be used. It's time. While Clone Onron was thinking about the battle strategy, Khan suddenly stood up and said it was time. Then the Chosen of Korn raised the axe with his bare left arm, and slowly stood up from the campfire. The atmosphere changed instantly, solidifying to the point of suffocation. You are not my Gene Father. You are still serving the rotten flesh on the throne, so you must die. Karn raised his axe, the jagged axe blade facing the Clone Onron. How many times have I said that I am not serving that slave master? The Clone Onron stood up with a complaint. In the previous battle with the demon Primarch, he lost an arm, and could only hold the chain axe with one arm, but he still stood up. However, Khan put down his axe and looked at the demon Primarch. Let's have a fight. Latera didn't want to see the situation develop like this, but she didn't have any ideas, and she didn't avoid it, because she was not a weak person. I will fight it without you saying it. Clone Onron glanced at the original body, then looked at Khan and said, but maybe you can still go back. I found that I have the ability to ease other people's emotions. You and your subordinates are not as violent as the rumors say when you are next to me, so do you think we can turn back? Khan held his axe. His eyes under the helmet looked at the father of Clone Jean sarcastically. Once a person becomes a believer of the Blood God, he will start shouting for the Blood God, and then he will also offer his skull to the Blood God. Have you ever thought about why this is? Clone Onron thought about it, and shook his head. Khan did not explain anything, and stepped back to make way. The demon Primarch staggered to his feet, and his huge body slowly moved in front of his clone. Clone Onron looked at his original body, swung his chain axe with one hand to warm himself up, took a deep breath, and prepared to die, then raised his hand to signal that the fight could begin. The demon Primarch took the lead as usual, and he didn't even use weapons, but only used his fists to attack. Fortunately, he had just recovered a little, and was not as strong as at the beginning. However, being in the Eye of Terror, the strength of the demon Primarch of Khorne was much stronger than the strength shown by Mortarion during the Plague War. Not surprisingly, Clone Onron was beaten back in the early stages of the fight. He could only use his chain axe to block the fists of the demon Primarch. He was not used to fighting with one arm, and could not even seize the opportunity to counterattack. In the eyes of Khan and others, this battle was not exciting at all, because the two big guys were just punching the other continuously, and the other was blocking with a chain axe. Even because the demon Primarch had just been tortured to the point that he needed to slow down for a while before he could continue to move, his movements were also very slow now. He was fighting purely with his brute force. While making a reluctant defense, Clone Onron suddenly recalled what Khan said. He further thought that perhaps those who were promoted to demons had given up their own will and became slaves of a dark god, and then were influenced by him to become inclined to be loyal to the dark god. Just like the demon Primarch would shout for the blood god in battle, Clone Onron simply couldn't imagine what his original body was thinking when he fought in the name of the blood god, the super slave owner. "You're a fake, defective product." The demon Primarch smashed the chain axe in the clone's hand with a heavy blow. At the moment, when the weapon was broken, and the huge red fist flew out from the debris, the Clone Onron really regretted that he had to use the chain axe made by Perturabo in the laboratory instead of directly using the standard cold weapons made of strange metal by the new Thunder Warriors. He didn't regret it for long, and then the demon Primarch's fist smashed his nose bridge, the whole facial bones made a crisp sound, and his brain even went blank for a second. When the clone reacted, he found that the original's hands were already pinching his neck. The tearing sensation came from his neck. The intense pain made the Clone Onron open his mouth, but he had no more strength to scream. "Die, die, die!" As the Clone Angren's vitality was fading bit by bit, the soothing power brought by his essence was gradually losing its effect. The demon Primarch, Khan, these two servants of the blood god became extremely violent and manic. Clone Onron wanted to reach out and attack the original Butcher's Nail, but he had difficulty lifting his arm. Until the moment when his consciousness was about to dissipate, Clone Onron saw a beam of light, and then the sudden surge of power supported him to raise his arm and slammed the Butcher's Nail on the original's head. Clone Angren's face was covered in blood, and his expression was hideous. He concentrated all his strength on his arm, and with hatred for the original and the Butcher's Nail, the product of the tragedy, the Butcher's Nail creaked. Chapter 791. After the Butcher's Nail of the demon Primarch was caught, it did not lose its fighting power immediately as Clone Onron thought, nor did it feel unbearable pain immediately. Instead, it angered the demon Primarch, causing him to roar in anger, causing the dust to splash everywhere. Following the roar was a hook punch, and the solid, thick, red fist landed on the chin of the clone. The clone's physical strength was not weak, but the furious demon Primarch shattered the bones of the lower half of his clone's face with just one punch. The blurred blood and bone fragments mixed together looked particularly horrifying. The Clone Onron was almost unconscious after being hit by that punch, but he still desperately grabbed the demon Primarch's Butcher's Nail. "You failed, fake. I can tear you to pieces even if I'm seriously injured." The demon Primarch roared while tilting his head back, and then his head hit the clone's already bloody face like a sledgehammer. This blow caused a severe blow to the clone's brain. He felt that everything he saw, heard, and felt, all this information had a disconnected frame jump in an instant, and when he reacted, it was already 2 seconds later. The flesh was almost torn apart by the demon Primarch from the part he pinched, and his consciousness was intermittently blurred. At this critical moment, a force once again filled the body of Clone Onron, and his head slammed into the face of the original body with bared teeth, and the Butcher's Nail was pulled out a little. The moment he saw the original body, Clone Onron felt that the disgusting thing called Butcher's Nail could not be effective on this guy, even though it still looked like it was nailed. But it was obviously due to the serious malice of the slave owner who served the demon Primarch towards him, that the Butcher's Nail was still retained after the demon Primarch ascended to the devil, and not only was it retained, but even the original effect existed in an incomprehensible way. The Butcher's Nail, a technological creation, will drive a Primarch who has been upgraded to a warped creature to anger and fight, but if it is attacked, it will also become a weakness for the carrier. Just like now, the demon Primarch whose Butcher's Nail was pulled out a little bit on his head let out a howl that shattered the eardrums of Clone Onron, and his huge and strong body was tortured by the intense pain and trembled constantly. "Leave here, go and beg your new slave master who seems to you to be omnipotent." Clone Onron roared in his heart, and continued to exert force with his only remaining arm. "Please ask your slave master to at least eliminate the side effects of the nail, so that it won't become a ridiculous weakness for you, a slave." In the eyes of Clone Onron, he just clamped the butcher's nail of the original body, allowing this thing that replaced the original brain nerves to maintain the existence of the brain to bring unbearable pain to the original body. Although he didn't know why this thing would work in a demon's head, he found that it was indeed extremely useful. However, in the eyes of the demon Primarch, it was not facing the situation where its vitals were pinched by others. It saw an illusion. In the turbulent warp, the black sun exuded cold heat. The reason why it was hot was that its light showed a burning effect on the demons it illuminated, but there was no temperature. In front of the black sun was a figure sitting on a brass throne. That was the battle between the unspeakable cursed and the blood god. And the blood god was not just sitting there. It seemed to have no reaction, and seemed to be doing countless things. It seemed to be right opposite the cold sun, and it seemed to be holding a giant axe to give a powerful blow to the most powerful demon in the Cinch demon realm. The demon Primarch Arron found that his former slave master and the new slave master were wrestling in a way that he could not observe. When the wrestling reached a stalemate, a blue light flashed, and something obscured his location. And then, there was nothing else. The demon Primarch found himself in the kingdom of the blood god. His body was no longer huge and strong. Only a red blurry thing constituted his flesh and blood. He was shocked to find that he had lost his entity. Not far away, the great demon Cabana of the blood god squatted there facing the ridicule and mockery of his kind. He also lost his entity. The surroundings were impassable. The veil between the warp and the real universe stood where Onron could sense it, and he also clearly sensed that there was no place to penetrate the veil for the time being. When Onron himself was also ridiculed by his own kind, he finally realized in endless anger and painful torture that he had just been exiled by some force. The roar of the demon Primarch resounded throughout the kingdom of the blood god, and the weak beings who mocked it were directly dispersed by this roar. The clone Onron looked at the entity that dissipated in front of him and fell into deep thought. He could feel that something had done something at that moment, helping him to deal with the original body that had almost torn him apart. When facing the threat of death, just now, Clone Onron was also ready to accept death. He knew very well that he was a clone. Although he didn't know why Fabius only cloned one, it was always possible to create a clone. Except for the period from the time he came out of the laboratory to the time just now, Clone Onron didn't even have any memories that strictly belonged to him as a clone. He knew that everything he was angry about, guilty about, sad about, or excited about belonged to the real Onron, who had ascended to the devil. All these factors made him lose his attachment to survival. So after finding out that he survived, the cloned Onron was not excited or happy, but just looked at the remnant of the butcher's nail in his hand in a trance. There were even some nerves hanging on it. Devil's nerves. Onron took a look and threw away the remnant of the butcher's nail. It's as ridiculous as the anesthetic of Nicalia. During this process, he did not speak, but only thought and sighed in his heart, because the lower part of his facial bones had been beaten to pieces, and he could not open his mouth to make any sound. The cloned original body turned his body with difficulty, and the neck bones that were almost crushed just now creaked to support his head to turn, and his bloodshot eyes looked at Khan and others beside him. Khan, Latera, and the warriors of the Butcher gang stood aside. The expression of Khan wearing a helmet was invisible to the clone Onron. But Lotara's expression was very complicated. The female captain of the Conqueror, the only lady who could receive Angren's tenderness, felt that she should roar and control the night mecha she was in to kill the guy who caused Angren's disappearance. But the problem was that it was still Onron who exiled Onron, and it was the Onron in memory who had not been a slave of darkness. Chapter 792. Well done. While Latera was in mixed emotions, Khan raised his axe and gave a low cheer. But his helmet obscured his expression, and clone Onron could not see whether he was really praising or just saying something to do what he wanted to do next. Khan took a few steps in succession, and gradually came to a distance of 5 steps in front of the father of clone genes. It was very obvious what the chosen one of Khorne wanted to do. Onron had to grab the chain axe again, because his fingers were sore from overexerting when he pulled the butcher's nail just now. In order to prevent the chain axe from falling in the battle, he tore off the lining of the armor with his teeth, and then used his teeth to wrap his arm and the chain axe together. In the arena of Nicalia, when young Onron was tired of fighting, he would wrap his weapon and arms together like this. When he made this move, The clone Onron felt ridiculous. He was obviously just a clone. A fake. And his head was filled with memories and experiences that he had never truly experienced. Looking at the clone Onron who was ready to fight again, and Khan who was confronting him, Latera hesitated and said, "Khan, are you sure? If I die in battle, you will drive the knight to chop him into pieces," Khan said without turning his head. Khan was still in his prime. Except for his exposed left arm without armor. As if it said this is Khan's weakness, attack here, he looked like a terrifying warrior who was so powerful that others trembled. And the one facing Khan was just a clone of his gene father, and he was seriously injured. But many years of fighting experience made it difficult for Khan not to be vigilant. Not only did he know that he should pay attention to any opponent, but he also heard some news about the Black Legion. It said that the clone of Horus easily killed the veterans of the Eternal War who fired at him. This shows that even if it is a clone of the Pre-March, the combat power level is still the Pre-March, although it may be slightly worse than the original body. But for those below the Pre-March, there is no point, only whether they can or cannot win, whether they will or will not die at the hands of the Pre-March. You are really hopeless, Khan. The clone Onron thought. Khan could not hear this sentence in his heart, but he did not launch an attack, but stood there, as if in a daze. Khan realized that the strange ability of the clone gene father in front of him had increased, and the anger that he had accumulated for thousands of years was being extracted like pulling out silk from a cocoon. The degree of this enhancement was very weak, but it was still enhanced. Thinking of the exile of the ascending demon gene father, Khan wondered if the clone in front of him was performing some strange ritual to seize or obtain some special power. The extracted anger was not enough to make Khan completely calm down, but for the former World Eater warrior who had been hit by the butcher's nail, even if the anger dropped from 100% to 95%, it was enough to change his thinking mode a little. The duel begins. After thinking about it, Khan decided not to think anymore and prepared to chop off the fake's head and offer it to the blood god. The speed of Khorne's chosen was amazingly fast. He came behind Onron in an instant, and the axe in his hand approached Angren's bloody lower face in the blink of an eye. But when the axe blade was less than a millimeter away from the flesh, Khan was shocked to find that the father of clone genes had reacted. His body reacted in the instant he was shocked, and his body moved back and put away the axe. At the same time, Onron turned around and attacked in less than a breath, and the chain axe almost missed Khan's neck. As Khan took a step back, the fight between the two men ended temporarily. Onron felt pain in his abdomen, looked down, and instantly recalled what happened after Khan retreated. When he launched the attack, Khan swung the axe lightly while retreating, almost disemboweling him. "You are just a fake that should not be there, Onron." Fake, a fake that showed up too late. Khan suddenly became manic, panting heavily, constantly adjusting the way he held the axe, and dodged back and forth in front of the clone gene father, as if looking for a weakness. Just now, he was doing it with ease. Why couldn't you be created earlier by a normal guy, and then replace that madman earlier? You damn fake, what's the point of you showing up now? After saying that, Khan suddenly rushed forward, and after another surprisingly fast and short confrontation with the cloned Onron, he left another deep bone injury on the exhausted and weak clone gene father's body. Latera watched Khan's performance and listened to Khan's words, and felt a little unbelievable. If there was anyone who was the most loyal to Onron, then Latera thought it must be Khan. Khan's loyalty and paranoia even led the entire legion astray. But what Latera didn't know was that Khan was actually a wise man. Just like 10,000 years ago, when facing the question from a friend of the Word-Bearers Legion about the value and meaning of your World Eater's pre-march, Khan told his friend a truth. "Yes, I understand that our pre-march is hopeless, but we are just like you Word-Bearers and your Gene Father Lorger." Gene Father. We can't just abandon it, right? Latera and Thorax have been together for too long. If she had been working for Khan, she would have found that everything Khan did after pledging allegiance to the Blood God had its own purpose, just like he prevented the World Eaters from relegioning. "I declare that today is the day you, a fake, will die. In a glorious gladiatorial fight, I will kill you." Khan roared and pounced on the clone pre-march again. He did not attack like a mad dog, but attacked and dodged patiently, as if to delay time. Clone Angren's arm had been lost in the previous battle with the demon's original body, and he had not received treatment. The Thunder Warrior armor never detected the Thunder Warrior's organs used to connect to the armor in the wearer's body, nor did it detect the wearer's injury level or automatically treat the wearer. The bleeding arm injury, and the injuries in the brutal battle with the original body all made Clone Onron lose his vitality, but even so, it was not easy to kill the cloned original. While Khan was concentrating on fighting the father of clone genes, Latera, who existed in the form of a machine soul, noticed something. The blood-red clouds over the land gradually dispersed, and a golden light descended from the sky. Several angels with white wings surrounded and fell from the sky. Surrounded by them, a living saint with golden light swooped down. Khan! Latera's reminder, and the roar of the living saint falling from the sky and hitting Khan like a meteorite sounded at the same time. Chapter 793. The flying dust was gradually dispersing. The shock wave caused by the collision had already passed through the bodies of everyone present. The bombardment caused by the living saint falling from the sky like a meteorite hitting Khan was gradually dissipating. Amid the flying dust and golden light, everyone saw Khan holding an axe to block the attack of the living saint. Clone Onron did not expect this uninvited guest to kill Khan on the spot. He looked at this living saint and suddenly recalled the information he had seen on the glory human. Celestine, the living saint. A ruthless person with wings who can suddenly appear on the battlefield and disappear suddenly, and once he appears, he can boost the morale of mankind. The Talon sector believes that Celestine is completely a warped creature, and some people even call her the Emperor's great demon in private. But no matter how strange this warped creature or the Emperor's great demon is, as long as she appears, even the Talonians will be excited. Celestine's situation is not good at this time. Amra noticed that she was probably better than himself, but this better, it was only fortunate that her mouth was not broken and she could still speak. The golden armor was stained with blood, and the originally white and smooth skin and white wings were covered with mud and dust. After a brief fight with Khan, she immediately retreated. Even this action seemed slow. Obviously, she had encountered a battle before coming here, and it was a battle that injured this so-called living saint. After pulling away from Khan, Celestine seemed to have noticed the gaze of the clone Primarch, and turned her head to look at Amron and nodded. Then at this moment, Amron suddenly sensed Celestine's experience. He learned that the living saint was indeed seriously injured. At the end of the previous encounter in which even the Lord of Tyrone and the Lord of the 500 Worlds personally participated, the living saint suddenly descended on the most critical area of the battlefield and led the fearless mortal army to launch a counterattack. But unfortunately, Celestine was hit by a shot from the Skull Titan during the battle. As for the female angels who came with Celestine, they were not injured and did not look exhausted. But that was because those angels were lucky battle sisters randomly selected by Celestine after her advent. Sensing the experience of the living saint, the clone Onron didn't know whether it was caused by his own ability or Celestine's use of psychic power on him. Celestine smiled slightly, as if she had sensed the doubts of the cloned original. The smile of this living saint, which gave people a sense of holiness and beauty that made people sigh, had a special power. Onron felt like he was bathed in spring breeze, and even the pain in his body was not so strong. "Kill her, Khan!" Latera roared, just like before. Khan did not listen to Latera's roar, but he did intend to kill Celestine in front of him, just like he killed Celestine before. This was not the first time that the Chosen of Khorne and Celestine had fought. On a planet called Cedrica, the two met for the first time, and then Khan cut off Celestine's head and offered it to the blood god. They are old enemies. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The Chosen of Khorne roared horribly, and rushed towards Celestine as the syllables came out one by one. The angels around the living saint also took action. The warriors of the Butcher gang also took action. While the living saint and the Chosen of Khorne were fighting, the angels fought with the Khorne berserkers. Clone Onron didn't want to just watch, so he forced himself to stand up and staggered towards Khan. A berserker noticed the actions of the clone Primarch, split the female angel in front of him with an axe, and then rushed towards the clone Primarch while howling. But when the warrior rushed to the side of the clone Primarch, all he could do was stop there. Angren's only remaining hand quickly clasped the berserker's helmet, and then with a roar in his heart, he exerted force and directly crushed the berserker's head and helmet together. The other berserkers immediately realized that even the cloned Onron in front of them was not something they could handle, so they could only concentrate on fighting the angel nuns brought by the living saint, and then hand over the two powerful enemies, the living saint and the cloned Onron, to the warband Lord Khan to deal with. Even Latera, who existed in the form of a machine soul, joined the battle. Vashtor extracted her from the wreckage of the Conqueror and stuffed her into a component called the Soul Furnace, which can be placed in any war machine. Latera thus became a parasitic life form. Now she controls the night mech that she has parasitized to support Khan. When Celestine, who had already been injured, dodged Khan's slash, she seized the opportunity to control the Avenger Gatling cannon on the knight's right arm to shoot Celestine. The half-man-high weapon ammunition produced a small-scale explosion effect, and Celestine was firmly pinned down to withstand the bombardment, and then was bombarded by a round of salvos from the missile launcher mounted on the top of the knight. When Celestine knelt weakly on the ground after enduring the bombardment, Khan roared and rushed forward to chop off the head of the living saint with an axe. The kill count displayed on the counter on Khan's face increased by 1. Celestine felt her head being chopped off, and the next second, she came to a mountain of corpses on the battlefield. Celestine forgot her name and identity. She looked around the battlefield blankly, feeling unfamiliar with this place where she first came. But in fact, this was not Celestine's first time here. Every time she died, she had to come back here to find everything she had before she could be resurrected again. But there were exceptions occasionally. When Celestine was thinking about her identity, suddenly a golden light flashed in front of her, and then she instantly remembered her name, identity, and what she had done in the past. While she was still recalling the information in her mind, she was sent back to bloom by the golden light, and appeared in front of Khan again. For the Emperor. Celestine's sudden return caught Khan off guard. When the holy war cry resounded through the battlefield, Khan looked back and saw Celestine turned into a golden light, and directly pierced through the night mecha that Latera was boarding. She was no longer as slow and weak as she was after being injured just now, but had returned to her prime. Just as she had shot through a skull titan like a cannonball after her arrival. Khan was as if facing a formidable enemy, alert to Celestine's next attack. After piercing through the night, the living saint drew a perfect arc in the air and flew towards Khan. After the two fought again, Khan was pushed back 3 meters. When Khan thought Celestine would continue to chase, he saw Celestine and her sisters help the clone on out, and then took the clone pre-march and flew into the sky, disappearing without a trace. These damn birdmen. Khan fired at the sky with a plasma pistol. Chapter 794. Inside the orbital support cruiser of the new Thunder Warrior Corps. The living Saint Celestine has brought back the cloned Onron. It turns out that it was a wise decision for her not to stay there and fight with Khan, because when she sent the cloned Onron to the cruiser for treatment, according to the guidance of her faith, the cloned Onron was already in a dying state. The Primarch was in a dying state, but he could still move and think, but he was indeed on the verge of death. Execute the emergency procedure. No one else, leave the medical room. Bendis ordered the Thunder Warriors. The sealed gate of the emergency room gradually closed, and the disinfectant filled the entire room. The medical Iron Man, who had been instilled with countless medical knowledge and had undergone countless medical deductions, walked towards the clone original and began to treat the numerous horrible wounds on the clone original in the most appropriate way. At the same time, outside the medical room, Chi Nemo and the Emperor stood in front of the window to observe the situation of the cloned Anon. Can his arm be restored? Chi Mo's eyes moved away from Angren's broken arm and focused on the Emperor, who was possessed by Vanessa beside him. The Emperor is still in a fusion state, with his human nature fused with a will that is strong, but not so strong that it can instantly burn the container. The Emperor in this state always gives Chi Nemo a cold feeling, which is completely consistent with his impression of the Emperor, who is unkind and unexpressive. Even if it is a clone pre-march. It can't. The Emperor shook his head slowly. Looking at his cloned offspring whom he had helped time and again, the Emperor had no expression on his face, as if he was looking at a tool. He was so cold that one wondered if he was helping because he wanted to help, or because he didn't want a tool that could be used to be worn out and turned into waste at a non-critical moment. So you succeeded? Chi Nemo asked, regarding your plan full of causal metaphysics to let the clone Onron seize the essence. Did it succeed? The Emperor was silent for a moment, then nodded. There is a clue, at least it shows a possibility, but of course, it has not been completely successful yet. We are only a few experiments away from complete success. A few experiments, Aron is unlucky in all aspects. Chi Nemo raised his eyebrows and nodded with a complicated expression. If you ask me, just use these clone primarchs as warriors, scholars, or managers, just like I planned at the beginning. The Emperor refuted without hesitation. You don't lack warriors, scholars, or managers at all. Chi Nemo shook his head. He thought the more warriors, scholars, and managers, the better. If the existence value of these clones is only to serve as warriors, scholars, and managers for the Empire's allies. The Emperor looked at the cloned Aron who was being disemboweled, with no expression on his face, and no fluctuation in his tone. Then they have no value and meaning at all. I might as well destroy them immediately. What slave owner mentality? Chi Nemo frowned. The Emperor did not respond. In Chi Mo's opinion, even if the complete Emperor 10,000 years ago was not just pure human will, he also had emotions. At least he had emotions under the surface in private. But he was tortured by the Golden Throne and human beliefs for 10,000 years. Perhaps after 10,000 years, even if the other parts of his will could be integrated with the human will, that part of humanity would be suppressed into a corner by divinity. Your humanity complained to me that I showed up too late. Qin Mo looked at the cloned original body that was gradually repairing its body in the ward, but his attention was not on the medical process at all. He just spoke in a low voice with a little hesitation. Gilliman told me that you complained about this when you met him, saying that I was a bastard who showed up at the wrong time. I don't really take these complaints seriously, but now I'm beginning to think that if I had shown up 10,000 years earlier, maybe. Speaking of this, Qin Mo turned his head to look at Vanessa's two golden pupils, raised his hand, and placed it on her shoulder. Maybe at least I can prevent you from being tortured by human beliefs for too long, and prevent your humanity from being suppressed in a corner when you are now a little more complete. After hearing Qin Mo's words, the Emperor remained silent with an expressionless face, as if he had heard a completely meaningless sentence, as if he wanted to hear more substantive words than such words. Seeing the Emperor's silence, Qin Mo awkwardly cleared his throat and added, "Of course, human nature is not that important to you, after all. It is still very important, whether for me or for the transcendent beings such as the Primarch." The Emperor said indifferently, "I am obsessed with giving power to mortals, because transcendent beings without humanity cannot understand the hardships and weakness of mortals." Hearing this, Qin Mo narrowed his right eye slightly, looking a little uneven, and looked at the Emperor with a strange look for 3 seconds. "Similar to you 10,000 years ago?" The Emperor looked at Qin Mo sideways. After staring at each other for 2 seconds, Qin Mo was the first to laugh, but he immediately held it back. "You know that I was human 10,000 years ago. You know that I didn't have time 10,000 years ago. If you and I switched roles, you would also rush to the great expedition and temporarily put aside the happiness of mortals." The Emperor's tone finally fluctuated at this time. "You just like to torture me with words, just like when I led you in the Mars maze. It's also puzzling. After 3 or 2 syllables came out of your mouth, they became a whip that whipped the soul." The Emperor defended himself and expressed his dissatisfaction with being tortured by Qin Mo with words. It was difficult for a part of the Emperor's will temporarily stored in Vanessa's body not to recall something in the past, that is, when she led Qin Mo in the Mars maze, Qin Mo pretended not to know that this part of his will and human nature were attached to Vanessa, just like the body of the maze guard, and then tortured himself with all kinds of sarcastic and prejudiced words until he had to admit that he was the Emperor who was possessed. The Emperor's will was still very clear that Qin Mo's mind might not be the same as what he said, but he just liked to torture others with words, which was his bad taste. By the way, when the Emperor saw Qin Mo smiling, he thought he had said something vicious again, but the smile on Qin Mo's face suddenly disappeared. "By the way," Qin Mo patted the back of his head, "the enemies on Bloom have retreated into the Skull Fortress. Korix and others who were sent to assassinate the Demon Prince have not returned yet. Could they have followed the Skull Titan into the fortress?" The Emperor glanced at Qin Mo and returned to his extremely indifferent look. "You sent them out to carry out the mission. Now you suddenly remember that you forgot them. What's the point of telling me?" "I didn't forget them, but I just wanted to mention it in front of you at this time." Qin Mo smiled and shook his head, just like someone treats some Primarchs as if they have forgotten them, resulting in, "If you continue to say one more word, I will leave the container of my human will and let you deal with all the mess in this war by yourself," the Emperor said. Chapter 795. Inside the Skull Fortress. The giant Skull Titan led the remaining 3 Titans over the heads of the infantry and entered the fortress first. Then the Blood God machines led by the killer quickly walked towards the hangar built by their master in the fortress, refusing any friendly forces to provide repair assistance, and also refusing friendly forces to check the injuries suffered by the Titans. As the Blood God extracted the power of the ritual and left a canyon in the Bloom Death Wasteland, the ritual failed, and all the Blood God servants began to evacuate, and the war process was suspended. At least there would be no more wars before someone killed them near the Skull Fortress. The atmosphere in the fortress relaxed a little. Khan led the butchers into the fortress. The process was a bit tortuous because he killed the gatekeeper who insisted on confirming his identity. But fortunately, the Demon Prince Abonlak did not mind Khan's irritability and madness, and chatted with this Chaos Lord, who took the initiative to come to Bloom to participate in the war, and gave people a silly and honest feeling. The vampires and demons were taken to their garrisons in the fortress. Inside one of the Blood God machines, the Demon Prince named Killer was just about to stand up from the Skull Throne and go to discuss the next step of the war with Abonlak. "Master! Master!" A small demon holding a wrench crawled over and asked the killing machine in a weak voice. Those enemies in the blood god's machine. His. Those enemies. Should we? I know there are enemies in my masterpiece. The killing machine stood up from the throne and roared loudly, shaking the entire Titan. The airflow from the mouth, when roaring alone, blew the little demon all over the place. My masterpiece was indeed invaded by the enemy by boarding. But I am the killing machine. The killer raised his sharp blood claws. The little devil didn't understand. The killer was the killer. What did it matter if this enemy boarded Titan? I had already considered the possibility of Titan being boarded. From the blood I bathed in, I saw the revelation from the blood god, and I even knew who boarded Titan. Like showing off, or like cheering himself up, the killer began to explain his methods. Those invaders will enter the blood furnace, where they will get lost and die, and then their blood and souls will become fuel to drive the blood god's machinery. We don't need to do anything, we just need to wait. This is the Titan defense technology one developed. It is absolutely reliable. After listening to the master story, the demon touched the structure at the bottom of its body, which can be called the head, but master. Why? Why don't we ask for help from friendly forces? The defense measures you applied to the blood furnace have not been tested after all. What if it? It has not been tested. The killer nodded, but it is being tested now. If those enemies do not die in the furnace, I will kill them myself and find out who is in danger. But master. The demon still felt that it was unreliable, but before it finished speaking, the killer squatted down to be level with him. After a moment, the killer hooked his finger at his demon servant. The little demon immediately leaned over and listened obediently. Now get out of here and do what you should do. The roar of the killer shook the entire blood god machine. Now get out of here and do what you should do and completely disappear in front of me. Don't let me hear your fart-like voice, otherwise I can't help but tear you into pieces. Inside the blood god machine, Korix, wearing the Thunder Warrior armor, followed the Grey Knights along with several other real Thunder Warriors. The Grey Knight Grand Master was holding a mystical item, locating the direction. Although a lot of time had been spent since the decapitation operation began, most of the time was not spent on fighting, but on finding the way and identifying the direction. For some reason, after entering the engine room of this blasphemous creation, everyone lost their sense of direction. The engine room looked like a large room, but it felt like a factory with endless space, with layers upon layers, and no end in sight. It felt like its area definitely exceeded the internal space of the Skull Titan. So, that bone is what you use to find your way. Clonecarax took a few quick steps, looked down at the occult object in the hands of the Grey Knight's Grand Master, and asked. It was a strange thing with a skull on top of several ribs glued together as the chassis. The skull looks like a pure human skull, without any mutation. When the Grey Knight instructor puts his hand on the wooden handle connected to the chassis, and slowly turns the wooden handle, the skull on the chassis will rotate 360 degrees clockwise. I'm not questioning the function of this thing. Korix looked around, but our enemies seem to worship skulls extremely. This is the Eye of Terror. I can't help but worry that this skull device will be eroded by the enemy's dark beliefs. No. Without even looking up, the Grey Knight Master said with great conviction, this device was made by a martyred nun, who was considered a living saint. After showing signs of aging, she chose to give up everything she had to continue serving the God Emperor. She was alive when the materials on her body were stripped away, and her pain left a soul mark on her bones. So this thing is very pure and sacred, and will not be corroded. After hearing this, Lux clenched his power claws, but loosened them after a few seconds, and continued to follow the Grey Knight Master. The group walked forward for a while, and as the nun's skull was rotating and emitting a sacred golden light, the road in front of them became clearer. Korix realized that the skull's function was to make things that were invisible or blurred visible again. The road ahead extended from the factory to a huge gate. The gate was decorated with a mutated skull, and the mouth full of fangs and sharp teeth was wide open, as if it was roaring silently at everyone who looked at it. That's it. The Grey Knight Master put away the nun's skull and rushed forward with the power hammer covered with purity marks and holy prayers. Korix took the lead. He had learned how to use the living metal to build the Thunder Warrior's weapons, and even built a pair of power claws for himself. The clone Primarch jumped up and attacked the skull on the gate, but after a series of attacks that were enough to dent an iron mountain, the skull did not react at all. Leave professional matters to professionals. The Grey Knight instructor took out a bottle of light yellow oil, smeared it on his weapon, rushed to the gate, and hammered the skull. The power hammer engraved with sacred prayers smashed the skull and the gate together. Korix stood there, looking at the Grey Knight instructor in surprise. Is this your first time dealing with a supernatural incident? The instructor said, as he walked through the gate, and led everyone into a road decorated with skulls. Chapter 796. Fight. The Grey Knight Master instantly felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy when he saw the end of the road, with his power hammer in front of him and his psychic power ready to go. The other Grey Knights immediately stood guard beside the Master, holding their power halberds and ready to go, with their psychic power also ready to go. Korix and the new Thunder Warriors were ready for battle even earlier. The confidence of the killer and its neglect of the enemies in Titan did not come from arrogance, but because it was really sure that any enemy who dared to enter Titan would not leave alive. Although Korix and his companions found a way to the next level in the engine room, what awaited them was not the killing machine, but the terrifying guards deployed on the road in the engine room. Terror Guards. That was the name of the monsters at the end of the road. Those monsters looked like terrifying enemies, as huge as bloodthirsty demons. But the people present were not ordinary people, and their vision could help them see the details on the bodies of those terrifying guards in the dim environment. Gears, mechanical structures, armor plates. The Terror Guards obviously did not have biological characteristics similar to bloodthirsty demons. They were like strange monsters composed of mutated living mechanical structures. When the Thunder Warriors saw the Terror Guards for the first time, a word emerged in their minds: Iron Man. Kill. Behead. Kill. Behead. The two Terror Guards at the end of the road noticed the uninvited guests, and their mouths full of steel fangs uttered a chilling whisper, holding two axes and moving forward slowly. The Grey Knight Mentor took out a book with demon gears printed on it, flipped through it, and immediately knew where these demon iron men came from. They were originally the mechanical servants of the demon prince, the killer, before he was promoted to a demon. After the killer was promoted to a demon, it made some modifications to its mechanical servants. These demon iron men are the results of the transformation. There is no technological content, more like a pure vicious witchcraft creation. The demon iron men named Terror Guard have no power source. Each of their mechanical structures with demonic characteristics is inhabited by a demon. The wronged souls of countless poor people who were slaughtered by the killer gathered together, and became something attached to the demon iron men to unify and mobilize the mechanical structures. The Grey Knights had encountered this type of demon iron men before. According to the description of the last psychic communication, the weakness of those demon iron men is the skull decoration on their heads, which is inhabited by the wronged souls captured by the killing machine and placed in the creation. This is a theoretical weakness, because the Grey Knights who have encountered the demon iron men cannot verify the truth. Attack the skull decoration on its head. The Grey Knight Mentor had already mobilized his psychic power and released psychic lightning while speaking. The Terror Guards were hit by psychic lightning, but those psychic lightning turned into splashing blood when they hit their armor with distorted faces, dripping from their terrifying and hideous structures, which actually strengthened their ability to move. The Thunder Warriors also released lightning. The lightning formed by pure material power hit the Terror Guards, but this lightning was different from the lightning used by Qin Mo. Its essence was still a material weapon. Although it was not converted into blood, it was deflected by a strange device. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, the Grey Knights did not hesitate to kill the Terror Guards with melee weapons. Korix subconsciously sneaked and quickly approached the Terror Guards, but he was targeted as soon as he started to move. A beam-shaped attack formed by blood was released from the Terror Guard's right arm weapon. Clone Korix was also extremely agile and dodged the beam easily. The beam that was supposed to hit the wall according to Korix's calculations was refracted in the air, piercing the chest of a Thunder Warrior, and then hit the Grey Knight behind the Thunder Warrior. However, the latter's armor was stronger than the Thunder Warrior's armor in the current environment, and the beam immediately dissipated after hitting the armor engraved with prayers. Be careful. Beam. The Thunder Warrior who was hit fell to his knees, and the boiling blood had cooked the organs in his chest, but he could still hold on for a while with his strong physical fitness. He did not choose to ask for help, but uploaded his situation after being attacked and the fighting style of those Terror Guards, and then fell to the ground unconscious. The Thunder Warrior's drone immediately released a barrier to cover the wounded, and then automatically treated them. Korix and the Grey Knight Mentor rushed to the Terror Guard from the left and right, and the two swung their weapons from two directions at the same time, and the latter even released psychic attacks. But the Terror Guard they attacked, although clumsy, seemed to be able to predict the future. He reacted a second before facing the attack, and strangled the Mentor and Korix by the throat with his two arms. The third arm extended from behind, pinched the left arm of the Grey Knight Mentor, and then easily tore off his entire arm and shoulder and threw them aside. Although Clone Korix's arm was not torn off, another terrifying guard fired 2 beams at him in succession, one hitting his leg and one hitting his abdomen. The beam did not evaporate Coryx's organs, and the heat it carried was strangely reduced, but Coryx could still feel the blood steaming all over his body. Killing. The terror guard casually threw the Grey Knight Mentor away, and the other 2 arms that were free grabbed Coryx's neck and legs respectively. Coryx immediately felt a strong tearing sensation, his skin was disintegrating, and his bones made a creaking sound. At this critical moment, the body of the terror guard froze for a moment, and then the whole body split into 2 and fell apart to both sides. Coryx had never seen such a strange annihilation. The body of the terror guard, which was split into 2, gradually died and withered like a data stream floating in the air, leaving nothing behind. The rescued Coryx looked back and saw that a faint green light was turning into a light spot under the drone used by the new Thunder Warriors, and an unknown warrior appeared under the light. The warrior held a heavy long-barreled cannon in both hands, and the mechanical appendages on his shoulders held a strange metal book shining with green light. The black armor he wore was extremely heavy, and it looked like the dreadnought mecha that the original body rode. The warrior fired at the remaining terror guards one after another, and the armor-piercing bullets made of black stone easily penetrated the bodies of those demon iron men made of witchcraft. After the battle, everyone looked at the unknown warrior. Coryx glanced at the warrior's helmet, but could not figure out who used and made the angular-style helmet. "I am your helper." The warrior raised his hand and tapped the helmet, and the helmet began to dissipate like scattered light spots, revealing his true face. "Lorgar?" Coryx was shocked. "I thought you, a charlatan, were dealt with privately by someone." The warrior under the armor was Lorgar. Lorgar was unusually strange about this matter. "I was sent to help you," Lorgar said softly. "I am the messenger of the gods." Coryx looked at this clone brother and opened his mouth. He wanted to say and asked too many things, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Lorgar controlled his appendages expressionlessly to place the metal book in front of his eyes, and his eyes released beams of light to engrave what happened at this time on it. Except for the clone Coryx, everyone else present has forgotten what happened in 5 seconds. After the engraving was completed, the appendages were retracted. Lorgar nodded his forehead, and the heavy helmet wrapped around his head again. The Grey Knights looked at this unknown warrior, and the injured mentor asked as if he had seen Lorgar for the first time, "Who are you, and who do you work for?" Chapter 797. Who am I? Who do I serve? In front of clone Coryx, clone Lorgar Aurelian repeated the Grey Knight's mentor's question. Coryx looked at the performance of everyone present in astonishment, and then realized that except for himself and the strange Lorgar in front of him, everyone else seemed to have just seen Lorgar in the first second. It was as if the memories of those people had been erased. "Don't ask too much, you are immortal." Lorgar Aurelian seemed to have become a different person, with a blank expression on his face and a blank and dull look in his eyes. The truth of some things is meaningless to the entire universe. Think about what you can do to influence and explore the trajectory of the smallest components of the real universe, and then you will become knowledgeable. In Coryx's eyes, Lorgar seemed to be possessed by evil spirits. The blankness and dullness in the eyes of this annoying brother did not seem to be caused by ignorance and stupidity, but more like the calmness and composure after seeing through everything. "If you are here to help." The Grey Knight's mentor spread his hands. Why would the regent, the war master, and the leader of Talon send a philosopher? "I don't want to explain, because my answer cannot change the trajectory of your life. It is meaningless." The Grey Knight's mentor heard the incomprehensible nonsense coming from under the black armor again. But just when the Grey Knights were not going to continue to entangle, but were ready to get on with their business, the appendages on Lorgar's armor suddenly extended the metal book in front of the wearer. Lorgar once again wrote something on the metal book. Then, in the shocked eyes of Coryx, the Grey Knights chose to give up their mission. "Minor characters, follow me." The Grey Knight's mentor waved his hand, opened a psychic portal, and stepped in first. Those Thunder Warriors and Grey Knights, whose names could not be remembered, followed the mentor and left together. The only people who participated in the decapitation operation in the entire Skull Titan were Coryx and Lorgar, the 2 clone Primarchs. Coryx looked at Lorgar with a complicated expression. "So you disappeared for a while, and when you came back you became stronger, and you didn't even need help. Just like you just killed those 2 demon iron men easily. Everyone has his own specialty, brother." Lorgar walked ahead calmly. "You may be able to destroy 100 blackstone towers by yourself, but 100 of you can't compare to the counter-effect of a small piece of black stone on the creatures of the warp." Coryx looked at Lorgar with a strange look. He always had a low sense of existence and seemed to be indifferent to everything, but he was not like that at this time, because Lorgar's change was too strange. Coryx couldn't help asking, What did you experience? A gift. Lorgar took a firm step, that's all. Lorgar Aurelian has never been the kind of person who speaks briefly, even now, so he then told Corix in detail what he had experienced. It started from being thrown into the dimensional space from Bloom. That time, the star god Catan, named the Recorder, quickly and generally showed the entire universe. But that was just the beginning. Lorgar experienced a lot. Copying the holy words, this is the reason why Lorgar was brought into the dimension space. Of course, he began to undertake this task, and then after copying the holy words, he was taken by the Recorder to see many things as a bystander. Timeline. The rise and fall of countless races. The Big Bang that gave birth to everything in the real universe. The first world that could give birth to life, and the first intelligent race after the birth of the universe. Although every star god has survived from the Big Bang to the present, except for the Skinner Langiger. But not every star god likes to record and observe. The weakness of the Recorder prevents it from eliminating all cooperation and acting recklessly like other star gods. But it also allows it to record a lot as a bystander. In such a time travel that lasted for hundreds of millions of years, Lorgar saw a lot of things and thought about a lot of things. This is not all his experience. He was even allowed to enter and exit the dimensional space later and communicate with his father, who possessed the woman. The Emperor's humanity led Lorgar to immerse himself in the past constructed by psychic energy. It was also a novel experience. Although it was not as good as directly viewing and traveling the entire real universe, it was indeed novel and interesting to Lorgar. The Emperor took Lorgar through time, and came to a place called Asia Minor a long, long time ago, when Holy Terra was still green and beautiful. He saw a child with psychic talent growing up under the careful care of his parents, and then became a humorous young man, until one day, he saw his father being murdered by his uncle. In the end, the Emperor explained to Lorgar that it was his origin. I am not a dirty reflection of some abominable warp creature in the real universe. As you can see, I am the offspring of two mortal bodies. I was childish, I grew up, and I even had a good childhood, just like the growth experience of most people in the human race from history to the present. That's why I resist your belief in me, because as I said, I am not some abominable warp creature, but a human being with extremely pure blood and experience. The words of the Emperor still echoed in Lorgar's ears, constantly shaking his heart that had been shaken countless times. Then thinking of some rumors about the ancient saint species shown by the Recorder. About the rumor spread by some star gods, that the ancient saints went to the place where the human race was born and gave a certain human individual powerful power. In short, after experiencing a lot, Lorgar found that his heart became calm and steady. After some self-rebuttal, he came to a conclusion. For a living being in the real universe, only the transcendent existence from the moment of birth is the real material God. Similarly, for a living being in the real universe, he does not have to worship anything, because the material gods will not change at all due to his spiritual beliefs, and the worship from believers itself has no substantive meaning. Material creatures must do something meaningful, at least to have an impact on the real universe, to maintain the survival and normality of the real universe, the habitat for all material creatures. Recalling his past experiences, Lorgar felt as if he was standing next to a great event in the universe, watching with his own eyes the stars being born after the Big Bang, entering a state of full combustion, and then withering. This made Lorgar feel that he had a heavy mission on his shoulders. Expel without leaving a single one. The heavy artillery in Lorgar's hand changed with his thought, turning into several weapons with the power of black stone attached. Those abominations in the subspace must be expelled, and the wounds of the real universe must be healed. The heavy artillery in Lorgar's hand turned into a black giant hammer, and a team of power claws, one of which floated up, and was placed in front of Corix. Although he didn't understand what Lorgar was talking about, Corix was still happy to do something to fight against the enemies of the real universe, such as expelling the bastard demon prince called Killer. Chapter 798. What is the book on your armored appendage? Although Lorgar's weapon that can change its shape at will is amazing enough, Corix is still more curious about the book. Because every time his clone brother does something to the book, the others will become strange. Just like those Grey Knights seem to have lost their memory after seeing Lorgar's face, asking who they had seen. For example, the Grey Knight mentor said, "Minor characters, follow me," and then left with everyone. It's no secret. I can tell you about this book. This is something called the Book of Ages. Lorgar looked around as he moved forward, while telling what Kronkarax was very interested in. After I learned a lot of things and realized how much torture the belief in the warped mental energy caused our father, I suddenly realized that the state religion is actually not good. For example, now, 10,000 years later, if our father stood up from the throne, It's not a big deal that the human race may follow the footsteps of the Eldar, but it would be bad if it tore a second huge wound in the real universe. Although what Lorgar said had nothing to do with his book, Korik still listened patiently. After setting low enough expectations for a person, there is nothing that can't be accepted by him. I was thinking, since my sacred records have become the study materials of the state religion, can I refute what I created? So I wrote another book called the Book of Reality, which won the favor of the Star God, and it gave me the treasure of the Book of Ages. The Book of Ages can spy on the thread of fate attached to the curtain, and can even modify the direction of the thread of fate, thereby affecting reality. When he heard the second sentence after Lorgar finally got to the point, Korik stopped in shock. The clone Primarch stared at the other clone Primarch with wide eyes in shock, and then asked with surprise and expectation, "So, Lorgar, can you directly write the death of our enemy in that strange book?" "Sorry, I can't do that." Lorgar also stopped and looked down at Korik. "If someone tells you that there is something in this universe that can solve all problems once and for all, then you must be fooled by others." Korik was a little disappointed. The recorder is like the Eldar's laughing god Zalago. He likes to record stories. Lorgar continued to lead Korik forward and continued to explain, in his eyes, everything that happens between material creatures in the real universe, whether it is history or secrets, they are all stories, and the material creatures are called roles, divided into main and secondary roles. The thread of fate of the main character is very long, and the other threads involved are also very wide, which cannot be modified by any means in the real universe or the subspace. And the secondary characters. The secondary characters in the eyes of the recorder, reality is not a play or a story. The thread of fate of the secondary characters may be only one, and the events involved are also very few, so it can be modified at a little cost. As for our enemies, Korik, you hate our enemies so much that you don't think about how the fate of those damn subspace creatures can still be in the network of fate threads? After listening to the explanation, Korik nodded slowly in silence. It is indeed too hateful, Korik thought. Otherwise, I would feel a headache even if I heard you say a word. How could I bear to listen to you talking so much nonsense without pulling your tongue out? Thinking of this, Korik glanced at Lorgar, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He still wondered until now, Lorgar really gave up his faith like this? Even if he is a clone, his memory is the same as the original body. Just gave up like this? But after thinking about it carefully, this bastard's faith in the Emperor doesn't seem to be very firm. Korik muttered quietly. A moment of confusion is not terrible. What is terrible is eternal confusion, Lorgar said, as he came to the closed gate in front, and smashed it with a hammer. The road to redemption is never easy, but I have taken the first step. Korik glanced at Lorgar, and took the lead in passing through the gate. Some demons. Welcome. Seeing the uninvited guests in the blood god machine, groups of demons put down their work to intercept the invaders, who did not die in the engine room, as the demon prince expected. Korik, who had obtained the weapon with the power of black stone, slaughtered them easily, using the most boring and simple but most effective attack methods, and Lorgar killed all the enemies who dared to block the way. However, Korik also realized in the battle that it was not just the factor of the weapon. Lorgar's armor seemed to be made of black stone, which made Lorgar equivalent to a mobile black stone obelisk, but a super small one. The suppression power of the armor that looks strong is not even comparable to that of the Solus, but the effect it shows in the battle is sometimes high and sometimes low, which is obviously because Lorgar deliberately lowered the suppression effect of the armor. As for the reason, although Lorgar kept talking about material creatures and the real universe, he would definitely feel extremely uncomfortable because of the suppression of the black stone. Thinking, Korik recalled that he was studied by the human will of the Emperor on the Glory Human, and then remembered that the Emperor told him that not all clone Primarchs have essences, but they definitely have soul projections. Although Korik couldn't figure out the difference between essence and soul projection for the time being, he could think that the reason why Lorgar didn't dare to use the full suppression force of the Blackstone armor was because Lorgar was afraid that his soul would be isolated by the Blackstone. Korik, who was able to think while killing, killed his way to the top of the Titan. A vast command deck inlaid with skulls, and a skull throne. But the throne was empty, with only a few demons guarding it. We wait here. Finding that his enemy was not here, Korik angrily killed 2 demons, then cut the skull throne into pieces, squatted on the wreckage of the throne and waited. Lorgar had the same idea, but he did not wait, but walked back and forth in the entire command deck to arrange many things. Korik could not tell what those strange things were, but thinking that Lorgar would not be stupid enough to do something worthless at this time, he still watched Lorgar silently, as he deployed all the strange things everywhere. Chapter 799. After arranging everything, Korix and Lorger stood together, silently waiting for the return of the demon prince named Killer. Lorger stood by the door with a heavy hammer in his hand, and Korix stood facing the door with a fierce look. The destroyed gate was put together again, and it was unknown when. The brains of the two clone originals quickly came up with 100 ways in less than 2 seconds. When Killer came in, give it a surprise. I have already set up the black stone trap. Lorger glanced at the strange objects he had just placed on the ground, and looked up at his clone brother. Are you sure that the bastard demon prince will come? Not come, but come back. Korix said, when I was killing its lackeys on the lower floor, I heard it shouting orders on this command deck. Lorger was relieved. Korix's attention returned to the door. After waiting for a while, Lorger suddenly felt that Korix was a little scary, because under the Thunder Warrior armor, he could sense a cold face. Lorger racked his brains, but couldn't remember why Korix stood here with such hatred. He shouldn't be like this. Why did he have such great resentment towards the demon prince named Killer? When did the two of them have a conflict? But no matter how much he thought about it, Lorger didn't want to offend Korix, so he didn't ask. If Lorger could see Korix's face under the Thunder Warrior's helmet, he would be glad that he remained silent. At this time, Korix's pale face inside the helmet was full of hatred, and the memory of the demon prince named Killer flashed through his mind again, and each flash made him more angry. Lorger even heard a creaking sound. That was the sound made by Korix's teeth. In a rage, Korix panted, and the power claws Lorger gave him were clenched with a metallic wail. He was thinking about what kind of painful and terrifying death he should give Killer to vent his hatred for this demon prince. That damned demon prince should have died during the Great Crusade, but he survived until now, and even caused considerable obstruction to a grand expedition of mankind. That damned guy is the kind of villain that Korix hates the most, as bad as the villain in the Star Zone Entertainment Works broadcast in the dining cabin of the Glory Human during dinner time, bad for no reason, bad enough to stab a basin of black water in its belly. Killing weapon. Today you will see the real killing weapon. I will cut you into 8 pieces and grind you to ashes. Such resentful killing intent almost made Korix tear apart the gate that had been waiting for a while, but still not opened, and take the initiative to kill from the Blood God machine into the Skull Fortress. Even if he risked being besieged to death, he had to exile the killing machine. When hatred filled Korix's entire brain, he raised his head and looked around, trying to find other routes that the killing machine might take when returning to the command deck, and then he could choose a path that would be the most unexpected for the killing machine, and kill the bastard halfway, instead of waiting here. When he looked up, Korix saw a portrait of a demon. The portrait of the demon was on the blood dome directly above his head. It was a dome made of red metal formed by blood, and engraved with a portrait of a demon. The specific appearance of the demon could not be described or analyzed, just like most of the strange creatures in the warp. Korix thought it was a demon because he subconsciously believed that all creatures in the warp were either demons or demons. All of them were demons. This word was like another synonym for creatures in the warp. The demon had huge wings and a skin as pale as a dead person. Perhaps it was the image of the demon that brought fear to Korix, or perhaps it was that his attention was diverted from the resentful thoughts in his brain. He calmed down, his hair stood on end, and lowered his head to think. In your memory, does the demon called Killer exist? What do you mean? When Lorger heard Korix's sudden question after deep thought, he didn't understand it for a moment and asked back. That demon prince. Korix recalled, when I mentioned the existence of this demon prince to Lord Talon, he thought I was testing him and telling him a story. Of course, he didn't tell me so directly, but I could feel that he thought so at the time. Lorger looked at his clone brother and tilted his head. So I wonder if the demon prince named Killer shouldn't exist at all. I mean, even if the Grey Knights have information about this demon prince, and this demon prince does exist, shouldn't it exist? Korix said as he thought. Lorger thought for a moment, and nodded slowly. Maybe. Seeing that Lorger agreed, Korix thought again. He suddenly felt that the killing weapon seemed to exist specifically for him, because only he and him had intersections, at least in his memory. If you have to pick a word, then the main body and the killing weapon have intersections. But whenever he thinks of it, he gets inexplicably angry, and he wants to peel it off and eat its flesh and blood. It's like this demon prince called the killing weapon has some special conceptual power. Whenever it is remembered, it will make those who think of him full of anger. Thinking carefully about his memory of the killing weapon, Korix, who gradually calmed down, had to admit one thing, that is, what this demon prince did was not enough to make him hate him to the core. During the Great Crusade, the world conquered by the Raven Guard was full of such bad tyrants. This is the interior of the Skull Fortress. the interior of the giant war machine shaped by the weird and vicious supernatural power. It is very dangerous to be angry here, and the anger caused by thinking of someone here is even more dangerous. Although it is hard to say what the danger is, the performance of the blood god servants is like hyperthyroidism all the time, which is enough to explain everything. After thinking carefully for a long time, Korik suddenly felt that the demon prince named Killer might not only be a powerful enemy in his memory, an enemy that should not exist but was created, but it might also be a trap, a bait. After realizing this, Korik calmed down. He raised his head again and glanced at the strange demon portrait, but this time he looked up and did not see any demon portrait engraved on the red dome of the command deck. Thinking of where he was, Korik was not surprised at all, and continued to stare at the gate leading to the command deck with Lorger. But this time he was watching calmly. Chapter 800. Killer and his servants strolled in the corridor leading to the command deck. During the process of manufacturing the Skull Titan, Killer had descended on some battlefields with extremely high intensity of war, and witnessed those giant war machines called God's machines by the Mechanicus. Its consciousness was even attracted to the interior of the Titan by some Titan captains, who were in a rage, and it toured the Titan like a visit. The internal structure of those Titans is from the bottom to the upper layer. Killer didn't like this. It hoped that the slaughter machine it built for the blood god would have a different style, using some technological equipment invented by it, as well as a few unlucky people captured from the warp. The roads inside the blood god's machine are straight and the space is vast. The blood god servants do not need to climb up and down through the man-eating engine room. They only need to walk forward or backward after entering the Titan to go to the head or the foot of the Titan. But this time, something is wrong. How long have we walked? Killer asked the short and wretched demon servant. If you can't answer, I will stick your head on a brass bracket and send it to control the 88th demon engine. Oh, my master. We should have returned to your throne by now. Master. The demon trembled and answered. Killer was quite satisfied with this question. It did not want to hear its slave answer how many minutes and seconds it had walked. There was no need for that, and it was impossible, because timekeeping was meaningless in the Skull Titan, and feeling was the truth. It should have arrived, and it felt that it should have arrived, but it did not arrive. Killer immediately felt that something was wrong with the place he created. Master. Master. The demon servant stretched out his short arm like a chicken claw and pointed to the top of his head. Look, look, master, look. The killer looked up and saw a crow standing on the pipe with a hideous face above his head. Then the next second, the killer chopped his demon servant in half with an axe. Didn't I notice the crow? The demon prince asked coldly. It followed us all the way. A crow, a damn crow. Maybe a Bondlak, that self-righteous and smart bastard, has found some strange allies and defiled my fortress. Killer didn't think the existence of crows was strange, because the situation inside Titan was pretty good, and outside, in the fortress, there were even some places with green tentacles, which was caused by a Bondlak accepting the servants of the god of plague. There were always various strange phenomena around the believers and favorites of different gods. Maybe a god of Cinch came out to interfere in the war on Broom, so crows appeared. Killer and his servant continued to move forward. At this time, the crow did not continue to follow Killer, but disappeared on the spot, like a subspace phenomenon. Maybe it was a coincidence, or maybe the crow and the killer's loss in his own creation were really related. Anyway, after the crow disappeared, the demon prince only walked a few steps back to where his throne was. When the gate roared angrily and cursed the killer, and slowly opened to both sides, the uninvited guest who was waiting for the killer on the command deck appeared in the killer's sight. Where did this demon come from? The killer asked when he saw the person waiting for him on the command deck. On the throne made of skulls, which originally belonged to the killer, there sat a being that looked like a demon. Pale skin color, with wide wings on its back. It did not have the distinctive features of the four gods' demons, and it did not look like its owner was written directly on its face. It did not belong to any of the four gods, but to the undivided chaos, a relatively independent being in the subspace. When the killer saw the being occupying its throne, the space that was supposed to be the command deck suddenly changed. The thick black fog gradually tore through every arrangement in the command deck, or perhaps the black fog itself was a disguise. The cries of crows echoed in the mind of the demon prince, and then flocks of crows swept over and passed through the body of the killer. When the demon prince and his wretched servants got rid of the attacking crows, the former looked at the skull throne with anger, but there was nothing on it. For a demon prince like the killer, it was not uncommon for enemies to appear in his fortress, because war is always accompanied by continuous infiltration and reconnaissance. But the enemy in front of him disappeared, which was not good. "Master, this way." Killer heard the familiar shout and looked in the direction of the sound. He found that his disgusting servant had run to the door at some point and was waving at him at the exit of the black fog. The space inside the black fog and the space inside the Skull Titan outside repelled each other, with a clear spatial boundary. Killer immediately ran towards the exit, while constantly recalling the scene just now in his mind. That winged demon. No, not a demon. Killer suddenly thought that he did not feel the feeling of a demon from that guy. He was very sure because he had seen demons from both the Plague God and the Witch God. Whether the other party deliberately concealed his identity or not, he could see through it at once. Such a powerful insight is not due to the perception of the subspace creatures, but comes from the fact that when the Blood God promoted a mortal who was good at making killing machines to become a demon prince, he gave him the insight that can be used to analyze anything with combat power as a gift. If it is a demon, the killer can sense it. But after a careful recollection, the killer recalled that the reason why he thought that thing was a demon was just judging from its appearance. Thinking of this, the killer shook his head hard to clear his mind. He had made a decision. No matter what the ghost thing that appeared in front of him was, he had to go to the command deck immediately and completely block the Skull Titan. Killing that thing at the cost of a Skull Titan was worth it. Korix and Lorger were still waiting on the command deck. Korix, no longer angry, sat in front of the door, counting with his power claws while waiting for the killing weapon to return. Lorger was still standing there, but he was just flipping through a book. The two clone Primarchs had no idea how long it had been until the gate of the command deck slowly opened with a roar and vicious curses, and they were shocked and quickly stood up to prepare for battle. The burly body of the killer appeared in the sight of the clone Primarch. Along with the roar of the killer's anger at the uninvited guest in front of him, the clone Primarch's shout of cooperation appeared. "Korix, push it into the trap I set. Face me, killer." The battle was about to start. Korix rushed forward, and while he was thinking about how to fight the demon prince in front of him, a black claw stretched out from the side of the gate, pressed down on the killer's head, and then crushed the demon prince's head. Seeing this, the two clone Primarchs were stunned. Their control over their muscles was so amazing that they stopped in an instant, without even a trace of their bodies rushing forward. Then, another enemy appeared in the eyes of the clone Primarchs. Clone Korix looked at the terrifying existence with wings in front of him, and suddenly recalled the portrait of the demon he had seen on the dome of the command deck before. The demon in front of him was exactly the same as the demon in the portrait. Chapter 801. Back off, Korix, back off. When he saw the uninvited guest with wings, like a demon in front of him, the weapon in Lorger's hand was transformed into the original heavy artillery, and the power claw in Korix's hand was retracted and turned into a black stone armor-piercing bullet that was transmitted into the barrel of the heavy artillery. However, the strange thing was that when Lorger called out the name Korix, not only did his clone brother turn his head to look at him, but even the demon with wings on his back looked at Lorger, as if he had heard his own name. "No, don't attack it." Korix quickly blocked Lorger's gun. "It's not a demon, nor is it our enemy." As he spoke, Korix took 2 steps closer to the demon in front of him, stretched out his hand to it, and tried to touch the demon's hand. Although the thing in front of him looked very much like a demon, Korix felt a strong sense of familiarity when he saw the entity instead of the portrait. "What nonsense are you talking about? You seem to be sick since you entered this Skull Titan." Lorger sneered at Korix's words. He tried to avoid the cover of his clone brother and directly fired at the monster with wings on its back. But it was obviously not just Lorger who tried to attack it this time. When he heard the name Lorger, the winged demon instantly disappeared into the shadows. When the two clone originals on the command deck hurriedly looked for the uninvited guest, Lorger suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. The clone Lorger, who claimed to be the emissary of Catan, slowly lowered his head and saw that his armor was pierced by a sharp claw and his heart was held in the palm of the black claw. Lorger, who had just obtained this set of armor and had little experience in using it, felt regretful. He thought he should stay in the dimensional space for a while longer, at least learn how to use this set of equipment before participating in the battle. But who could have thought that a demon more terrifying than the demon prince would suddenly appear? Puff. The black claws took out Lorger's heart. A large amount of biological agents were injected into Lorger's body, living metal flowed into the wound to reshape the organs, and a series of first aid measures were automatically activated. Finally, before the demon realized that Lorger was not dead and was about to launch a second attack, the armor wrapped around Lorger instantly teleported him to the safest place. After almost killing Lorger, the demon turned around and looked at Korix, but did not continue to hurt the clone Primarch. Instead, he walked towards him, put his black claws on his head, and instilled many things. Immediately, Korix realized that the existence in front of him was not a demon, but it was indeed a warp creature. As for whether all warp creatures are demons, Korix is not Magnus, so he will not delve into it. What he cares more about is the identity statement that has been instilled into his brain. I am your original body. The demon-like existence in front of him explained to the clone Primarch. This was not a sentence, but a kind of induction, or even a kind of information generated by the combination of a premonition and perception that reverberated in the brain. The clone Primarch had already noticed the moment he saw the original body just now, but he did not expect the original body to suddenly attack Lorgar, and the attack was so fast that he had no time to stop it. In short, no matter what, the clone Primarch knew very well that the guy with wings in front of him was his original body. There was no doubt about it. The real Primarch of the 19th Legion, Korix, the Lord of the Raven Guard, the Liberator. Why are you here? The clone asked the original. He did not know the experience and ending of his original. The Lord of Talon once said in a conversation that he would tell him about the original, but he broke the promise after talking with the human emperor while possessed by the woman. And as if he had sensed that the clone would ask this question, before the clone Korix's question came out, the answer had already appeared in his brain in that strange way. Then the clone Primarch realized everything instantly, and saw many things in less than a millisecond. He saw the end of the 19th Legion Raven Guard, saw the disappointment and loneliness of his original body, and finally decided to enter the Eye of Terror alone to hunt down a damned rebellious Primarch, which was Lorgar Aurelian. The original body hated Lorgar so much that when he saw Lorgar's clone, he would kill the cloned Lorgar without hesitation. As for why the original body in front of him turned into a demon-like appearance, I liberated my essence. Every true Primarch has the essence of the warp, and if you accept its existence, you will gain great power. These words cannot allow the clone Primarch to determine whether his original body is still sane. What he feels are some chaotic and disordered concepts, and he himself pieced those chaotic things together into language and understood them. So the clone Korix can also perceive more information than the communication form of language. The past, present, the future. The real Korix has already arrived in Broom. He conducted reconnaissance activities, then lurked on this planet, and hunted many servants of the Dark Gods in the last war to assist the Golden Expedition ground forces in fighting some secret rituals, some other chaos minions that were supposed to come to Broom to stir up trouble. Most of them were killed by the Lord of the Raven Guard hiding in the shadows. And he will continue to hide in the shadows and assist until the whole war is won or lost. But even so, he does not intend to return, nor does he intend to let his best friend Guilliman, who is still active in the real universe, know of his existence, nor does he want him to see his current appearance. The information was instantly sensed by clone Korix. He was crushed by the tragic experiences of his offspring and the painful experiences of his original body. He was very clear that he was not the original body, and those offspring were not his offspring, but he still found it difficult to recover from the shock and grief. Until Korix raised his claws and gently tapped the forehead of the clone in front of him, then clone Korix gradually regained his composure. The killing weapon has been exiled. Clone Korix spoke with difficulty. We can leave here together, provided that you really want to join the war. Our father's will is now shattered, but he still has some humanity left, and he would like to see you. Almost immediately after the words fell, Clone Echarax heard the objection from the original body. The clone sensed that the original body did not want to see the Emperor's human will, because that human will was only a broken remnant, and could not show the Emperor's true temperament, and he did not think that was his father. The original body did not want to see anyone else, or go into the giant flagship named Glory Human to discuss strategy with his best friend, because he did not want Guilliman or any other human to see the Raven Guard Primarch's current appearance. Why do you know the name of that flagship, and even know that Guilliman and Lion are there? Clone Echarax sensed something. Have you been there? Chapter 802. I haven't been there. I just read your mind. The clone heard the chaotic information that the original body directly stuffed into its brain, and then sorted it out into normal language information as much as possible, and understood what the original body meant. The original body really hasn't been there, because there are Blackstone warships in the Golden Expedition fleet. They will directly force the area where the fleet is located to materialize, allowing time to flow and suppressing the subspace energy. Although it will not completely isolate the psychic energy, the original body will most likely be discovered if it goes there. After all, there are many powerful people in the fleet, not just Blackstone. So what should we do next? Clone Korix asked. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of information poured into the clone's brain, allowing him to instantly understand his original plan. The original body will stay in this skull fortress, investigate the technology used to build this fortress, destroy the rituals performed in various places in the fortress, and kill some high-level traitors. In short, it is a set of guerrilla warfare and assassination. This plan will help the Golden Expedition ground forces to conquer the Skull Fortress in the next war as much as possible, until the entire Bloom is completely controlled. In addition to the plan for the Skull Fortress, Clone Corix also sensed other plans of the original body. Another plan was about Fabius Bile. Clone Corix sensed that the original body hoped that he could kill Fabius Bile, and that this guy had come to Bloom. This planet, which was a quagmire of war, was created by Fabius' conspiracy and many causes and effects. Fabius' death would not affect the war situation, but he deserved to die. I understand. Clonecarax nodded in approval. Then I will go and assassinate Fabius, and when I succeed, I will come back to cooperate with you in guerrilla warfare. The Lord of the Dark Raven fluttered his wings, and shook his head slightly. Looking at the terrifying appearance of the original body, Clonecarax could not help but ponder. Was the communication just now, because even if the original body liberated its essence and became like a subspace creature, it still had rationality, or was it simply because some kind of spiritual connection between the clone and the original body created the conditions for communication? If it is the latter, will humans be killed by it after seeing the original body? Or can they communicate with it through body movements? The people of the state religion, the regent and war master of the empire, and the other two original bodies who have returned, will they draw their swords and kill this mutated brother as soon as they see him? These questions troubled Clone Corix, and he felt that his original body might also be thinking about these things, but the premise of thinking is that it really still has rationality, and is not controlled by the cold sun in the subspace. Take this. When the clone pre-march was thinking, a raven appeared out of thin air, and landed on his shoulder. The raven's right eye was red, and its left eye was black. It was so light that it seemed non-existent. It was obviously a subspace creature. When the clone Primarch's eyes fell on the darkness in the raven's left eye, he suddenly saw a breathtaking black fog. Then the surrounding environment changed. When he regained his perception of everything in the outside world and moved his eyes away from the raven's left eye, the clone Primarch was shocked to find that he had come to a strange laboratory on Bloom, and this was still the second land, and even inside the Skull Fortress. Standing in front of the window of the laboratory's main control center, one can even see the magnificent walls of the Skull Fortress. Raven's red eyes cast a faint light, guiding the clone master to where he should go. The mad doctor who he should kill and deserve retribution is obviously in this unknown branch laboratory. At the same time, watch this portal. You can all die, but the portal cannot be destroyed by the enemy, otherwise we will all die in this damn place. Fabius Bayer shouted and dispatched the warriors he brought with him. The armed forces composed of new humans quickly set up defensive positions on every road leading to the portal, and deployed heavy weapons that were even enough to penetrate the dreadnought mecha on the positions. Fabius didn't often yell at his subordinates, but he was in a bad mood. Just now, Fabius, who came to the laboratory through the portal, had a roller coaster-like ups and downs in his emotions. He thought that his plan had succeeded, and he could fish in troubled waters, and take away all the new humans, experimental projects and experimental materials that he cherished on Bloom. But I didn't know what happened on Bloom until I got here. The various groups of people had already fought each other. The war between the lackeys of the gods had destroyed the ecological environment of Bloom from being better than nothing to being completely gone. The surface of the planet had been plowed several times. The new humans had originally been hiding on the second land, but after the Skull Fortress was built on this land, they were all caught and beheaded by the bloodletting vampires, and their heads were inserted into the walls of the fortress to increase the strength of the walls. Even the laboratory that Fabius arrived at through the portal was not his destination, but there was no way. The other laboratories had been destroyed long ago, and now if he went to the original site to look for it, he might not find any ruins. Scan the entire Bloom for me. After handing over the defense work to a general of the new human army, Fabius roared and drove his servants. The transformed three-headed and six-armed creatures immediately operated the many devices in this small laboratory. After scanning and detecting again and again, all the things that can be recycled in Bloom were displayed on the data board in Fabius's hand. Seeing the scan results, Fabius was silent for a second, and then his face showed joy. Because one of the results displayed on the data board made Fabius ecstatic. The result was a laboratory, whose core had been destroyed, and the portal had lost control for unknown reasons. If you hadn't come to Bloom to scan it yourself, it would have been difficult to tell from those remote reports that there was still a lot of valuable information in this laboratory. Father, are we going here? Natalia, the new human captain lurking in the Imperial Navy, walked over and respectfully asked her creator. No. The smile on Fabia's face disappeared instantly. I remember. This laboratory is the one I recommended to Abonlak as a temporary military camp. It is in the Skull Fortress. Hearing the name of the Demon Prince, Natalia immediately gave up the idea of going to another laboratory to collect data. With the army of new humans and biochemically modified creatures, it is not a problem to sneak attack an Imperial world, but it is not enough for Abonlak to kill an opponent of the Demon Prince's level. What should we do? Natalia asked. Fabius was silent. He now regretted that he led the Drakasi, the Death Guard, and the Black Legion to Bloom, although both sides of the current war had come to Bloom to do something for the new humans, whether they wanted to exterminate the new humans or want to obtain the new humans. But now no one cares about the new humans. This planet has become the outbreak site of a difficult battle. In fact, you can get what you want, as long as you pay a small price. Make a deal with me. The Black Legion will help you take what you want. The cold voice came from behind Fabius. The Mad Doctor looked back and saw the temporary leader of the huge force called the Black Legion, which was the last force to participate in the war in Bloom. A rumored secondary god, a being that Fabius sneered at and thought was just a thing that was no different from other weird creatures in the warp. The Lord of the Forge, Vashtor. Chapter 803. Why do you always crawl out of the shadows? Because it makes you look like a typical elusive villain? Fabius looked down on Vashtor, who was known as a secondary god. In his opinion, there was no god at all. Vashtor, a subspace creature who pretended to be a god, was given the title of a secondary god. He was simply afraid to eat a large piece of shit. You need me. Vashtor did not find fault with Fabius's etiquette, and seemed very tolerant. Fabius still had that crazy and evil smile on his face. Let's talk about your conditions first. Clone Abaddon, and give the clone to me. Vashtor said. Clone Abaddon. After hearing this request, Fabius' face was almost clearly written with the words confused and puzzled. Although Fabius could roughly guess that Vashtor's purpose in looking for him was related to cloning technology, he never dreamed that Vashtor would actually ask to clone Abaddon. It is said that Vashtor temporarily controlled the Black Legion as the War Master's close friend and collaborator by rebuilding the Spirit of Vengeance and taking charge of the Black Legion's logistics and weapons and equipment supply. How could it ask for a clone of Abaddon? Fabius fell into deep thought. He was wary of the creatures in the warp. If he didn't figure it out, he wouldn't say a word to Vashtor. Some people doubt that I can repair Abaddon's wounds, or revive him in a strange state that his subordinates would find very terrifying, such as using vicious skills to transform him into a half-demon existence. Vashtor took the initiative to speak, and confronted Fabius directly. But in fact, I can't do it at all. His body was seriously injured. The damned Burr woman and the cyborg injected the power of the curse into him when they stabbed him several times. I can't even protect Abaddon's body. I can't be sure, but I guess he is dead. Hearing this, Fabius realized that Vashtor responded to a rumor circulating in the Eye of Terror, saying that Vashtor controlled Abaddon, or that he was helping Abaddon to revive and prepare to turn Abaddon into its puppet. If what Vashtor said was true, then the rumors were nonsense, and Abaddon would never be able to return to the Black Legion, and would never be able to lead his men in the next eternal war. But the problem is, who knows whether what Vashtor said is true or not. Whatever you think, I'm telling the truth anyway. Vashtor saw what Fabius was thinking, and then explained why he wanted Abaddon to be cloned. Most of the people in the Black Legion are against me. They just think I have the ability to revive Abaddon, so they are patient and waiting. Their patience is running out. I want the Black Legion to remain united, so I have to get their commander back. I see. Fabius nodded. He could probably guess that Vashtor was going to do something with Abaddon's clone. For example, use some means to disguise the clone as the original, then let the cloned Abaddon return to the Black Legion, and then use some means to control this cloned Abaddon. If I agree to help you, how sure are you that I can take my hard work away from Bloom? Fabius asked. It's very simple. Just one word from me, and I let you enter the lab that hasn't been completely destroyed and take your things away. Vashtor paced back and forth. Even the Abonlak and the Death Guard, who want to skin you alive, will watch, because I will ask them to hold back their hatred in front of you. You? Fabius sneered. As far as Fabius knew, the Black Legion didn't even contribute much in the many battles that broke out on Bloom before. Why should those Chaos lackeys, who were forced to cooperate on Bloom, listen to the temporary Black Legion Lord Vashtor? I built all the defense positions in the Skull Fortress, and I provided the weapons, equipment, and ammunition. Otherwise, how would the Death Guard and the Drakasi continue to fight after losing orbital control? Just like before, the Forge Master was still very confident. Even, Fabius could hear some sarcasm in Vashtor's words. He didn't know how he could hear a subspace creature mocking him, and wondered if Vashtor was deliberately letting him directly sense its sarcasm. And Vashtor was indeed being sarcastic. In the eyes of the Forge Master, he was just having an unfair conversation with Fabius, and the only way out for this mad doctor was to do what he said. The reason why this planet called Bloom, a little-known world in the Eye of Terror, could become such a large battlefield today was inseparable from a series of accidental causal events. Fabius Bayer just accidentally caused the current situation. He had no way to control the situation, and he even knew that he was not qualified to participate in the war on Bloom. Otherwise, he would not have appeared after all the laboratories were almost destroyed. "What if I don't make a deal with you, a creature of the warp?" Fabius said. Hearing this, Vashtor stopped pacing back and forth, and his strangely shaped feet were fixed in place. The Forge Master and the Mad Doctor stared at each other for about 2 minutes. "Then I will drive the Black Legion to kill your new humans, those jar creatures, and other strange and weird things in front of you," Vashtor said. "Kill them all, kill them all. Then I will stuff your soul into my creation, and let you suffer in pain forever." This kind of threat is meaningless to a Mad Doctor. Fabius does not lead a war band, and his creations are not strong enough to allow him to compete with a powerful enemy, like the Black Legion, that maintains a complete system. But it is precisely because of his small power that Fabius has the advantage of being able to leave whenever he wants. He can't afford to provoke, but can afford to hide. Originally, it was like this, but unfortunately, after thinking for a while, Fabius glanced at the portal not far away that took him back to Bloom. "You can just walk in and leave here." Vashtor gently shook the forging hammer. "When you step through this portal, you will find yourself in a beautiful world full of smoke, factories, and the howling of demon engines, and then you will become a part of that world." "Then do you still expect me to clone Abaddon?" Fabius retracted his gaze. "If you don't clone, I have a backup plan, but you will not be spared anyway," Vashtor said calmly. "The fact that Bloom has become a quagmire of war is related to you, and the fact that we, the Drakasi, and the Death Guard are trapped in this hellhole and can't leave is also related to you." At this point, Fabius closed his eyes, and thought hard for a long time, and finally agreed and nodded silently. Fabius sighed in his heart that a subspace inventor like Vashtor was not scary, but it was very scary to join forces with a powerful organization like the Black Legion. Otherwise, who would be afraid of the threat of a nerd? Chapter 804. We can never do such reckless things again. Absolutely not. Inside the bridge of the flagship of the Golden Expedition Fleet, Ryan looked at the report of the last battle, and was furious at his descendants. The reason why the War Master was so angry was because of a strategic decision made by Azrael. Since the enemy retreated to the Skull Fortress again, Azrael suggested launching a surprise attack on the Skull Fortress immediately, but according to the previously formulated plan, the ground forces must honestly follow the Blackstone Obelisk to advance together. Whether it is building the Blackstone Obelisk or protecting the armored vehicles carrying the Blackstone Obelisk, Azrael suggested deploying the Blackstone on the strike cruiser, and then launching it to the surface, like launching an airdrop capsule, and then the ground troops followed closely, which can save a lot of time. However, the star gods responsible for providing and using the Blackstone unanimously said that it was not feasible, but Azrael still used the stock left over from the previous war to conduct an experiment. 2 Blackstone obelisks were loaded into the strike cruiser and launched to the surface. Then, before the Space Marines were about to airdrop to the Blackstone deployment site, the Blackstone that was launched suddenly changed its nature, from suppressing the subspace to amplifying the subspace. Bloom's second landmass has become a giant monster that opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow the fleet. If it weren't for the many Blackstone obelisks that had been built on the first landmass, I'm afraid the planet Bloom would have personally gone out to wrestle with the expedition fleet. I don't understand. The Dark Angel Deathwing captain asked when the Lion King's roar stopped. Why did those Blackstone obelisks change their properties after being launched? It should have been stable, and the Supreme Grandmaster's plan should have been fine. Why do you think those ghost things called star gods always remind us to stay close to the Blackstone creations? Ryan asked back. The first captain didn't know how to answer. Launch the Blackstone to the surface like an airdrop pod, and the landing combat troops will immediately take the airdrop pod to the Blackstone's range to participate in the battle. It's a good idea. This was not a compliment from the Lion King. The Deathwing captain looked in the direction of the voice, and saw the Lord of Talon walking into the bridge. If only we can use the Blackstone, then this is indeed a good idea. Sheen Imo snapped his fingers, and the space in the entire bridge changed, showing the scene from the battle just now, but unfortunately it's not. There are people in the traitor army who are good at using the power of black stone. Ryan and the captain of the Deathwing observed the situation when Azrael implemented the new tactics before. The Black Stone was indeed launched by the strike cruiser, and before the Dark Angel's Deathwing Company was about to launch an airborne assault, several Hell Dragons flew out of the Skull Fortress, each of which was holding a creation that looked like a ring. Those Hell Dragons approached the Black Stone obelisk, which was unprotected for only a few seconds, and then all the obelisks launched by the strike cruisers changed their nature at the same time. This is just a replay of the image captured by the flagship before. Chi Nemo snapped his fingers again, the image disappeared, and the bridge returned to normal. When he found that the flagship had captured the image of Azrael executing the new tactics before, Ryan realized that Chi Nemo had discovered what Azrael was going to do instead of being kept in the dark, but he did not stop it, which inevitably made Ryan feel unhappy. When the nature of the obelisk was changed, and the second land plate turned into a bloody mouth, an airdrop capsule that failed to be urgently stopped crashed into the mouth of the land plate. A moment of silence for the victims. Lian held his helmet and bowed his head, mourning for the Terminator combat team that had fought for 400 years in the new model airdrop capsule. To be honest, I had the same idea as Captain Azrael before, because I found that when we used the Black Stone, the enemy was in a passive state. Chi Nemo walked to the tactical table and looked down at the Skull Fortress. They have never been able to do anything with the Blackstone obelisk. Even if they are affected by the Blackstone, they just keep fighting. Then why did the enemy suddenly have a way to deal with the Blackstone just now? Ryan asked. Maybe there are word bearers on Bloom. Chi Nemo said, I also encountered it during the Battle of Cadia. The word bearers used a weird thing called the Obsidian Crown to fight. That thing is not even a Blackstone artifact used to amplify the influence of the subspace, but a portal. Word bearers. Lian nodded, then shook his head in confusion. How could there be word bearers in Bloom? This time it was Chi Nemo's turn to shake his head. He didn't know how to explain. He had experienced many times that a war suddenly turned into a melee between various forces. If you study it carefully, the Dracosi came to Bloom because they were deceived by Fabius, which was discovered by Magnus and the scholars using psychic means. The Death Guard came to Bloom because they wanted to obtain a holy artifact stolen by Fabius. The Black Legion was asked by the Death Guard to lend a hand. The reason why the Corn Demons came to Bloom was very simple, that is, they would fight wherever there was a big battle. But the word bearers? The scholars and Magnus could not use their psychic vision to see if there were really word bearers on Bloom. Even if the clone Primarchs were piled together, they could not think of any reason for the word bearers to come to Bloom, so this was just Chi Nemo's guess. In addition, the word bearers were not the only ones who could use the Black Stone. The Dark Mechanicus could also. Why do traders use Black Stone, but the Empire didn't use it before? Ryan asked. Chi Nemo smiled and didn't answer, because he wanted to ask the Mechanicus just like the Lion King. The Black Stone mined by Huanquan No. 8 was given away to the enemies of mankind for free before the end of the Cadia campaign, and the Mechanicus had been studying the material of Black Stone and the Black Stone creations among the stars. It was a lonely study. Go tell your Supreme Grand Master. Ryan looked at the captain of the Deathwing. If you want to use the Black Stone, you must ensure that there are at least 3 combat teams stationed near the Black Stone, and ensure that the Black Stone is covered by defense facilities such as void shields or energy shields. The captain nodded. This was the war rule set before the war. Now there is one more. Ryan raised a finger. Make sure there are backup combatants near the Black Stone artifacts. Once the enemy's Black Stone artifacts fall near our Black Stone, we will immediately go over and dismantle it, and the materials must be left and sent to the fleet. Yes. The captain saluted and teleported directly from the bridge to the first land to find Azrael. After watching his son leave, Ryan looked at the symbols representing Azrael and Ezekiel on the tactical table and sighed helplessly. He wanted to call Azrael over and scold him, but Chi Nemo also said that he wanted to do the same as Azrael, but he didn't expect that there would be someone who could use the Black Stone among the enemies. After thinking, Ryan threw away the thoughts in his head and asked Chi Nemo about Gilliman's whereabouts. What is Gilliman doing? Robot is busy with the shift change. Chi Nemo said. Chapter 805. Inside the flagship archives. Robot Gilliman, the Imperial Regent, was with Calgar. When Gilliman was writing, Calgar would report on the war and the things in the chapter, and his Gene father would listen silently. Only occasionally, when he needed to express his opinion, he would tell Calgar what to do without raising his head. Logistics is still in the charge of the Talon sector. Fortunately, they are doing a good job. Not only the Ultramarines, but also other chapters and mortal troops have never enjoyed such good logistics. Everyone is very satisfied. When hearing Calgar mention logistics, Gilliman subconsciously raised his head and looked at the porthole. Outside the porthole, there was a black circular structure that was taking in and out a large number of transport fleets. That was the Stargate built specifically for the Golden Expedition. 50% of the structure was made of black stone. It could not only create the space and time coordinates necessary for Stargate navigation in the Eye of Terror, but also suppress the influence of the subspace within a certain range, which could be said to kill two birds with one stone. Logistics is the only thing I can be assured of. Gilliman retracted his gaze. While we are talking, at least thousands of transport ships have passed through the Stargate to reach the fleet, delivering supplies to the giant warehouse of the Ark world of Otansa. If there is still a problem with logistic supply, then there is no need for us to fight at all. Thank you, Lord Talon. Calgar nodded, but I don't know how long their star region can support such a huge consumption of supplies. Hearing his descendants' concerns that the Talon star region may not be able to maintain the current state of logistics supply for too long, after all, every minute and every second is a huge consumption of supplies, Gilliman looked at Calgar without any worries and shook his head slowly. 25 years ago, the Talon sector began paying taxes with materials other than dimensional engines. No one knows whether they really paid 1/10 of the total output value of the sector. After all, no one can investigate them. But the amount of tax they paid is indeed astonishing. Those astronomical taxes were transferred to the logistics department I established, used to order ships equipped with dimensional engines, to fight against traitors in the Empire, to form a new star army. It seems that there is no end to it. I can even take out a part of it to rebuild the world destroyed by Ultramar in the Plague War. At this point, Gilliman smiled. We are helping each other, whether in imperial affairs or personal affairs, we are helping each other. It's amazing. Calgar nodded in admiration. How can they have such a rich economic strength? Gilliman did not respond to his son's question. In the eyes of the Imperial Regent, the economic strength of a normal interstellar civilization should be the same as that of the Talon sector. Advanced management methods, an economy adjusted in real time by artificial intelligence, and most importantly, the most indispensable superluminal navigation method that will not cause a whole ship of industrial products or food to disappear inexplicably. Although no one has ever studied the economy of the Talon sector, Gilliman himself has not speculated. The Regent felt that speculation was unnecessary, and he did not want to speculate, because he vaguely felt that speculating the economic strength of the sector and comparing it with the Empire would lead to a terrible result, and that result would have no other effect except to increase his hatred for the current situation of the Empire. Starting from tomorrow. Starting from the Ultramar Mortal Auxiliary Army. Just when Calgar thought that he was just called by the father of genes to talk, Gilliman suddenly handed the written things to Calgar. The Ultramarines chapter master took the document and found that it was a plan to rotate the mortal regiments in the main force and branch fleets of the Golden Expedition to rest. Regarding the battle in the Eye of Terror, Gilliman's requirement is no more than 3 battles in the Eye of Terror. Just like a factory in the industrial world taking turns to rest, the mortal regiments will take turns to fight from now on. Why? Calgar was puzzled. The duty of a warrior is to fight. Even if there is no time in the Eye of Terror, and the time bubble created by Blackstone technology cannot be aligned with the time outside. But the duty of a warrior is to fight. The moment they rest should be the moment they die in battle. Hearing the words of his proud offspring, Gilliman's face instantly darkened, and his eyes were not as gentle as before. That's why I don't completely regret handing power to mortals. Gilliman stood up and spoke slowly. At least mortals know the limits and weaknesses of mortals, and mortals at least won't force mortals to do things that mortals shouldn't do. In the Eye of Terror, even within the range of Blackstone's suppression, a mortal who stays here for a long time will have all kinds of strange problems, not problems caused by supernatural phenomena, but also problems caused by the suppression effect of Blackstone on the soul. Mortals are not that tough. Also, for mortals, fighting in the Eye of Terror for a while, and then finding that their family is only left with a dozen generations of strange descendants, that's not good either. After listening to the words of the Gene Father, Calgar nodded silently. He had similar ideas to Gilliman, but he was busy managing the war group recently, and hadn't read so many reports on major and minor affairs. He didn't know that even if he was in the Eye of Terror, even if he stayed there and did nothing, there would be a lot of trouble. He thought that as long as he stayed under the protection of the black stones created by those transcendent beings, there would be no problem. I understand you. Calgar put away the documents. I do it now. Go. Gilliman nodded. After watching his son leave, Gilliman wanted to deal with the logistics department he had established, but he recalled Calgar's doubts when he accepted his orders just now, and suddenly felt too tired to deal with those things. The regent walked to the porthole, looking at the transport ships coming and going outside, thinking about the rotation of mortal soldiers in his mind. It feels like not much time has passed since the battle began. The war that suddenly turned from an offensive into an encounter was won, but the attack on the Skull Fortress has not yet begun. However, according to the report from the crew of the transport ship that came in from outside the Eye of Terror, the Golden Expedition has been going on for nearly 10 years. The Talon sector will allow the soldiers of the Talon army to leave the Eye of Terror and go home after fighting several times, and then provide the families of the army soldiers with free use of life extension technology, as well as free treatment for the many psychological and spiritual problems left by the soldiers when fighting in the Eye of Terror. The Empire couldn't provide free life extension technology like the sector, but Gilliman felt that he could at least prevent those mortal soldiers from going crazy in the Eye of Terror and then being executed by the Commissar. Fortunately, this was enough. After all, whether it was the Astra Militarum soldiers themselves or the Imperial Military Affairs Department, they all felt that the Imperials were much stronger than the Talonians. Chapter 806. Soul Blight is a serious soul disease. Mortals who stay in the range of the Black Stone for too long will develop this disease. Patients will have symptoms similar to Alzheimer's disease, and will also move around unconsciously like zombies. Therefore, some people in the Star region call this disease zombie disease. However, no one has verified whether staying in the range of the Black Stone will really turn you into a zombie. The symptoms I mentioned are all discussions and speculations at the Taiwei Medical Symposium. In the luxurious room of Lord Tyrone in the flagship of the Glory Humanity, Qin Mo stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the dreamy stars outside created by the holographic projection. Guard Commander Gray stood behind Qin Mo and reported some things. None of them were big things, just some small things that were not very important before the next large-scale war on Bloom began. Soul Blight. Qin Mo murmured the name of the disease and turned his head to look at Gray. After the two looked at each other, Gray heard Qin Mo order him, "Write a letter in my name and send it to Taiwai, and announce it at the medical seminar. The general message is, those medical scholars are right in their speculation. The final condition of soul atrophy is to become a walking corpse." Gray naturally accepted the order without hesitation. In his electronic eyes, a virtual letter appeared in the blank space in the corner of his eyes, and everything he wanted to write appeared directly on it. Finally, an animation of a letter being folded and sent appeared in the corner of Gray's vision, and Qin Mo's order was completed. But both of them were still thinking about the soul-withering disease. Perhaps it was because the Black Stone suppressed the influence of the subspace, and also affected the connection between the creatures within the range and their souls. In short, this disease appeared. Fortunately, the military medical department of the Star Zone Armed Department was not caught off guard, because as early as after the end of the Cadia War, many people with soul-withering disease appeared among the Cadians. But this symptom did not receive widespread attention for two reasons. First, most of the Cadians had to leave their home planet to fight in various parts of the Empire. Second, after discovering this disease, the Cadians thought it was a hypocritical disease that could be cured by a 30-kilometer forced march. The real treatment for soul blight is also very simple, which is to make people leave the range of the Black Stone for a while. The principle is like this, but when it comes to treatment, it is to set up a special sanatorium, similar to the gym and restaurant on a warship, so that soldiers can enter it to rest and meditate, and strengthen their connection with the soul. Speaking of which, ordinary humans are really fragile. Gray suddenly sighed. If you are not fragile or weak, strength and courage are not precious. Qin Mo said, as he walked towards the door, "This is the end of the report. There will be a reconnaissance activity on the Skull Fortress next, and you guards will participate." Gray wanted to chat with Qin Mo, but when he saw him suddenly walk out, he swallowed what he wanted to say and nodded, "Yes." After leaving the room, Qin Mo went straight to the bottom of the flagship. If we simply infer the size of the flagship from the size of the bridge, then this flagship should only be as big as a cruiser. But the bridge of the Glory Human was transplanted from the bridge of the first battleship in the Tyrone sector, and the area outside the bridge is much larger. The process of going from the upper level to the lower level of the hull is equivalent to going from one large city to another. The upper level of the hull is the most lively place, while the lower level is where the laboratories and other secret facilities are located. Whenever the Emperor's human will attach itself to Vanessa again, he would go to the bottom of the flagship and enter the super-large laboratory that belonged to him, and only he and Qin Mo could enter. Qin Mo was not sure that the Emperor's human will was in Vanessa at this time, but his purpose of going to the laboratory was not to chat with the Emperor, but to see how the Emperor's plan to let Sanguinius return to the real universe was going. Korix arrived in Bloom. He wanted to help us, but he didn't want to meet us. When Qin Mo stepped into the laboratory, he suddenly heard the ethereal voice of the Emperor. The voice was very cold, without any emotion, which meant that Vanessa was not only attached to the human Emperor, but also to one of the many wills split from the Emperor. The two of them neutralized together, giving people a cold feeling. Didn't Korix go to kill the killing machine? I asked the recorder to send Lorger to help. Qin Mo came to the Emperor. The recorder, that bastard. I thought it was doing something serious, but it made a set of armor and weapons for Lorger, and brainwashed Lorger. I'm talking about the real Korix, the Emperor said. Qin Mo was surprised. He had known for a long time that the real Korix had become inhuman because of accepting the essence of the warp, and then went to block the real Lorger to prepare for revenge on that bastard. Qin Mo had two questions, that is, why did the real Korix come to Bloom? And his coming here, does it mean that he still cares about the fate of the current empire and the human race? He took on the responsibility of reconnaissance and assassination, hoping to cooperate with us to capture the Skull Fortress. The Emperor continued. In addition, he also hopes to kill Angron with you forever, if Angron is exiled by his clone, but later comes back to kill him. Hope to be with me. Does he recognize me? Qin Mo was surprised. Of course. When you first entered the warp and launched a crazy revenge, Korix helped you clean up some demons and fight for you. This? Qin Mo racked his brains to recall, and reviewed his experience in the warp for a long time, but couldn't find any memory about Korix. But thinking that this Primarch never had a sense of existence, he stopped worrying about it. After completing the duties of a messenger, the Emperor walked forward to the control console of the laboratory with an expressionless face. After pressing a few buttons in succession, dozens of culture tanks rose in the laboratory. Each culture tank contained a sanguineous clone Primarch. Qin Mo observed carefully, and was surprised to find that each tank contained a sanguineous. Didn't you say before that there can only be one clone Primarch, and the clone Primarchs after that will be rotten meat? Indeed, but I have an unexpected discovery. The Emperor scanned each jar calmly. As long as they are not given a self, you can have as many flesh puppets without a self as you want. Hearing this, Qin Mo subconsciously wanted to suggest letting Sanguinius' soul try it, but then he thought, the Emperor should have tried it, right? I have always believed that the reason why the living metal shell you created could not contain Sanguinius for a long time was that the shell was not easy to use. But later I found that it was not the case. The living metal shell and the flesh and blood body are both containers for putting those Primarchs into the real universe, and the effect should not be too different. The Emperor said, as he extracted the relevant information of the living metal body and the body he created, and compared them together. Qin Mo looked at the Emperor without interrupting. The soul of Sanguinius has been away from the real universe for too long, and it has become sick, suffering from a disease that rejects the real container. The flames burning the container are the manifestation of this disease. Chapter 807. So, can Sanguinius still be saved? Qin Mo's eyes moved back and forth between the jar containing Sanguinius' empty shell and the Emperor, nervously waiting for the Emperor's answer. He was nervous not because of how good his relationship with Sanguinius was. Like Gilliman, it was impossible. Sanguinius was not a passionate person in his heart. Qin Mo just talked with Foros, the captain of the Weepers, who went to a demon world to rescue prisoners a few days ago. Foros hoped that the father of genes could continue to walk in the world. There is hope. The Emperor stood with his hands behind his back, his chin raised high, looking very confident. I will never say that there is no hope, nor will I feel that there is no hope, because I am the Emperor. At this time, the Emperor in Qin Mo's eyes was not the image of a big and strong man who looked like an Indian. He was possessed by a female psychic named Vanessa. Vanessa was very tall, nearly 1.95 meters, just 2 centimeters shorter than Qin Mo. So now, the confident look made Qin Mo recall the time when Vanessa always used her special psychic talent to make others like her, and then she could run around everywhere. Think of a way, use your psychic and bioengineering experience. Qin Mo said, after all, you are a psychic and bioengineering boss. When the Emperor heard the word boss, his brows slightly frowned. Obviously he understood. Qin Mo actually quite likes communicating with this super riddle man, because he can understand some words from the ancient times of Terra, no matter what cultural background they are. Master of Psychic and Biological Engineering, are you being sarcastic, or do you feel this from the bottom of your heart? The Emperor asked. From the bottom of my heart. Qin Mo nodded seriously. The Emperor was silent for 2 seconds, and nodded silently. The two people in the laboratory fell into silence. The Emperor walked aside to continue the research on making Sanguinius permanent in the real universe. while Qin Mo sensed every research instrument in the entire laboratory to ensure that these instruments were always in full operation. Korix is lurking in the Skull Fortress, the Emperor suddenly said. Didn't you say that just now? Qin Mo stopped and turned around to ask. The Emperor nodded, then thought for a while, and suggested, I have a strategy for destroying the Skull Fortress. Qin Mo said nothing and listened silently. In fact, Ryan's strategy is problematic. Destroying the Skull Fortress may not require so many powerful weapons or amazing tactics. You just need to go down and participate in the battle in person. When talking about you going down to fight in person, the Emperor paused for a second and then began to explain. I don't think of you as a soldier in my mind. But the current combat units of mankind are too strong and too weak. Even if it was the Primarch, he probably couldn't turn the tide when attacking that fortress. At most, he could command better by being there in person. Hearing what the Emperor said, Qin Mo nodded in agreement. The individual combat power of the Primarch is not particularly strong. Their real strength lies in their command and planning ability. Even the Primarch who is not as good at thinking as Guilliman is better than a staff group when thinking. However, Qin Mo did not think about going down to fight in person. I told Ryan a long time ago that I am willing to go down to fight, and he doesn't need to worry about me thinking too much because of letting me go down to fight. While speaking, Qin Mo slowly walked to the porthole on the front wall and looked down at Bloom below. Ryan's worry is one reason, and another reason is also Ryan's worry, but it's not that he is worried about me thinking too much. He thinks there may be something in the Skull Fortress that will entangle me, and I can't solve the battle as soon as I go down. If so, when a large group of demons descend on the battlefield like an army, I won't be able to go there in time to eliminate the more terrible and powerful enemy. Qin Mo said that Lion was worried, but he was also worried in his heart, not as casual as he seemed on the surface. The idea of Caliban War Master was actually very simple. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. If you encounter a big demon, then use the Primarch. For example, when the demon Primarch Amron descended, Guilliman personally went to fight. If you encounter a situation where big demons are everywhere, then you can only let the strategic combat units of the human side go into battle, and the Primarchs have to watch. With this idea in mind, Lion must ensure that the top combat units can be put into the battlefield immediately once an enemy that needs to be solved by them appears, so as to prevent the strong enemy from causing a devastating blow to the low-level combat units of the human side. For example, the Krieg Corps and the Cadia Assault Corps. No matter how good these powerful mortal corps are at fighting, they will only end up dead if they encounter several great demons. Therefore, Ryan will try his best to avoid sending top combat units to fight when it is not necessary, so as to prevent them from having to wait for the top combat units to withdraw from low-intensity battles when they are really needed. If I were Ryan, I would make the same decision. After all, this is the Eye of Terror, and demons can rush to the battlefield with just a thought. The Emperor looked at Qin Mo's back, but I have a way. I will take on the responsibilities you should take on, so that you can go and destroy the fortress without any worries. Qin Mo quickly turned around and looked at the Emperor in surprise. There are 2 wills in this container. The Emperor pointed to his chest. Now my power is very strong, but not strong enough. I need this container to contain a 3rd will. Hearing this, Qin Mo had already thought of the Emperor's idea. That is, the Emperor in front of him, as a physical Emperor who has integrated 3 wills, is in charge in person. Although there are only 3 wills, which are less than 1% of his level 10,000 years ago, he is still the Emperor. He should have a way to use his own power to prevent the great demons from being collectively teleported to the battlefield. Even if it can't be avoided, it can delay time. But Qin Mo was very excited, but there was some worry in his eyes. Vanessa may not be able to bear the 3rd will fragment. If she is crushed to death by you, I am afraid that I will lose contact with your humanity from now on. Provide the best medical conditions for Vanessa and arrange them according to my requirements. The Emperor said, she will be in pain, but she can bear it and will not die. Hearing this, Qin Mo thought carefully for a moment, and turned around and stared at the giant skull visible to the naked eye on the planet outside the porthole. After thinking about it, if the Emperor's strategy is not adopted, and mortals, Astartes and Thunder Warriors are responsible for the attack, how many people will die? In the end, Qin Mo still felt that Vanessa should make a sacrifice. Then do it. Chapter 808. Inside the secret room of the flagship dedicated to scholars. This secret room was originally used for the 2nd Iron Commander Scholar to meditate and use psychic power for prediction and detection, but now it has been chosen as Vanessa's temporary residence due to its secrecy and ability to increase psychic power. A large number of medical equipment were moved into the secret room. One by one, the boxes made of spirit bones were opened, revealing the light green liquid contained in the containers made of spirit bones. That was the newest and most useful biological potion. Each one was created by the Eldar goddess of life, and could put a dead person's soul back into the body, and revive the body without complying with any laws of reality. Only the chapter master and the generals of the mortal legions and above were authorized to use this powerful potion, and now this potion was placed in boxes for use. Thank you for your sacrifice for the victory of mankind. I thank you in the name of the War Master. Outside the secret room, Lion shook hands with Vanessa. Gilliman consoled Vanessa, and then the two Primarchs personally sent Vanessa into the secret room. Chi Nemo was also present. When he rushed over, the secret room had been blocked by a heavy gate, but there was still a holographic device that worked like a window, allowing people outside to see inside and people inside to see outside. Vanessa was not possessed at this time. When she saw Chi Nemo coming over, she smiled and nodded. Chi Nemo also nodded. Gilliman. Ryan patted the regent on the shoulder. Come with me to formulate a strategy, and we will launch an attack on the Skull Fortress immediately. Gilliman followed Lion, and the two Primarchs had to formulate strategies and tactics to ensure that the war could begin immediately when Vanessa contained the will of the three emperors, so that she would not suffer for too long. Then, the possession began. First, the human will of the emperor entered Vanessa, the gifted container, and took control of the body in an instant, and his eyes glowed with the iconic golden light. Then came the fragment of rational will that was slightly stronger than the human will. Vanessa's body floated up, and the light in her eyes was enough to serve as the light source of the secret room. Chi Nemo didn't know what kind of will fragment the last one was, he observed. When the third will possessed Vanessa, strong psychic fluctuations shook the space inside the chamber. Vanessa's body began to collapse, skin and flesh fell off her body like paper, and there was no expression on her face. Although Vanessa only contained 3 wills at this time, these 3 wills were not worth mentioning compared to the vast and turbulent wills that Gilliman felt at the beginning, but he was still the material entity of the Emperor and the anchor point in the real universe. As the life detector sounded the alarm, the first potion was inserted into Vanessa's neck by the medical drone. Her body recovered slightly, but then began to collapse again. Then came the second potion, the third. The interval between each potion injection was only 1 second, because Vanessa's body could only survive for 1 second when enduring such a powerful spiritual energy. This was just to keep Vanessa alive. Chi Nemo couldn't even imagine how terrible the torture she was going through, so he felt a little guilty at this time. Looking at Chi Nemo outside the secret room shown on the holographic image, the Emperor, who had temporarily merged with Vanessa, nodded. A psychic portal appeared behind Chi Nemo. Scholars, heed death, and the guards slowly walked out of the psychic portal. They had just finished their preparations. Go to battle. Chi Nemo turned and left. With Gilliman and Lion's continuous orders and proper arrangements, many mortal legions and dark angels, titan legions, thunder warriors, and other combat units that had been prepared after the war quickly assembled and marched towards the Skull Fortress. In order to ensure that this siege is absolutely foolproof, Ryan added a lot of mortal troops, and all the Ultramarines also participated in the battle. The Katakan jungle warriors, who had been conducting infiltration reconnaissance on the planet and had not participated in large-scale military operations, also had to join the siege at this time. The Grand Sage of the Adeptus Mechanicus Belisarius Corps had completed his mission, and was rushing towards the Eye of Terror, but he had already sent out the general cannon of the 100 fleets. The main fleet of the Golden Expedition approached Bloom, and the flagship of the Glory of Humanity personally arrived in orbit to prepare for orbital bombing. Although the orbital bombing had little effect, it was better than nothing. Looking down from outside the orbit, the Skull Fortress is a huge building perched on the Bloom 2 landmass. But for the ground troops, the Skull Fortress is just a giant skull that towers into the sky and always faces them. Under this damn giant skull is a huge wall that is so tall that it is desperate. They can't even form a 4-sided attack on the Skull Fortress, because even the Katakans can't find a way to go around the front to the 2 sides of the Skull Fortress. This is obviously a special warp effect, but the Blackstone obelisk accompanying the army can only ensure that a small part of the terrain will not change, and that mortals will not be frightened by the psychic power of the Skull Fortress. Something is fighting against the Blackstone obelisk. The ground troops are heading towards the Skull Fortress. From the beginning, this giant fortress filled the vision of every soldier, and as they got closer, they found that they could only see a corner of the Skull Fortress. The size of this fortress is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The towering giant walls are made of brass, which already seem indestructible. The countless artillery positions arranged on the walls are still bombing like a storm, and explosive shells are constantly flying from the dense, shooting holes above and below the brass walls. The anti-aircraft firepower network released by the anti-aircraft positions in the fortress is so bright that it is impossible to look directly at it. The air forces of the Star Army can be seen with the naked eye that they have gone without returning. Even if they are not affected by psychic energy, it is difficult for ordinary people not to feel terrified in such a situation. Just approaching the Skull Fortress, just the prelude to the siege was terrifying enough. Soon, under the protection of the energy shield generated by a giant chariot called the mobile position of the Tyrone army, the ground troops were getting closer and closer to the fortress. At this time, everyone could see the dense skulls on the city wall and those blasphemous and terrifying symbols. The general cannon controlled by the 100 machines opened fire on the Skull Fortress, but only caused a little fluctuation on the void shield of the Skull Fortress. The fleet in orbit had already been bombarding the fortress, but their firepower could not even cause a wave on the void shield. After those giant beams of light fell from the sky, they turned into a scarlet blood rain scattered over everyone's heads. Even in the eyes of superhuman warriors and commanders like Azrael and Kaldar who had fought for a long time, this Skull Fortress was enough to be called indestructible. Chapter 809. When the ground troops were struggling to move towards the Skull Fortress, a twisted space crack appeared silently on the hill on the left side of the ground troops. The space crack looked like a transparent line that appeared in the void. Then, a blue color emerged from the transparent line. Destroy this anchor point. That is not an anchor point, and we should not help those people. Contradictory words. Two heads. The Staff of Tomorrow, the Book of Destiny. The person who came was obviously the chief demon under Cinch, the Lord of Change, the Fate Weaver Carlos. Carlos used a special method to hide his body, and it was a distance away from those moving black stone obelisks, so it was not discovered. While the two heads were fighting verbally, Carlos waved the Staff of Tomorrow. A grand Cinch spell was brewing. As long as the spell was brewed successfully, Carlos could directly draw the power of Cinch himself and directly open a crack on the front wall of the Skull Fortress. And that's not all. Carlos even planned to use the teleportation spell to teleport directly to the fortress to blow up the void shield. Because Cinch, the Lord of Change, ordered, make the blood god fail anywhere. But when Carlos was brewing the spell, he suddenly saw a flash of red light on the city wall. The two bird heads squinted their eyes at the same time and looked forward. Then they looked up at the sky. Finally, what appeared in Carlos' eyes was a bloodthirsty demon that was getting closer and closer. Boom! The deafening roar reached the ears of every Astarte and Thunder Warrior in the ground troops, and everyone looked in the direction of the roar. On a hilltop on the left side of the team, the smoke and dust had not yet dissipated. It was obviously not caused by the explosion of the shells, because there was no gun smoke. 2 seconds later, the figure of the bloodthirsty demon holding a huge axe was looming in the smoke and dust. It looked very irritable, as if it had lost the trace of the prey that was about to be caught. And it was obviously ready to transfer its anger to vent on others. The Thunder Warriors and Astartes had rushed to the left side of the team to prepare to fight the bloodthirsty demon. At the same time, the bloodthirsty demon let out a terrifying scream, jumped up with infinite anger and hatred, and fell towards the vanguard of the human ground forces. At the moment of landing, the bloodthirsty demon slammed the giant axe in his hand into the ground. The earth shattered, and smoke and dust mixed with broken flesh and blood of the shell fragments rose into the sky. Creed, who was in the Leviathan command vehicle, heard the roar and felt the whole vehicle body shaking. He received a report from his deputy Kyle. The 299th Assault Regiment was wiped out. Although he had seen the bloodthirsty demon's ability long ago, when he heard that the bloodthirsty demon destroyed a regiment with just one move, Creed was still very shocked, and he also questioned the strategy of the War Master and the Regent. But the High Lord of Cadia never showed his emotions, and to others he was just silent. However, some commanders with hot tempers were not so calm. They gathered together and complained loudly about the Skull Fortress and the enemy, and vaguely questioned Gilliman and Lyon's decision. Even Azrael thought that the ground forces should not be so anxious to attack, but should find a way to make the orbital bombing effective, and then bomb it hard for a while. But everyone soon thought otherwise. As the bloodthirsty demon was carrying out a terrible massacre, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. The lightning made the Astartes subconsciously shift their gaze or close their eyes. The surging current spread in all directions, but it harmlessly passed through the human warriors, and even helped repair their equipment while passing through. After the dazzling lightning gradually dissipated, a person, who was not as tall and strong as the bloodthirsty demon, but who used the chainsaw sword in his hand to pick up the bloodthirsty demon's corpse, appeared in the sight of the nearby people. The Tyrone army could immediately recognize who that person was. The iconic power armor, the chainsaw sword in the right hand, the scepter in the left hand. It was the Lord of Tyrone who personally participated in the battle. Several more beams of golden light fell from the sky, and the scholars, the Heat Death, and the guards all appeared behind the Lord of Tyrone. Keep moving forward. Qin Mo's calm words were transmitted to the ears of every participant in the battle due to the highest communication authority. The energy shield protecting the ground troops became more dazzling, and the overwhelming artillery fire from the fortress could not shake it in the slightest. The commanders of the Mortal Corps in the Leviathan command vehicle cheered, and even the Space Marines felt relieved. The ground troops continued to advance. Qin Mo still stood in the same place, and the Iron Man and the guards who followed him still stood behind him. Until the first Star Army Corps passed by them, Qin Mo raised the chainsaw sword, and the body of the bloodthirsty demon pierced by the chainsaw sword was also picked up. The thunder from the sky fell on the chainsaw sword, and the body of the bloodthirsty demon was blasted into powder by the thunder. Then the chainsaw sword wrapped with thunder slowly fell down, pointing directly at the wall of the skull fortress in front of him. Qin Mo walked forward with the sword raised. The light released by the thunder wrapped on the chainsaw sword was like a lighthouse, emitting dazzling brilliance in the dark red and dim environment. No matter where they were, as long as they saw the lightning, they could realize that a transcendent existence was walking with them. Similarly, those hateful enemies of the real universe in the Skull Fortress also noticed the shining thunder light. The noble Drakasi, who was favored by the blood god for his amazing tactics and strategies, commanded the war. He noticed the enemy who fell from the sky and killed the bloodthirsty demon with one blow, and immediately used the pre-made strategy that had been prepared long ago. As the orders were issued one after another, all the artillery fire on the walls of the Skull Fortress focused on Qin Mo. The small skulls under the huge skulls also released screaming flying skulls as before. But both the artillery fire and the screaming red flying skulls were just extras. The real attack that was given high hopes in this concentrated fire was still to come. The Skull Fortress itself began to attack. From orbit, it looked like a skull the size of a continental plate was releasing light from its mouth. From the ground, it looked like the mouth of a supergiant skull, only one corner of which could be seen behind the giant wall, was open, roaring and gathering red energy. The skull cannon opened fire, and the red beam released was enough to engulf the Warlord-class Titan. Even the fleet crew in orbit broke out in a cold sweat after seeing the beam. The beam seemed to be enough to penetrate the shield of the Glory Humanity, and deal a heavy blow to the flagship. When everyone in the ground force subconsciously stopped, preparing to find shelter, or simply stand there waiting for the end of fate, Qin Mo walked in front of everyone. The chainsaw sword wrapped in thunder was held by the Lord of Tyrone in his right hand, and pointed straight ahead. Facing the incoming beam, the chainsaw sword was raised, and then inserted into the ground. The rushing thunder smashed the beam coming from the front. The thunder rolled forward like a tsunami, and finally bombarded the front wall of the Skull Fortress. The whole planet was shaking, and the aftermath of the attack even interfered with the electronic equipment of all ground forces for a moment, but it immediately returned to normal. After the residual power of thunder dissipated, and the last shockwave disappeared, everyone could see the huge crack blown out on the wall. Chapter 810. The terrifying attack did not completely destroy the city wall, but the shock it brought had a great impact on the armies of both sides. The soldiers of the human ground force took a while to react, and the Skull Fortress even completely stopped firing for half an hour. Obviously, the many artillery positions in the front wall, and the many soldiers hiding in them were probably cleared out in an instant, and the fortress was transferring people to the front wall. Continue the attack. Qin Mo took the lead and walked ahead of everyone else. The mortal soldiers who were greatly shocked immediately followed Qin Mo after they reacted. Even those who were far away from Qin Mo followed the flashing lightning. The scepter in Qin Mo's hand released a dazzling light, and countless people who were frightened by the artillery fire of the Skull Fortress became calm, and the cowardly became brave. Sacrifice, hope, desire, gratitude, courage. Over the centuries, the positive emotions of mortals in the Tyrone Star Zone have gathered on Qin Mo and on his most well-known image. Qin Mo himself will not change under the influence of belief and worship, but his weapons and equipment will. His power armor was just temporarily made in the bottom nest, and it is no different from the guard's power armor, but it is strengthened by the positive emotions of mortals to be able to withstand the repeated attacks of bloodthirsty demons. His chainsaw sword is strengthened to cause horror and fear to the species of gene stealers, and is also strengthened to be able to inflict irreparable injuries on nearly immortal people. The scepter originally belonged to a psychic in the bottom nest, but just like the chainsaw sword originally belonged to a cowardly leader, no one knows their origins, and no one cares. To others, the scepter represents the power of the Lord of Tyrone. Any mortal who sees it will be inspired to follow the person who holds this holy object in the most difficult and cruel environment. At this time, whether it is a Superman warrior or a mortal soldier on the battlefield, everyone seems to see the scales of this war tilting towards themselves. When the Lord of Tyrone descended from the sky, the outcome of the war was a foregone conclusion. Forward! Chi Nemo raised his sword and roared, and the thunderous voice resounded throughout the battlefield. Don't be afraid. No need to be afraid. We will flatten that abominable fortress. The victory of this war will belong to us because I am here. The firepower released by the general cannon and the Titan passed over the heads of the crowd and bombarded the fortress walls that had lost the protection of the void shield. No one among the bloodthirsty demons rushed to fight alone, and the bloodletters poured out from the interior of the fortress, holding red swords and standing at the cracks in the wall. The Death Guard and the Black Legion each performed their duties. No one in the Skull Fortress had any hope of keeping the enemy outside the fortress. The Dracasi nobleman, who was commanding the war, had already begun to implement the pre-made battle plan inside the fortress, intending to use his familiarity with the interior of the fortress to fight in the fortress that was as big as a land plate. And another plan targeting the loyal Primarchs and more powerful combat units was also implemented. After a brief pause, the artillery fire on the wall poured down on the attackers again. Countless missiles and shells were only the most insignificant among them. Although no one could maintain those horrific weapons made by the killer after it was exiled, the killer had already used brutal teaching to imprint the use of weapons in the minds of every Dracasi. The energy shield generated by the giant creation called the mobile position merged and expanded due to energy resonance, becoming a huge energy shield covering all ground forces. If this energy shield appeared on other battlefields, it would probably make the people protected inside feel that it was indestructible, but facing the firepower of the Skull Fortress, it felt like a small boat struggling to hold on in a storm. Fortunately, it only felt like a small boat, but in fact it could still hold on for a long time. The blue energy light was particularly dazzling, and the missiles that exploded on it could only cause a few ripples and a muffled sound. The first company of the Dark Angels and Ultramarines wants us to cover them, and send them into the city wall to clear the city defense fire as much as possible. As they advanced, the scholar suddenly reported to Chi Nemo. The Ultramarines were indeed mobilized by Ryan to participate in the war, and like the Dark Angels, all the members of the parent group and the child group went together, but they were not with Chi Nemo at this time. But after listening to the scholar's report, Chi Nemo still responded, "Do as they request." Then the first company of the Ultramarines and Dark Angels just arrived, and the two company commanders were about to make a request, but they saw the scholar directly open a psychic portal and send them all into the city wall. At this time, Chi Nemo realized that the scholar had detected the requests of the two companies in advance through prophecy, and then asked him in advance. 2 companies of Space Marines were sent into the city wall, and the pouring firepower could be felt to be significantly reduced. The first company of the Dark Angels and the Ultramarines, like the first company of most warbands, had the best weapons and equipment, and there were so many equipment, such as Terminators, that they could use them at will. But even so, relying on them alone was not enough to take down the fortress wall. Watch the shield. Chi Nemo looked up at the energy shield above his head, and said to the scholar, "If the energy shield is broken, you must ensure that you can release the psychic barrier in the first place to protect others on the battlefield." "Yes, sir." The scholar nodded, "But you?" Guards, follow me." Chi Nemo looked at the demon army at the gap in the city wall. There were so many bloodletting vampires there, and the bloodthirsty demons who led these bloodletting vampires. He spread his arms, and all his appendages, and took out the weapons specially used to deal with demons. Because the Star Zone has a good relationship with the Imperial Regent, the Star Zone also obtained the ashes under the Golden Throne through some special channels. These dusts used by the Assassin Court Chalice's temple to make anti-psychic weapons are now also used by the Talon Star Zone to make anti-psychic weapons. The power swords and long-range weapons used by Heat Death and the guards are enhanced and improved versions of the weapons used by the Chalice's assassins, which is why Chi Nemo was assured to bring them to fight against the demons. "Open the door." Chi Nemo ordered the scholar. A psychic gate then opened in front of Chi Nemo. When Chi Nemo quickened his pace and passed through the psychic gate, he landed from the sky in the center of the demon army. Scarbrand, who came to replace Cabana, jumped out and collided head-on with the lightning released by Chi Nemo when he landed. The whole demon was blown away thousands of meters by the impact of the lightning, and after flying for a long time, he landed in a corner of the fortress.